Chapter 951 Yi Tianyun emerged victorious, and the rest of the human race who saw the scene regained their hope. This proved that human race did have potential and didn't deserve to be oppressed because of their bloodline. The Inner Palace #1 genius is defeated just like that. We have to fight back if they look down on us. We have the chance to win. One of the human race cultivators shouted confidently, and the rest of the human race cultivators immediately shouted valiantly. They found the confidence they once lost, and their fighting spirit emerged, wiping away their fear. They found hope and courage, all thanks to Yi Tianyun. They had never seen such a powerful cultivator like him before, and thus the human race cultivator thought that they too had potential if they worked hard. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he saw the human race regain their confidence. DING successfully reignited more than 100 people's fighting spirit. Reward, 10 billion XP, 1 million CPs, 1 million mastery, 500 moral value. Another quest completed. Interesting. Yi Tianyun smiled happily. He never really expected to clear a hidden quest right now, as he only wanted to raise the morale of the human race. Everyone was struggling so hard to raise their cultivation, and wouldn't the three realms have the same kind of problems if it turned into a god domain later? Anyone else wants to fight me? Yi Tianyun asked coldly to the opposite side. The cultivators of the opposite side looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They know that they could get killed if they stepped into the stage. Even if they didn't die, they would be forced to recover on the bed for a long time, and nobody wanted that. Junior brother Lu. A white shadow immediately flashed towards Liu Beisheng and picked him up. They quickly fed a medicinal pill to Liu Beisheng and immediately turned to look at Yi Tianyun. Are you the one who injured junior brother Lu? They asked coldly. Yi Tianyun looked at the cultivator and saw that it was a stunning woman with red eyes. She was obviously angry that her junior brother had been turned into a ragdoll. Great, that is senior sister of the core palace. A cultivator from the opposing side was glad to see another strong cultivator from their side. Her cultivation seems to have reached the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. She is obviously among the best cultivators in the core palace. She is a lot stronger than Liu Beisheng. That brat would have no chance to win now, another cultivator said with a smirk on their face. Yes, senior sister Feng Qiqiu would absolutely win against that brat, another cultivator laughed excitedly. They were confident that the woman would win against Yi Tianyun, as her cultivation level and prestige were much higher and way better. In addition, Nianxiu also kept an eye on Feng Qiqiu, and Feng Qiqiu was confident that she would be recruited to be Nianxiu's direct disciple in the future. Lei Zhengyu's complexion changed once more. In fact, the rest of the human race was also silenced by the woman's appearance. They knew about how fearsome this woman was, and the fact that Elder Nian already valued her quite highly made things even worse. Even if Yi Tianyun could defeat Feng Qiqiu, wouldn't it be a problem if he injured a cultivator that an elder considered worthy? Yes, I'm the one you're looking for. Is there any problem with that? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. At least you're brave enough to admit it yourself. I will reward your bravery by only taking your legs. I will let you live so that you can repent for your sin, Feng Qiqiu coldly said as she took Liu Beisheng out of the stage and left him in another cultivator's care. That is a big word for someone who didn't have any qualification, Yi Tianyun indifferently said as he assessed Feng Qiqiu from top to bottom. She already acted all high and mighty, even though Nianxiu only paid slight attention to her more than the others. It was great that an elder took an interest in her, but it wasn't something that she should brag about. Qualification? You are new here, so you don't know anything about me. I am Elder Nian's future direct disciple, Feng Qiqiu said furiously. If you want to continue living inside this god domain, you should lay low and know your place. Otherwise, I will throw you into the depth of the abyss, Feng Qiqiu said coldly. She behaved this way because she thought that she was invincible. Well, I don't care what you are to Nianxiu. I didn't think the core palace would have such an idiotic cultivator like you. The fact that Nianxiu looked at you might amaze some people, but not me, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. How dare you? If that is what you want, then we will have to see how strong you are against me, Feng Qiqiu said coldly. She then pulled out a white shackle as her weapon, and it was a middle-grade rebirth-level weapon. She immediately attacked Yi Tianyun with it, but Yi Tianyun caught it before it could hit him. The attack of Feng Qiqiu didn't stop there, as the white shackle immediately froze Yi Tianyun's arm. This was Feng Qiqiu's cultivation. She could incorporate an extreme cold attack into her weapon. What an idiot. How dare you grab my weapon with your hand? That hand would soon break down to shards, Feng Qiqiu said with a victorious grin on her face. It's only ice, Yi Tianyun said as a bright flame emerged from his hands and immediately thawed Feng Qiqiu's ice. He immediately dragged the white shackle towards him, pulling Feng Qiqiu along with it. She was out of balance because of Yi Tianyun's monstrous strength, and she was immediately slapped in the face as soon as Yi Tianyun was right in front of her. Don't you ever think I won't hit a woman? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at Feng Qiqiu indifferently. Chapter 952. Chapter 952. Feng Qiqiu was flung to the ground by a single slap. Her beautiful face was swollen, and she even lost some of her teeth. It really looked terrible, as the former goddess looked decrepit right now. Yi Tianyun didn't want to cripple Feng Qiqiu, as he still respected Nianxiu. If it were someone irrelevant like Liu Beisheng, he wouldn't have to hold back like this. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. Yi Tianyun really didn't care about Feng Qichu's status at all. Meanwhile, Lei Zhengyu couldn't help but applaud loudly. "You are really cool, little brother Yi. Well done," Lei Zhengyu said excitedly. The rest of the human race was still shocked as they didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be this bold. If Feng Qichu really were Nianxiu's future disciple, wouldn't it be equal to disgracing Nianxiu herself if Yi Tianyun attacked Feng Qichu like this? "How dare you hit me?" Feng Qichu screamed loudly. "Do you know who I am, you ignorant human? A slave of the god domain like you are too arrogant for your own good?" Feng Qichu screamed annoyingly. Yi Tianyun walked toward her and slapped her face once more. "Say it again," Yi Tianyun said coldly. "How dare you, human? I will kill you. All of you human race would go extinct," Feng Qichu said coldly. But before she could say anything else, Yi Tianyun slapped her face once more. "How dare you, pig?" Feng Qichu shouted once more, and Yi Tianyun slapped her once more. "Go on. Don't you have something else to say?" Yi Tianyun said as he dragged Feng Qichu back to her own 2 feet once again. Feng Qichu's face was already disfigured as her face was swollen beyond recognition. She couldn't even speak anymore as her mouth was swollen shut. "You thought I won't beat a woman?" "Don't sell yourself short," Yi Tianyun said as he slapped Feng Qichu on the face once more, flinging her to the ground. Her situation wasn't much different than Liu Beisheng's. It would take her a few years to recover from her injuries. Killing these people was probably better, but Yi Tianyun thought it would be too kind for them. If he did things this way, at least these people would serve as an example for those who wanted to belittle human race. They would be bedridden for a few years at the very least. "Senior Sister Feng." A young lady rushed toward Feng Qichu and hugged her. "You are a dead meat. How dare you do this to Senior Sister Feng? She is a cultivator who would participate in the God Domain's War of Ascension. You would be on the receiving end of Elder Nianxiu's wrath," the young lady shouted furiously. At the same time, Lei Zhengyu was worried. If Elder Nianxiu were really troubled over this problem, then Yi Tianyun would be in deep trouble. "It's over. If Elder Nian looks into this whole problem, it's all over," a cultivator said nervously while the other human cultivator also voiced the same concern. "Elder Nian wouldn't do anything to little brother Yi. He is much better than these cultivators, and I believe Elder Nian would make a rational decision and take little brother Yi's side," Lei Zhengyu said confidently. Although he was worried, he knew that Yi Tianyun would be able to deal with this problem. "I heard that someone has already reported the situation here to Elder Nian. This brat is as good as gone. He would be thrown into prison and rot in it," a cultivator from the opposing side said with a smirk on his face. The other cultivators around him also shared the same opinion, confident that Elder Nian would take their side. This was their nature. They would never acknowledge that a human race cultivator could do better than them. "Stop making things up. Aren't you people the ones who want to fight me before? Now you want to involve an elder here? It is obvious that you are just a coward on top of your loss," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He didn't care even if the territory lord himself came here, as he knew that he wasn't in the wrong. But the cultivators on the opposite side were gritting their teeth as they didn't want to be labeled as cowards and losers. Then again, they knew that there was nothing they could do to stop Yi Tianyun. "Now, if you want to get this over with, you have to apologize to my friend," Yi Tianyun said as pointed to Lei Zhengyu. "You already made a promise before, and now it would be good if you keep your end of the bargain," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The cultivators from the opposing side looked at Lei Zhengyu, but they didn't know what to say. They didn't want to bow down their head to a human race, but they knew that they would be in deep trouble if they didn't do what Yi Tianyun said. While they were fretting as they didn't know what to do, Nianxiu finally showed up as she flew over to the stage with a few female disciples beside her. When they saw Nianxiu, they all had huge smiles as they thought that Nianxiu was there for them. "Elder Nian, that brat injures Senior Sister Feng severely." The female cultivator beside Nianxiu pointed towards Yi Tianyun. "What nonsense. They are the ones who picked up the fight and insulted little brother Yi," Lei Zhengyu shouted without any hesitation. "Yes, we all can testify, Elder Nian. They are the ones who insulted brother Yi Tianyun first," the human race cultivator shouted at the same time. They defended Yi Tianyun as he was their hope to be free from the oppression of the other races. "I'd been searching all over the place for you, but I didn't expect you to come here causing a ruckus," Nianxiu said as she saw Yi Tianyun casually. Everyone was startled as they didn't expect Nianxiu to know Yi Tianyun. Chapter 953. Chapter 953. I heard that my friends are in trouble, and that is why I came here, but I didn't expect that the reason he was in trouble in the first place was that he was defending my name. Obviously, I'd rather take care of things myself," Yi Tianyun said as he shrugged his shoulders. His nonchalant tone to Elder Nian left everyone speechless. "You are that human cultivator that breaks the record?" a cultivator said with a surprised look on his face. Everyone was shocked once again, as they had already heard the rumor about that human cultivator. "Is he really that genius cultivator?" a human race cultivator asked Lei Zhengyu for confirmation. "Yeah, didn't you guys hear me calling him little brother Yi? His name is Yi Tianyun, the genius cultivator," Lei Zhengyu said with a frown on his face. These people were obviously oblivious to Yi Tianyun's name. They thought that he was someone else with Yi's surname, not the genius cultivator that everyone was talking about. Yi Tianyun definitely had accomplished more than Feng Qichu both in terms of quality and quantity, and he already proved that he was a lot stronger too. It was clear that Yi Tianyun possessed far better qualities as a cultivator than everyone here. The opposing side quickly lowered their head as they realized that they had done something irreversible. It was clear that they were hoping to climb a mountain that disguised itself as a hill. Now, everything depends on what Nianxiu would do. This is absurd, Nianxiu said as she looked at the opposing side. She was upset with these people as Yi Tianyun was the hope of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, and if something happened to him, who would take responsibility for it? She had already known the problems here for a while. Racial discrimination was already deeply rooted in the god domains for a long time, but she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be entangled with such a thing now. If Yi Tianyun left Heavenly Edict Divine Territory because of discrimination, they would definitely lose the cultivator that they've been expecting. We made a mistake. The opposite side bowed their head as they didn't have the courage to see Nianxiu in the eye. They knew that they would certainly be punished for this. The woman who escorted Nianxiu earlier was still in disbelief as they thought that Yi Tianyun would certainly get punished for what he had done, but it seemed they were the ones who would be punished. Great, this is embarrassing. If you agree to a duel, you have to accept the outcome of that duel. Wouldn't you just embarrass Heavenly Edict Divine Territory if you do something like this outside of our territory? Do you want other god domains to mock us for raising a coward? This is unbelievable, Nianxiu said coldly. The cultivators from the opposing side couldn't raise their heads at all, as they all looked like children who were being reprimanded by their parents. Now that you have done this, I will give you all a choice. You have to sincerely apologize to Yi Tianyun for mocking him. You know that he is the records holder of the entire Heavenly Edict Divine Territory right now. He is probably the strongest cultivator that the territory ever has. Compared to you all, he is even shinier than any gemstone, Nianxiu said angrily. We are sorry for what we have done. We are mistaken. We will reflect on our action, the opposite side said while bowing their head down. They were extremely uncomfortable doing something like this to a human cultivator, but as Nianxiu had already ordered them to do so, they had no other choice. Yi Tianyun took a glance at them and nodded lightly. He didn't even bat an eye at any of them as he knew that these people wouldn't change their opinion about the human race. Building their own strength was the only thing that could help the human race in the future. Can we go now? It is time for you to follow me, Nianxiu said to Yi Tianyun after the apology had been made. All right, let me say a couple of things first, Elder Nian. Yi Tianyun smiled as he walked toward Lei Zhengyu. Brother Lei, thank you for your help earlier. The situation is really embarrassing, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lei Zhengyu. He could tell that Lei Zhengyu really treated him as a good friend. Stop it, you are embarrassing me, but you are amazing. You are the first person who befriended me after I came here, and I couldn't just stay still if your name was being mocked so openly like that. Lei Zhengyu said with a smile on his face. Here is a gift for you. It would be a great help for you in the future, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out a middle-grade rebirth level weapon in front of everyone's eyes. Middle-grade rebirth level weapon, Lei Zhengyu said as he was surprised to receive something like this. He hurriedly pushed the weapon back to Yi Tianyun. No, this is too much. Keep it for yourself. It is better for you anyway. Lei Zhengyu said honestly. Take it. I mean it. Yi Tianyun said as he pushed the weapon back to Lei Zhengyu. It was obvious that Yi Tianyun wasn't kidding. Lei Zhengyu looked Yi Tianyun right in the eye and noticed the resolute gaze that Yi Tianyun gave off and immediately realized that he had no other choice besides accepting the weapon. All right, I will take it, Lei Zhengyu said gratefully. Other cultivators were jealous that Lei Zhengyu received such a treasure, but he definitely deserved something like that. Besides, they didn't have the right to ask for the same treasure from Yi Tianyun as they didn't even do anything to help Lei Zhengyu or Yi Tianyun earlier. Good. I will look forward to your future endeavor, Yi Tianyun said as he patted Lei Zhengyu's shoulder and left with Nianxiu. I'd better work hard after this. Otherwise, I will only humiliate everyone who believes in me. Lei Zhengyu said as he clenched his fist while looking at Yi Tianyun's departure. He was determined to become stronger faster than anybody else. DING. Successfully accepted Lei Zhengyu as Divine General. Reward 50 billion XP, 5 million mastery points. Yi Tianyun was surprised to see the notification as he didn't expect to recruit anyone as his Divine General, but now it was obvious that Lei Zhengyu was equal to his first brother in God Domain. Chapter 954, Chapter 954. I already knew that race discrimination was a problem here, but I didn't expect you to be entangled with it so soon. This race discrimination is a common problem in God Domains, and finding its solution is never easy, Nianxiu said with a frown on her face. Yi Tianyun already knew that nothing could be done to change this situation in an instant. The only thing that could change the situation right now was the change from the cultivators themselves. Furthermore, if Yi Tianyun managed to secure the top 10 rank in the God Domain's War of Ascension, people's perspective on the human race might change. There was nothing that the God Domain's cultivator respected more than strength and capability itself, and thus, Yi Tianyun should prove that he was a cultivator that should be respected. But the other cultivators might still disrespect the other human race cultivators with this method as they didn't see Yi Tianyun as a part of the human race at all. This kind of thing has already happened back in the Three Realms as the Phoenix clan only respected him and remained hostile towards other humans. I understand what you were trying to say. It is difficult to change people's perspectives of the entire race itself. But I didn't have any intention to change this situation completely either, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He might come from the human race, but still, they were strangers to him. Yi Tianyun knew that he ought to focus on himself to achieve the goal that he had already set from the start. Well, if I might say, our heavenly feather race used to be discriminated too. But after a step-by-step change, finally, the discrimination was abolished, and that is when we got breathing room to plan for our future. It was thanks to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory that we can say that everything changed for us, as without a god domain, we would still be a stranger in someone else's territory. Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. What she said was crucial. A race needed a god domain to make themselves relevant, and without it, they would always be an outsider. But Yi Tianyun shook his head immediately, as he couldn't possibly think of creating a new god domain on his own right now. When Nianxiu noticed that Yi Tianyun didn't say much to the whole fiasco, she was a little relieved. If Yi Tianyun wanted to lead the human race, he would be killed before he could achieve his goal. After all, this very idea was dangerous, as not many cultivators care about a human race, and thus naturally didn't want the human race to rise in power. Heavenly Feather Race could only dominate the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory after a long period of occupation. Hadn't it been because of that, Heavenly Feather Race wouldn't get the chance to achieve such deeds. With Nianxiu leading the way, they took the spirit ship to an unknown place. Yi Tianyun didn't feel the need to know about their destination. All he had to know was that Nianxiu would bring him to some core area where he could cultivate to his heart's content. Yi Tianyun knew that the place was relatively hidden if they needed to get there via the spirit ship instead of a teleportation array. Are you not curious where I am taking you? Nianxiu curiously asked as she saw Yi Tianyun sitting down relaxedly. No, I believe Elder Nian already picked the best place for me to cultivate, so all I need to think about is how to cultivate efficiently there later, Yi Tianyun said honestly with a smile on his face. That is true, Nianxiu said as she couldn't say anything else to that. Not long after that, they finally reached the planet, and as Nianxiu saw that Yi Tianyun had already fallen asleep, she woke him up immediately. Are you ready? Nianxiu said as she slowed down the spirit ship. Yi Tianyun opened his eyes and saw a huge planet from the window. When he looked down, the only thing he could see was a big hall, and there was nothing of interest in there that he could see. Let's go out, Nianxiu said as she stopped on the planet and hid the spirit ship. Several guards immediately stopped Nianxiu from taking another step, and Yi Tianyun saw that these guards were pretty good as they had cultivation around the 3 layer Earth Monarch stage. Elder Nian. The guard bowed a little as they recognized Nianxiu. I brought along my disciple. I have already notified someone beforehand, Nianxiu said casually. Yes, we authorize his entry, the guard said as they nodded towards Yi Tianyun. Nianxiu kept walking while Yi Tianyun followed closely behind. The security is pretty strict here, and it seems even you can't bring just anyone in, right, Elder Nian? Yi Tianyun said as he looked back towards the guards. Well, if they stop me from entering, I have to go and look for the Territory Lord's approval. Nevertheless, this is the best cultivation spot for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, and if anyone could easily come in, the energy inside this place would have long been exhausted, Nianxiu explained. The best cultivation place? Yi Tianyun said as he was curious regarding how good this place was. But not long after, Yi Tianyun felt brimming life energy coming from the ground. It was refreshing, like the spring breeze, as he felt the pores on his whole body start to accept the life energy. It was much stronger than the longevity set, and it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that an average person could live a long life by staying in this place. This place is full of life energy, Yi Tianyun said while nodding his head. They entered the hall, and Yi Tianyun immediately saw a giant tree that enveloped the entire hall. This place has the most intense life energy in the area. No matter what ailment you have, you will be as good as new once you're here, Nianxiu said proudly. Our longevity palace is definitely among the top 3 in the 1-stage grade god domain, Nianxiu said with confidence. Yi Tianyun didn't know about cultivation site ranking, but he did feel rejuvenated there. Elder Nian, am I here to recover? Didn't you say that I would be fighting to build my strength? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Don't worry, although this place isn't for fighting, it is definitely one of the best places for your cultivation, Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. Chapter 955. Chapter 955. Nianxiu's words just now definitely piqued Yi Tianyun's interest. Being able to cultivate efficiently without fighting did sound interesting. Well, I hope you were right, Yi Tianyun said as he relied on killing to gain experience points quickly. If there was too little experience here, it was just not worth the time. But then again, he wouldn't know until he tried. One thing for sure was that the life energy in this place could strengthen his body slightly. Nianxiu led Yi Tianyun to the hall, which was covered with countless trees and vines. From here, Yi Tianyun could see a long winding walkway in a spiral shape. Yi Tianyun began to wonder if the planet went deep into the planet itself. Yi Tianyun followed Nianxiu down the walkway and sensed strong life energy the further he went down the walkway. Yi Tianyun also noticed that the deeper he went, the life energy itself began to condense in the air. Is that Teen Leader Gu? Yi Tianyun said as he saw a familiar figure not too far away. He didn't expect to see an acquaintance here. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun also saw Shu Yuan here, his old opponent. Isn't this place the core area? Why are there a lot of people here? Yi Tianyun said as he glanced all around and found many cultivators meditating. Their cultivation was around the Earth Monarch cultivation stage, while the highest was at the Heaven Monarch stage. Yi Tianyun thought that he would be alone here, but that was certainly not the case. Yi Tianyun was very confused as it didn't seem like this place was special at all. This place isn't in absolute secrecy at all. As long as you can provide a certain number of contributions, you may come here to cultivate, Nianxiu said as she saw the doubts in Yi Tianyun's eyes. Yi Tianyun listened to Nianxiu's explanation and nodded as it made sense. The captain rank cultivator would definitely have a good amount of contribution points to come to this place. Furthermore, the guards of this place would definitely use their free time to cultivate this place. So, how much contribution point does one need to come here? Yi Tianyun asked. At the very least, you have to turn over 20 secret art tokens. With that amount, you can cultivate in this place for a month, Nianxiu answered. Wow, that's quite high, Yi Tianyun said as he realized how much it took to cultivate in this place. 20 secret art token wasn't easy to come by, and it only gave 1 month of cultivation time? Well, there are many ways to get the secret art token, so it's not that bad, Nianxiu said as she smiled at Yi Tianyun. But either way, it wasn't easy to get that much secret art token just to exchange it for 1 month of special cultivation. No wonder the cultivators had to be approved to enter this place. So, that is the only way to enter this place? Yi Tianyun asked. Not really, it all depends on your own potential. You are the perfect example of the exception. As Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would rely on you to win the God Domain's War of Ascension later, you would get any opportunity to cultivate that Heavenly Edict Divine Territory could provide. Nianxiu explained. Your breakthrough speed is amazing, so this place might be perfect for you, Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. So, how long can I stay in here? Yi Tianyun asked. Because your case is a little special, the rule of this place isn't so strict for you. Either way, the further you go down, the heavier the pressure you will feel. This place works even for a Heaven Monarch cultivator, so you will start for a month at the top level, and with every 5 km down, you will get another month, Nianxiu explained. There is a total of 100 km range from top to bottom. That means if you can reach the bottom, you will have 20 months of time down there. But if you really reach the 80 km mark, then you will get another year down there, Nianxiu said with a shrug. So, it all depends on how far you can go down, Nianxiu said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded as it seemed he only needed his own strength to get by in this place. So, 100 km is the deepest part of this place, Yi Tianyun said as he looked down towards the spiraling path. It was surely quite far. For now, our most powerful geniuses of the core palace are probably already down there. They are a proud bunch, and if you can beat them, the probability of you winning the War of Ascension would rise significantly, Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. Can I beat them? Wouldn't it be bad for the territory if they complain? Yi Tianyun asked. It's okay. If that's all you do, it won't turn into a problem, Nianxiu said with a smile on her face. Nianxiu knew that Yi Tianyun's power had already exceeded the initial stage of the Heaven Monarch level. Yi Tianyun wouldn't have a problem getting through these core palace's disciples. In fact, Nianxiu thought it might be better if Yi Tianyun beat them up, as it would beat some sense into their skull that there were stronger people other than them. I will try this cultivation site, but I will leave immediately if it's not up to my standard. Yi Tianyun shrugged as it would be the best thing to do, in his opinion. If you aren't satisfied with this place, probably no place in the 1-state grade God domain would be able to satisfy you anymore. But let me tell you, fighting is not the standard of tempering yourself. A place like this could be a place you would long to come back to. This place can stabilize your cultivation base, Nianxiu said with a smile. Yi Tianyun looked at Nianxiu and nodded. He couldn't say his real cultivation technique as no one would believe him anyway. Chapter 956. Chapter 956. Nianxiu left after explaining everything she knew to Yi Tianyun. She couldn't stay there even if she wanted to, as there were many other things she had to do. She was an elder, and therefore she had so many responsibilities that she ought to take care of. I will go check out how this place works, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he saw Nianxiu leave. He immediately went down the path and eventually ran. He immediately felt the life energy flowing into him from the ground, giving him XP as he ran. Acquire 5W0 XP, 6W0 XP, 7W0 XP. As he gradually went down, he gained more XP. He didn't need to absorb it as the XP came in the form of life energy. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised as he didn't expect this place had that kind of feature. Yi Tianyun knew that the life energy that he felt also reinforced the huge tree that he saw upstairs and the planet itself. Can this life energy affect me too? Yi Tianyun murmured. He didn't know the source of this life energy, but if it had a good effect on his body, he sure didn't mind. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun could already break through into Heaven Monarch, but he didn't want to do it so soon. Yi Tianyun planned to break through to the Heaven Monarch stage the normal way, which meant he would climb to the Earth Monarch peak stage first. As Yi Tianyun tried to condense the life energy that he got, he realized that it was pure star energy. This planet would keep producing star energy that could be absorbed by the living organism living inside. There was no doubt this planet was an important one. It was the perfect place for a 1-steak grade god domain in particular that needed a place to cultivate the cultivator that came from the mortal domain. The deeper Yi Tianyun got, the more XP he got. He would definitely level up if he kept going. The Dantian in his body was also strengthened by the life energy, the same kind of effect from the first assessment he got the first time he joined Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Yi Tianyun checked his Dantian and found out that it was almost leveled up to 2 ND grade Dantian. Obviously, if his Dantian leveled up, his power would rise along with it. The stronger his Dantian was, the stronger his meridians would be. This place is better than I thought. I am gaining XP on top of expanding my Dantian. I wouldn't mind expanding my Dantian to the size of the planet, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk as he delved deeper. Acquired 20D00 XP, 30D00 XP, 40D00 XP. The XP he got quickly escalated as he went down. The pressure multiplied as he already went deeper than 1 km. The pressure was really intense, even though it was only a kilometer deep. No wonder Gu Yanlong could only stay at 16 km as the pressure was really intense. Either way, it was not that bad to stay there. Yi Tianyun saw many cultivators meditating on the side along the path. But Yi Tianyun wasn't going to stop anytime soon. His body was still light, and the pressure still hadn't gotten to him just yet, so he believed that he could go deeper. Yi Tianyun soon reached the 16 km mark and spotted Gu Yanlong. Gu Yanlong himself sensed that someone was coming and opened his eyes. "You are here, Yi Tianyun." Gu Yanlong was surprised to see Yi Tianyun here. "Team leader Gu, long time no see," Yi Tianyun said as he smiled. "We haven't met for a while now," Gu Yanlong said as he smiled. "I heard that you really made a name for yourself. Yurong already told me that you are in a whole another league compared to average cultivators," Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. "But this is the 16 km mark, yet you didn't even break a sweat. How come?" Gu Yanlong asked curiously. "I am just going forward the best my body could go," Yi Tianyun said modestly. "Isn't this the human cultivator back then?" Shu Yuan on the side stood up and saw Yi Tianyun. He immediately realized that Yi Tianyun already got an exemption to come here, as Shu Yuan believed that Yi Tianyun wouldn't have the requirement to come here without it. It would also mean that Yi Tianyun was worthy to come here. This kind of cultivator was usually the seed of the participants for God Domain's War of Ascension. Yes, this is the human cultivator you deemed useless to the territory back then. Gu Yanlong smirked as he taunted Shu Yuan. "Shut up," Shu Yuan said as he couldn't refute Gu Yanlong's word. He could only enter this place after getting his hand on all the requirements, while Yi Tianyun easily got in because of his potential. "Then I will continue my cultivation. Every time in this place is really precious. I am here for 2 months. Gu Yanlong said to Yi Tianyun. "Well, good luck on your cultivation, team leader Gu. I will delve deeper," Yi Tianyun said as he rushed down once again. "How can that brat keep going?" Shu Yuan was startled as he saw Yi Tianyun delve deeper. He was already at his limit in this spot, so he instinctively knew that he couldn't go any deeper. The pressure was really unbearable, and the pressure down there would be a lot heavier. But Yi Tianyun rushed towards the 20 km mark, leaving both Gu Yanlong and Shu Yuan behind. Both of them were quite surprised because, as far as they knew, Yi Tianyun was still at the Star Monarch cultivation base at the last time they saw him. But how could a Star Monarch delve that deep? Chapter 957, Chapter 957. Is that brat forcing himself? It wouldn't be good for him later, Shu Yuan said as he observed Yi Tianyun go down the path. He felt a little bit disappointed that a young man like that went down without a plan. A brat is just a brat at the end of the day. What's the point of going down there if he can't cultivate? Shu Yuan said while shaking his head. I can sense his aura a little bit earlier, and he should be around 2-end or 3rd layer Earth Monarch stage, Gu Yanlong said as he shook his head. When Yi Tianyun rushed down, he left some aura behind because of the life that entered his body. This fluctuating aura couldn't be faked, and those who were a little bit sensitive to the change in the air could sense it. 2ND Layer Earth Monarch stage? Shu Yuan was surprised to know Yi Tianyun's cultivation level, as Yi Tianyun was still a Star Monarch cultivator the last time he saw him. But still, I am a 3RD Layer Earth Monarch stage. There is no way he would be able to stay down there for long, Shu Yuan said arrogantly as he still refused to admit defeat to Yi Tianyun. Well, if you don't want to admit your defeat, why don't we make a small bet between us? Gu Yanlong said with a smirk on his face. Shu Yuan just frowned as he didn't know what to say to that. He was a little bit traumatized by his last loss. Now, the loser would have to hand over 20 secret art token. In other words, another month in here, Gu Yanlong said teasingly. Damn it, all right, I will take the bet. But what do we gamble on? Shu Yuan finally relented and agreed to bet with Gu Yanlong. It's simple. I win if he can stay down there for a long time, and you win if he comes back up immediately, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. All right, team leader Gu, you are wasting your token on this one. There is no way you will win this time. There is no Earth Monarch cultivator that could stay beyond the 20 km mark for long, Shu Yuan said confidently. Well, I believe that he isn't just an average cultivator. It may be possible for him to stay down there for a long period of time, Gu Yanlong making his point. You are joking. He surely cultivates fast, but there is no way his cultivation would be stable after that, Shu Yuan said confidently. Well, are you in or not? Gu Yanlong said as he didn't want to argue anymore. All right, we should just wait and see, Shu Yuan said with a victorious smirk on his face. Shu Yuan was making a huge mistake here. It was unfortunate that he didn't know about what happened outside the planet earlier. If he knew what Yi Tianyun had done, he wouldn't even consider agreeing to that kind of bet. Brat, just stay down there for a while. I can stay down here for another month if you do, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. He didn't know why, but his intuition told him that Yi Tianyun would be able to stay down there for a while. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun has already reached the 25 km mark. He kept going and reached the 30 km mark not too long after. His speed was like a gust of wind. It was super fast. Shu Yuan was stunned to see that Yi Tianyun wasn't stopping at all. Thus, the outcome of their bet was already clear. Captain Shu, you have lost. He easily reaches the 30 km mark. In other words, he won't be going up for a while, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. If Yi Tianyun had reached the 30 km mark, then he should be able to cultivate on the 20 km mark. In other words, Gu Yanlong already won his bet. Damn it, Shu Yuan shouted frustratedly as he handed over dozens of secret art tokens. He lost big time today as he lost 20 secret art tokens just like that. Calm down, Captain Shu. You will get another secret art token soon, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Shut up, Shu Yuan said annoyedly. He lost 20 secret art tokens in just a matter of minutes. He thought that Yi Tianyun would come up after reaching the 25 km mark at most, but that wasn't the case at all. That brat really is my lucky star. But you are my piggy bank. Thanks to you, I can stay here for another month, Gu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. That human can't be that strong. He must have some secret artifact or some powerful ability that allow him to get down there, Shu Yuan said to console himself. The bet was over, and Yi Tianyun didn't even know anything about it. The only thing that Yi Tianyun cared about right now was the amount of XP that he got as he went down the path. Right now, he had already reached a 1,000,000 XP threshold per minute. The speed of cultivation in this place was really amazing that he wondered how much XP he would get once he reached the deepest part later. Soon, Yi Tianyun reached the 50 km mark and passed a young boy who was cultivating on the side. The young boy opened his eyes surprisedly as he didn't expect anyone to come down there. Furthermore, the one who passed him just now seemed far younger than himself. But in truth, Yi Tianyun has already passed so many cultivators, and they were all surprised to see someone as young as Yi Tianyun pass them. Who is that brat? Is he the new disciple of Core Palace? A cultivator asked curiously. I don't know. If he is really a new recruit, would it be possible for him to come down this deep? Another cultivator said while shaking his head. He looks really young. His cultivation level didn't seem that high too. I could sense that he was only around 3 RD layer Earth Monarch stage. Another cultivator frowned. There were many cultivators at Elder and Deacon rank meditating down there, and their cultivation level was quite high too, but Yi Tianyun easily went past them. The thing that frustrated them most was that they didn't even know about Yi Tianyun's identity at all. Yi Tianyun soon passed a young lady who was meditating on the side, releasing a golden aura around her body. But as soon as Yi Tianyun passed her by, the young lady opened her eyes. What? Who is that? The young lady said as she saw Yi Tianyun rush down even further. She analyzed Yi Tianyun's trail of aura and was surprised to know that Yi Tianyun was around her age. Interesting. Not many people in my age can get past me here, the young lady said as she took interest on Yi Tianyun. She immediately stood up and followed Yi Tianyun down as she wanted to compete with him. She wouldn't allow anyone to meditate beyond where she stood her spot, and thus she wanted to keep that record herself. Chapter 958. Chapter 958. This young lady was determined to catch up with the boy who passed her earlier. She rushed down and caught up with Yi Tianyun after a while. Yi Tianyun sensed someone's presence approaching and subconsciously turned his head to take a look. He saw a beautiful young lady getting closer to him from behind. Her pale green hair instantly caught Yi Tianyun's attention, but that was not the only thing that caught Yi Tianyun's attention. A pair of lovely emerald eyes were looking at him too. Yi Tianyun also noticed the trail of flowers that she left behind as she ran. This is Wood God Body, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately used his appraisal eye to inspect the young lady. Her cultivation was at the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage, and she really had the Wood God Body, which was several times stronger than Ice Holy Body. Wood God Body was a blessing for a cultivator to have. If she received a wood attribute-based energy, it would be extremely beneficial for her body. She would easily top someone's cultivation time by a huge margin. If a group of cultivators challenged her for cultivation speed, no one would be able to catch up with her. Are you new here? Xiaomurong asked with a smile on her face. Yes, I am. It seems you are the strongest disciple of the Core Palace, aren't you? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Both of them could already break through to Heaven Monarch stage, but it seemed none of them was trying to do so at all, as the natural way would be better. Core Palace's strongest disciple? I don't think so. The most powerful disciple of Core Palace is right over there. He always wanted to catch up with me, but he always fell behind. It was just boring staying at the same place, Xiaomurong said as she pointed towards a young man who was meditating on the side. Yi Tianyun frowned as he looked at the aforementioned young man. The young man that Xiao Morong was pointing at was quite skilled, as his cultivation was already reached 7th layer Earth Monarch stage, but there was no way he could catch up with Xiao Morong's cultivation if she really tried to cultivate. If he is the strongest disciple of the core palace, then where are you from? Yi Tianyun asked. Well, I will tell you about it if you can catch up with me, Xiao Morong said as she rushed down quickly, leaving a lovely fragrance behind. Yi Tianyun already expected such a genius would exist in the god domain, and Yi Tianyun noticed that Xiao Morong was still fine even though they had already reached the 60 km mark. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun noticed that the cultivator was progressively scarcer the deeper it was, but it was expected as the pressure was really intense there. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he paid attention to Xiao Morong. He then picked up his pace and caught up with Xiao Morong without so much effort. You are a naughty girl, aren't you? But I am not that interested in your identity, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He immediately sped up, increasing the distance between him and Xiao Morong. Xiao Morong was startled as she didn't have any competition up until now. This is exciting. I haven't much of an opponent in a long time, she said excitedly. She increased her pace to catch up with Yi Tianyun. Other cultivators were struggling to keep going in this place due to its extremely intense pressure, but for Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong, it just seemed like a child play. Damn it, how can they run so easily while it's already more than 60 km mark? A cultivator said as they saw Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong rush down. Don't ask me, how would I know how they do it? But what's interesting is that brat, he is from the human race. Another cultivator mentioned it. How could that brat do such a thing? Xiao Morong is one thing, but that brat really proves himself to be a contender. A young man sat with his fist clenched as he stared at Yi Tianyun. He is Yuan Tianyu, the #1 disciple of the core palace. His innate ability and strength have already been cultivated to the best of his abilities, and it was already proven by the core palace itself. He wanted to compete with Xiao Morong and Yi Tianyun too, but he was already at his limit. He wasn't sure that he could endure the pressure if he went deeper. This is the difference between geniuses. There is always a genius among the geniuses, Gu Yanlong said as he observed Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong from up top. Shu Yuan was still frowning as this time he knew that there was no way he could win the bet. Yi Tianyun already reached the 70 km mark, and that alone was impossible for Shu Yuan. The commotion that Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong stirred completely shattered everyone's concentration during their cultivation, as they wanted to see what happened and who would reach the bottom first. I will catch up to you, Xiao Morong said as a faint green light that immediately followed by Red Lotus appeared behind her. It was such a beautiful scene that could easily allure everyone who saw it. She sped up once more as the blooming Red Lotus behind her absorbed the pressure she felt, closing in the distance between her and Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he noticed that Xiao Morong has used her full power to catch up, while Yi Tianyun wasn't even using his full power yet. Yi Tianyun just used his physical ability instead of a technique and equipment, which meant that his physique had improved astoundingly to take on the intense pressure of this place. This divine temple of life's difficulty lied on its gravity. Once a cultivator overcame the gravity, the pressure would lessen significantly. Chapter 959. Chapter 959. Yi Tianyun didn't speed up as he kept running with a steady pace. His reason to reach the bottom was to gain EXP, and there was no point for him to be faster than Xiao Morong more than he already was. Xiao Morong herself was putting quite a lot of effort to catch up to Yi Tianyun, and it was clear that she felt the pressure starting to get to her as her forehead was already drenched with sweat. Yi Tianyun looked at Xiao Morong occasionally and noticed that her body was starting to change. Her body has been continuously absorbing the abundant life energy of this place, supplementing her wood god body. No wonder she can last for so long down here. This place is basically a paradise for her, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. You can't abandon me just yet, Xiao Morong said as she continued to run, catching up to Yi Tianyun. Abandon? Why would you say that? It's not like we would meet each other that often, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. Are you a disciple? How can a disciple aside from me run down so quickly? Xiao Morong said as her face turned red from embarrassment, but Yi Tianyun just smiled and picked up his pace. It's a misunderstanding. Many people here already knew that I am a disciple. Xiao Morong behind. How can you keep Xiao Morong behind? Xiao Morong shouted frustratedly. She already went all out. She couldn't increase her speed anymore as she could erupt from the energy instability. All she could do now was keep her pace and hope that their distance wasn't too far apart in the end. However, the distance kept increasing and she was barely able to see Yi Tianyun now, making her feel powerless. It was obvious that she wouldn't be able to win if this was a competition. Yi Tianyun used his dragon god bloodline to increase his speed further as he wouldn't be able to keep up this speed with his physique alone. Crazy mode didn't work well here as there was basically no crazy speed mode. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun's speed right now was truly remarkable. Don't wait for me, I will catch up with you soon, Xiao Morong shouted as she was definitely left behind. She slammed her feet in frustration as she couldn't keep up with Yi Tianyun. Sure, I will wait for you at the bottom, Yi Tianyun said casually. Xiao Morong immediately meditated on the spot and cultivated. She must adapt to the pressure of this depth, and better yet, have a breakthrough if she wanted to push forward or she wouldn't be able to survive this depth. Her current position was at the 73 km mark, far deeper than all of the cultivators behind her. The pressure of the gravity itself was already more than 7 million tons, and it was already amazing for a little girl to endure such an intense pressure. Yi Tianyun himself felt more pressure building up as he kept going. Yi Tianyun even slowed down as it was difficult for him to suppress the pressure while sprinting so fast. However, it was still possible for Yi Tianyun to go deeper. I am almost at the 80 km mark, and with that I can extend my stay here for a year, Yi Tianyun said as he delved deeper. His goal was obviously to reach the bottom, as he thought that there must be something special at the bottom. Therefore, Yi Tianyun planned to go beyond 80 km mark if he got there. Nevertheless, the pressure at the 80 km mark was still bearable for Yi Tianyun. The people above were all shocked as they saw Yi Tianyun reach the 80 km mark, as they never saw anyone except an elder to come that deep. But the thing that shocked them the most was the fact that Yi Tianyun was a human cultivator. But as Yi Tianyun went past the 80 km mark, he suddenly felt an intense pressure that made his legs weak, that he almost fell to the ground. How can the pressure suddenly skyrocket like this? Yi Tianyun said to himself as he was speechless upon enduring the pressure that multiplied in an instant. Yi Tianyun slowed down significantly as he was forced to walk from there. The people up above all saw that Yi Tianyun finally succumbed to the pressure and noted that Yi Tianyun only reached the 80 km mark. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief as they realized that Yi Tianyun wouldn't reach the bottom. The cultivators who could reach the bottom were only the elder rank and above. Nobody below that could reach the bottom at all. So, if Yi Tianyun could reach the bottom, did that mean Yi Tianyun already reached elder rank's power? I can still do it. I just have to increase my power, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Level up Dragon God bloodline, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He knew that was the only way for him to keep pushing forward. Ding. Successfully level up Dragon God bloodline to 7th grade by deducting 50 million CPs. Next level up requires 500 million XP. Yi Tianyun's body immediately became sturdier, and his power increased by a huge margin. Now, this is what I am talking about, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately rushed down further. His speed wasn't as amazing as earlier, but at the very least, the pressure wasn't really a problem anymore. What the hell, he still could run, a cultivator shouted surprisedly as he saw Yi Tianyun ran once again. Did he just take a break or something? Another cultivator chimed in. They all just breathed a sigh of relief as they thought Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to move further down, but that didn't seem to be the case. Meanwhile, Xiao Morong could only bite her lips in frustration as she saw Yi Tianyun getting farther away. But there was nothing she could do now, and it was best for her to just cultivate there in the meantime to strengthen herself so that she could follow Yi Tianyun to the bottom. Chapter 960. Chapter 960. Yi Tianyun didn't care about everyone's eyes as he kept running at his own pace. His ability was extraordinary, so he didn't care even if people started laughing at him. Nevertheless, no one in their right mind would laugh at Yi Tianyun now. Yi Tianyun soon reached the 90 km mark and made his way toward the 100 km mark. Everyone finally realized that a human cultivator was about to reach the bottom soon enough. The Heavenly Edict Divine Territory has already been alerted for this event, so Elder Yu and the other elders were already there to see the authenticity of the event themselves. How did that brat reach the 90 km mark so easily? I doubt that it would take long before he surpasses us old geezers, Yu Yanglong said as Ming Yueching was also besides him. They shook their heads as they didn't believe how crazy the situation seemed right now. You both are being too modest. Even if he reaches the bottom, it doesn't mean that he can surpass you both, said a deacon on the side. Although the deacon's word was a little bit flattering, it wasn't necessarily the truth. Both of them had the demon fire, and so did Yi Tianyun. Although their cultivation right now was at the 6th layer Heaven Monarch stage, it didn't mean Yi Tianyun can't reach that stage soon. They ought to cultivate quickly, but it was hard for them to do so right now, mostly because of the problem with their own flame. Due to the demon fire, their breakthrough would be a tad slower than a normal cultivator, but their power would increase significantly. If that weren't the case, it wouldn't be easy to become elder with their cultivation base. It was all thanks to the power of the demon fire. It boosted their strength and ability significantly, demanding respect from everyone who know about them. You don't have to say such things. If he becomes stronger, we would be happy too, Ming Yueching said with a smile on his face. It was the truth, as there was no master who wouldn't want their disciple to surpass them. But both of them were a little bit embarrassed to call themselves Yi Tianyun's master, as they only taught him about the demon fire. That was all. They didn't know if they were still qualified as masters if Yi Tianyun came out stronger after this. He seems to be the new trump card for the God Domain's War of Ascension, right, elders? Another elder came as they wanted to see the rumored genius cultivator, but as they saw that the rumor was all true, they immediately gave a high praise towards Yi Tianyun and the two elders that became his master. The elders didn't seem to care about Yi Tianyun being the human race cultivator at all, as their sole focus was Yi Tianyun's potential, not his identity. Although it couldn't be said that everyone would share the same thing, most of them would think that way. Yeah, it seems that we can have two trump cards for the God Domain's War of Ascension later. But this time, we have our own disciple to hope on, while Xiao Morong isn't exactly the disciple of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, an elder said while shaking his head. Xiao Morong was really a powerful cultivator, and she is definitely far stronger compared to the rest of the Core Palace's disciple. But because she wasn't a direct disciple of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, that meant Heavenly Edict Divine Territory had to split the rewards that they got after the God Domain's War of Ascension. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun appeared, and now Heavenly Edict Divine Territory might not have to split the rewards later. They were embarrassed that they had to borrow an external force for their struggle, but this was the only thing they could do to boost Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's reputation. At the same time, Nian Siyu rushed over as she was interested in the news she heard. She immediately took a look down, and sure enough, she saw Yi Tianyun almost reach the bottom. I thought he would take his time. Turns out, he immediately ran down after I left, Nian Siyu said in surprise. Elder Neon, how did Yi Tianyun break through so fast? Wouldn't his energy become unstable like that? Yu Yanglong asked curiously since Nian Siyu took care of Yi Tianyun after the meeting earlier. Everything is all right. His energy is stable right now. Even if it grows unstable after he enters this place, we still have time to deal with it before the God Domain's War of Ascension, Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. You have a point, Yu Yanglong said as he kept watching Yi Tianyun from the top. The thing that of interest right now was whether Yi Tianyun could reach the bottom floor. He was a newcomer, and if he really reached the bottom floor, then it would become a record of its own. At the same time, Yi Tianyun went down relatively fast, and as he got closer to the bottom, he gradually saw something. As he got closer to the bottom, he saw a huge green gem at the bottom. Is that the life crystal that the spirit race so desperate to get their hands on? Yi Tianyun wondered as he saw it for the first time. But as he got closer and could inspect it with his appraisal eye, he noticed that it wasn't a life crystal at all. Planet core, the core of the planet's life cycle. Once the core is destroyed, the planet would stop growing. It can provide a steady stream of energy. This core is the core of life and can provide enormous life energy. This is the planet core, Yi Tianyun said as the evil spirit race immediately came to mind. They come to the three realms for this core, and if it were similar to this, then it should give an enormous energy as well. He had already seen the information regarding planet core before, and he knew that many planets had relatively have a small core that couldn't be used as a cultivation spot, while some, like this planet, had a core that could provide such a strong energy that would be efficient for cultivation purposes. No wonder this place becomes the best cultivation spot for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded in understanding. Now he knew why there was the need to hide the planet's whereabouts and all information regarding its existence, including the guards and strict rules imposed on this place. This place was special and shouldn't be wasted. Yi Tianyun knew that life crystal that the spirit race was searching for was similar to this planet core, but life crystal was very small and was nowhere close this planet core. But Yi Tianyun thought that the spirit race could prosper quickly with this planet core energy too. After all, they shared the same effect, albeit the planet core gave much more intense effect. It was to be expected as the life crystal was only as big as a fist, while this planet core alone was as big as a continental shaft. Chapter 961. Chapter 961. I was wondering if the elders can yield a small piece of this core to me. Yi Tianyun said to himself as it should be beneficial to have a piece of this core to take back to the spirit race. With this, he could solve the spirit race's problem. After all, the life crystal that he left to the spirit race earlier wouldn't last for long anymore. I will ask them later when I got out of here. It shouldn't be a problem even if I take a little bit of this core, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Yi Tianyun was still running to the bottom as he was still not there just yet. The deeper he went, the heavier the pressure he felt. But now Yi Tianyun realized that the pressures come from the planet core that constantly released its energy. Nevertheless, the life energy he felt the deeper he went was amazing. The life energy was absorbed by the ground before being squeezed out again by force, creating a powerful gravity effect. Therefore, if a cultivator couldn't withstand the gravity, they couldn't absorb the life energy in this place. For this reason, cultivators who came to this place always tried to surpass their limit and absorb the energy of this place. Acquired 96 million XP, 96 to 5 million XP. When he reached the 96 km mark, the XP he got soared to 96 million XP per minute, which made him wonder whether he could get 100 million XP per minute if he reached the bottom. If he could acquire 100 million XP per minute without the effect of crazy XP mode, it would be amazing. It was much less the same amount of killing one experienced cultivator. Although the XP he would get for killing a Heaven Monarch cultivator would be better, he didn't know where to find that many cultivator of that caliber to fight. Nevertheless, this place was a good place to cultivate as he didn't need to do much. Furthermore, if he could stay there for a few years, breaking through several levels wouldn't be a dream. He could even use the Heaven-Devouring Secret technique to further amplify his EXP gain. But even if he didn't use it, the amount of EXP gain he got right now was already satisfying. Elder Nian is right. This cultivation site is really something else. No wonder so many Earth Monarch and Heaven Monarch cultivators cultivate here, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. It was great that he could stay here for a long time as he now realized that a month was probably too short. Yi Tianyun kept pushing himself toward the bottom and finally he was only a few hundred meters away from the core of life. At the same time, the pressure he felt was so tremendous that he found it a little bit hard to breathe. There is still another 500 meters before he reaches the bottom, but this 500 meters would be the hardest part. Now, the real question, can he stay there to meditate and cultivate? Yu Yanglong said as he observed Yi Tianyun from the top. If Yi Tianyun couldn't stay at his current position to meditate, then there was no point for him to go that far. You are right. That is the hardest thing for him right now. He certainly did well going that far, but I've never seen a newcomer to meditate where they stopped. The other elders nodded as they agreed to that statement. Nevertheless, they all really admired Yi Tianyun for getting that far at such a young age. So many geniuses before him couldn't even dream of reaching such depth before. So, even if Yi Tianyun couldn't meditate right there, he still deserved respect. When Yi Tianyun moved forward a little bit, his knee starts to buckle and he almost fell down. His face reddened as he had trouble breathing for the first time because of the effect of the gravity pressure. That is where he reaches his limit, the elder on the top said as he saw Yi Tianyun almost fell. This was usually the sign that a cultivator already reached their limit, and they couldn't keep going anymore for the pressure was unbearable for them to continue. He should just take a light breather and take a slight detour and meditate until he could withstand the pressure. He already had more than 2 years' time down there. He should take it easy, Nian Siyu said worriedly. Many elders nodded their head as they agreed with Nian Siyu. They believed that there was no point to force himself like this, but at the same time, Yi Tianyun insisted that he wanted to take another step forward, but he couldn't do so as the pressure stopped him from taking another step. This gravity is too intense. It multiplied quickly to deter any stupid cultivators, Yi Tianyun said as he gritted his teeth in frustration. The core of life was almost at his fingertip. The distance was less than 500 meters, and if he could meditate beside it, the amount of XP he would get would be tremendous. It seems the only way to move forward is to level up Dragon God Bloodline. Yi Tianyun said frustratedly. Ding. Successfully level up Dragon God Bloodline to 8th grade, deducting 500 million XP. Next level up requires 5 billion CPs. If he didn't level up the Dragon God Bloodline, he wouldn't be able to cultivate there. And sure enough, after leveling the Dragon God Bloodline, he immediately fell lighter. The pressure was much lighter than earlier. Yi Tianyun walked slowly towards the core of life, as it was still difficult to move forward even if the pressure was lighter. How is that possible? The elders said as they saw Yi Tianyun took one step after another despite slowly. They were truly shocked by the scene that they saw right now, as it was simply incredible. Many cultivators inside were also perplexed, and because of that, they tried to go deeper than they could too. No, this is impossible. This feels like hell, a cultivator said as he gave up after just taking a single step forward. Yes, this is definitely hell, another cultivator said after taking a single step forward. How can I go on if my head feels like it's about to break in half from the pressure? Another one said frustratedly. They admitted that they couldn't go on any further. Chapter 962. Chapter 962. Yi Tianyun kept pushing forward, making his way to the core of life. The 500 meters between him and the core of life was riddled with pressure from the heavy gravity, but it was still tolerable for Yi Tianyun. He moved at a snail's pace, and finally, the core of life was within his reach. I can feel the life energy entering my body, Yi Tianyun said as he closed his eyes and immersed himself with the life energy that constantly entered his body. He felt that it was much more potent than the longevity set that he had. He believed that it would be healed right away if he was injured. He even believed that the intense vitality there could heal a broken bone. Yi Tianyun touched the core of life, and he felt like his consciousness was drawn into the core of life. But the life energy kept flowing into his body exponentially. Acquired 110 million XP, 208 million XP. The XP he got was already reaching 100 million points, which was already impressive. But the most important thing for Yi Tianyun was that his core was being strengthened by life energy. So, Yi Tianyun absorbed the core of life, trying to strengthen his core even further. The elders who saw Yi Tianyun was steadily cultivating at the bottom didn't know what to say, as it was really impressive that someone could reach the bottom with only one try. They have never seen someone even attempt to get into the bottom on their first run. But the most confusing thing was that Yi Tianyun was only at the 3RD layer Earth Monarch stage, while the cultivators who could reach the bottom were usually at the Heaven Monarch stage. This time, our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory will undoubtedly produce a good result in God Domain's War of Ascension, one of the elders said with a smile on his face while the other elders stood still speechlessly. Yi Tianyun was clearly in another league compared to the other geniuses that already existed. Although Xiao Morong was a genius and had a higher cultivation base than Yi Tianyun, she couldn't even reach the bottom in one try. The elders sighed as they were impressed by Yi Tianyun's achievement before leaving, as they still had their own business to attend to. There was nothing left for them to watch here anyway. Yi Tianyun has already shown that he deserved to enter the War of Ascension by reaching to the bottom and cultivating beside the core of life. The elders were actually envious of Yi Tianyun as they themselves wanted to cultivate beside the core of life, but they couldn't do so as they didn't want the core of life to be depleted too quickly. Even if the core of life was a big core for a planet, it couldn't revitalize itself. In other words, if the core of life was depleted, it would be gone forever. Xiaomorong noticed that Yi Tianyun had reached the bottom, but she didn't envy him at all. She was indeed shocked that Yi Tianyun could reach the bottom, but it was by his own ability, so there was nothing she should envy about it. The only thing she could do right now was to build her strength to catch up. He is so much stronger than me, Xiaomorong said as she clenched her fist and meditated once more. Unlike other cultivators, she was proud of her own ability. Everyone has regarded her as a super genius, but now she was surpassed by an unknown young man, and her pride couldn't take it. She was bored of cultivating by herself earlier as there was no challenge whatsoever. But now that she has found Yi Tianyun, she wanted to catch up as soon as possible. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun didn't care about anyone right now as he focused on his own cultivation, absorbing the life energy for himself. His core was gradually strengthened, and he even grew spirit medicine inside his core. Although the grade was still low, it was already an improvement in itself. He didn't overthink unnecessary things and focused on gaining XP and boosting the star power. Not too long after, Yi Tianyun's core let out a rumbling sound and emitted a ray of light. Is it stronger now? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He immediately checked his own core and noticed that it had expanded a little bit, which made him happy. But then again, he didn't know how long it would take to improve his core once more. Every cultivator had a different core, and thus they had different requirements to improve it. Yi Tianyun couldn't take any advice from anyone for this one. Yi Tianyun checked the content of his core and saw that it had been covered by spirit medicine. Although it wasn't the highest grade, it should be good enough as it was at the for the grade spirit medicine. The sensation somehow reminds me of breaking through, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the sensation from his core. Leveling up his cultivation would always be easier as he didn't know the specific way to level his core up. Oh, there seems to be something here, Yi Tianyun said as he carefully inspected the content of his core, but he began to notice a small core inside of his own core. A core, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised to find a core inside his own core. Chapter 963. Chapter 963. Yi Tianyun couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this core. He also had never heard of anyone having a core inside a core like this. However, now that he turned out to have a core inside his core, that meant it wasn't impossible, and he surely didn't think he was the only one who could achieve this, but then again, he knew that cultivating it wouldn't be easy. Don't tell me, did it materialize because I've been absorbing the life energy? Yi Tianyun decided to inquire Nian Siyu about that matter the next time he saw her, since she must have reached the bottom. Asking her was undoubtedly the best decision. If that's the case, I don't need to ask them to yield the core of life since I already have one. Why Yi Tianyun was so excited as the core in his body would grow in size if he continued to cultivate it, and, by then, he could take out some of it and give it to the spirit race. Even if the elders did allow him to take a piece of core of life in that place, they wouldn't give him too much. After all, they couldn't just give away their precious core of life that helped them cultivate, even if only a small portion of it. Of course, with this, he always had room for a crude option like evacuating his loved ones in the three realms into the core inside him once it was big enough. This was the terrifying nature of cultivation, and being able to accommodate a core as big as a planet was unthinkable in the mortal domain. However, that idea was really dangerous, as his loved ones would be in danger as well if he encountered any danger. All in all, this is good. In any case, now Yi Tianyun didn't feel like holding back anymore. All he had to worry about securing the best result in the God's Domain War of Ascension. He immediately meditated and absorbed the life energy around him as much as he could, but his absorption rate remained the same as his core's size didn't affect his absorption rate. After absorbing so much life energy, not only did his core increase in size, but he was also on the verge of breaking through, and not long after, the long-awaited notification finally rang. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for obtaining enough XP to level up. Do you wish to level up to the 4th layer Earth Monarch or 1st layer Heaven Monarch? Choosing Heaven Monarch won't grant gift pack. Yi Tianyun didn't even hesitate even after being faced with these options. He clearly wouldn't pick Heaven Monarch because, in addition to not obtaining the gift pack, he would be significantly weaker as well compared to leveling up to the 4th layer Earth Monarch. I'll pick the 4th layer Earth Monarch, Yi Tianyun said without hesitation. Congratulations to the player Yi Tianyun, successfully breaking through to the 4th layer Earth Monarch. Breakthrough. Yi Tianyun hurriedly looked up as he'd faced the heavenly tribulation the moment he broke through to the 4th layer Earth Monarch, and since he did not know how powerful it'd be, it was best to stay alarmed. Sure enough, right after breaking through, a black cloud suddenly appeared on the top of Yi Tianyun's head, with thunder and lightning flashing along with occasional flames spewed. The cultivators there immediately woke up from their meditation and hurriedly looked toward Yi Tianyun when they heard the rumbling sound. Did that kid make a mistake or what? I don't think that's a good place to break through. Wouldn't it better to delay it once he gets out? I personally think breaking through here is a good choice. After all, this place is full of life energy, so our injury will be healed right away. They were curious to see how Yi Tianyun broke through. If he failed to withstand the heavenly tribulation, nothing awaited him but a dead end. Just drop dead for me. Yuan Tianyo couldn't help but scream when he saw Yi Tianyun facing the heavenly tribulation. He wanted nothing but fewer competitors. He had been cultivating there without knowing anything outside, so he didn't know who Yi Tianyun was, but he felt an intense hostility toward him, so it would be good if Yi Tianyun was out of the picture. When the guards above saw the situation, they quickly informed Nian Xiu, because that was her order for those guards. This heavenly tribulation does seem powerful. Yi Tianyun observed the black thundercloud above his head with his appraisal eye. Heavenly tribulation, the combination of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. The initial power is 80 to 00 star power, and the highest is likely to reach 200 points. Upon reaching the fourth layer Earth Monarch, a cultivator would have to face the heavenly tribulation, and it was by no means an easy task considering it could reach all the way to 200,000 points of star power. An average fourth layer Earth Monarch would definitely be killed for sure. However, 200 star power was too small. He wouldn't be afraid of 2 million star power, let alone 200 Too bad, it's not a threat for me. Yi Tianyun slammed the ground and lunged at the heavenly tribulation, which surprised all cultivators there. Does he want to die? Even with the abundant life energy in this place, it would take a while for him to recover. Yes, the heavenly tribulation can kill anyone in an instant if it's agitated. None of them dared to agitate the heavenly tribulation as they remembered how fearsome it was. Even someone as capable as me won't risk angering the heavenly tribulation. Yuan Tianyun looked at Yi Tianyun with a scornful look as he cursed in his heart. Sure enough, when Yi Tianyun rushed toward the heavenly tribulation, it suddenly made a rumbling sound, and the power suddenly increased from 80 to 00 star power to more than 400 to 00 star power. That was a sign of anger. It wouldn't happen if a cultivator obediently endured it, but it was a different story if someone approached it. The heavenly tribulation will bare its fang as if it were being challenged. The heavenly tribulation's power would skyrocket once it was enraged. Its power would double or even more when it was challenged, whether it was the fourth-layer Earth Monarch heavenly tribulations or other heavenly tribulations. However, unlike other cultivators who would obediently endure the trial from heavenly tribulation, Yi Tianyun went ahead and enraged the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 964, The Thunder Struck the Ground, directly aimed at Yi Tianyun. This heavenly thunder reached a whooping 40 star power. It would definitely destroy any ordinary Earth Monarch to ashes. Don't make me laugh! Yi Tianyun immediately blasted the heavenly thunder with his energy, and the heavenly thunder immediately burst out like fireworks, scattered in the air. The cultivators that witnessed the scene were stunned, as it was the first time they had ever seen something like this. The fire that Yi Tianyun used to blast the heavenly thunder has turned into a fire dragon that coiled around him. It was more powerful than the heavenly thunder as it reached 150,000 star power. With this flame, I can burn everything. Yi Tianyun laughed out loud as he scattered the fire dragon that immediately turned into a beautiful spark. Yi Tianyun was ready to attack the tribulation cloud and move forward. Yi Tianyun blasted his flame towards the tribulation cloud, and it immediately exploded as Yi Tianyun's flame decimated it in the air. The tribulation cloud slowly dissipated. An array of light immediately illuminated Yi Tianyun, giving him a whole new energy. Yi Tianyun's body kept on absorbing this energy, slowly strengthening him to a whole new level. Dings acquiring strength of heavenly tribulation, do you want to absorb it into your body? I accept, Yi Tianyun said as he made his choices and immediately absorbed the energy from the tribulation cloud as he didn't see any harm in absorbing it. Ding successfully absorbed strength of heavenly tribulation. Strength of heavenly tribulation, the ability to release heavenly tribulation's power. Absorbing heavenly tribulation on 9th-layer Earth Monarch level would make the heavenly tribulation your base power. Yi Tianyun smirked as he was giddy to see the effect of his new power. Now he needed to absorb heavenly tribulation on the 9th-layer Earth Monarch level to upgrade the heavenly tribulation and make sure that it became his base power in his Heaven Monarch stage. No wonder there was no record of anyone defeating this tribulation cloud, as the difficulty was certainly too much, and not just anyone could destroy the tribulation cloud on their own. This is good, although it was a bit difficult, Yi Tianyun said as he continued to meditate. Everyone else was still stunned. They knew that Yi Tianyun could reach the bottom, but destroying the tribulation cloud? That was a whole different story. It was such an unprecedented notion that they still couldn't wrap their mind around it. The pressure that the core of life gave off meant nothing to Yi Tianyun either. Right now, no one put their faith in Xiao Morong as no one thought she would be able to stand by Yi Tianyun's side. But at the same time, Xiao Morong was still trying to catch up to Yi Tianyun at the bottom. All I can do is take a step at a time, Xiao Morong said as she slowly descended the path towards the core of life. Even if she understood now that she would never catch up to Yi Tianyun, she had to prove that she could reach the bottom. Nian Xiu herself was still observing Yi Tianyun as she saw that Yi Tianyun was still calmly meditating. Didn't he say that he would be breaking through soon? Nian Xiu said curiously. Young Master Yi has destroyed the heavenly tribulation, the guard said sadly. Well, that is good for him. I am ashamed to say that he is a far better cultivator than I am, Nian Xiu said with a relieved face. She was worried about Yi Tianyun before, but it seems she was worried for nothing. Well, report to me once he break through, Nian Xiu said to the guard as she turned around and left. Next time, does he have enough time to pull off another breakthrough? The guard said as they didn't understand Nian Siyu's order. He couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun would have enough time to break through once more. Nian Siyu used to think the same way, but as she met Yi Tianyun, she didn't think that was an impossible feat anymore. Yi Tianyun continued to absorb the life energy, and he was close to breaking through to 5-layer Earth Monarch stage. He had the option to break through immediately to Heaven Monarch stage, but he knew that it wouldn't do him any good. And so, time passed. Yi Tianyun absorbed a lot of XP, but he still didn't break through. He could use the crazy XP mode, but he thought it would take too much CP to maintain, so he never actually used it. He didn't have to hurry as he had the time. The most important thing for him to do right now was to strengthen his core. During this time, Xiao Morong was slowly making his way to the bottom. Not many cultivators were left there as they had either run out of time or just couldn't stay any longer. Gu Yanlong was also one of these cultivators as he was already out of time, but he still observed Yi Tianyun at the top as he wanted to see what Yi Tianyun would do next. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun. Enough XP to break through to 5-layer Earth Monarch level or 1-layer Heaven Monarch level. The system once again gave Yi Tianyun the option to level up to Heaven Monarch or continue the Earth Monarch stage, and surely Yi Tianyun would continue with his own belief. Level up to 5-layer Earth Monarch stage, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 965. Chapter 965, Yi Tianyun leveled up, and the tribulation cloud came once again. Everyone was instantly alerted, including Yuan Tianyu and Xiao Murong. That brat breaks through into 5-layer Earth Monarch so quickly, Yuan Tianyu said as he couldn't believe Yi Tianyun's cultivation speed. Every cultivator who met Yi Tianyun for the first time thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator, but obviously they were wrong. Yi Tianyun definitely has changed the atmosphere in this place as he had a breakthrough and even triumphed over tribulation clouds. He definitely had an advantage over the other cultivators. Xiao Morong was equally surprised by Yi Tianyun's breakthrough. After all, it was really fast. She had never seen anyone who could get a breakthrough quite as fast as Yi Tianyun. Even the guards up above panicked as they noticed this unprecedented cultivation speed. They immediately took out their communication token to inform Nian Siyu. They were surprised as they never thought that Nian Siyu's word would come true, but they definitely believed it now. Yi Tianyun ignored everyone and immediately rushed towards the tribulation cloud. The tribulation thunder quickly struck the ground, and the power this time was definitely stronger than the last one, as this tribulation thunder almost reached 1,000,000 star power. No wonder no one dared to disturb the tribulation clouds, as its power was terrifying. You're being persistent, Yi Tianyun said as he punched the tribulation thunder that came his way. Once again, the tribulation clouds dispersed like the first time. Everyone felt that their eyes were playing tricks on them as a cultivator would die if they did something similar to the tribulation clouds under normal circumstances. Was this the way young cultivators cultivate their cultivation now? It was extremely risky, but it surely gave a worthwhile return. Usually, a cultivator would receive help from their master to disperse the tribulation clouds, which was why Nian Siyu told the guards to call her if Yi Tianyun broke through again. An Earth Monarch cultivator would need help from a Heaven Monarch cultivator to disperse them. However, it seemed unnecessary now as Yi Tianyun decimated his tribulation clouds himself. Yi Tianyun quickly meditated and absorbed the life energy once more. He had already reached the 5-layer Earth Monarch stage, and he believed that he would be able to reach the next stage just fine. He did it himself, the guards said with their mouth open. They already saw Yi Tianyun triumph over the first tribulation cloud. Still, they never expected Yi Tianyun would be able to triumph over the second tribulation cloud, which was definitely a lot stronger than the previous one. It meant that Yi Tianyun's cultivation foundation was stable and extremely powerful. Nian Siyu quickly rushed to the area to check Yi Tianyun's progress, only to see the guards inform her that Yi Tianyun had already dispersed the tribulation cloud by himself. Is dispersing the tribulation clouds on your own that easy? Nian Siyu said confusedly. I'm sure it's not, Elder Nian, but he just punched it and the tribulation clouds immediately dispersed, the guard said with a sigh. They couldn't believe what they saw, but they couldn't deny it either, as they saw it clearly with their own eyes. It seems that my presence is not needed. I believe he would be fine on his own now, Nian Siyu said as she knew that Yi Tianyun would solve his own problem next time. She should just leave Yi Tianyun alone for now, as there was still around 2 to 3 years' time before the God Domain's War of Ascension began. Don't tell me he's going to break through once again with such a short amount of time left, the guards nervously said as they couldn't believe it still. Everyone immediately looked at Yi Tianyun as they couldn't believe Nian Siyu put such complete faith in Yi Tianyun. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun didn't care about their gaze upon him. His objective right now was to keep cultivating down there until he was satisfied. He believed that he had enough time to reach the 6th-layer Earth Monarch level. Time passed quickly, and Yi Tianyun still meditated beside the core of life. But after half a year, suddenly Yi Tianyun opened his eyes and ran upstairs. What's going on? Xiao Morong asked as she almost caught up with Yi Tianyun, but now she was confused as Yi Tianyun suddenly up and left. Yi Tianyun ignored her and quickly ran to the top, confusing everyone inside. What happened to that brat? A cultivator asked confusedly. The guards who stayed at the top were also confused as they didn't understand what happened to Yi Tianyun. Young Master Yi, wait up, where are you going? The guards reacted and tried to catch up to Yi Tianyun. Nian Siyu already ordered them to keep an eye on Yi Tianyun, as they couldn't afford to lose a candidate for their War of Ascension. But the guards failed to catch up to him, as Yi Tianyun was so fast that not even a Heaven Monarch cultivator would be able to catch up to him. What is going on? He is too fast for us to catch up, the guard said as they sat down exhausted. But the truth was that Yi Tianyun had already used his teleportation god stone to return directly to the Three Realms. It was because the Great Array of the Three Realms was triggered, meaning that enemies had come. Chapter 966. Chapter 966. The situation in the Three Realms was very peaceful because Yi Tianyun himself ruled over the Three Realms. Although he didn't dominate everything, his relationship with the strongest faction on each realms created a balance that stabilized the situation in the whole Three Realms. With peace came prosperity, with the abundant resource that was shared with everyone that needed it, allowing Saint King stage cultivators to flourish and even gave birth to a new Divine King. The Divine King came from ancient Netherworld Divine Nation, and it created stability once again as the Heaven World already had their own Divine King. Nevertheless, people remained loyal to Heavenly Cloud's empire as they already revered Yi Tianyun as the most powerful cultivator in the whole Three Realms. Although Heavenly Cloud's empire rarely intervened with others' jurisdiction, people were still convinced that Heavenly Cloud's empire secretly ran the whole Three Realms. Everyone believed that Yi Tianyun would return, and that instilled fear in the cultivator's heart, preventing them from doing anything that might incur Yi Tianyun's wrath. My lord, you finally broke through the Divine King stage. Divine King Tianyun hasn't come back for a long time. Perhaps you can rise up to the occasion and lead the Three Realms. It would greatly benefit our ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. An elder of ancient Netherworld Divine Nation said as they held a meeting right after their Holy King broke through to Divine King stage. What the hell are you all talking about? Divine King Tianyun has helped us all, and now you want to throw away the peace that he built. A figure suddenly appeared, and it was the annoyed Fan Shuexuan. Princess, we didn't mean it like that. It's a mere suggestion, that's all. Divine King Tianyun has been away for a long time. Perhaps the Three Realms needs a new ruler until he returns, the elder said slyly. No, Divine King Tianyun would certainly make his return. The looming danger of the evil spirit race isn't over. He will return to protect us, Fan Shuexuan said as she glared at the elders. Many elders just shook their heads as they understood that Fan Shuexuan wouldn't change her mind. However, the ancient Divine King also promised to return if the evil spirit race came to attack the Three Realms, but they never did. It was not that they didn't believe Yi Tianyun would return, but there was no proof that he would return. We have nothing else to discuss regarding this topic anymore. We only have to manage our ancient Netherworld Divine Tower to the best of our abilities. Leave Heavenly Cloud's Divine Nation for managing the rest of the realms. We only have to help in case of danger. It is that simple. The Holy King of ancient Netherworld Divine Nation said solemnly. The elders all nodded in understanding. They knew that they didn't have the right to make the decision, and there was no need for them to insist on their idea anyway. But as they were about to wrap up their meeting, the sky turned dark and terrifying power could be sensed coming from the sky. The sturdy shield that protected the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was almost broken from the intensity of the power that it tried to block. The cultivators that stayed inside the tower immediately rushed out of the tower to check what was happening. They immediately noticed a few spirit ships that evil spirit race used as a transportation. The evil spirit race definitely has returned. Shi Shuiyun also came out of the Imperial Palace to see the situation, and they saw the spirit ship emerging. Shi Shuiyun and several other elders immediately crushed their jade pendant as a preparation to fight the evil spirit race. They have been preparing for this day for so long, it was their time to defend their territory. The same could be said to ancient Netherworld Divine Nation too. The tremble that they felt from the ground meant that the enemy managed to infiltrate their own territory, the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower itself. Once the evil spirit race cultivators jumped out of their spirit ship, Fan Hongdae immediately rushed out and struck the Saint King cultivators that came his way. The evil spirit race that came out weren't that strong compared to Fan Hongdae, as they were only at the Saint King stage cultivation at best, but their number was still too many for Fan Hongdae to deal alone. After a while, hundreds of Divine King stage cultivator disembarked from the spirit ship, but that was not all. Fan Hongdae also felt a terrifying and disturbing power from each of the spirit ships, which meant that a Divine King stage cultivator wasn't the strongest cultivator that the evil spirit race brought to invade the Three Realms today. Fan Hongdae trembled as he felt the terrifying power from the spirit ships began to intensify. He knew that there was absolutely no chance for him to win against the source of that terrifying power. There were people that say that Fan Hongdae should unite the Three Realms under ancient Netherworld Divine Nation's name, but after witnessing such a terrifying power, Fan Hongdae knew that it was ridiculous for him to ever think of such a thing. Unifying the Three Realms was just a dream. No wonder every single Divine King in the past chose to leave the Three Realms. Oh, I didn't expect this place has a Star Monarch expert, but I believe that a Heaven Monarch expert should exist too, right? Otherwise, our troops in the past wouldn't be annihilated from just this much, a figure said as he made his entrance from inside the spirit ship. His aura was terrifying, and his appearance too was terrifying as he had 12 arms coming out of his body. His cultivation was at the Heaven Monarch stage, and the other two ships also had a Heaven Monarch expert in them, which meant there were 3 Heaven Monarch stage cultivators invading the 3 realms right now. Rather than invading a small realm, this looked more like the attempt to dominate the entire realm itself. Why should we come here again? This place is only teeming with the trash human race. It can't be hard to deal with, the Heaven Monarch said with disgust in his eyes. He didn't even consider Fan Hongdae that was right below him, as he couldn't care less about a single Star Monarch expert. Chapter 967, Chapter 967. Everyone in mortal domain was obviously too weak for a Heaven Monarch cultivator that they didn't even notice their presence. They immediately ordered their soldiers to bombard the shield that protected the 3 realms, and suddenly, a horde of experts rushed down and pressured the shield like paper. The protection that the 3 great divine kings erected and reinforced by Yi Tianyun was blasted away. The 10 stars and ancient netherworld divine tower couldn't do much as this time. A Heaven Monarch spearheaded the invasion. Fan Hongdae found himself in a pickle as he could feel his body suddenly froze on the spot. He still wanted to fight and kill as many enemy as he can, but his body wouldn't even budge. What did you do to me? If you don't want me to fight, then kill me immediately. Fan Hongdae shouted frustratedly as he wasn't afraid of dying. He thought that he could protect the 3 realms better once he broke through to Divine King Realm, but that sounded like nothing but a dream. Kill you? Why would I do that? We want to see how things go first. We already sent so many troops, but none of them gave any good result. Is there any god domain that helped you? The Heavenly Monarch said coldly. We should wait. Is there any Heaven Monarch or a powerful Earth Monarch hiding in this planet? Because there is no way the troops we've sent would be decimated that easily. Heaven Monarch Shi Jialong said casually. I've just checked this small planet, and the strongest cultivator here is only a Star Monarch. Another Heaven Monarch said as the eyes on his forehead were already opened. These 3 Heaven Monarch belonged to the Evil Spirit Race Destroyer Unit. They were tasked to invade as all the previous invasion ended in failure. Yet now they saw that there was no cultivator worthy of their attention here. But they couldn't go back just because of that reason, as their boss already ordered them to conquer this planet, and thus they had to complete the task at hand. The strongest cultivator is only at Star Monarch stage? The other 2 Heaven Monarch cultivators immediately frowned, as it clearly didn't make any sense. Hey, did someone help you during our previous invasion? Which faction is it? One of the Heaven Monarch asked coldly to Fan Hongdae. I don't know what you are talking about, Fan Hongdae said solemnly. You don't know? Well, if that's the case, then you don't mind if we use Soul Search on you, right? It would prove that you aren't lying. The Heaven Monarch cultivator who asked the question earlier said with an evil smirk on his face. They clearly didn't care whether Fan Hongdae tell the truth or not, as they could just use the Soul Search and everything would be unveiled. But after hearing the Heaven Monarch's word, Fan Hongdae began to struggle. He didn't want to be soul-searched, and if he could kill himself right now, he would rather do so to prevent leaking any unnecessary information. He didn't want to disclose any information regarding Yi Tianyun. He knew that the 3 realms still had a fighting chance as long as Yi Tianyun returned. He couldn't mess up by letting the enemy know about Yi Tianyun too quickly. Do you want to commit suicide? Did you think it's possible with us around? The Heaven Monarch expert said mockingly to Fan Hongdae. Fan Hongdae gritted his teeth as he could only look at the Evil Spirit Race cultivator in front of him with contempt. The only thing he could do right now was bite his tongue off, but it wouldn't kill him in an instant. What can I do to escape this fate? Am I just going to let these bastards destroy the 3 realms? Fan Hongdae said to himself with a sad expression. He already spent so much resources and time to cultivate the best he could, but it was all useless. Meanwhile, in Heavenly Cloud's divine nation, an eagle squawked loudly from inside the palace and rushed straight towards an Evil Spirit Race cultivator that came. Everyone was startled as the eagle rarely moved. It always slept when it was full and only woke up to eat again. It never listened to anyone, not even ch951. Heavenly Cloud's divine nation just took care of it as they knew that Yi Tianyun was the one who left it behind. But now, it suddenly attacked the invader without any command? What is that giant eagle doing? ch951 was confused. But the more embarrassing thing happened after. The Evil Spirit Race grabbed the giant eagle and immediately swallowed it, killing the giant eagle without so much of an effort. How dare they? ch951 said coldly. Her cultivation had already reached the Saint King stage, so going up against a Saint King expert wouldn't be a challenge for her. At the same time, a group of demon beasts that Yi Tianyun once tamed charged towards a group of Evil Spirit Race cultivators. These demon beasts' cultivation was at Saint King peak stage, but because they were too far from Yi Tianyun, they couldn't gain any shared experience from Yi Tianyun. If the distance wasn't limited, these demon beasts' cultivation would have already reached the Earth Monarch stage, the same as their master. Look at those low-level demon beasts, aren't they cute? The Evil Spirit Race said mockingly as they laughed out loud. They nabbed any demon beast that came near them and swallowed them whole. There was no room for counterattack at all. Die, ch951 shouted as she split a Saint King stage Evil Spirit Race cultivator in 2. Her clothes fluttered gently, revealing her pregnant belly slightly. It has been a few years since Yi Tianyun left, but she didn't want to give birth just yet. She wanted to give birth with Yi Tianyun around, but now she had to postpone giving birth even further as she had to stop the evil spirit race invasion first. "I will eat you whole, troublesome woman," evil spirit race demon god shouted coldly as he opened his huge mouth. ch951's complexion changed as she tried to attack the demon god, but none of her attack could harm the demon god. This was the gap of her current cultivation and the demon god that has already reached Divine King stage, or Star Monarch stage, in God domain. "Child, I don't think your father would be here to see you're born," ch951 said with a sad expression as she kept weaving around, avoiding the demon god's attack. "Oh, I am here." A familiar figure appeared in the air, giving off a reassuring aura to everyone. Chapter 968. Chapter 968. Everyone obviously recognized the familiar figure in the sky that brought back hope for everyone. "Tianyun, thank heavens," ch951 said as tears rolled down her cheek. It wasn't a sad tear, but a tear of joy that she was finally able to see Yi Tianyun again. Yi Tianyun had several ways of detecting danger in the three realms. The first one was obviously the great array that he set up outside and around the three realms itself, and the second one was the pets that he kept all over the three realms. The pets he kept in the three realms wouldn't gain any EXP due to the distance between him and them, but if any of his pets died, he would be immediately notified by the system. It was the same system that the evil spirit race shared, as they were immediately notified once demon god Long Yue met his demise. This was also the reason why the giant eagle earlier chose to commit suicide by rushing toward the enemy. This was Yi Tianyun's order for the giant eagle. Although he had to sacrifice his pet, it wasn't in vain if it were in exchange for the safety of the three realms. The result was obvious. He felt the danger from the divine temple of life, and thus why he quickly used his teleportation stone. He realized that would attract unnecessary attention later, but the safety of the three realms came first. Fortunately for Yi Tianyun, it didn't even take a minute to set up the teleportation stone, and he could arrive safely in the three realms right on time. "I will handle this. Protect yourself," Yi Tianyun said as he released some of his aura to protect ch951. "You are dead." The evil spirit race's demon god attacked him immediately without even assessing the new foe. They didn't even show any hesitation in attacking a cultivator that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Scram," Yi Tianyun said as he released some of his power, which instantly burned the evil spirit race into dust. The evil spirit race that saw the scene were all stunned beyond belief as their demon god was killed in one hit. "Equip Sword Saint Suit," Yi Tianyun said as he immediately activated Sword Saint Suit's effect. He immediately controlled tens of thousands of sacred tool weapons and pointed them at the evil spirit race cultivators. "Die," Yi Tianyun said as he bombarded the enemy with barrages of sacred tool. The evil spirit race cultivator stood no chance as they were easily killed by Yi Tianyun's attack. They became Yi Tianyun's experience, even though it wasn't enough to level him up again. Due to his recent breakthrough, Yi Tianyun's power was overwhelming. Even if he only used a sacred tool weapon, it was enough to kill the demon gods. But of course, Yi Tianyun already used his XP card to enhance the amount of XP he got. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator 2-end layer star monarch. Reward 36,005 billion XP, 78 million CPs 100 CS, evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator 3-RD layer star monarch. Reward, nevertheless, Yi Tianyun was satisfied with the amount of XP he got. "As usual, evil spirit race never lets me down when it comes to X," Yi Tianyun said, satisfied. The amount of XP he got in Divine Temple of Life was good, but it was boring. This was still the best way to cultivate as far as he knew. At this moment, killing the evil spirit race was obviously a better choice compared to meditating beside the core of life, as there were so many of them. Even so, core of life had its own merit, such as reinforcing his core. "Run for your life," the evil spirit race anxiously shouted as they saw the slaughter god, but it was useless. Yi Tianyun wouldn't let any of them escape as he was determined to kill every single one of them that dared step foot in the three realms. Yi Tianyun turned his attention to the three Heaven Monarch cultivators' aura that he sensed outside the three realms. He immediately rushed there and noticed that they had captured Fan Hongdae. Yi Tianyun then enveloped Fan Hongdae with his aura and dragged him over to safety. The Heaven Monarch cultivators were surprised by the sudden situation, as they didn't expect that they could lose their grip on Fan Hongdae that easily. "What is this? There is an Earth Monarch here?" The Heaven Monarch, who scanned the entire three realms, didn't feel any Earth Monarch earlier. "It seems your eyes are not as good as you said it was." The other Heaven Monarch cultivator snickered mockingly. "Three Heaven Monarchs? I have to say that they must have wanted the three realms for themselves so badly, huh?" Yi Tianyun said as he found out that the Heaven Monarch cultivators were at the 2-end layer Heaven Monarch stage. Yi Tianyun knew that the 2-end layer Heaven Monarch stage was already powerful enough, but he noticed that they break through straight to the Heaven Monarch stage from the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. Nevertheless, they were still much stronger than any cultivator in the three realms, and if Yi Tianyun didn't return, the three realms definitely would fall. Now that Yi Tianyun was here, he would kill this Heaven Monarch cultivator quickly. His cultivation was now at the 5-layer Earth Monarch stage, and he also activated his X64 crazy mode. Don't you think you are a little outnumbered here? The three of us are at Heaven Monarch stage, and we also have a lot of experts here. The Heaven Monarch said mockingly to Yi Tianyun. We don't even have to step in to crush you, he added. That is true, it would take me quite a while to kill each one of you myself, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I just have to call over my people too, Yi Tianyun said as suddenly a figure appeared beside him. That figure is Lei Zhengyu. He seemed a little bit confused by the whole situation as he found himself in an unfamiliar place. What is happening here, Boss Yi? Lei Zhengyu asked confusedly. His cultivation was decent, and he should be able to deal with most of these evil spirit race cultivators. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun could trust Lei Zhengyu as he had already become his divine general. Chapter 969. Chapter 969. Brother Lei, help me get rid of these people below us, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his finger below. Lei Zhengyu looked below and immediately saw the evil spirit race. He already knew the depravity and atrocity that the evil spirit race had committed, so he nodded without hesitation. No problem, Boss Yi. I will take care of these evil spirit race, Lei Zhengyu said without any hesitation. Lei Zhengyu immediately flew to the ghost realm like a bolt of lightning and disappeared. One of the Heaven Monarch cultivators tried to take Lei Zhengyu down with an attack that was even faster than Lei Zhengyu to intercept him, but Yi Tianyun moved even faster than that and blocked the attack. You evil spirit race only send 3 Heaven Monarchs? You sure look down on our 3 realms too much? But I have to say that your effort is praiseworthy. But if you want to take our 3 realms, you need to send a cultivator a lot stronger than a Heaven Monarch, Yi Tianyun said with a grin on his face. You think someone that strong would be needed to deal with you? It's obvious that you are dreaming, brat. You won't even be able to deal with the 3 of us, the Heaven Monarch said coldly. Well, in my opinion, you are no better than trash, Yi Tianyun said as he manipulated the sacred tool, sending them to Heaven Realm with his hand while mowing down the evil spirit race in its path. The Heaven Monarch cultivators were clearly annoyed by what Yi Tianyun did and created a barrier in the air, blocking the sacred tool that went toward the Heaven Realm. The cultivators below were surprised as the sacred tool suddenly stopped in the air. There was no doubt in their mind that these evil spirit race cultivators would be able to destroy the mortal world if they really wanted to. They were all worried that Yi Tianyun would be in serious trouble by going against the 3 of them. Shi Shuiyun stroked her belly and gazed at Yi Tianyun in the sky. Although they hadn't seen each other in many years, she felt relieved to see him again. But then again, she felt worried too, as she had never seen someone this strong before. The enemy's power this time was enough to make their bodies tremble. Your power is useless now that I already blocked them, the Heaven Monarch cultivator that blocked Yi Tianyun's sacred tool said with a smirk on their face. But suddenly, Yi Tianyun appeared out of nowhere and burned that Heaven Monarch down, turning him into dust in an instant. Who said you could intercept my flying sword? Yi Tianyun coldly said as he stood where that Heaven Monarch used to stand. God King Tianyun, Fan Hongde said as he was shocked by Yi Tianyun's power. His choice not to listen to the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower's elder was correct, as there was no way he could compete with Yi Tianyun's power. If he really tried to unify the 3 realms under his own name and drove the Heavenly Cloud's divine nation to a corner, ancient Netherworld divine nation would be reduced into debris as soon as Yi Tianyun returned. Yi Tianyun resumed sending his sacred tools towards Heaven realms, killing any evil spirit race cultivator in its path. Thankfully, Yi Tianyun's swift move saved a lot of lives and immensely reduced the casualties on his side. The remaining 2 Heaven Monarch cultivators were shocked as one of their own was killed so fast that they couldn't even react. Are you the one who wiped out all of our forces in the past? One of the 2 remaining Heaven Monarch cultivators asked with a scared look on his face. They were on edge as they didn't know what Yi Tianyun was capable of. Yes, you are correct, Yi Tianyun said casually. I gutted every single one of them like an animal they were. It seems our core is quite attractive to you, huh? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yes, you are right. This planet's core is wonderful. I admit that you're quite skilled, but compared to our evil spirit race, you are nothing. If you hand over the core and join hand with us, I can arrange a new good planet for you to call home, the Heaven Monarch said as he began negotiation with Yi Tianyun. A new planet for me to call home? I don't think that kind of planet would have a core in it, do it? A useless planet that doesn't have any value? Besides, I already said that no matter how often you come here to invade this planet, I will gut every single one of you without any mercy, Yi Tianyun said with a cold smile on his face. He knew that there were many larger planets outside, but these planets rarely had any core in them. A planet without any core was like a huge barren rock where nothing could grow at all. Yi Tianyun then disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind the 2 Heaven Monarch cultivators while holding both of their heads. The 2 of them screamed as Yi Tianyun channeled the murderous aura that he got from Slaughter God Tower back then. Both of their body gradually turned red, slowly affecting their sanity. This was the sign of cultivation deviation, no doubt. One of the Heaven Monarch cultivators began to attack Yi Tianyun, but he didn't use any martial arts or weapons. He just rushed toward Yi Tianyun like an animal. It was clear this cultivator had already suffered cultivation deviation. There was no way a cultivator that had already lost their mind like this would be able to win against Yi Tianyun. A cultivator who didn't use their martial arts or weapons was no better than a mere animal. Chapter 970, Chapter 970. Fortunately for the other Heaven Monarch, he could still somehow resist the murderous aura and retain his sanity. Nevertheless, his partner, who was already affected, rushed towards Yi Tianyun like a fool as he didn't use any weapons or martial arts. "Wake up!" Shakya, the Heaven Monarch who still retained his consciousness, said as he blasted a strong sound wave towards his partner, Shakyamuni. The sound wave hit Shakyamuni directly in the head, and his red eyes gradually turned back to their normal color. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised as he didn't expect the evil spirit race could deal with his murderous aura. However, it didn't really matter for Yi Tianyun. With the Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand, he would kill these Heaven Monarchs in a second. He disappeared and reappeared again in a split second beside Shakyamuni, who had just regained his consciousness. Yi Tianyun speared his head, killing him instantly. Ding. Successfully killed Shakyamuni of the evil spirit race. Reward, 637 billion XP, 1 million CPS, 1 million XPs, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit. He got a lot of XP in an instant, but it was no surprise as his enemy was a Heaven Monarch. Furthermore, he had already used the XP card. Yi Tianyun was tempted to just go straight to Evil Spirit Race's ancestral land and decimate them now if they gave such a massive XP like this. Shakyamuni, Shakya shouted while gritting his teeth in anger. His brothers were killed in front of his eyes with ease. He just couldn't stand the audacity of this human cultivator. Don't be sad. You will meet him again very soon, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I swear, even if I die here, our evil spirit race will bring destruction to your world and crush you along with it, Shakya said while glaring at Yi Tianyun. Oh wow, I am scared. Well, if that's the case, then bring it on. I will destroy every invader that comes my way. Our three realms never bothered you in the first place, but time and time again, you attacked our home. Now, you will be nothing but prey for me, Yi Tianyun said with a cold smile on his face. You are dreaming, human. Even if you cultivate for 10W0 more years, you still won't be able to catch up with our evil spirit race, Shakya said as he condensed his aura inside his body, releasing his true power. It doesn't matter. Even if I can't deal with your evil spirit race immediately, I will keep pestering you until I can destroy you all. I will kill as many of you as I can, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun was already determined to destroy the evil spirit race, so he wouldn't show them any mercy. Shakya frowned as he too realized that Yi Tianyun would be a big problem for the evil spirit race. A cultivator that was able to kill a Heaven Monarch cultivator so easily would certainly be a thorn in evil spirit race's path. Then I will have to kill you by my own hands, Shakya shouted as he manipulated his aura to surround Yi Tianyun's body. Yi Tianyun immediately felt that his body was consumed by a dark hole as his surrounding turned black. He felt like the whole space itself was about to collapse on him. But Yi Tianyun knew that the three realms couldn't withstand this kind of energy and would be in danger right if this kept up. Fierce attacks hit Yi Tianyun's body as he tried to break free from Shakya's power, and the dark aura never ceased to keep him inside Shakya's power. You idiot, do you think that we would join hands with you? When you killed my brothers, you already signed your death contract, Shakya shouted angrily. Shakya's word earlier was just to distract Yi Tianyun so that he could stab him in the back later. Unless Yi Tianyun's cultivation base was really at the level where the evil spirit race deemed him dangerous, then the evil spirit race would never recruit that person. Divine King Tianyun. The people below were all very worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. They saw that Yi Tianyun was in grave danger and didn't know how he would escape this one. Destroy, Yi Tianyun said within the darkness, and suddenly the dark void that trapped him was torn open. The darkened sky from the effect of Shakya's aura power was instantly gone while Yi Tianyun's figure appeared in the sky once again. He didn't receive any injury at all, but now his body was covered by red dragon scales. But if they looked closer at Yi Tianyun, they would notice that it wasn't exactly red dragon scales, but more like a thick red spearhead that covered Yi Tianyun's entire body. Is that all you got? If this is the best you can do, I can crush your ancestral land tomorrow, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he looked down on Shakya. Impossible. Shakya couldn't believe what he saw just now. He had already exhausted his energy, but it couldn't even make a dent in Yi Tianyun's armor. I hope there is someone from your evil spirit race that's worth my time next. This is too easy, Yi Tianyun mockingly said before throwing the Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand like a javelin. The spears flew while emitting a soothing, brilliant light. It was surely different than Shakya's attack earlier that felt like the end of the world. Shakya wanted to say something, but it was already too late. He could only see the white light covering his vision before he disappeared without any trace. He wanted to say that Yi Tianyun wouldn't ever be able to deal with evil spirit race, but obviously, Yi Tianyun didn't want to hear anything Shakya had to say. Now, Shakya was dead, signing another failure in the evil spirit race's record. Chapter 971. Chapter 971. Yi Tianyun easily killed all three evil spirit race's heaven monarch cultivators. His power closely resembled that of the slaughter god, but Yi Tianyun had to say that the slaughter god general was much stronger than these heaven monarch cultivators. Still, he already leveled up since that time, so he was supposed to be a lot stronger than when he was fighting those slaughter god divine generals. Yi Tianyun then quickly went to the other two worlds to repel the evil spirit race there. Now that the enemy's strongest cultivator had been defeated, there was no way they could dominate the three realms. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the 6th layer Earth Monarch stage. You can skip to Heaven Monarch stage right now. Do you want to skip to Heaven Monarch stage instead? No, not right now, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He wanted to kill all the evil spirit race here first to make sure he got the most out of his EXP cards. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun still thought that it was better to reach the Peak of Earth Monarch stage before breaking through to the Heaven Monarch stage. The evil spirit race was here to give him XP, and from the looks of it, the evil spirit race already seemed desperate. They knew that there was only Earth Monarch in 3 realms at best, but they still sent 3 Heaven Monarch cultivators over. Unfortunately for them, Yi Tianyun could easily kill a Heaven Monarch cultivator with barely any effort. A peak-level Heaven Monarch or a God Monarch was probably the only one that could stand toe-to-toe against Yi Tianyun right now. But it would be impossible for the evil spirit race to send such a strong cultivator to a mortal domain like this. It would be a waste of resources, and Yi Tianyun also doubted that a cultivator of that caliber would obediently go to a mortal domain in the first place. Still, Yi Tianyun knew that the evil spirit race would certainly feel the impact of losing 3 Heaven Monarch cultivators soon. After all, reaching the Heaven Monarch stage wasn't an easy feat. I have to prepare for the worst. If it comes down to it, a God Monarch or late-stage Heaven Monarch might be coming next time. 11111111. 111111, Yi Tianyun said to himself. The safer route would be transporting the 3 realms to a nearby god domain, but it certainly would be a difficult thing to do as relocating a planet was no laughing matter. He could transport the 3 realms' residents to a new planet, but it would mean leaving the 3 realms behind. Would Yi Tianyun leave his hometown just because he was threatened by others? Should I first destroy evil spirit race's ancestral land as soon as possible? Yi Tianyun frowned as he fell into deep thought. He was forced to make a decision. He even thought about relocating 3 realms' core to some other planet, but did it count as transporting the planet itself? Yi Tianyun thought that it would be the same as transporting the entire planet as everything lied within the core itself. Great, now I have to go and check the core myself, Yi Tianyun said as he flew back towards Heavenly Cloud's palace to see Shui-Yun and comfort her that everything would be okay. Stop, don't hug me too tight. You're giving our child a hard time here, Shui-Yun said as she pushed Yi Tianyun away. You are pregnant with our child? Yi Tianyun asked confusedly. Did you think I am pregnant with someone else? Shui-Yun said with a blank expression. Well, your stomach doesn't look too big. How far along are you? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. But Yi Tianyun was right, as Shui-Yun's pregnant belly wasn't that obvious. I have been pregnant for almost 10 years. Our child is special. They didn't give their mother a hard time whatsoever, Shui-Yun said with a smile on her face. A decade? Yi Tianyun said with shock on his face, as he had never heard of a baby taking a decade to be born. Yes, but I assure you that I can feel our child growing healthily inside. Nevertheless, he demanded a lot from my spirit power, and thus I have consumed so much spirit medicine and medicinal pills to sate our child's appetite. Shui-Yun said as she caressed her stomach lovingly. Is that so? Don't worry, I already prepared a lot of spirit medicine and medicinal pills for you, Yi Tianyun said as he took out a storage ring from his inside pocket and gave it to Shui-Yun. Shui-Yun took it and immediately glanced inside. She found a lot of spirit medicine and starstone inside, which was shocking as she also saw that these were all high-grade medicine. There were many things that she hadn't seen too, which also piqued her curiosity. Isn't this too much? Shui-Yun asked curiously. Of course not. I have some more for myself. Yi Tianyun lightly smiled while caressing Shui-Yun's belly. I will come home more often and bring you many more things that you need. Yi Tianyun said happily. Hey, you should have shown your face sooner. It's been 10 years, and I thought you wouldn't return at all, she said with a frown on her face. 10 years? I thought it was only around 3 years, Yi Tianyun said as he really thought that he was only away from 3 realms for that long. Why would I lie to you? Shui-Yun still had a frown on her face. It's weird. I think the time inside the god domain is slower than in the mortal domain. That is the reason our perception of time is so different, Yi Tianyun said while rubbing his chin. He piled up all the information about the god domain that he got, and he now realized why people coveted the god domain so much. In addition to the rich star power, the flow of time was also slower there, allowing cultivators to cultivate more efficiently as they didn't grow old as fast. Chapter 972. Chapter 972. The passage of time between the mortal domain and god domain was different, so it was no surprise that people often said that those who had stepped foot in a god domain wouldn't return to their mortal domain anymore. With that in mind, Yi Tianyun deduced that the three great divine kings felt like they had been gone for only 100 years instead of 1,000. It was not impossible if they thought that the three realms was still fine, so they took their time to cultivate the best they could. It was also possible that they were in trouble somewhere and couldn't make their way back to the three realms. After all, the god domain was lurking with dangers from demon beast to cruel cultivators. In any case, he couldn't find anything about the three divine kings in Heavenly Edict divine territory. Yi Tianyun then told ch951 about his discovery, and ch951 was relieved as she realized that Yi Tianyun didn't abandon them. After the end of the war, a group of people assembled and discussed various things. Among them, Elder of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower kept his head down as he didn't dare to look Yi Tianyun in the eye. He was worried that somehow Yi Tianyun had heard what they had planned earlier. Fan Hongdae himself also felt partially responsible for his men's insolence thought. Yi Tianyun himself looked at Fan Hongdae and the Elder of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower with a puzzled look, but he didn't think much of it. The situation is resolved for now, but I believe the enemy would send stronger cultivators with more numbers too in the future. These years, I roamed around the outside world and found that the world outside is far vaster than our world, Yi Tianyun said while looking at everyone. He then told everyone about his adventures and the situation at the god domain. Everyone was in awe as they thought that a divine king was the most powerful cultivator there was. But now they found out the divine king was the base cultivation level for joining the god domain's main force, and it was called Star Monarch at that. They felt like a frog in a well, a baby that barely saw the world. Everyone remained silent as they realized that if the enemy from the outside attacked the three realms again, they would be trampled like an ant. Now, I already brought with me a few martial arts that are more advanced than heaven-level martial arts to help you speed up your cultivation, Yi Tianyun said as he took out lower-grade rebirth-level martial arts and put them on the table. Everyone looked at the book on the table complicatedly. As far as they knew, heaven-level martial art was the best martial arts there was, but now they learned that that wasn't the case. Furthermore, they were also surprised that Yi Tianyun would be this generous. If a high-grade heaven-level martial art was worth more than a city, the martial arts that Yi Tianyun gave just now would be worth several times over. No one realized that Yi Tianyun gave them junk martial arts, but it was true that it was precious here on mortal world, even though they weren't so precious in the god domain as they were very common over there. At this time, the elders of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower looked at each other and immediately kneeled down in front of Yi Tianyun. It was confusing as Yi Tianyun didn't know what happened to them. Divine King Tianyun, forgive us for our sin. Since you haven't come back for a long time, we are swayed by greed and try to allure our Lord to unify the three realms. But we never have any intention to harm Heavenly Cloud's divine nation. Now that we know Divine King Tianyun's heart is warm and vast, our conscience is deeply guilty. The elders said with a sad look on their face. They chose to blurt it all out to free them from their guilt. Yi Tianyun just stared at them as he wouldn't know about it if the elders didn't say it themselves. But then again, it was brave of them to admit their sin. It is normal for you to think this way. After all, we have already experienced similar things in the past. I wouldn't blame you for thinking like this. You haven't done any harm, and thus, I believe you, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We absolutely wouldn't do any harm towards you, my lord. I swear to God. The elders profusely sweated as they worried about Yi Tianyun's wrath. All right, now get up, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Thank you very much, Divine King Tianyun, the elders said as they returned to their seat. The others didn't come up with the same idea before, as their lord hadn't reached the Divine King stage yet, but now they knew that there was absolutely no way that they would ever surpass Yi Tianyun. D-I-N-G. Successfully ascertain 3 realms Emperor loyalty. Reward, 10 billion XP, 500 D00 CPs, 500 D00 mastery points, 1 D00 command points. Yi Tianyun now knew for sure that no one in the 3 realms would betray him. Nevertheless, it didn't necessarily mean that they wouldn't make any mistakes in the future. Now, even in the event of his death, Yi Tianyun knew that Heavenly Cloud's divine nation wouldn't fall over some war against another divine nation inside the 3 realms. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun was already here, and he should train the 3 realms residents and help them advance their cultivation as soon as possible. Yi Tianyun wanted to end the meeting as soon as possible and informed everyone about the god domain as the final agenda. They ought to know about the outside world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to grow. After the meeting was concluded, Yi Tianyun immediately set out to find the core. He wanted to see whether it was possible to relocate the core to another planet or not. He flew to the center of the mortal realm as he knew that the core was supposed to be under the mortal realm as the center realm of the 3 realms. Still, it was puzzling to know that the center area such as mortal domain would receive the least spirit energy out of the 3 realms while the core was in mortal domain. It was more the reason why Yi Tianyun wanted to see the core of the 3 realms for himself. He explored the center area and soon found out the core's location as it wasn't that difficult for him. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was so high that the scope of exploration that he could do was reaching another level. Chapter 973, I can feel it coming from below. Yi Tianyun said as he immediately dove under while keeping his eyes peeled. He noticed a few sea beasts around him, and they also noticed him. Yi Tianyun released some of his aura, immediately sending the sea beast away in fear. Their instinct clearly warned them of Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun took out the Sky Dawn Divine Spear and used it to dig. He easily dug more than a kilometer worth of soil in a short amount of time. Yi Tianyun deliberately held back because he could blow a hole through the three realms if he didn't do so. His cultivation was at the 6th layer Earth Monarch level. Among the three realms cultivators, he was surely the most powerful existence they had ever seen. He quickly dug around 100 kilometers underground, but he still couldn't sense the core of the three realms whatsoever. The Divine Temple of Life was 100 kilometers deep underground, but the core of the three realms was further than that. It was not until he dug around 1W0 km deep that he finally felt some strong energy fluctuations. "I am coming for yous," Yi Tianyun excitedly said as he kept digging deep underground. When he hit 1 to 100 km deep, he hit a thick surface that felt like a thick iron, making his hands numb from the impact. "What is this?" Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised that Sky Dawn Divine Spear failed to damage the thing in front of him. However, Yi Tianyun didn't mind it as much. It meant that something down there was more powerful than a middle-grade rebirth level weapon. Yi Tianyun knelt down and dug with his hand instead. He soon discovered a thick and flat rock layer that was engraved with massive divine rune, 9 the grade defensive divine imprint, indestructible. Can only be damaged by Heavenly God Cultivation Base and above, Yi Tianyun said as he read the description of the divine rune with his appraisal eye. Yi Tianyun was surprised by this discovery as the 9th grade divine imprint could only be created by a 9th grade god rune master, and such a capable individual was scarce even in the god domain. It was unthinkable to find something like this in the three realms. A heavenly god cultivator was much stronger than heaven monarch and god monarch rank. In general, the cultivation base in the god domain consisted of star monarch as the lowest, followed by earth monarch, then heaven monarch, and then god monarch. After God Monarch, there was the Heavenly Venerable rank, and then finally the Heavenly God rank. The Heavenly God rank cultivator could be said to be the creator of life itself. It was shocking to see a divine rune of this caliber lying around the three realms. "I sense another core fluctuation," Yi Tianyun said as he sensed the life energy from the core below and from the top. This time, it was different from the first life energy that he had sensed before. Yi Tianyun was surprised once more, as that meant there were three cores inside the three realms, meaning that each realm had its own core. As far as he knew, a planet could only have one core, and there was no way a planet would have more than one. However, it was clear for Yi Tianyun right now that didn't seem to be the case at all. But he couldn't advance any further as he had no way to disarm the 9 the grade defensive divine imprint in front of him. He also guessed that the other two cores in each realm should have the same kind of protection. Since he hadn't reached the Heavenly God rank, there was no way he could advance further. "No wonder the evil spirit race wants to conquer this planet so much," Yi Tianyun said as he knocked the seal below him. But Yi Tianyun also felt some kind of relief as he now realized that the evil spirit race wouldn't be able to use the core either. It was unlikely that the evil spirit race would have a heavenly god cultivator on their rank, as Yi Tianyun predicted that they were similar to a 2N grade god domain, while a heavenly god level cultivator was only found at the 4th grade god domain. Even if evil spirit race has allied themselves with a 4th grade god domain, sending a heavenly god cultivator to a mortal domain was impossible. Then again, since a 9th grade divine imprint existed in the three realms, there should be a prominently skilled figure in the past. Yi Tianyun knew that no one would believe him if he said that the three realms had a 9th grade divine imprint. There was no way a slum like the three realms would have such a grand treasure like this. "Damn it, I can't relocate the core now," Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. He was planning to relocate the core of the three realms away to make sure that the evil spirit race would stop attacking the three realms, but now there was no way for him to do so. His plan was ruined because of this 9th grade divine imprint. But then again, he couldn't complain. "Let me check the situation at hand first," Yi Tianyun said as he began sweeping the soil from the stone tablet in front of him. He wanted to see what information he could get from this divine imprint. Three realms divine imprint, feeble imprint. Yi Tianyun read the name of the divine imprint. He didn't know what it meant and didn't find any means to open it either, and thus he began to meditate to see if he could reach some kind of revelation. But after a moment, he didn't seem to be on the right path, so Yi Tianyun tried to explore the divine imprint with his spiritual sense. He wanted to see if he could somehow see deeper inside and use his teleportation, divine ability to bypass the divine imprint protection. But as he tried to explore deeper, he felt that his soul was being sucked in by a mighty force. He had no time to reach, and his consciousness disappeared immediately. Yi Tianyun completely blacked out. Yi Tianyun woke up and found himself inside a hut. The hut itself was completely furnished, but there was no precious spirit medicine or divine tool around him. It was just a well-furnished cabin. "Where am I?" Yi Tianyun said as he got up from the bed he was in. But he soon found out that he was still in his spirit form, which meant his body was still inside the crevices in front of the 9th grade divine imprint earlier. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed out of the hut and was shocked as he saw nothing but an ordinary small village outside. He saw many huts lying around the small road with many villagers came and went, greeting each other amiably. Yi Tianyun was completely perplexed by what he saw. Chapter 974, Yi Tianyun couldn't believe what he saw. All of these villagers in front of him was a soul. It meant they weren't real people at all. But Yi Tianyun also saw children playing around in the nearby field, which made him confused. Was everyone here a cultivator? Yi Tianyun looked all around him and saw the beautiful nature. The sky was blue and the farmland was almost golden in color. This place looked like a paradise. I have seen that person before, Yi Tianyun said as he saw someone that seemed familiar. He believed that the person he saw was a cultivator who had died a long time ago. Yi Tianyun walked towards the familiar cultivator, but no one he passed greeted him. Everyone ignored him like the wind. Yi Tianyun kept walking, and the further he walked, the village seemed to keep expanding as he walked. The more he walked, the more villagers he found. They all were farming peacefully. Some were even hunting animals in the trees. But he eventually saw something different. A group of villagers was in line like they were waiting for something. He reached out to the villagers and patted their shoulders to draw their attention. What is happening here? Yi Tianyun asked, but the villagers still ignored him. The villagers themselves weren't unconscious as they were talking and laughing, but no matter what Yi Tianyun did, they still ignored him. No one responded to him. It was as if he was a ghost. This is strange, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Is it because I am not dead yet? Yi Tianyun began to speculate. Yi Tianyun kept walking, and many villagers lined up along the way. They were full of joy as they chatted with each other with anticipation. These people didn't even do anything as they just stood in line, happily conversing with each other. After a while, Yi Tianyun finally saw the end of the road, and it was a bridge with Forgotten Worries Bridge engraved in stone above the bridge. Yi Tianyun observed for a while and saw many villagers disappear through the bridge and never return. Yi Tianyun approached the bridge and he saw a whirlpool in the middle of the bridge. Yi Tianyun knew that he would disappear if he came any closer to that whirlpool. Is this the river of reincarnation? Yi Tianyun said with surprise on his face. He never expected the core of the three realms would be a reincarnation zone. Those who died in the outside world got sucked into the core and lined up here to be reincarnated back into the world. He never expected to encounter something like this. No, the core shouldn't have such function. The core at Divine Temple of Life was nothing like this, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. He was confused by what happened right now as none of it made sense. He couldn't converse with anyone, and there was no tool spirit either to help him understand. Yi Tianyun braced himself to walk into the Forgotten Worries Bridge, and once he stepped closer to the bridge, he felt like his consciousness was slowly fading, and it really scared Yi Tianyun. He backpedaled to safety as he didn't want to get sucked by the whirlpool. If I walk through this bridge, will my memory of this life disappear too? Yi Tianyun said as he began to wonder. He knew that a reincarnator would always reborn into a newborn baby, and a newborn had no memory of their previous life, but Yi Tianyun didn't know how he could get back to the outside world. Yi Tianyun turned around and saw many cultivators coming in line. They were all the cultivators that Yi Tianyun knew had died in the past. They were mixed in among the normal villagers, and they wouldn't cut in line. Yi Tianyun speculated that all the villagers here were cultivators too in the outside world, but here they were treated the same way. He looked around with everything he got this time, trying to find if there was something that seemed out of place for his clue to get out of this place. He saw a villager that farm happily, and then somehow left behind his tools and joined the reincarnation line, which was really strange. Hey, there is a house there, Yi Tianyun said as he noticed a house in front of the Forgotten Worries Bridge. The house itself was built in front of the whirlpool itself. Yi Tianyun quickly frowned as he knew that he would be sucked into the whirlpool if he walked over towards the house. He wanted to fly over the whirlpool, but unfortunately he couldn't do so right now. He could only walk, but it wasn't the safest option. He looked to the side of the bridge to see if he could swim around the whirlpool, but it didn't seem like the brightest idea either, as the river was all muddy. He kept looking around for a while, but he felt like there was nothing else he could find right now, so Yi Tianyun decided to return to where he came before. This was the safest option right now, as he really couldn't act too rash around here. Soon he reached the hut where he first woke up earlier and laid back down on the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up once more, his surrounding was all wet, and it was obvious to him now that he was back in his body. Yi Tianyun meditated to calm his own nerve, and he now knew that he couldn't relocate the core right now. He didn't even know what secret the core held. Whoever came up with such a plan is definitely a skilled individual, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the stone tablet once more and sighed. The only thing he could do right now was mark this place as a teleportation point and close the hole he dug. Yi Tianyun also wanted to go to Heaven World after and check if there was another core there. After all, he did feel an energy coming from two different cores earlier. As soon as Yi Tianyun reached Heaven World, he immediately dug through the ground to reach the core. The distance towards the core seems to be similar to the core of the mortal world, as Yi Tianyun dug around 1 Wzen km before reaching a hard metal that Sky Dawn Divine Spear couldn't pierce through. Damn. The Heaven World core also has the same kind of protection, Yi Tianyun said as he sighed and began to wipe the soil out of the stone tablet to check if there was any information here. But as he read the stone tablet, Yi Tianyun was shocked. The Seal of Three Realms Divine Imprint, Heaven World. Chapter 975, Chapter 975. Just like Mortal Realm, Yi Tianyun already had a hunch that Heaven Realm should have a core of its own, but still, it was surprising that the three realms had three cores. Yi Tianyun could sense the three core if he really put his mind into it, but the problem was, the three core only gave off weak wavelength, so it was not that easy to pick it up. Yi Tianyun thought that the core was small, but now he knew that wasn't the case at all. The core was just sealed away, concealing its wavelength, making it hard to detect. Maybe this was also the reason why Evil Spirit Race kept trying to invade the three realms, as they sensed something unusual in the three realms core. But it was fortunate that the Evil Spirit Race didn't know that the core was being protected by a 9th-grade god divine rune. Otherwise, they would have sent their main force from the get-go. Even if they couldn't unseal it right away, it was just a matter of time before they could. I didn't expect to run into this kind of problem. If I can't relocate it now, there would be a major problem in the future, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. The thought of leaving the three realms with all his loved ones crossed Yi Tianyun's mind, and it was indeed very selfish of him. But Yi Tianyun really didn't care that much about anybody else. Then again, he knew that it was foolish to abandon such a wonderful core behind. Yi Tianyun then tried to meditate again and use his spirit to infiltrate the core of Heaven Realm. Just like last time, he felt his consciousness was being sucked into the core, and he found himself at the same village again. This is no different from last time, Yi Tianyun said as he came out of the hut. He looked around and noticed that there was no change to the surrounding area. The hut he came from was exactly the same, and the people were also exactly the same, save it from a few that he couldn't see from where he was. This meant that the three realms shared the same reincarnation place, and it didn't matter which core Yi Tianyun entered from. This was why Yi Tianyun chose to not go to the ghost world, as he already had a hunch that the core of the three realms were connected with each other, but Yi Tianyun didn't really understand what this meant. Sure, this place proved that the three realms had their own reincarnation realm, but the core itself had too little of impact in the three realms itself. Is there something I miss? It feels like I know too little about this whole situation. Yi Tianyun frowned. He had a feeling that he ought to find out who sealed the core and for what purpose. Furthermore, whose house was it that stood across the Forgotten Worry Bridge? Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun knew that he wasn't strong enough to cross the Forgotten Worry Bridge without being sucked into the reincarnation whirlpool. But as Yi Tianyun shook his head and headed back to the hut to return to the world above, he heard the notification sound. Ding! Successfully take the special quest, cross the Forgotten Worry Bridge, figure out the truth of the three realms. Reward, 10 billion XP, 10 billion CPs, 10 billion Mastery Point, 10 billion Sin Point. What is this? So much rewards from just crossing the bridge. But I know that it must be difficult considering how hefty the reward is, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. This was not the first time that he got the reward of this caliber, and he already knew that the bigger the reward was, the harder it was to complete the quest. It seems that I have no choice but to go back and devise a plan, Yi Tianyun said as he walked to the hut. He fell asleep and immediately woke up in his body. His position remained unchanged, and the seal of the core was still there. He placed the teleportation god's stone waypoint in this place, so he could teleport to the core of Heaven World if he needed to. Yi Tianyun pondered what he should do next, and contrary to what he thought earlier, Yi Tianyun chose to go to the ghost world and checked out its core too, and set the teleportation godstone waypoint there too. After he was done at the ghost world, he shook his head. The problem surrounding the three realms core was bigger than he initially thought. He couldn't change this fact no matter how hard he thought, but then again, he didn't think that setting this problem aside was wise either. He didn't have any immediate plans, but he knew that the evil spirit race would definitely send out stronger force the next time they tried to invade. Yi Tianyun returned to Heavenly Cloud's divine palace and sat on the chair inside his chamber. Tianyun, what are you thinking? Shi Shuiyun said as she came over and sat down beside Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun sighed and told Shi Shuiyun the outline of what happened right now. I didn't know the Three Realms has such a magical place. Although everything seems like a mess, you already thought of something, didn't you? Shi Shuiyun said as she leaned on Yi Tianyun's shoulder. I did think of something, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled gently at Shi Shuiyun. Still, Yi Tianyun couldn't understand why the one that sealed the core left the Three Realms. If the core was that potent, abandoning it just like that clearly didn't make any sense. Now, Yi Tianyun had to cultivate sooner than he thought, but he knew that he would be able to do so when the God Domain's War of Ascension finally began. Through this battle, he would be able to break through quickly by battling the cultivators there. Aside from encountering a God Monarch cultivator or above, Yi Tianyun had nothing to worry about. Even if there was a God Monarch, he could just teleport out into safety. He gently held Shi Shuiyun and said solemnly, I will protect you. I'm sure you will. Shi Shuiyun did not have the slightest doubt of Yi Tianyun's word. No matter what Yi Tianyun did, she would unconditionally support and would not question his decision. She believed that was the least she could do for him. Chapter 976. Chapter 976. Yi Tianyun stayed with Shi Shuiyun for a while before he looked for Ye Qingxuan. He wanted to thank Ye Qingxuan for her hard work so far. If Ye Tianyun had to rank the people he loved according to their importance, Shi Shuiyun would obviously the first, and Ye Qingxuan would go second. But the person that had helped him so much from the beginning was definitely Ye Qingxuan, the spirit race's saintess. She had helped the growth of Heavenly Cloud's divine nation more than any other cultivator. Soon, Ye Tianyun found Ye Qingxuan, and she was actually busy with so many stuff. After the battle earlier was over, Heavenly Cloud's divine nation had so much spoils of war, and there were so many people injured too that she had to treat. Divine King Tianyun, may I help you? Ye Qingxuan said as she noticed Yi Tianyun's presence. She hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed down to Yi Tianyun. Hey, there's no need to be so formal. I am still the same teenager you saved a long time ago. Haven't we always been friends from a long time ago? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Just a friend? Ye Qingxuan said while biting her lips in resentment. Yi Tianyun just cleared his throat as he knew how Ye Qingxuan thought about him. She felt affection towards him, but he was so late to notice it. Still, it was better not to say anything at this point before the problem arose anew. How is the spirit race doing now? Regarding Life Crystal, how much time do we have left? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. The life crystal is long gone. Now our spirit race is in a state where we can't conceive a child anymore. We already search up and down everywhere in the three realms, but we don't have any replacement for the life crystal. The god will kill us soon enough, Ye Qingxuan said with a deep sigh. They are desperate as their situation isn't getting any better. They didn't need to hide anymore, but without the life crystal, the spirit race was as good as extinct. Don't worry, I have found a place. Take my hand and relax. Don't resist the flow, Ye Tianyun said as reached out for Ye Qingxuan's hand. Ye Qingxuan just nodded and took Yi Tianyun's hand. Yi Tianyun immediately let Ye Qingxuan enter the core inside his body. Ye Qingxuan immediately felt the strong life energy in this place, as this was the first time she ever felt a core up close. What is this? Where are we? And what's with this overwhelmingly strong life energy? Ye Qingxuan said surprisedly, This is my world. It's inside my core. Do you think the spirit race will like this place? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Yes, this place is definitely good. The strong life energy would flourish the vitality within our body. If spirit race lived here, our race would thrive, Yi Qingxuan said with amazement. But if this is the world within your body, does it mean we will always live inside you? Yi Qingxuan wondered. Yi Tianyun then brought her out to the outside world again before looking at her with a smile on his face. No, I will always be facing danger, and I don't know what it would bring to all of you if you all are inside of me. I am afraid I will accidentally hurt you, Yi Tianyun said honestly. This is only temporary. When I leave later, I will come back with a strong crystal that would be far more powerful than the life crystal, Yi Tianyun said confidently. What he meant was definitely the core of Divine Temple of Life itself. If you say so, I will look forward to it, Ye Qingxuan said excitedly. The spirit race was worried about their well-being, but if Yi Tianyun already had the answer to their problem, then they would definitely put their faith on him. Don't worry, I won't let you wait for too long. I am the spirit king of the spirit race, and I will always solve the spirit race's problem. The current problem drags for too long because none other than my own incompetence, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. Don't say stuff like that, our king. If it weren't for you, our spirit race would have long perished from this world. We are sorry that we aren't able to find the solution ourselves, but we believe that you will lead us to glory, Ye Qingxuan said with eyes full of gratitude. Yi Tianyun smiled as he knew that none of this was a trivial matter. The Heavenly Cloud's divine nation's divine rune were managed by the spirit race, and thus the Heavenly Cloud's prosperity was on the hands of the spirit race themselves. Oh yay, I almost forgot to tell you, my king. But do you have time later? In a few days, we are going to visit our ancestral land, and we hope that you can accompany us as our spirit king, Ye Qingxuan said worriedly. She knew that Yi Tianyun didn't have any connection to their ancestral land, so Yi Tianyun didn't have any obligation to follow her there. All right, I don't have any problem with that, Yi Tianyun said as he agreed quickly. But Yi Tianyun was still confused by what Ye Qingxuan meant. Didn't you used to live in the forest? Isn't that place your ancestral land? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. That is true, but our real ancestral land is not there, Ye Qingxuan explained. All right, then notify everyone and we will hasten our departure date, Yi Tianyun ordered with a smile on his face. Although he was still curious of where the spirit race ancestor land might be, he knew that he just had to see it for himself later. The preparation for departure didn't take too long, and after 2 days they were immediately on their way. They all said that the entire spirit race was connected to their ancestral land in some way. This was the first time Yi Tianyun had ever heard of it, as he always thought that the forest was the spirit race's ancestral land, but that didn't seem to be true. Yi Qingxuan and the spirit race old ancestor led the way, and they soon arrived at Burning Heaven Divine Land, the spirit race's ancestral land. Yi Tianyun was confused to see this Burning Heaven Divine Land himself, as he knew that the place was a bit weird. There were so many pillars standing, like they were supporting the sky itself, and there was nothing else around except for a vast meadow. Is this the ancestral land of the spirit race? Yi Tianyun said with surprise on his face. but when he carefully inspected the stone pillar, he sensed the familiar power, and Yi Tianyun knew for sure that it was the three realms' core power. Chapter 977, Chapter 9777, the stone pillar itself wasn't that high, only around 10 meters high. He never really paid any attention to these pillars before, even though Yi Tianyun had already passed this place several times while exploring the three realms. He had seen this area before, but Yi Tianyun didn't know that the place was the original ancestral land of the spirit race. Nevertheless, he didn't really explore this area thoroughly, as he didn't see anything of interest. Either way, who would search around the meadow with only stone pillars around? But he did sense the similar aura that came out of the three realms' divine imprint. Perhaps he couldn't sense it before because he wasn't as capable back then. However, now that his cultivation has already advanced further than anyone in the three realms ever did, he could sense it, albeit faintly. If he had never gone to the core of the three realms, perhaps he might never know that it was similar to the energy that the stone pillar gave off. This is spirit race ancestral land? Yi Tianyun asked as he looked around. He didn't see any building except for this stone pillar. Yes, this is our ancestral land, Yi Tianyun said as she stroked the stone column with respect. The story said that after our ancestors died, they were buried here, but after they were buried, these stone pillars grew out of their grave. These stone pillars were also said to grow in constant height. Ye Qingxuan said with a frown on her face. Yes, that is how the story goes. I came here yearly, and the stone pillars definitely have gotten higher, at the very least for another half a meter. Their growth rate seems faster than it used to be too, the spirit race old ancestor said as he looked at the stone pillar with respect. The spirit race seemed to be praying and worshipping these stone pillars to show their respect to their ancestor, and they did it every year, it seemed. Alive stone pillars? Yi Tianyun said as he observed the stone pillar with his appraisal eye to find some clue about them. However, the appraisal eye didn't show anything. There was a chance that the appraisal eye's level was too low to notice anything on these pillars. The spirit race paid their homage, and the ceremony itself was relatively simple. But it didn't seem to end in one day, as Yi Tianyun noticed that there was a campfire prepared on the side. The spirit race didn't ask Yi Tianyun to do anything in particular, but it was already expected as they knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't a spirit race to begin with. But nevertheless, Yi Tianyun behaved well as he knew that as their king, he couldn't offend their ancestors. Tianyun, why do you keep staring at our ancestors' graves? Ye Qingxuan asked as she noticed Yi Tianyun's behavior. I can't help but think there's something odd about these stone pillars. I want to check it out so bad, Yi Tianyun said honestly. He wanted to check it out now, and even if he wasn't allowed to do that now, he could just return here again in the near future. These pillars grew from our ancestors' graves. Why is it weird? But you can touch and check it out if you want. There is no problem with that at all, as we will also take turns to touch it later to ask for our ancestors' blessing. Ye Qingxuan said with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood that he could check the stone pillars if he wanted. Our king, please lead us to the spiritual place of the ancestors, spirit race old ancestor said as he signaled for Yi Tianyun to step forward. Yi Tianyun nodded and started walking towards the stone pillars. The crowds followed Yi Tianyun's footsteps, and Yi Tianyun placed his hand on one of the stone pillars and channeled some of his star power inside. When his star power entered the pillar, a humming sound was heard from inside the pillars before a dazzling light burst out of the pillars. The spirit race was startled by this event, but they immediately bowed down as they thought that it was probably the miracle of their ancestors. They looked at the pillars in horror, as they had never seen anything like this happen before. They've already touched the stone pillars in the past, but never encountered anything like this. Even Ye Qingxuan herself looked at the pillars in surprise, as she didn't expect something like this either. At the same time, as Yi Tianyun used his star power to penetrate the stone pillar, his figure began to flash, and he disappeared from his spot immediately after. Spirit King disappeared. What happened here? Ye Qingxuan said as she hurriedly rushed towards the stone pillar. But no matter how hard she looked around, she couldn't find Yi Tianyun's figure anywhere. He should be sent away by the ancestors, but I never expected the stone pillars still have the power to do so, Spirit Race Old Ancestor said with wonder in his eyes. It was puzzling as he had never encountered anything like this either. Yi Tianyun reappeared again in a strange space. He looked around, and there was nothing in the hall he was teleported into except for a huge chair in the very front. Is this the space inside the stone pillar? Yi Tianyun wondered as he noticed the energy fluctuation inside this place. It seemed the story about the pillars being a grave wasn't true, as it turned out to be some kind of an entrance to enter this place. Yi Tianyun immediately walked over to the chair and sat down. He immediately felt a unique energy entering his body. Yi Tianyun was surprised, but he immediately sensed that his soul began to move all around the place, and soon after, Yi Tianyun felt his consciousness connected to the three realms itself. First, he felt like he had all the mortal world under his control before it quickly extended to heaven world and ghost world. He could sense everything in every nook and cranny of the three realms. He was now like a god that had the three realms at the tip of his finger. He felt like he could manipulate everything in the three realms from there. He could kill any cultivator he wanted, overturn the sea, or better yet, turn the entire three realms into a spirit ship and move it away. This is the control room, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the feature inside this place. He has been thinking of relocating the Three Realms core, and now he had the means to do it, and better yet, he could move the entire Three Realms itself. Chapter 978. Chapter 978. Yi Tianyun was surprised and elated by the situation, as he had been worried about the problem the whole time and never expected Tu would find the answer to his problem right here. He could just sit here and control the Three Realms however he wanted. This saves me the trouble of relocating the core. I can just relocate the Three Realms right now, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately moved the Three Realms somewhere else. He didn't know when the evil spirit race would attack, and he didn't see any problem relocating the Three Realms right now. Yi Tianyun kept pumping the control room with star power, and Yi Tianyun could feel that the whole Three Realms were enveloped by a thick shield. He believed that the shield that surrounded the Three Realms right now was incredibly durable, that not even a Heaven Monarch cultivator would be able to destroy the shield now. How convenient. The Three Realms turns out to be an amazing spirit ship, Yi Tianyun said with amazement. With a spirit ship of this scale, he could go anywhere in the universe without any problem. I never expected the ancestral land of the spirit race would have a 9th-grade god rune master. I am really at a loss for words, Yi Tianyun said to himself. It was very likely that the spirit race was the descendant of the creator themselves. Then again, it would explain the reason behind their powerful innate ability. Nevertheless, that didn't matter right now, as he now had to think of where he should relocate the Three Realms first. Many of the cultivators in the Three Realms right now didn't even know that the Three Realms was on the move. The Three Realms movement itself was very smooth, and the shield destroyed any space debris that came into contact with it. Therefore, the movement of the Three Realms was indistinctive from the inside. What am I supposed to do here? I can't just leave things half-assed like this, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Now that the Three Realms could move, it should be relatively safer, but it didn't mean that Yi Tianyun could just ignore the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race had caused so much grievance in the Three Realms, and Yi Tianyun couldn't just let them be either. Posset. At the same time, inside the evil spirit race ancestral land, the evil spirit race was thrown into chaos as soon as they learned that the Heaven Monarch cultivators they sent to some unknown land on the mortal domain were annihilated. What is happening? How could 3 Heaven Monarchs die in a mortal domain like that? The people said to themselves with uneasiness. Our king, 3 of our Heaven Monarchs that we send to the mortal domain are dead, a cultivator said as he reported to the evil spirit race king. The cultivator still couldn't believe this news, as it was bizarre to have a Heaven Monarch cultivator killed in some random mortal domain. It was a shame to evil spirit race, as they couldn't even handle a mortal domain. What is going on here? Is there any faction that backs up that place? A cultivator said on the side. Judging from his demeanor, he seemed to be some kind of elder. Everyone looked at each other as they didn't know what to say. There was no way a faction would aid a mortal domain that easily, but there was a possibility that the place that they attacked was already occupied by another powerful god domain. I didn't expect to run into this kind of problem. If it's really a powerful god domain, it would be troublesome if they figure out our location, another cultivator said on the side. The cultivators in the room murmured among themselves as they began to speculate the identity of the god domain that helped the mortal domain they attacked. Enough, the king said expressionlessly. The elders who stood on his side bowed and took a step back. Send God Monarch Evil Flames out and 2 other Heaven Monarchs. Bring the Escape Heavenly God Talisman too. If they still can't beat the enemy there, escape and report back to me at once. Evil Spirit King said coldly. Yes, right away, my king, the elder on the king's right side said and immediately left. The other cultivators looked at each other as they knew how grave their current situation was. It was obvious that their king was angry. They underestimated the mortal domain, and now they suffered a massive loss. Losing 3 Heaven Monarch cultivators at the same time would take a huge toll on the god domain's power. Now, the king even sent a god monarch to take control of the situation. Obviously, the god monarch cultivator would be much stronger than a Heaven Monarch cultivator. It was said that a god monarch cultivator could easily overpower 100 Heaven Monarch cultivators without any issues. Go at once. I shall await for good news. Evil Spirit King made his final word. Yes, right away, my king. The elder on the king's left side bowed and immediately left. The elders then found God Monarch Evil Flames and gave him the king's order. God Monarch Evil Flames bowed and took several Heaven Monarch cultivators with him before taking off with a high-grade rebirth level spirit ship towards the Three Realms. With a God Monarch cultivator taking the helm, the evil spirit race spirit ship was unbelievably fast. We have to reach the mortal domain in 1 month, God Monarch Evil Flames said coldly. The Heaven Monarch cultivators just nodded their heads as they knew how dire the situation was. They should have taken control of the mortal domain, but their plan was thwarted several times instead. It was a shameful display for a god domain to lose to a mortal domain. Under the leadership of God Monarch Evil Flames, the evil spirit race spirit ship arrived at Three Realms coordinate in 1 month. We have arrived at our destination. Are you all ready to fight? God Monarch Evil Flames said coldly. They all nodded their head, but as soon as they opened the door of their spirit ship, what is this? Where is the planet? Are you all sure this is the correct coordinate? God Monarch Evil Flames said annoyedly. They all felt dumb and stupid as they wondered if they went to the wrong coordinate. Chapter 979, God Monarch Evil Flames, and the rest of the evil spirit race cultivators that he brought along with him were all confused. He was certain that he had input the correct coordinate, but now they only saw a bunch of rocks without any planet in sight. Is the planet gone? Did they teleport it somehow? God Monarch Evil Flames said confusedly. They never expected the planet itself to disappear. They had seen a planet being blown out of existence, but certainly not disappeared into thin air like this. What expert would be capable of taking a whole planet away? Heaven Monarch that stood next to God Monarch Evil Flames said carefully. God Monarch Evil Flames still frowned. He had a rough idea what kind of expert was capable of doing so, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Damn it. We are so prepared to take control of that planet, but this turns out to be a complete waste of time. God Monarch Evil Flames said as he smashed some rocks in front of the spirit ship into powder. The power he exerted was terrifying, and none of the Heaven Monarch cultivators on the spirit ship dared to approach him. After venting for a little while, God Monarch Evil Flames finally calmed down. I don't know where the planet has been relocated, but I will find it for sure. God Monarch Evil Flames said coldly. God Monarch, but we shouldn't do that, a Heaven Monarch cultivator said behind God Monarch Evil Flames. Shut up. You don't have to do anything if you don't want to. I will handle everything. God Monarch Evil Flames stared coldly at the Heaven Monarch cultivator. This mission was given by Evil Spirit King, and he couldn't simply return empty-handed. He just had to search in the nearby area first. If he couldn't find any trace of that planet, he didn't mind returning to Evil Spirit Race ancestral land. The Heaven Monarch cultivators on the ships swallowed their spit in horror as they were worried about the cultivator that relocated the planet away. Someone who was capable of doing such a thing must be at the very least God Monarch level. Furthermore, they also knew that God Monarch Evil Flames couldn't do such a thing, so the cultivator that relocated the planet must be stronger than God Monarch Evil Flames, but they just remained silent as they didn't want to incur God Monarch Evil Flames' wrath. Right away, God Monarch. The Heaven Monarch cultivators braced themselves and maneuvered the spirit ship to search for their target planet. They could only hope that they wouldn't encounter the expert that had relocated the planet, for they knew that their lives would be forfeited at that moment. After a while, damn it. I don't believe that there is absolutely no clue left behind. God Monarch Evil Flames said as he searched the surrounding area with the spirit ship. At the same time, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was in chaos. The God Domain's War of Ascension was coming close, but Yi Tianyun suddenly disappeared without anyone knowing where he went. Where did that brat go? We have so little time now. If he couldn't cultivate as efficiently as we planned, he wouldn't be able to produce a decent result. Nian Siyu said as she gritted her teeth in frustration. The entire Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's cultivators who were free at the moment were dispatched to search for Yi Tianyun. They couldn't let their strongest disciple miss the War of Ascension. The elders of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory were thrown into panic. Although Yi Tianyun could just enter the next God Domain's War of Ascension, they had already done so much so that he could participate in this War of Ascension. Heavenly Edict Divine Territory has been in decline, and they need to at least get a decent result in this War of Ascension to gain their fame back. They had to bring glory to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory no matter what. After a while, everyone finally realized that Yi Tianyun wasn't inside Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's domain. They couldn't do anything after they knew of this fact, as there was no way they could search the entire universe to search for one person. Elder Nian, our token didn't react to his token. He is obviously too far to detect, one of the guards said as they came reporting to Nian Siyu. Where is this brat running to? Fortunately, the token says that he is still alive, Nian Siyu said with a frown on her face. The identity token that was given to Yi Tianyun as he joined Heavenly Edict Divine Territory could convey a lot of information, but if the distance was too far, then the information couldn't be accessed. Only if the holder died could the information be relayed back no matter how far the distance. It wasn't especially created this way, but the token required some energy to relay information. But if there was too much distance between them, then the token couldn't transmit the information effectively. But when the holder died, the token would explode, and the energy from the explosion would send the information inside the token with certainty. Yes, the token is still active, but he is just too far away from us right now, the guard said worriedly. They were all exhausted as they had been running around all day to search for Yi Tianyun's whereabouts. Then we should wait for him to return on his own. Tell the other guards to stop looking, Nian Siyu ordered with a frown on her face. All right. Thank you, Elder Nian, the guard said as they left Nian Siyu alone. I hope he will return before the time runs out. But why would he leave the Divine Temple of Life behind? It is a good place to cultivate for him. Is there any urgent matter that he needs to attend to? Nian Siyu wondered as she began to sigh exasperatedly. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was busy piloting the three realms to a remote area. Fortunately, no cultivator had noticed such a huge spirit ship flying in space. The energy required to control this thing is too much. There is no way I would be able to do this if my cultivation base is not high enough, Yi Tianyun said as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. He constantly channeled his star power to feed the three realms to move. Now, the only thing he ought to do was find some remote location to make sure that the evil spirit race wouldn't be able to find the three realms again. Yi Tianyun knew that the evil spirit race would search for the three realms again as soon as they couldn't find the three realms where it used to be. He has been piloting the three realms for several months now. It should be safe for the time being around here, Yi Tianyun said as he stopped the three realms. The other planets around here could serve as a cover for the three realms. In addition, he also wanted to place invisible great arrays outside to alarm him if there was any enemy approaching the three realms. Yi Tianyun immediately flew out of the control room to the outside world and set up his great array. He spent a lot of energy setting it up, but it was definitely worth it as it would be the first line of defense against any intruder who wanted to cause harm to the three realms. This is enough for my current cultivation. Now, I shouldn't have to worry about the three realms for some time, Yi Tianyun said as he sighed in relief. Chapter 980, after Yi Tianyun placed a great array right outside the three realms, he could finally rest easy. He now could live a comfortable life with ch951 without having to worry about anything for the time being. His goal was to free the three realms from the evil spirit race's threat, and now that he did, there was not much left to do. Yi Tianyun already calculated that there was still at least half a year before God Domain's War of Ascension, and he could teleport to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory anytime he wanted, so there was no need to hurry. Obviously, time in Mortal Domain was far more abundant too. 10 years in Mortal Domain equaled 2 years in God Domain. So, he could stay for a year in Mortal Domain, and he should still have enough time to do his obligation for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun knew that cultivating on the God Domain was far more efficient than cultivating on Mortal Domain, so the time difference was really much appreciated as they could efficiently use their time to cultivate. After all, 2 years of cultivation on the God Domain was equal to 10 years of cultivation in the Mortal Domain. After staying in the three realms for a while, Yi Tianyun decided to fly towards one of the empty planets to prepare for the next heavenly tribulation. Yi Tianyun was about to reach the 6th layer Earth Monarch rank, and he knew that once he did so, the tribulation cloud would attack him once again. Level up to 6th layer Earth Monarch, Yi Tianyun said as he felt that he was completely alone inside the empty planet. DING. Successfully level up to 6th layer Earth Monarch, deducting ESP for the amount of requirement. A crackling sound immediately echoed from the sky, and Yi Tianyun was right. The tribulation cloud was floating forward towards Yi Tianyun. The sound of thunder was loud, and the flash of light was intense. A 7th grade heavenly tribulation this time, huh? Yi Tianyun said as he smiled and rushed towards the tribulation clouds. He wanted to destroy it right away as he didn't want to waste too much time there. Obviously, the heavenly tribulation didn't mean much for Yi Tianyun right now. The thunder from the tribulation clouds easily reached tens of millions of star power. But Yi Tianyun dodged everything they threw at him and rushed towards the tribulation clouds without care. He knew that it would be more dangerous the closer he got to the tribulation clouds, but it didn't matter. Yi Tianyun concentrated his aura on his fist and punched the tribulation clouds as hard as he could. The tribulation clouds were blown out from the impact, giving Yi Tianyun another boost for his physique and star power concentration on his body. Yi Tianyun could feel his power rise sharply, and he knew that it would become more difficult to cultivate from here. He would have to put more effort into getting enough EXP for his next cultivation level. But still, this was already within expectation, so there was no need for Yi Tianyun to panic. Yi Tianyun returned to Three Realms after his breakthrough. Since he brought a lot of martial arts with him from the God Domain, the cultivators of the Three Realms were cultivating like crazy right now. Their vigor was revitalized, and they continued cultivating like they were some teens. When Yi Tianyun saw the situation at hand, he knew that the next time he came back from the God Domain, Three Realms would change drastically. He expected many cultivators would reach Divine King stage by that time. Still, Divine King level seemed to be the cap here on Mortal Domain as a cultivator needed star power to reach higher realms. Time to spin the roulette again, Yi Tianyun said as he had 3 roulette tickets in his inventory. He received one after killing the first Heaven Monarch, another one after reaching the 5th layer Earth Monarch, and the last one when he killed the evil spirit race Heaven Monarchs. But there was no extra bonus like earlier. He opened the God Domain's lottery roulette, and the roulette began to spin. Yi Tianyun wished it would stop at Divine Ability, but he knew there was no point placing too much hope on this. The pointers eventually slowed down and somehow stopped at Divine Ability. Yi Tianyun was startled as he knew that his luck was never this good, but it definitely would be a big help to get another Divine Ability. A crystal box rolled out of the roulette, and Yi Tianyun excitedly opened the box. Eye of Charm level 4 immediately popped out of the box as soon as Yi Tianyun opened the box. "Hey, I don't really need this one," Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Eye of Charm, expert level. Could charm any cultivator within Heaven Monarch level. They would absolutely obey any command. Manipulates up to 2 cultivators at a time. Next level requires 1 billion CPs. Note, charm could fail if the targeted cultivator's spiritual force was much stronger than the user. Well, it is still something. At least I don't need to spend too much crazy point to level this up, Yi Tianyun said as he consoled himself. But still, he saved hundreds of millions of crazy points for getting the Eye of Charm level 4. Again, Yi Tianyun said as the roulette board began to spin again, and it once again stopped at Divine Ability. This is really my lucky day, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. The crystal box rolled out again, and Yi Tianyun opened only to see Teleportation level 5. Teleportation. Teleport to a point up to 500 miles away. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Next level requires 1 billion CPs. Yi Tianyun sighed frustratedly once again. It is a good divine ability, but he didn't want something he already had. But at the very least, the maximum distance was improved by a lot. At least I don't have to level it up myself, Yi Tianyun said, trying to stay positive once again. He spun the roulette for the last time, and it stopped at Divine Ability again. Yi Tianyun quickly opened the crystal box, and Lucky Aura level 5 immediately popped out. It keeps giving me something I already have, Yi Tianyun said frustratedly. Getting Divine Ability was fine and all, but he looked forward to something new. Chapter 981. Chapter 981. Lucky Aura. 100 times luckier than usual. It will definitely help you in a pinch. Consumes 100,000 crazy points per second. Yi Tianyun frowned as using Lucky Aura seemed nothing but a bad idea right now. 100,000 crazy points per second wasn't a laughing matter. Nevertheless, while 100,000 crazy points definitely could buy a lot of things in the past, Yi Tianyun knew that 100,000 crazy points wasn't really that valuable right now. 100 times luckier than normal is certainly worth the cost, but I have to use it wisely, Yi Tianyun said while clicking his tongue. He knew that Lucky Aura was a helpful divine ability, and it has never let him down in the past. My ticket is gone, but I really want to spend some crazy points to draw the next one, Yi Tianyun said as he spun the roulette once more. He spent millions of crazy points to get one more spin, but it was certainly worth it. Getting crazy points wasn't that hard after all. It's almost time to go back. I wonder if Elder Neon will be mad at me. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. He knew that he was at fault here as he left without saying anything to anyone from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Yi Tianyun went to Lei Zhengyu first as he was still in 3 realms after Yi Tianyun summoned him earlier. It was natural that he wouldn't leave without Yi Tianyun's instruction. Brother Lei, it is time for us to return, Yi Tianyun said as he found Lei Zhengyu was teaching some cultivator from Heavenly Cloud's divine nation. Already? But still, I didn't expect Boss Yi to even show your hometown to me. I never thought you'd trust me that much, Lei Zhengyu said with a big grin on his face. We are all humans. I trust you out there, and I would trust you here too, Yi Tianyun said as he patted Lei Zhengyu's shoulder. Still, you have my gratitude for helping me fend off those evil spirit race. If you have something you need from me, you can ask me any time, Yi Tianyun said gratefully. I'll gladly take you up on that offer, Boss Yi. But how do we return? Do we use a spirit ship, or should we fly there on our own? Lei Zhengyu asked curiously. We don't have to use such a roundabout way. Just wait here for a while, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun then went to ch951 and bid her farewell for now. ch951, I am leaving you here for another while. Don't worry, the 3 realms are now safe from the evil spirit race. They would never find their way here again for the time being. Even if they find the 3 realms again, I believe by that time I would have the power to finally exterminate all of them, Yi Tianyun said confidently. I believe in you, ch951 said while rubbing her belly. As long as our child is born safely, I don't mind, ch951 said with a smile on her face. That's correct, Yi Tianyun said as he hugged her tightly. He didn't say anything else, but he knew that his responsibility definitely added up. Not only did he have to protect the 3 realms, but he also ought to protect his family too. After the farewell, Yi Tianyun teleported to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory and summoned Lei Zhengyu again. Yi Tianyun then gave a lot of treasure to Lei Zhengyu for his help and as a form of reward. After all, Lei Zhengyu was his divine general, and he would feel bad leaving his divine general with nothing after everything he had done. Besides, he ought to strengthen his divine general further. Lei Zhengyu just accepted Yi Tianyun's gift as he couldn't reject it after seeing how sincere Yi Tianyun was. After Lei Zhengyu left, Yi Tianyun's ID token suddenly shook, and a few strong messages popped up in his mind. Please come back. Heavenly Edict, Divine Territory will help you solve all your problems. God Domain's War of Ascension is about to begin. Stop running around and return. If you return to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, find Elder Neon right away. Yi Tianyun received all kinds of information, but he knew Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was thrown into chaos as soon as he left. They counted on Yi Tianyun to give them the opportunity to etch their name on the War of Ascension's Hall of Fame, after all. After witnessing what happened in the Divine Temple of Life, everyone believed that Yi Tianyun would certainly produce a better result than Xiao Morong. They must be still looking for me. Yi Tianyun shook his head and immediately went to Neon Siyu's office. Where the hell have you been? Neon Siyu said as she frowned after seeing Yi Tianyun had returned. Calm down, Elder Neon. I am back, aren't I? Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Neon Siyu. Where the hell you've been? You know Heavenly Edict Divine Territory wouldn't be able to survive in War of Ascension without you, right? Nian Siyu said coldly. I went back to my hometown. I have some urgent business over there earlier. Yi Tianyun said honestly. So, what are you doing over there? Whatever your problem is, I believe our people would help you, Nian Siyu said with a frown on her face. Evil spirit race is my problem. Can you help me deal with them? Yi Tianyun said honestly. Evil spirit race? Nian Siyu's expression suddenly turned cold. Where are they? I will help you deal with them right now, Nian Siyu said coldly. Evil Spirit Race is a 2ND grade god domain, and they might have the power to reach 3RD grade god domain too. Won't Heavenly Edict Divine Territory face grave danger if you help me? Yi Tianyun said curiously. Yes, but everyone has their fair share of grief because of Evil Spirit Race, especially those that come from the mortal domain, Nian Siyu said coldly. Our faction may be weaker than them, but if we band together, I believe that the Evil Spirit Race wouldn't have the opportunity to fight back, Nian Siyu said excitedly. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun could only shake his head as he knew what she was trying to say. Still, Yi Tianyun was quite confused. If there was a 3RD layer god domain, why didn't an advanced level god domain exist? Chapter 982. Chapter 982. If so many cultivators are troubled by the evil spirit race's action, why not join forces and get rid of them once and for all? Yi Tianyun wondered. Or better yet, you can ask a more powerful god domain faction to get rid of them, Yi Tianyun wondered. It was just confusing as he knew getting rid of the evil spirit race was the solution. The reason is relatively simple. The place that the evil spirit race mainly invaded is the mortal domain, and their territory is relatively far from any other faction too. You see, no law in God domain stated that we must punish any god domain that committed inhumane crimes, so joining forces is not really a thing here, Nian Siyu said helplessly. Besides, the higher grade god domain didn't care about the mortal domain at all, Nian Siyu said with an exhausted sigh. This was the reality. Although it might sound cruel, it was the truth. The higher grade god domains wouldn't care as long as their business was left alone. Well, many high grade god domains were even more atrocious than the evil spirit race. It's a given that they wouldn't care about the evil spirit race as they thought that what the evil spirit race did was a mere child play, Nian Siyu said while shaking her head. Yi Tianyun thought about it and realized that it made perfect sense. Evil spirit race was only one race out of thousands in the universe. There were bound to be other races that would commit more repulsive behaviors than the evil spirit race. In the god domain's world, the strong were always respected. It was the hard truth. It seems we have to take care of the evil spirit race ourselves, Yi Tianyun said with an exasperated sigh. Take me with you. I will help you destroy them, Nian Siyu said as she took out her spirit ship. She was ready to go wherever Yi Tianyun wanted. No! Did you think I wouldn't be able to defeat them on my own? Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Nian Siyu. He had already killed so many evil spirit race cultivators before that Yi Tianyun didn't think he would lose to them. I think you should have no problem, but you would be struggling if a powerful heaven monarch or even a god monarch appeared. But the evil spirit race won't make a move on the human race for no reason, will they? Nian Siyu said as she wondered what the evil spirit race might do to Yi Tianyun in the past. Nian Siyu was confident in her own skill as she could handle one of the Slaughter God Divine Generals on her own back in the Slaughter God Tower. Even so, Yi Tianyun was way more powerful than she might be, which was also why Yi Tianyun didn't want her to come as she might hinder Yi Tianyun's movement there. It doesn't matter for now. I will attend the God Domain's War of Ascension, and this problem with the evil spirit race should be dealt with later, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. For now, all he ought to focus on was leveling up his cultivation base. You still have time to test for the Bone Age. Most of the participants are already there. You may be the only one left, Nian Siyu said as she remembered that Yi Tianyun still had to participate in the War of Ascension. Is there a test to participate? Yi Tianyun said confusedly. Yes, they have to see how long you've already lived in this universe to determine whether you can participate or not. I believe the limit is around 1 neurozero years. If you have lived more than that, you're not allowed to participate in the War of Ascension, but joining as one of their disciples shouldn't be a problem. 1 neurozero years? Do I look like a 1 neurozero years old to you? Yi Tianyun said weirdly. Well, others might think that you are an old man considering that your power is extraordinary, Nian Siyu said teasingly. This is tough, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But the flow of time in God Domain and Mortal Domain is quite different. How do they calculate one's age? Yi Tianyun wondered. It is calculated based on the time of the place the test is taken. But now that you haven't shown yourself on the test site for so long, people are starting to think that you are avoiding it, Nian Siyu said without so much thought. Nian Siyu then told Yi Tianyun to follow him, and she brought Yi Tianyun to the test site. Yi Tianyun noticed that the test site didn't seem like anything special, just a place to gather around. The cultivators are lining up to take the Bone Age test. This place is no longer just Heavenly Edict Divine territory, but already considered God Domain's War of Ascension's territory. Nian Siyu said, explaining the place to Yi Tianyun. Every God Domain that participated in the War of Ascension had to set aside some of their lands as the test area. The executor of the War of Ascension would come to each God Domain that participated and conducted the test themselves. This way, there was no way for the God Domain participant could cheat their way inside the War of Ascension. This way, the participants who were deemed too old to join the War of Ascension would be selected as a disciple if they had already passed the requirements set by the executor. Once they were selected as the disciple, they would become subject to severe punishment as they had already cheated the War of Ascension rules. Nevertheless, this was also the reason why the God Domain spent money to hire a strong cultivator to participate on their behalf in the War of Ascension. Yi Tianyun looked around and didn't see anyone he knew among the participants. Eventually, he did see some familiar faces, which were Xiao Murong and Yuan Tianyou, and other Inner Palace disciples. Nian Siyu's arrival attracted people's attention as they thought that Nian Siyu was their goddess. They looked at Nian Siyu full of admiration and respect. Yi Tianyun's existence was completely ignored as only a few people knew about Yi Tianyun's identity. Still, they showed no sign of hiding their jealousy as they didn't like someone like Yi Tianyun to stand by their goddess's side. Who is that man that stands next to Elder Nian? Why is he being escorted by Elder Nian herself? It's that rumored genius. I believe his name is Yi Tianyun. The outside world thinks that he is an old monster that easily lived for more than 3W0 years old. 3W0 years old. Isn't that just an exaggeration? If that is really the case, he wouldn't be able to join the War of Ascension, would he? I am not too sure about it. I heard that he has been hiding for quite some time as soon as Elder Nian ordered him to take the test. One by one, the cultivators in the area gloated over Yi Tianyun as they thought that he would certainly fail and would be taken in as the disciples. Chapter 983. Chapter 983. Yi Tianyun just shrugged his shoulders despite all the stares directed at him. These cultivators were really weak compared to his standard, and he sure hoped that the rest wouldn't be as bad as them. Why would they think I'm an old man? Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. Well, it was obvious. If you are a human, there is no explanation of your power other than you being really old, Nian Siyu said with a shrug. But it was the truth, as cultivating to the higher cultivation base would prove to be difficult with the human race's innate ability, and the human race could only reach a higher plane of cultivation base with time. Still, if that was the case with Yi Tianyun, then his participation in God Domain's War of Ascension would be revoked, and he would be punished severely. It's true, but it is a pity that they would be disappointed once they find out, Yi Tianyun said as he laughed to himself. He didn't say much after that as he walked towards the line. He stood right behind Xiao Murong, and Xiao Murong immediately turned around to look at Yi Tianyun with a frown on his face. Where have you been? You've been gone for so long. I told you to wait for me at the bottom, but you ran off somewhere instead. You are a strange person, you know that? Xiao Murong looked at Yi Tianyun strangely. I have my personal issue, so I have to deal with it on my own. But now I am ready to participate in God Domain's War of Ascension, Yi Tianyun said casually. Well, this time my ranking would certainly be higher than you, Xiao Murong said coldly. Of course, the Territory Lord would be pleased with your accomplishment. Yi Tianyun shrugged as he didn't really care about the ranking. He didn't care whether he would be number 1 or 100 as long as he could participate in God Domain's War of Ascension. You cocky shit! Just you wait, Xiao Murong said angrily. She was clearly irritated that Yi Tianyun didn't take her seriously. Yuan Tianyou, on the side, just shrugged his shoulders and walked toward Xiao Murong. Miss Mu, don't let him bother you. He might be an old monster and get disqualified from the War of Ascension for all we know. But if you act like this, you might be the one who gets booted out. Yuan Tianyou tried to comfort Xiao Murong. Yuan Tianyou was a little bit on edge as he was supposed to be the number 1 disciple of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, but now his spot was taken by Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun attracted everyone's attention and left Yuan Tianyou with nothing. He was even more dumbfounded to find Yi Tianyun even managed to get to the bottom of the Divine Temple of Life. Yet again, Yi Tianyun set another record. It was something that even Yuan Tianyou never imagined to happen. Yuan Tianyou couldn't figure out how Yi Tianyun could do all this. But there was a chance that Yi Tianyun might be an old monster. It wasn't only Yuan Tianyou himself. Other geniuses on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory were also jealous of Yi Tianyun, and as good as they tried to hide it, they actually wanted to know how Yi Tianyun did it. They hoped that Yi Tianyun would be caught after the test. Get off of me. Just take care of yourself, Xiao Murong coldly said as she disregarded Yuan Tianyou. Xiao Murong was already done with her Bone Age test, and there was no need for her to be here anymore. She could just rest as she waited for the War of Ascension to commence. Yuan Tianyou was embarrassed as Xiao Murong ignored her like trash. Damn you, Xiao Murong. Wait until my rank is higher than you. I will make your entire Mu family kneel in front of my feet, Yuan Tianyou said to himself. Look at Yuan Tianyou. Xiao Murong ignores him like a trash. Well, Xiao Murong is a genius. Someone like Yuan Tianyou is not even on her radar. That is true. She is already 500 years old, and she has already reached the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. It is incredible. Almost no one that stood behind Yuan Tianyou as Xiao Murong was definitely better than him. A cultivator within 1,000 years old had already gathered there as they wanted to see who would participate in the War of Ascension today. They also wanted to see the geniuses that stood before them. Yi Tianyun just smirked as he listened to the chatter around him. He shook his head with a smile on his face, as none of it was important for Yi Tianyun. Your bone age is 476 years, qualified. Next, the tester said as the cultivator left. From the looks of it, the cultivator only needed to put their hands on the crystal in front of the tester, and their age would be revealed immediately. It didn't even require any energy to activate. Instead, the crystal itself emitted energy that shrouded the cultivator's body as soon as their hand touched it. The next cultivator then stepped up as it was their turn. They also immediately left after their age was shown. Bone age is 576, qualified. Next, the tester said in monotone. He didn't even bat an eye, as if there was nothing exciting for him to see. Finally, it was time for Yi Tianyun and Nian Xiu to step forward. Everyone immediately focused their attention on Yi Tianyun's direction. It seems everyone can't wait to see your age, Nian Xiu said as she smirked teasingly. Yi Tianyun just shook his head as he walked forward. Everyone was eagerly waiting for this moment as the queue on the sides, and everyone else watching from afar stared anticipatingly at Yi Tianyun. Everyone wanted to see Yi Tianyun get booted out. The tester didn't say anything as he just stood there, waiting for the participants to put their hands on the crystal. He didn't know who Yi Tianyun was and didn't care either. Yi Tianyun then signaled the tester that he was ready to take the test. Everyone looked at him expectantly, obviously expecting him to fail. Yi Tianyun put his hand on the crystal ball, and the energy that the crystal transmitted shrouded Yi Tianyun, immediately reading Yi Tianyun's age. But the tester was immediately stunned in surprise as he saw Yi Tianyun's age. Bone age 29? The tester said in disbelief as he had never seen someone this young participating in the God Domain's War of Ascension test. Everyone who watched the test fell silent as they were shocked beyond surprise. Chapter 984. Chapter 984. The cultivators who heard that Yi Tianyun was still 29 years old were speechless. They thought that Yi Tianyun would definitely be an old cultivator that had already reached at least 1,000 years old. But the truth was really baffling. The tester himself was also shocked. Even Nian Xiu also couldn't believe her ears. Nian Xiu herself also thought that Yi Tianyun would definitely have at least 100 years in his experience, but Yi Tianyun wasn't even 50. She knew that Yi Tianyun came from a mortal domain, so Yi Tianyun's cultivation should be slower than anyone in the God domain. Xiao Marong was a relatively good example of a God domain cultivator. She was a genius cultivator, but her age was still in the hundreds for someone who had reached the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. Furthermore, she also had support from an influential family that could provide her with everything she needed to advance farther than anyone else. But the test just showed Yi Tianyun's age to be 29 years old. It was certainly the fastest cultivation speed that anyone could ever imagine reaching the Earth Monarch level. The tester then took out a new crystal from his storage ring as he prepared to redo the test again. Obviously, the tester thought that there was something wrong with the crystal, as there was no way someone at the Earth Monarch stage would only be 29 years old. The tester thought that there was something wrong with the crystal, but it was expected. There was no way an Earth Monarch cultivator would be 29 years old. Yes, I thought so too. The crystal must be broken. It's probably at its limit already. After all, it has already tested so many cultivators before that brat. There's just no way. Everyone shook their head as they couldn't believe Yi Tianyun was really only 29 years old. If this is true, then the entire cultivation world would be in chaos. The tester was mainly skeptical of Yi Tianyun's age because Yi Tianyun's cultivation level had already reached the 6th layer Earth Monarch stage. If he had a lower cultivation level, the tester wouldn't even bat an eye. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun didn't even show the slightest change of emotion as he didn't really care at all. The tester set up the new crystal and ordered Yi Tianyun to put his hands on the crystal again. The aura from the crystal shrouded Yi Tianyun like last time, and the tester was baffled once again and took another crystal from his storage ring as he still couldn't believe Yi Tianyun's age. This is not right, the tester said as he changed the crystal on the table with a new one. But nevertheless, the result was the same. You are really 29 years old? The tester asked with a baffled look on his face. All the cultivators around Yi Tianyun were stunned by the words that came out of the tester's mouth. It seemed, no matter how many times the tester tried, Yi Tianyun's age would still be 29 years old. This is impossible. Is he really 29 years old? The cultivator still doubted Yi Tianyun's age. The crystal testing device doesn't seem to be the problem, but Yi Tianyun himself was really 29 years old. It seems he is really 29 years old. But could he just be an old monster who took that brat body with body possession? Body possession? There is no way a soul of an old monster cultivator would be able to cultivate a 29-year-old body to Earth Monarch stage. It would take hundreds of years for them to reach Earth Monarch stage. Yeah, there is no way body possession is the case here. But still, the crystal couldn't test the soul, and so there is no way to find out if it was body possession or not. The cultivators soon speculated the truth behind Yi Tianyun's age. They tried to justify it by thinking that Yi Tianyun was really an old monster who took over a poor brat's body with body possession, as they still couldn't admit that Yi Tianyun was really a terrifying genius. You guys are all spewing bullshit. You have to admit that he is a genius cultivator. You can't look down on us human race like this. It was obvious that he wasn't some old monster who took over a boy's body with body possession. a human cultivator said as he supported Yi Tianyun as a fellow human race cultivator. All the human race cultivators stood behind Yi Tianyun as they found hope in Yi Tianyun. If a human race like Yi Tianyun could participate in God Domain's War of Ascension, then they might have the same chance too someday. The other cultivators couldn't refute it, as body possession couldn't be done easily, and body possession itself would leave a mark. The soul itself would need many years to get used to its new body, and thus, cultivation would be off the table for a while. So, do you really think that he used his own ability to reach such a stage? This is nonsense. He comes from the mortal domain. It's not possible. The cultivators kept on wondering and discussing Yi Tianyun's circumstances among themselves as they couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun reached the stage he was currently in with his own ability, but in the end, they couldn't refute that Yi Tianyun really had a staggering cultivation level. Yi Tianyun just smiled the whole time as he knew that a commotion would be made in his bone age test. "They are too predictable," Yi Tianyun said as he casually waited for the tester's verdict. He knew that in the God Domain cultivator's perspective, Yi Tianyun was like a baby bird that hatched a few minutes ago in terms of age. "Tester, do you still need to test me again?" Yi Tianyun asked the tester with a smile on his face. "No, it seems you are really a 29-year-old cultivator with the 6th layer Earth Monarch cultivation level. This is really something else," the tester said to himself. The tester also looked into Yi Tianyun's background, and it was even more baffling as they saw that Yi Tianyun was a human race and a cultivator that comes from mortal domain. If Yi Tianyun came from some fourth-grade God domain, the tester might not be as surprised by Yi Tianyun's achievement, but the fact that Yi Tianyun was a human race and mortal domain cultivator really changed the whole situation. Chapter 985. Chapter 985. Everyone kept their mouth shut as they were all shocked by Yi Tianyun's age. They immediately wondered what exactly Yi Tianyun had done in the mortal domain to reach such a high cultivation level with such a little amount of time. Xiao Morong believed that she was the prodigy of the God domain, and no one was as talented as she was, but Yi Tianyun came from the mortal domain, yet he was an even better cultivator than Xiao Morong. Everybody couldn't believe their eyes and kept saying that Yi Tianyun must be some old legend that used body possession to take over a young body. Still, the reason that made the most sense was the body possession route, as there was just no other explanation behind Yi Tianyun's overwhelmingly fast cultivation speed. Even so, body possession wasn't violating the rules of God Domain's War of Ascension. "I wondered about body possession too, but did you really understand the principles of body possession?" Nianxiu asked curiously. Experts of body possession needed to find an excellent physique that's compatible with your cultivation method, and the cultivation level of that body can't be low either. Nianxiu explained. "If you forced to possess someone's body, the result would be a big explosion. There is no way a weak body would be able to handle such a strong soul," Nianxiu said solemnly. "Well, that's all I can say about the body possession technique, so it doesn't really make sense that Yi Tianyun was someone who had done a body possession in the past," Nianxiu said as she turned around towards the spectator. But it was already expected of Nianxiu, as she knew that accusing someone of using body possession was very rude. It was also the reason why Nianxiu and the other cultivators at Slaughter God Tower approved disposing of the Slaughter God Tower, as it was an extremely disgusting technique. If the soul was weak, the body possession user ought to slowly cultivate the soul, so it was hard to use body possession on a very young person. If it weren't the case, then everyone would want to use the body possession technique to get a new younger body. The tester was definitely not a fool, and he immediately realized that there was no way for Yi Tianyun to use body possession, which led him to believe that Yi Tianyun was a genuine genius. Meanwhile, the other cultivators just bowed their heads as they acknowledged Nianxiu's opinion. If they thought about it carefully, it was unreasonable for them to accuse Yi Tianyun like that. They had to acknowledge Yi Tianyun as a super genius cultivator, but surely their pride still held them back as they felt bad for losing in cultivation with a human race cultivator. Yi Tianyun shook his head. He knew many people hoped for the worst for him, but he was already used to it. Yi Tianyun came to God Domain knowing full well that people might discriminate against him, so this kind of treatment wasn't really a surprise. Still, it was sad to see people get jealous over others' accomplishments. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything but just turned around and left. He knew that the test was already over and there was nothing he needed or wanted to do in this area. Meanwhile, Yuan Tianyo just clenched his fist as he was frustrated that Yi Tianyun beat him once again. But now he realized that there was no way for him to catch up with Yi Tianyun with normal means. "Shh! Why, it's always him. He hogs all the spotlight for himself," Yuan Tianyo said frustratedly, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Nianxiu turned his attention to the spectators once again. "Good cultivator. This is your chance to show your worth in God Domain's War of Ascension. If you can reach the top 100, you will receive many rewards that you wouldn't believe would be given to you. So, you all better prepare yourself before the time for battle comes," Nianxiu said solemnly. "Understood, Elder," the cultivator shouted vigorously. They immediately left the test area to prepare themselves to enter the War of Ascension. Everyone now knew that Yi Tianyun had already topped Xiao Murong. He didn't even need to do anything spectacular. In terms of age, Xiao Murong could be considered an old hag compared to Yi Tianyun. "Thanks for Elder Neon's help there," Yi Tianyun said gratefully. Although he didn't mind the discrimination that much, he still felt grateful for those who supported him. You don't need to thank me, I am just stating the truth. If your age is more than 100 years old, body possession may be a possible conclusion. But since you're still below 30 years old, there is no way someone can possess somebody with barely any cultivation. Yi Tianyun revealed his situation to Nian Siyu, and she was surprised once again. She only knew that Yi Tianyun was at the 4th layer Earth Monarch, but now Yi Tianyun had already reached the 6th layer Earth Monarch stage. Was it really possible to even cultivate that fast? This is fun, but I still want to refine my cultivation first, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Whatever. I don't think I am qualified to teach you anything else right now. In fact, I don't think any elders on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory could handle teaching you anything, but still, make sure that you prepared well and enter the War of Ascension at the same time as everyone else. Nian Siyu said solemnly. All right, I get it, Yi Tianyun said solemnly, but Nian Siyu still couldn't put her mind at ease. She was worried that Yi Tianyun might disappear again like before, and Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would be in a predicament. Still, there was not much time left, and Nian Siyu could only hope that Yi Tianyun wouldn't let Heavenly Edict Divine Territory down. Yi Tianyun and the other participants rode a huge spirit ship to reach the destination. Yi Tianyun observed the participants inside the spirit ship, but none of these people seemed like a threat. The weakest cultivator there was at the 2nd layer Earth Monarch stage, while the strongest was at the 7th layer Earth Monarch, and with that information, Yi Tianyun wasn't intimidated at all. After arriving at the planet where the War of Ascension would be held, Yi Tianyun sat in a corner and started to meditate. God Domain's War of Ascension. I am looking forward to taking care of you all. Yi Tianyun smiled excitedly. Chapter 986. Chapter 986. Tell me your secret. There is no way you are this strong while only 29 years old at age. A familiar voice was directed in Yi Tianyun's direction. It was none other than Xiao Murong. Although her appearance was like a little girl, she had already lived for a couple of hundred years. She was spoiled as she grew inside the God Domain, and she couldn't stand the fact that someone was much better than her. There is no secret to my age. Feel free to ask the tester if you aren't satisfied with the result, Yi Tianyun lazily said as he didn't care what Xiao Murong thought of him. Then you were saying that you were stronger than me and much younger than me at the same time? Xiao Murong said irritatedly. Xiao Murong raised her voice a little bit, attracting the cultivators all around them. Why did you ask me? I just practiced a lot and got a breakthrough. Perhaps this is just my innate ability, Yi Tianyun said while shrugging his shoulders. It was an incredulous remark as everyone looked at Yi Tianyun weirdly. It was like saying a mouse was so powerful that it could win against a lion, a human race with an innate ability to cultivate faster than anyone else. It had to be a joke. Don't you dare make a fool out of me, Xiao Murong said angrily. Other cultivators didn't say anything and just spectated on the side, waiting for Yi Tianyun to tell his secret. Still, they believed that Yi Tianyun wouldn't tell his secret. After all, it would be a game-changer in the cultivation world. Yuan Tianyou saw the scene himself. He observed both Xiao Murong and Yi Tianyun carefully as he wanted to improve his cultivation speed himself. He had been chasing after Xiao Murong for so long, but Xiao Murong just ignored him like dirt on the sideline. But now that someone stronger than Xiao Murong appeared, he hoped that they would fight and, if possible, weaken themselves. The jealousy inside Yuan Tianyou's heart knew no bounds as, right now, he knows that no one would care about what he thinks. Although he looked calm on the outside, he was raging deep down. That was why Yuan Tianyou wanted both Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong to fight each other so they would be useless in the War of Ascension. But things didn't seem to turn in his favor as Xiao Murong started to meditate beside Yi Tianyun. Hey, it seems we have reached our destination, a cultivator shouted as he pointed his finger to the distance. The spirit ship had been sailing for half a year, and a planet was finally seen in the distance. Everyone opened their eyes and took a look outside the spirit ship, and they saw huge floating land masses instead of a planet. This was the battlefield for the War of Ascension. Yi Tianyun opened his eyes and also saw the vast land in front of him. It wasn't in a planet shape, but it was a flat land mass. At the same time, Yi Tianyun also saw many other spirit ships closing in towards the destination. It seemed the other god domain had also gathered here. Soon, their spirit ship landed very accurately outside of a temple. The temple itself looked empty as there wasn't even a guard standing in front of it. You all go inside, Nian Siyu shouted as she led the cultivator from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory inside the temple. Some elders also accompanied her on this trip to observe the battle later. The territory lord himself would also observe this war, but obviously he would be observing somewhere else. Nian Siyu and the elders divided the cultivator into groups so the situation could be somewhat controlled. They began to group up and stand together orderly before waiting for Nian Siyu's next order. You are participating in God Domain's War of Ascension. Some of you have already participated in this war before, and I hope you can be a leader and guide your junior brothers. This God Domain's War of Ascension is a new starting point for you. If you can secure a good result, your future will definitely be a bright one. I hope you can throw your prejudice aside and concentrate on getting a better result for this god domain's War of Ascension, Nian Siyu said solemnly. Your enemy is other god domains, so I don't want to see you attacking your own teammates later, and if you did something like that, I would surely punish you myself, Nian Siyu said coldly. Everyone looked at each other as they saw how serious Nian Siyu was, but they knew that if they attacked their own teammates, it wouldn't give them any benefit at all as their ranking wouldn't rise. Everyone couldn't help but look in Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong's direction as they knew that if they worked together with Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong, their chance of success would increase. Even if they couldn't reach the top 100 in the War of Ascension, they believed that they would receive rewards from their respective groups. Now, you have to rely on your own skill to achieve the best result. I am looking forward to seeing what you're capable of. Certainly, you will be rewarded once the war is over, Nian Siyu said expectantly. Now, we will give you several medicinal pills for your own use, Nian Siyu said as she began to distribute several recovery medicinal pills and cure medicinal pills for the cultivators to consume during the war. After she distributed all the medicinal pills, Nian Siyu and the elders were ready to leave as they couldn't stay here during the war. Work hard, and we will observe you from out there, Nian Siyu said as she passed Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong. Yi Tianyun just nodded his head as he understood what he ought to do. Nian Siyu and the elders then left with the spirit ship, and right after they left, the temple gates were immediately imbued with an energy barrier, trapping them inside. Chapter 987. Chapter 987. The participants were locked inside the temple and couldn't go out. They all looked out from the gate and saw the battlefield outside. Yi Tianyun stood at the gate and didn't see anything outside, but he noticed that the battlefield was clearly different from any other planet. This place didn't have any spiritual pressure, and it didn't have any dangerous zone either. From a distance, it was like a barren plain without anything significant in it. In addition to that, Yi Tianyun didn't see any other temple in the distance, but he knew that there must be other temples out there. There had to be hundreds of temples in total and tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of participants. Nevertheless, the God Domain's War of Ascension only ranked the top 100 cultivators. The 2ND grade God Domain only took the best of the best. They wouldn't take those who weren't worth their time and effort to cultivate. Although it might seem condescending for the 2ND grade God Domain to do so, it was the most efficient way to make sure that they got the most promising cultivator. This was also the biggest reason why most God Domain didn't show any interest in Mortal Domain, as they were too weak for their standard. This is God Domain's War of Ascension. If I get to the top spot, what reward would I get? Yi Tianyun said as he kept peeking outside the gate. He pitied everyone here as it seemed their world was dictated by the strong, but nevertheless, it was the truth of the cultivation world. For now, Yi Tianyun just had to wait for the War of Ascension to commence. It seems we have to wait for a while until all participants are here. When it's time, we will be given a token that represents our life. If we lose our token, then we are done. A cultivator explained the War of Ascension rules. So, what would they see in us for us to have a better chance to reach the top 100? One of the cultivators asked. It's hard to say as it would change every time, but there will be no change in the first stage of the war. At the very least, they would cull half of the participants immediately, the cultivator earlier added. More than half in the first stage? Isn't it too excessive? Another cultivator asked worriedly. But as he said, the elimination number was too high. Well, the first stage is collecting tokens. Those who collect a certain number of tokens would be eligible to advance. But I am not sure how many tokens we need to advance, the explainer said with a shrug. In short, if you lose your token, you will be teleported back here immediately, but you won't be able to fight anymore, he said confidently. This old senior cultivator then explained everything he knew about the War of Ascension. He had already participated more than once, and so he knew about the War of Ascension more than anyone there. He was already prepared to explain everything he knew about the War of Ascension. He knew that no one would explain these rules anyway. Now, we will have better odds if we stay together as a team, Sikong Ma, the man who kept explaining the War of Ascension rules earlier, added. So, would you like to team up with us? We are on the same side here. Sikong Ma asked Yi Tianyun. I am sorry, but I only work alone, Yi Tianyun said apologetically. He didn't understand these people's way of thinking, as they had to get as many tokens as they could in the end. However, if they worked as a team, they would need a huge amount of token to advance, which was terrible. Although it wasn't that bad, how would they split the token? It probably went according to what the leader said anyway. Sikong Ma's face sank, and his eyes turned cold. You really are one arrogant brat. Brother Sikong went out of his way and invited you to our team, but you didn't even appreciate that, one of the cultivators behind Sikong Ma shouted. Yeah, Elder Nian already told us to unite, but are you seriously refusing to do so? Another cultivator said provocatively. They tried to make Yi Tianyun feel bad to make him join the team. They knew how powerful Yi Tianyun was, so they wouldn't miss the chance to recruit Yi Tianyun. Stop, he is a genius. He has his own means, and if he doesn't want to be with us, there is nothing we can do. But what about you, Xiao Morong? Do you want to be on our team? I have a lot of experience, and I will be able to help you reach a high rank. Sikong Ma asked Xiao Morong to join his team. If Yi Tianyun, the best pick among the participants from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, rejected his offer, it was a given to choose the second best pick, Xiao Morong. I am not interested, Xiao Murong said as she turned around disinterestedly. She rejected Sikong Ma's offer without any second thought. Sikong Ma's face was burning from embarrassment as he was rejected 2 times successively. Can't you consider for a while, Xiao Murong? There are 3 people in my team who know about the rules of War of Ascension very well, so we will be able to get an excellent result for sure, Sikong Ma said as he tried to persuade Xiao Murong to join his team. What the hell are you talking about? You can't even reach the top 100 for a long time. Why would I team up with a failure? Xiao Murong said disgustedly. Yi Tianyun immediately laughed out loud as Xiao Murong's degrading words were the truth. Sikong Ma kept spouting useless bullshit from earlier, and Yi Tianyun himself was already getting tired of hearing it. If Sikong Ma was really reliable, he shouldn't be here. If a strong cultivator participated in the War of Ascension, they would certainly produce a good result during their first time. That was why everyone didn't dare to say anything back to Xiao Murong. Yi Tianyun stopped after a while, but he couldn't help but smile as he saw the ugly face of Sikong Ma's henchman. Sikong Ma was just spewing bullshit, but still, it was a good thing to unite in one team. Chapter 988. Chapter 988, Senior Brother Sima, I will team up with you, Yuan Tianyo said as he stood up and walked towards Sikong Ma. You are welcome to join, Brother Yuan. You are the Core Palace's #1 genius. We will definitely need your strength on our team, Sikong Ma said with a big smile on his face. Yuan Tianyo seemed really excited upon hearing Sikong Ma's words. Now, Sikong Ma was very excited with how things turned out, as he could distribute the tokens they gathered later however he liked. Yi Tianyun just shook his head and turned his attention somewhere else. He couldn't care less about what these people were about to do. The weak tend to group up after all. The tester came again as they began handing the token over to the participants. Line up. You will be given 1 token each, the tester said uninterestedly. After handing over 1 token to each participant, the tester disappeared. Yi Tianyun also got his token, and he carefully observed the situation. He observed the token and saw Heavenly Edicts was engraved on the token, which meant it was the mark of which camp they belonged to. He knew that among the War of Ascension's rules, one of them stated that a token from the same camp would be considered one piece, no matter how many tokens were taken from the same camp. Nevertheless, it didn't mean one group wouldn't attack their own team and use their token to barter with another camp later. Then again, it didn't matter much for him as he would traverse the land to collect as many tokens as possible. Suddenly, there was a terrifying pressure in the air that forced everyone down. It was as if the gravity itself had increased 10 folds. At the same time, a murderous aura could be felt coming from outside, stimulating everyone's fighting instinct. But still, the murderous aura that Yi Tianyun felt right now was still much weaker than the one he felt on the Slaughter God Tower. It didn't take long before the front gate was opened up high, and a more intense murderous aura came from the battlefield, signaling to everyone that it was time for them to fight. Let's go, Sikong Ma shouted as he quickly rushed outside. Yi Tianyun himself was also among those who rushed out of the gate too. Everyone immediately felt that the battlefield was so much different than the temple they were in just a moment ago. The sky was covered by a thick layer of barrier, which meant they couldn't escape the battlefield by flying out to outer space. Furthermore, the murderous aura that they felt after leaving the temple was more intense than they anticipated. It was like hell. They also saw a temple on their side, along with many people rushing out of its gate. Now they finally see other cultivators who got what they need, another token. However, everyone didn't attack immediately. Each of them was thinking, as they knew that they couldn't just join the fray without a plan. They knew the rules of the War of Ascension now as the rules were carved into the token. They didn't have to listen to their seniors anymore. The rules of this level were pretty simple, as all they ought to do was obtain 2 tokens and immediately traverse a dangerous land and reach the final destination. So, it wouldn't matter if a cultivator got 100 tokens, as they wouldn't pass the assessment if they failed to reach the designated location. This was also the reason why they couldn't attack right away, as they had to be very careful here. Now, the truth that half of the participants would be disqualified here today was revealed, and Sikong Ma's word was proven legit. Many of them could get their hands on more than 2 tokens, but 2 tokens were all they needed, which meant that there was no point in a pointless fight. Yi Tianyun observed the other camps and saw their status thanks to the appraisal eye. He saw several 6th layer Earth Monarch and 7th layer Earth Monarch among the cultivators. However, he didn't see anyone with higher cultivation than that. I shouldn't rush this, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled and flew into the air. They could still fly in the air, but no one would do that unless they were pretty confident in their skill. Furthermore, flying would make him a vulnerable target, as everyone would have a clear vision of where he was, but Yi Tianyun didn't care about that. He flew towards a nearby forest and disappeared from everyone's view. But as soon as he stepped into the forest, Yi Tianyun could feel chill from all directions, and that was when he realized that the forest was lurking with dangers. Suddenly, numerous thorns were shot through the ground towards Yi Tianyun's direction, but Yi Tianyun stepped aside, dodging the thorns easily. A huge demon beast suddenly appeared with thorns all over his body, rushing towards Yi Tianyun with angry roars. The numerous thorns on his body were flung toward Yi Tianyun with each step it took. The demon beast's cultivation was at the 2nd layer Earth Monarch, and from the looks of it, it wasn't any ordinary demon beast. Yi Tianyun flashed in the air and reappeared behind the demon beast, completely ignoring all the thorns on the demon beast. Shaking Heaven Body's secret art, Yi Tianyun shouted as he discharged a shockwave to the demon beast's back, pressing it down to the ground. A feisty one. There's no need to be on edge all the time, you know. Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed the demon beast's neck. But the demon beast immediately struggled to break free. You still want to resist, huh? Yi Tianyun said as he pressed the demon beast harder to the ground. The pressure he applied to the demon beast was so intense that the demon beast would be turned into mincemeat if he went any harder. The demon beast began to screech in pain as it couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's power. Now you catch on, huh? Yi Tianyun said as he sat on the demon beast's back. He then put the demon beast on his pet bar, capturing it to become his pet. Ding! Successfully captured a giant hedgehog. Reward, 30 billion XP, 10 to 00 points. It was easy to get XP in this place. Chapter 989, Chapter 989. There was no doubt that the other cultivators would consider this monster as some sort of nightmare, but for Yi Tianyun, it was a perfect demon beast to be tamed for his pet. Now, he could use this pet as his companion, and it would be more convenient than cooperating with other cultivators. I just easily tame an Earth Monarch demon beast. Increasing my power seems so easy now. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The demon beast sure had a relatively low cultivation base, but nevertheless, it is a good demon beast with good innate ability. This place is really unsafe. No wonder the participants have to be at Earth Monarch level. Any lower than that would easily be killed by the environment. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Nevertheless, he knew that the cultivators who participated in the War of Ascension wouldn't die, as they would be teleported back to safety as soon as they lost their token. Suddenly, Yi Tianyun heard a terrified scream not too far away. There was no doubt on his mind that someone had been attacked by the demon beast. Still, Yi Tianyun didn't care about their well-being, so Yi Tianyun ignored the scream and ordered his new pet to lead him out of the forest. Not long after, he immediately felt another fluctuation in his surroundings. He quickly returned his new pet to the pet bar, and 6 cultivators immediately surrounded him from all directions. It turns out to be a Heavenly Edict, Divine Territory cultivator, and he came alone too, Chen Hao said with a big grin on his face. Boss, it seems we can earn 1 token at least. This kid seems to be stupid, or maybe he was abandoned by his team, a cultivator said excitedly. The other cultivators were also excited as they thought that they would secure 1 token soon, thinking that they could easily beat Yi Tianyun. Boy, can you just hand us over your token, or would you rather resist and try to fight us yourself? Chen Hao said with a smile on his face. Well, I didn't expect you to come and give me a token so soon, so I will gladly accept your token, Yi Tianyun said with a grin on his face. You arrogant brat, Chen Hao said annoyedly. He pulled out a long sword and he flashed forward, slashing at Yi Tianyun as he planned to kill Yi Tianyun in one blow. Yi Tianyun just intercepted Chen Hao and slammed Chen Hao's body with his shoulder. Chen Hao was slammed into the trees, breaking several giant trees that he collided into. Ding! Successfully killed Chen Hao. Reward, 370 billion XP, 10 million CPs, 500 CPs. With the crazy XP mode activated, the amount of XP he got was great, but this was just the appetizer. Boss Chen, the other cultivator shouted as their complexion turned pale. They didn't expect their boss would be done in so easily, and they could certainly feel that their boss was no longer breathing. Then they turned their attention back to Yi Tianyun, but they couldn't help but shake in fear. They obviously realized that they had no chance against Yi Tianyun. Now, it's your turn, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he rushed towards the nearest cultivator along with the other 2 cultivators and slammed them with his shoulder, just like what he did to Chen Hao. The remaining 2 cultivators were petrified as their fear had already taken over all their reasoning, but as they fell to the ground, they immediately groveled and begged for mercy. My lord, please show mercy. Let us go. You have killed several of our companions. You already have enough tokens to pass, one of the 2 begged. They knew that there was nothing they could do against Yi Tianyun, so the only thing left was to beg for mercy. Obviously, they still wanted to stay in the War of Ascension, but they didn't know that they would run into an unbelievable expert right off the start. But suddenly, the token on their hands flashed, and messages were transmitted into their minds. Those who collect 15 tokens in the first level will be rewarded with a middle rank reincarnation level martial art. Those who collect 30 tokens will be rewarded with a middle rank reincarnation level weapon. Those who collect 60 tokens will be rewarded with a top grade reincarnation level martial art. And those who collect 90 tokens will be rewarded with a top grade reincarnation level weapon. When they received the news, the 2 cultivators were petrified once more. They now realized that their pleas would be ignored. Their tokens would be taken by the enemy, and it was natural that Yi Tianyun would kill them too. Please, have mercy. We will help you collect more tokens. As your helper, you only need to spare us a piece so that we could advance later. The 2 of them begged Yi Tianyun once more. Yi Tianyun looked at them calmly, but before he could say another word, the 2 cultivators leaped and attacked him with daggers in their arms. Yi Tianyun sighed and kicked them both with his tremendous power. I know you guys are suspicious, but even if killing you won't do me any good, it doesn't matter much to me. You are already doomed as soon as you pick a fight with me, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. He stretched out his hand, and all the tokens on the dead bodies were immediately drawn toward him. The same thing also happens to their storage ring too. Yi Tianyun wanted to cultivate, but there was no reason for him to leave their resource here. After their tokens were taken, they were immediately teleported back to their temple, but they were still dead. Obviously, if they prioritized their lives, they should just throw their tokens away. Meanwhile, a horrified look painted the faces of all cultivators who saw the whole ordeal from the forest. They planned to ambush the 6 cultivators earlier, but as soon as they saw how powerful Yi Tianyun was, they were petrified and chose to stay inside the forest without making any sound. Of course, Yi Tianyun knew of their existence, but he just ignored them. He wanted to see if there was any other cultivator who was brave enough to stop him in his path, as he didn't have to worry about tokens at all now. Sure enough, many groups of cultivators appeared and stopped Yi Tianyun on his track, only to die at his hands before their tokens and storage rings were seized by Yi Tianyun. These people were elated, as they saw Yi Tianyun as easy prey since he was all alone. Little did they know that they were the ones who would meet their doom. Chapter 990, this makes the 5th group. Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the 30 tokens he had right now. He didn't particularly search for tokens, but people kept going after him, expecting that he was just some abandoned puppy. Yi Tianyun truly took advantage of being alone. Being alone was definitely the reason why the cultivators kept attacking him. But then again, being alone had its own disadvantages, and that was information. Yi Tianyun could never know how many people had been disqualified or what others were doing, as he didn't really have the time to look around. However, Yi Tianyun wasn't worried at all as the opponent kept coming. Therefore, he didn't have to search for them himself. At the same time, while countless skirmishes took place around the land, a large group of people were observing everything that happened during the War of Ascension. Nian Siyu and the elders were among them. This also included Yu Yanglong and the territory lord himself. There were other experts too, obviously from other god domains, sitting on the edge, observing their own cultivators. In the sky, the War of Ascension's rank was displayed, listing the participant that had the most tokens. 1 state place, Tianqing with 278 tokens. 2 ND place, Yunlei with 170 tokens. 3 RD place, D. Of course, Yi Tianyun was also on the leaderboard, but his number was low compared to other top rankers. Nevertheless, the leaderboard kept shifting as so many groups were still in battle. The elders kept their eyes on their disciples' names as they anticipated their disciples to get into the top 100. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong's rank is still too low. They still have too few of a token to compete in the top rank. One of the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory elders said with a frown on his face. They expected both their genius disciples to reach the top 100. On the contrary, Yuan Tianyu's ranking was slightly higher than these geniuses. Yuan Tianyu's performance isn't bad. He gets a lot of tokens thanks to Sikong Ma's leadership. The elders nodded their heads as they liked what they saw. Although it was a little bit unexpected, it was a good result nonetheless. Still, many of our disciples are getting disqualified, Yu Yanglong said with a frown on his face. Well, they probably get ambushed and lose, one of the elders said, as his eyes were glued on the leaderboard instead of properly observing the battlefield. Sikong Ma formed a group, allowing him to minimize his losses as long as he didn't attack a stronger group than his. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord, I heard you have a good foreign aid this time, but I didn't think their rank is that high. 9 Territory Lords smiled beside Heavenly Edict Territory Lord, obviously trying to unnerve Heavenly Edict Territory Lord. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord just looked at 9 Territory Lord unamusedly. He knew that the news about him using foreign aid in this War of Ascension must have been spread, but nevertheless, it wasn't something that he had to be ashamed about. Thank you for your concern, 9 Territory Lord, but it's just the beginning. The ranking can always change. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord responded with a smile on his face. That is true, but with such a rough start, it would be difficult for them to advance later. 9 Territory Lord said with a prideful look on his face. Obviously, his participants were doing better than Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's participants. Usually, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory and 9 Divine Territory's relationship was neutral, but in a situation like this, they couldn't help but want to brag about their disciples' achievements. It's typical of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Well, if I also use a foreign aid this time, I wonder if I can raise our overall ranking. Fire Jade Territory Lord said with a smirk on his face, clearly in cahoots with 9 Territory Lord. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord knew that he couldn't express his disgust, but there was nothing he could do to change the topic of the conversation as he was at the bottom of the barrel right now. The god domain that housed the first-rank cultivator didn't say anything as they were obviously trying to keep their composure. Nevertheless, they are overjoyed on the inside. Heavenly Edict Divine Territory surely wasn't one of the joyful god domains this time, as their effort to borrow foreign aid didn't even pay off. This is fine. We are climbing up steadily. After a while, we would be able to reach the top 2. After all, we still have enough time, Nian Siyu said optimistically. Well, shall we wait and see? Nine Territory Lord said sardonically. They didn't have any high expectations for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, as they never produced any decent results since a long time ago. Nian Siyu could only hope that Yi Tianyun somehow climbed through the rank. She believed that Yi Tianyun would surely have the power to do so. I will leave Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's fate to you, Nian Siyu said as she prayed for Yi Tianyun's success. As if Yi Tianyun heard Nian Siyu's prayer, the number of tokens he had kept increasing as time went by. Not long after Nian Siyu prayed for Yi Tianyun's success, Yi Tianyun had already gathered 56 tokens. It was shocking as Yi Tianyun got a lot of tokens alone in so little time. Nian Siyu immediately stood up as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Elder Nian, what's wrong? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord asked. Look at that, Nian Siyu said as she pointed at Yi Tianyun's name. Nine Territory Lord couldn't help but follow Nian Siyu's fingertip and saw that Yi Tianyun, the cultivator under Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's banner, rose in the ranking quickly. It was surprising as Yi Tianyun was close to the bottom the last time he saw him, but suddenly rose to the top 100. Although Yi Tianyun was still around the bottom 100, it was already a great achievement. How is this possible? He isn't even the foreign aid. Nine Territory Lord said as he looked closely. He knew that Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's foreign aid name was Xiao Murong, and he saw that Xiao Murong's rank still didn't rise that quickly. Nevertheless, the elders of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory were in uproar as they finally saw a glimmer of hope for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory to win this War of Ascension. Thank you, Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. She knew that Yi Tianyun couldn't hear her, but she was relieved nonetheless. Chapter 991. Chapter 991, Yi Tianyun didn't know what happened with Nian Siyu and the rest of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory elders at the moment, but he didn't exactly try to accumulate more tokens. He just casually walked around, and whoever tried to stop him would be killed, and that was the only time he would collect tokens from them. He didn't care about all these cultivators. As long as they didn't give up their token, they would be killed without mercy. But as time went by, not even once did Yi Tianyun see his enemies giving up their tokens. As a result, they were killed without having any chance of redemption. Yi Tianyun being alone was his own decision, and it was their own fault for thinking that he was easy prey. They come at me one group after another. I've got quite a lot of XP, Yi Tianyun said with a satisfied look on his face. He was close to breaking through to the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. Now, Yi Tianyun was a little bit unsure of breakthrough right here, as he didn't know what effect the Heavenly Tribulation would bring to this place. If the enemy took his Heavenly Tribulation, then it would be the same as not breaking through at all. But it was for a later date, as Yi Tianyun now had to kill the enemy that kept coming at him. He was on the path to completing the one-stay stage of the War of Ascension, but he was in no hurry whatsoever. Yi Tianyun didn't even care about his current ranking, as he knew that the one-stay stage was only to called a week. Yi Tianyun didn't even care if there was a cultivator out there trying to get 10 W0 tokens all by themselves, as the end would be the same anyway. I didn't expect a chick like you would be able to go this far, but what you are going to do now? A voice was heard from the side. How dare you use poison against me? A familiar voice was heard from the side, attracting Yi Tianyun's attention. Yi Tianyun knew that it was Xiao Murong's voice, and it seemed she was in trouble. Yi Tianyun frowned and walked over to the scene. Since they were on the same side, Yi Tianyun was thinking of helping her a little bit. Once the scene was already in eyesight, Yi Tianyun noticed that Xiao Murong was definitely in trouble right now. Her face was black, and it seemed she was poisoned pretty badly. From the looks of it, she wouldn't be able to shake off her chaser either. Jade River Divine Poison greatly reduce opponents' combat power and eventually paralyze them completely. Yi Tianyun managed to detect the poison using Appraisal Eye. It was a rare toxin that he had never seen before. It seemed Xiao Murong rushed toward the finish line without really minding her surroundings. Otherwise, she wouldn't be poisoned in the first place. Why? There is no rule stating that I can't use poison here. I just didn't expect you to be such an idiot. Now, I will give you two choices. Either give up your tokens and surrender, or I will take it from you by force, the unknown cultivator said coldly. He was at the 6th layer Earth Monarch stage, which was lower than Xiao Murong. It seemed he was using his brain against someone stronger than him. Well, before I take the token from you, it would be a waste if I don't enjoy your body first, the unknown cultivator said as his followers laughed lustfully. There is no way I would surrender against you fools, Xiao Murong shouted with a fine sword in her hand. She was as stubborn as always, even in the face of danger like this. It seemed to be impossible for her to admit defeat, especially since she had just barely participated in the War of Ascension. She felt like she hadn't given her best just yet. It was embarrassing for someone of her stature to get eliminated on the first stage. Why don't you come and fight us then? The unknown cultivator said while laughing at Xiao Murong as she couldn't move properly anymore. The toxin on her body had already started to paralyze her. You are going to die here, Xiao Murong said as she swung her sword forward, creating a huge blade aura that could cut anything on its path. The unknown cultivator's complexion became slightly paler as they were surprised that Xiao Murong could still do something like that even in her current condition. Attack her, the unknown cultivator shouted nervously, and several of his followers immediately rushed toward Xiao Murong to finish her off. But once more, Xiao Murong showed how obstinate she could be. Her body suddenly emitted an intense green light, and countless trees and vines grew from the ground, entangling several cultivators that rushed toward her. What is this? How could she still move? The unknown cultivator nervously shouted as he noticed that the trees and vines were too tough for him to break and save his followers. Furthermore, when someone attacked the trees and vines, a green light was emitted from where they attacked and drained their vitality. Xiao Murong killed the cultivators without touching them herself. He drained the cultivators that attacked her trees and vines until they died. Furthermore, she controlled the vines, ordering them to attack the other cultivators. The group was in disarray as the unknown cultivator seemed too shocked to issue a new command. She stabbed the cultivators with the vines, once again draining their vitality and absorbing it for herself. Quick! We have to stop her, the unknown cultivator shouted while backing off slowly. Clearly, he was too afraid to get close to the trees and vines. But after a short while, the trees and vines stopped moving. It was clear that the toxin on her body finally completely took over her body, and she fell into complete paralysis. The unknown cultivator smirked victoriously as he finally realized that Xiao Murong couldn't do anything anymore. I finally subdued her. She actually killed 2 of my brothers before she was completely paralyzed. What an amazing girl. The unknown cultivator said as he approached Xiao Murong's body with a dagger in his hand. Xiao Murong just bit her lips as she could no longer do anything to save herself. She couldn't even throw her tokens as she was completely paralyzed. But as the unknown cultivator got closer to Xiao Murong, a familiar figure appeared and kicked the unknown cultivator away. You, Xiao Murong said as she was startled to see Yi Tianyun here, saving her from her demise. Chapter 992, Chapter 992. It is me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he walked to Xiao Murong's side. At the same time, he killed all cultivators that tried to attack Xiao Murong earlier, clearing the area from all other cultivators. I didn't expect you would have a hard time here, Yi Tianyun said teasingly. He stretched his hands forwards, collecting all the loots that the cultivators he killed left behind. You don't have to step in, I can handle myself, Xiao Murong said confidently. Sure, looks like you can handle yourself pretty well back there. Well, don't mind me, I am just collecting tokens, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I am also saving a damsel in distress in my spare time, so you don't have to thank me for it, Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Thank you, Xiao Murong said weakly. She was definitely embarrassed to say some gratitude to Yi Tianyun. What? I can't hear you, Yi Tianyun said teasingly. He could hear it just fine, but teasing Xiao Murong seemed like some entertainment right now. I said thank you, Xiao Murong shouted at Yi Tianyun with a frown on her face. Of course, although your attitude is a little bit questionable, a little gratitude is accepted nonetheless. I will help you detoxify that poison. Come on, unless you don't mind being unable to move for a while, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. They used Jade River Divine Poison. Do you have the antidote for it? Xiao Murong asked curiously. I have something similar. Of course, with your divine wood body, you could have done it yourself, but it would take a long time. Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out the needle on Xiao Murong's neck, the tools that the previous unknown cultivator used to poison Xiao Murong. As the needle fell to the ground, the toxin spread and darkened the ground. It proved how potent the poison was. This poison is something else. Had you been an average cultivator who couldn't resist the effect of the poison, you would have died instantly, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. But still, he already expected that the god domain would be full of dangerous stuff. Yay, lucky me. All hail divine wood body, Xiao Murong said sarcastically. Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused by her reaction, as divine wood body was indeed a very powerful innate ability. So, Yi Tianyun couldn't understand her sarcastic reaction. But for now, Yi Tianyun ought to detoxify her quickly. Thus he pulled out his devouring netherworld serenity fire and slowly put the fire on Xiao Murong's body. The flame quickly burned out the toxin within her body. Xiao Murong herself was surprised as she was very sensitive to fire since she had divine wood body. But as she realized it was devouring netherworld serenity fire, she sighed in relief. Still, she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to have such a powerful demon fire. Yi Tianyun continued to help her remove the toxin from her body. It wasn't a quick process, but still, it was a fast process for a toxin as strong as Jade River Divine Poison. Nevertheless, Xiao Murong wouldn't be disqualified for not reaching the finish line in time. With her divine wood body, Yi Tianyun expected her to be completely healed by the end of the day. Her resistance to poison was pretty high, but it was unfortunate for her as the enemy had something stronger. Xiao Murong just watched as Yi Tianyun detoxified her. She looked at Yi Tianyun with sparks in her eyes, but Yi Tianyun never really looked at her the entire time he was detoxifying her. He just healed her casually by equipping the longevity set. As soon as Yi Tianyun equipped the longevity set, Xiao Murong could feel the strong vitality energy coming from Yi Tianyun. What abundant vitality energy! What treasure did you use just now? Xiao Murong asked curiously. She had never seen such a strong vitality treasure before. It's a family treasure, Yi Tianyun said casually. Xiao Murong just rolled her eyes as she thought that Yi Tianyun just didn't want to reveal what treasure he had. Shoot, I didn't expect to find a pair of dogs in the heat here. A voice was heard from the forest. Yi Tianyun looked at the forest and saw several cultivators come out from the forest. "Now, either give your tokens up or die here like a pair of dogs," a cultivator shouted coldly. Yi Tianyun ignored them and kept healing Xiao Murong. Meanwhile, Xiao Murong was about to shout to warn Yi Tianyun that there were enemies behind him. However, before she could even say anything, several demon beasts appeared from the ground and rushed toward the enemies. "Hey, demon beasts just show up out of nowhere," Xiao Murong shouted as she was worried about the huge hedgehog-like creature that stood behind Yi Tianyun. However, Yi Tianyun ignored the demon beast and kept healing Xiao Murong. "Relax," Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. "But there are demon beasts and enemies behind you," Xiao Murong said anxiously. But suddenly, the demon beast went back to the ground, and the hole in the ground from which the demon emerged was closed back as if there was no hole there in the first place. "What is happening?" Xiao Murong worriedly asked as she didn't understand what was happening. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything as it was such a hassle to explain the situation. He wanted to focus on healing Xiao Murong so that he could get out of this area soon. So, he used all the demon beasts he had tamed earlier to deal with the enemy. Xiao Murong was gradually getting better. She could move her limbs again as she felt the toxin leave her body. Although the Jade River Divine Poison still lingered in her body, she could already defend herself. It should be fine now. "You can expel the poison yourself now, as I already expelled most of it," Yi Tianyun said as he stood up and pulled Xiao Murong back to her feet. "Thanks again," Xiao Murong said sincerely. Her complexion turned rosy as she was embarrassed by her previous rude attitude towards Yi Tianyun. "Now, that is a good attitude right there. I will get going now. I believe you can handle yourself," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he started to walk away from Xiao Murong. "Wait," Xiao Murong shouted. "Do you need anything else?" Yi Tianyun said as he turned around to look at Xiao Murong. "Can we team up? I promise I won't take any of the tokens," Xiao Murong said honestly. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised that Xiao Murong wanted to team up and thus assessed her closely. "All right, you can come. Furthermore, if you kill any cultivators along the way, you can keep their tokens. I am not a dictator," Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. "Great," Xiao Murong said as she was happy to hear Yi Tianyun's decision. Yi Tianyun followed the token's direction, and soon he reached War God Thunder Drum. Yi Tianyun looked around and saw that the area was completely empty with nothing except for the huge thunder drum in the middle, standing like a mountain. Chapter 993. Chapter 993 War God Thunderdrum was the name of this area, and it was an area that the participant had to pass in order to qualify for the next stage of the War of Ascension. When Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong arrived at the area, they felt that they were being watched, but it didn't deter Yi Tianyun at all. He saw a lot of cultivators coming, but as soon as he entered the area himself, he felt like entering another dimension. War God Thunderdrum area is a safe haven. A fight is not allowed here, or the punishment would be death. New information popped into Yi Tianyun's head, clearly coming from the token. No wonder Yi Tianyun felt that he was being stared at, as this place was a safe haven. A crackling thunder sound was heard from the front. Yi Tianyun was startled as the entire area seemed to be shaken from the force of the thunder, and then a flash of light appeared in the sky as a divine thunder slammed down the ground. But the effect wasn't like what Yi Tianyun expected, as a letter was left on the ground where the thunder hit. It writes "for the grade," and that was it. Damn, only for the grade. A sixth-layer Earth Monarch cultivator said as he shook his head in disappointment. The sky flashed once more, and 60 tokens fell to his hand. The cultivator then rushed out of War God Thunderdrum immediately. For the grade cultivator got 60 tokens. This is definitely a good place to earn tokens, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Yi Tianyun finally realized what this place was for, which was earning a lot of tokens without killing anyone. All he ought to do was hit the assessment drums, and the stronger his power was, the more tokens he would get. Yi Tianyun walked closer to the stone tablet and saw the information written on it. 1st grade get 5 tokens, 2nd grade get 15 tokens, 3RD grade get 30 tokens, 4th grade get 60 tokens, 5th grade get 90 tokens, 6th grade get 150 tokens, 7th grade get 300 tokens, 8th grade get 1 Nuzzer tokens, 9th grade get 5 Nuzzer tokens, 9th grade get 5 Nuzzer tokens. The number of tokens one might get was crazy here. Getting to 5th grade alone already gave decent rewards. 60 tokens for 4th grade? This is a scam, but I like it, Xiao Murong said excitedly. She also wanted to get a good grade so that her rewards would be better than most people. Furthermore, she didn't have that many tokens right now either, so this place was definitely a saving grace. Still, the difference between the 4th grade and the 9th grade was too far apart. How could the 4th grade only get 60 while the 9th grade got 5 zeros? The number of tokens as a reward was really unbelievable. Look at that. They are the genius of 9 Field God territory. One of them is called Earth Monarch Sen Shui. The rumor says that they have already collected 500 tokens. I don't know what kind of feat they would achieve at the end of this battle. A cultivator said to his friends on the side. Well, we have to wait and see, his friend said as they kept on staring at the cultivator in the middle. There are a lot of cultivators resting on the side, as this place was the best place for resting, as the cultivator couldn't fight each other in this area. Yi Tianyun also observed the aforementioned cultivator, Earth Monarch Sen Shui. The cultivator in question looked like a demon with a snow-white appearance. Even their hair was white. This was obviously a characteristic of an ice attribute cultivator. Yi Tianyun thought that Earth Monarch Sen Shui was a woman at first as they looked feminine, but as Yi Tianyun looked closer, he noticed that Earth Monarch Sen Shui was a man. Earth Monarch Sen Shui then flipped his hand in the air, and a white lotus bloomed in the air. The snow fell more intensely all of a sudden. Netherworld Snow White. Earth Monarch Sen Shui said slowly, and the white lotus slowly flew towards the war god Thunderdrum in the middle of the area. When it was already close to the war god Thunderdrum, the white lotus suddenly transformed into a white phoenix and hit the drum real hard. The drum made a loud noise, and the phoenix quickly turned into a pile of snow and scattered after hitting the drums. It was the same thing that happened when Yi Tianyun first arrived at war god Thunderdrum. As the thunder fell to the ground, a letter appeared where it was hit. 5 the grade was shown, which meant Earth Monarch Sen Shui reached the 5 the grade and would receive 90 tokens. Only 5 the grade? Earth Monarch Sen Shui said disappointedly. He attacked the drum 2 more times since each cultivator had 3 chances to attack the war god Thunderdrum. The second time he attacked the drums, Earth Monarch Sen Shui reached 6th grade, and the third time also displayed 6th grade. Earth Monarch Sen Shui got 390 tokens in one go. After receiving his tokens, Earth Monarch Sen Shui left the War God Thunderdrums. They got 6th grade. It is really amazing, a cultivator said on the side. 9 Field God territory isn't bad. They are amazing to be able to produce such a genius, another cultivator said excitedly. Hey, 6th grade isn't that great. I saw Earth Monarch Tianqing reached 8th grade earlier, another cultivator said boastingly. What? Someone really reached the 8th grade earlier? Another cultivator said as he didn't believe what the previous cultivator had said. That's correct. Earth Monarch Tianqing is the only one who's capable of such a thing, the cultivator said confidently. Everyone shook their heads as they were astounded by the feat Earth Monarch Tianqing pulled off. Yi Tianyun heard the conversation and wondered to himself, was it really that hard to reach the 9th grade? He immediately looked at the drums with his appraisal eye and saw how much power he needed to reach the 9th grade. It did require a considerable amount of power, but it wasn't something impossible. To reach 8th grade, one needed power at the level of Heaven Monarch Cultivator. That alone told a lot. An Earth Monarch Cultivator with the Heaven Monarch power was already an exception. No wonder Nian Siu said that getting into the top 10 wouldn't be easy. But Yi Tianyun didn't want to expose his power so quickly like this, and thus he started to think about what he should do for this assessment. Xiao Morong snapped Yi Tianyun out of his thought as she tapped his shoulders. Come on, let's try to see how far we got, Xiao Morong said excitedly. All right then. Yi Tianyun nodded as he just had to play along for now. Chapter 994, Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong walked towards War God Thunderdrum together. People were watching them as they walked, thinking that there was no way Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong could do better than Earth Monarch Sen Shui, as their cultivation seemed a little bit lower than Earth Monarch Sen Shui. People thought that both Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong would only get around 4th grade at most. In short, no one here expected Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong could get into the top 100. Miss Mu. A familiar voice was heard. Yi Tianyun turned around to see who it was, and as he did so, he saw Yuan Tianyu, but he wasn't the only one there, as Sikong Ma was with him too. Yi Tianyun just shook his head as it seemed these people deliberately delayed their trip to dodge helping Xiao Morong earlier. Yuan Tianyu frowned as soon as he realized that Yi Tianyun stood beside Xiao Morong. Oh, it's you. Well, it seems your group has diminished, Xiao Morong said as she took a glance at Yuan Tianyu's group. Xiao Morong was sure that his group had more people the moment the War of Ascension began. Well, many strong cultivators out there. Losing a few people is normal, Yuan Tianyu said as he tried to defend himself. Well, I don't care about it. Why are you telling me this? Xiao Morong said without any interest in her voice. She turned her attention back to Yi Tianyun. Let's go, we have to grade ourselves, Xiao Morong enthusiastically. All right, Yi Tianyun said without saying anything to Yuan Tianyu. Clearly, he didn't care about any of them. What is going on? How did they get all chummy with each other? Yuan Tianyu said as he clenched his fist frustratedly. He didn't like the fact that Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong being together like this when he couldn't even do anything to get into the top 100. Junior brother Yuan, isn't this your chance to brag? Your cultivation has improved. Perhaps you can get a better grade than them, Sikong Ma said as he gestured for Yuan Tianyu to try War God Thunderdrum before Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong. That makes sense, Yuan Tianyu said as he immediately rushed towards the War God Thunderdrum and summoned Big Lightning. He controlled it and slammed his fist to the side of the War God Thunderdrum. Like any others before him, a flash of light appeared before the thunder struck the ground, revealing Yuan Tianyu's grade, 5 the grade. Yuan Tianyu got 90 tokens on his first try. It was a good result, as it was better than most cultivators for sure. Furthermore, Yuan Tianyu had 2 more chances. Who knew? He might get to 6th grade somehow. He turned around and looked at Xiao Morong as he wanted to know whether the result he just got attracted Xiao Morong somehow. 5 the grade, well, it was a little above standard, Yi Tianyun said disinterestedly. It wasn't powerful, but it showed that Yuan Tianyu indeed had some skills. Above standard? What standard are we talking about? Trash standard? He couldn't even squeeze himself into the top 100, Xiao Murong said rudely. She just didn't care about Yuan Tianyu at all to give some praise. Yuan Tianyu was a little bit infuriated that Xiao Murong didn't even recognize his capability. Miss Mu, do you think you can do better than me? Yuan Tianyu said as he felt like he had enough. Yi Tianyun just shook his head as it seemed Yuan Tianyu had underestimated Xiao Murong badly. Just you see, Xiao Murong said, as suddenly a giant tree emerged behind Yuan Tianyu, and its branch was made out of bronze. The branch then swung and hit the war god Thunderdrum's side. A deafening sound was heard from the drum, and a flash of light appeared before Thunder hit the ground, revealing her grade. It was 6th grade. Xiao Murong got 150 tokens easily, crushing Yuan Tianyu without even trying hard. Now, what do you think? Xiao Murong said with a taunting smile on her face. I know you are trying to do better than me. You want me as your woman, don't you? But bury that thought deep down your skull. Trash. There is no way you can do better than me, Xiao Murong said degradingly. Yuan Tianyu was shocked to hear Xiao Murong's words that he couldn't even react immediately. Yuan Tianyu was at a loss for words, and he just turned around and used everything he got to hit the war god Thunderdrum. But no matter what he did, he couldn't get past the 5th grade. He might be able to if he burned his blood essence, but it was irrational to burn blood essence in this situation. In the end, he really couldn't surpass Xiao Murong at all. Look at that. 3 times, but not once did you surpass me, Xiao Murong said tauntingly. She took her second chance and hit the war god Thunderdrum harder than earlier, leaving a reverberating sound to it. When the thunder hit the ground, Xiao Murong's grade was revealed, and it was 7th grade. With 7th grade shown like that, Xiao Murong surely showed the difference between them. Yuan Tianyu's complexion turned pale as he thought that he could catch up with Xiao Murong, but it seemed to be nothing but a fickle of his imagination. Xiao Murong smashed the war god Thunderdrum once more, and it showed 6th grade. Xiao Murong was a little bit disappointed by her last attempt, but there was nothing she could do. Nevertheless, she had already racked in a lot of tokens for herself. The poison is still in your system. Are you really all right? Yi Tianyun said as he walked over to Xiao Murong. I am a bit tired, but don't worry about it, Xiao Murong said as her complexion was a little bit paler than earlier. Well, rest up. Wait for the toxin to slow down a bit, and then we move on, Yi Tianyun said casually. All right, but don't forget your turn, Xiao Murong said expectantly. Let me see how vast your potential is and how much I should try to catch up with you, Xiao Murong said hopefully. Chapter 995, Chapter 995. Chapter 995, Yi Tianyun smiled as he looked upon the war god Thunderdrum. He was contemplating whether to use his full power or hold back a little. Yi Tianyun decided to hold back first to try it out. The sound that the drum made with Yi Tianyun's attack wasn't as powerful as Xiao Murong's attack. Is this the strength of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory? It doesn't sound like anything special. In the end, Xiao Murong's attack felt a little bit stronger. It was still a long way off after all. A beautiful young lady wearing a blue dress said as she walked towards the war god Thunderdrum. It seemed she was the same age as Xiao Murong, and the two seemed to know each other as well. She was followed by many cultivators that looked at her fanatically. You Qingliang, you are still arrogant as ever. Haven't you thought about changing your attitude? Xiao Murong said coldly. Long time no see, Miss Yu. Yuan Tianyu rushed to Yu Qingliang's side with sparkles in his eyes. Yeah, long time no see, senior brother Yuan. You're doing pretty well just now. Better keep it up. Yu Qingling says with a smile on her face. It looked so pleasant that everyone would definitely be charmed by her attitude. Clearly, I haven't used my full power yet, Yuan Tianyu said as he tried to make himself look better. Yu Qingling then turned his attention back to Yi Tianyun again. Xiao Murong, your taste in men isn't that bad, but it's a shame that he wasn't that powerful, Yu Qingling said with shameless disdain. Well, but he is a good match for you at least, she adds with a smirk on her face. Shut your filthy mouth, Yu Qingling. He isn't my man, he is a friend, Xiao Murong retorted. If you seem to be so against it, people would be suspicious, no? I haven't seen your family for quite a while, Miss Mu. But seeing you with a weak man like this, I hope young Masterling wouldn't feel so bad, Yu Qingling said tauntingly. Well, whatever, but I can assure you that he is much stronger than young Master Ling, Xiao Murong said confidently. Yi Tianyun just rolled his eyes as he didn't really like being compared with others, but he would ride along for now. But Yi Tianyun now knew for sure that the two women didn't see eye to eye. Yu Qingling's cultivation base and Xiao Murong's cultivation base were the same as both had the 7th layer Earth Monarch level. Really? How strong is he? Yu Qingling asked sarcastically. In my opinion, the best he could do is 5 the grade. Meanwhile, young Master Ling could easily get 7 the grade. He might be able to achieve 8 the grade for all I know, Yu Qingling said tauntingly. It's obvious that Yu Qingling adored this young Masterling person. But this young Masterling didn't feel the same way toward her. 7 the grade? Is that his best? Well, then your young Masterling wouldn't be able to touch Yi Tianyun's hair, Xiao Murong said with confident smile. Yi Tianyun just sighed as he really didn't care about Xiao Murong's personal vendetta right now. Just stop. Are you trying to get me in trouble? Yi Tianyun said to Xiao Murong whisperingly. Brother Tianyun, help me out this time, all right? I will definitely repay you later, Xiao Murong said pleadingly. Yi Tianyun just looked at her with a blank look on his face. He clearly didn't want to be involved with this farce. Wow, you are really arrogant, Yu Qingling said coldly. She then turned her attention back to Yi Tianyun. If you really could reach the 8th grade, then show me, Xiao Marong said coldly. Xiao Marong, your taste is awful. A human race, really? I am really embarrassed to ever know you, Yu Qingling said with disgust on her face. I don't care about anything you said, but you are crossing the line by mocking the human race, lady, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Am I wrong? The human race is the bottom feeder of the god domain. If we ever breed with human race, the next generation will only get weakened, Yu Qingling said coldly. Shut your mouth, Yu Qingling. Human race might relatively has a low level of cultivation, but they never give up, Xiao Morong said as she tried to defend the human race. You have to defend the human race because your mother is from the human race. Just be honest with me. If you didn't inherit your father's bloodline, do you think you would be able to be as strong as you are today? Yu Qingling said challengingly. Xiao Morong was trembling with anger because of the word that Yu Qingling had said, but as she wanted to attack Yu Qingling, Yi Tianyun held her back. Sometimes you don't know when to stop your mouth from speaking bad stuff, Yi Tianyun said casually. Are you threatening me? Are you sure you are ready to face the consequences? Yu Qingling said coldly. I don't care what grievance you two have, but you would soon regret pitting me as your enemy, Yi Tianyun solemnly said before he turned around and rushed over towards War God Thunderdrum. Dragon God Bloodline, activate. Heaven-shaking divine secret art, activate. Phoenix Bloodline, activate. Desolate ancient set, equip. Yi Tianyun said to himself. His aura immediately got intense, and each of his steps left a deep footprint on the ground. Yi Tianyun then leaped through the air before he kicked the drum hard, making a dent on the drum itself that everyone could see. But the drum restored itself back to normal before the flash of light appeared. A giant thunder slammed to the ground, leaving 8th grade word on the ground where it hit. Everyone was shocked that Yi Tianyun could get to 8th grade only with a kick. Take this, Yi Tianyun said as his right foot turned into a huge meteorite and hit the War God Thunderdrum with astounding power. A huge dent was left in the side of the War God Thunderdrum, and a terrifying thunder quickly appeared, striking the ground. But this time, the whole stone tablet also shone as everyone could finally see that Yi Tianyun reached the 9th grade. Chapter 996. Chapter 996. The drum sound after Yi Tianyun's attack reverberated through everyone's heads. They felt like their ears were going to explode from the sound. Many people couldn't help but take a step back in order to reduce the impact on their ears, as they didn't want to get injured just by standing around, watching the spectacle. Still, they were more shocked by the shining stone tablet and the 9th grade sign on the ground. This was the highest grade one could get here on War God Thunderdrum, and also, the reward was 5 new 0 tokens. It far exceeded the previous grade, which was only 1 Neuro 0 tokens. Now, the cultivators that looked down upon Yi Tianyun as he was from the human race couldn't say anything anymore, as they would be worse than trash if they still talked trash about Yi Tianyun and the human race. All the cultivators saw the 9th grade on the ground, but they couldn't believe it. A value that everyone had never seen before, and they couldn't even begin to imagine that it came from the human race. Xiao Morong then waved her hand excitedly. You are so amazing, Brother Tianyun, Xiao Morong said proudly. She danced around Yi Tianyun happily. While she hadn't expected that Yi Tianyun would reach the 9th grade, she already knew that Yi Tianyun was strong. Meanwhile, Yu Qingling's face turned pale. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun to reach 9th grade, and now she knew that her young master Ling wouldn't be able to surpass Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun himself just walked away as it wasn't his full power just yet. He didn't even use his crazy damage mode to amplify his power. Then, a flash of light appeared again before tokens started to fall from the sky. Yi Tianyun easily caught those tokens and immediately stuffed them into his storage bag. With 3 tries, Yi Tianyun got 8th grade twice and 9th grade once, leaving him with 7 Neuro 0 tokens easily. It was the same amount as killing 7 Neuro 0 people. After collecting his tokens, he turned his attention back to Yu Qingling and saw that she was still shocked by what she had seen. Yuan Tianyu himself couldn't help but be shocked beyond his wits, as he thought that he was at the same rank as Yi Tianyun. He already felt complacent reaching the 6th grade, but compared to Yi Tianyun's 9th grade, well, there was nothing much to compare. Let's go, Yi Tianyun said to Xiao Murong, as he didn't care about what these people were thinking anyway. Hey, wait a minute, Yu Qingling said as she stopped Yi Tianyun from leaving. Yi Tianyun turned around and saw Yu Qingling trying to charm him with her beauty as she released an aura that penetrated Yi Tianyun's eyes, trying to charm Yi Tianyun with her magical power. Her power was trying to attract people's consciousness, but it wasn't an attack, thus it didn't violate the rule of War God Thunderdrum. Yi Tianyun walked towards Yu Qingling slowly while Yu Qingling just smiled victoriously. Xiao Morong noticed the situation, so she tried to snap Yi Tianyun into his senses, but she was too late as Yi Tianyun had walked too close to Yu Qingling, but what happened next surprised her. You want to charm me, woman? You are way over your head right now. If we aren't inside a safe haven right now, I will pluck out your eyes, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He released some of his intimidating aura, forcing Yu Qingling to take a step back before falling to the ground. You resisted my charm? Yu Qingling said with a face full of horror. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun to resist her charm, as men generally couldn't resist her power. Even if some men couldn't fall under her control, at the very least, they would be attracted to her. This was also the reason why she got so many followers behind her, as they were attracted to her charm. Her beautiful physique was irresistible to men, but none of it worked against Yi Tianyun. Your charm is making me see how disgusting you really are. Just like an animal in heat, do you think I would be charmed by a slut? Yi Tianyun said in disgust. Ha ha ha, your mouth could be a sharp dagger too? Xiao Murong said with a smile on her face, as she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to humiliate Yu Qingling in front of so many crowds. But you are correct, she is an animal in heat, Xiao Murong confirmed. Yu Qingling was pale with terror on her face. She was humiliated by Yi Tianyun's words, but the most embarrassing of it all was that she couldn't do anything to refute Yi Tianyun's words. How dare you do this to me? Kill him, Yu Qingling shouted like a cat that had its tail stepped on. The crowds began to show their displeasure towards Yi Tianyun, but they were still conscious that they wouldn't be able to do anything to him, as they knew that Yi Tianyun had already reached 9 the grade. You think you can kill me with your power? Was that grade earlier not enough for you? Well, I hope we won't meet again outside, young lady, or I will make sure that you won't be able to use that mouth of yours ever again, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun then turned around and left War God Thunderdrum. Xiao Murong taunted Yu Qingling for the last time before she followed Yi Tianyun out of the safe haven. Go outside and kill him, Yu Qingling shouted, ordering all of her follower to chase Yi Tianyun. We haven't taken our test yet. If we leave now, we won't be able to enter again. The cultivator behind her said apologetically. You are all useless, Yu Qingling shouted while showing her temper tantrum. The next time we meet, you will be dead. I will make sure young Master Ling will kill you next time, she said in the direction Yi Tianyun went earlier. Clearly, she meant it towards Yi Tianyun. She knew that Yi Tianyun might be more skilled than young Master Ling, but she believed that young Master Ling would somehow be able to suppress Yi Tianyun. She believed that Yi Tianyun used all his power to reach 9 the grade earlier, so he would be exhausted. But no one really knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't even using half of his power. After leaving War God Thunderdrum, Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong resumed their journey. Brother Tianyun, you are so powerful. Can I learn from you in the future? Xiao Murong asked joyfully. It is up to you. Yi Tianyun shrugged. He still thought that Xiao Murong was a handful, but at least not as bad as Yu Qingling. Xiao Murong definitely knew how to distinguish between right and wrong. But still, Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised that Xiao Murong had human race bloodline on her. Chapter 997. Chapter 997, on the mainland, the God Domain's experts sat around, watching the shift in rank. Earth Monarch Tianqing currently held first place on the leaderboard with more than 4,000 tokens. Compared to second place, there was around a 1,000 tokens gap between them. 9 Field Territory Lord was proud of his cultivator, Earth Monarch Sen Shui, and every time they got a good result, 9 Field Territory Lord just laughed happily. This is great, 9 Field Territory Lord said happily. Look at your cultivator, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord. His ranking is at the bottom right now. He didn't even reach the War God Thunderdrum yet. Is he injured or something? 9 Field Territory Lord said cockily. Yi Tianyun's actual rank wasn't that low, but as many cultivators had already reached War God Thunderdrum and already graded themselves, Yi Tianyun's rank fell to the bottom again. Thank you for 9 Field Territory Lord's concern, but I believe he would change his rank at his own pace. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. He suppressed his emotion as he didn't want others to know he was worried. But as Yi Tianyun reached the War God Thunderdrum, his name suddenly disappeared from the leaderboard. Hey, your cultivator's name is gone from the leaderboard. Is he dead already? 9 Field Territory Lord said as he couldn't see Yi Tianyun's name anywhere near the bottom. The elders also looked for Yi Tianyun's name once again, and they too couldn't see Yi Tianyun's name anywhere. His name disappeared, Yu Yanglong said as he couldn't find Yi Tianyun's name. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord was also puzzled by this situation. Has he failed already? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a little disappointment in his tone. But suddenly, Nianxiu gasped, causing attention to garner towards her. Quick, look at the number 1, Nianxiu said to Heavenly Edict Territory Lord. It isn't Earth Monarch Tianqing anymore. It's Earth Monarch Tianyun, Nianxiu said with surprise on her face. Everyone looked at the top of the leaderboard and they were shocked too. Yi Tianyun is not only in first place, but also had more than 8,000 tokens, which was far apart from second place. More than 8,000 tokens? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord stood up from his seat, but he wasn't the only one, as all the other Territory Lords also stood up as they couldn't believe what they saw. If it weren't for the word Heavenly Edict beside Earth Monarch Tianyun's name, they wouldn't care too much, but it was a cultivator that comes from Heavenly Edict, Divine Territory. He got the first place. Nianxiu shouted excitedly like a madwoman. No, this is impossible. How could he have that much? Unless he hits the 9th grade, there is no way he could collect 8,000 tokens. 9 Field Territory Lord said with a shocked look on his face. Fire Jade Territory Lord was also shocked to see the change. He saw his best disciple getting pushed down the leaderboard, and he couldn't even do anything about it. Furthermore, he was being pushed down by a weak God Domain's cultivator. This is unbelievable. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said while his hands were still shaking from surprise. He had been holding back his emotions so much that he couldn't even react accordingly to this good news. Yes, this is great, Nianciu said excitedly. I hope he can maintain his rank now. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said hopefully. Yes, that is what I hope as well. Nianciu said as she hoped. Meanwhile, they also saw Xiao Morong's rank rose to the top 100, easily surpassing Earth Monarch Sen Shui. Yi Tianyun walked with Xiao Morong to the next location, but the cultivators they left behind still couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Tianyun easily got 7 Eurozen tokens without much effort. Just 1 Eurozen tokens were enough for them to enter the top 100, but 7 Eurozen tokens got them the first place. This is my fault. I am a failure, Sikong Ma said remorsefully. If he just made Yi Tianyun the leader at the start, perhaps there was a chance that Yi Tianyun would share his tokens. But he now knew that he couldn't even follow Yi Tianyun even if he wanted to. Yuan Tianyu's face was even more remorseful as he didn't know that Yi Tianyun was a powerful cultivator. Wait, little brother Yi. I wonder if you can share with us some of your tokens. Many of the cultivator on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory still hasn't got any tokens yet. Perhaps our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory could rank higher if you would be so kind as to share some tokens with us. Sikong Ma said with a smile on his face. Well, group interest is indeed important, but why should we share our tokens with you? You are that group's leader, and thus, it is your responsibility to get them their tokens, Xiao Morong said coldly. Sikong Ma was stunned as he heard Xiao Morong's words, but she was right. You don't seem to realize what the test means. If I may give you some advice, this test was meant for you to rely on yourself. Even if I give you many tokens right now, do you think you will be able to win the next test? If they couldn't get themselves a token, it might be better for them to give up and cultivate some more. One Yi Tianyun said without any hesitation. One Yi Tianyun then left with Xiao Morong, leaving Sikong Ma's group behind. They don't have any team awareness at all. Let's go. We can reach the destination from here anyway, Sikong Ma said as he clenched his fist. He looked at the path Yi Tianyun took with hatred on his face. Sikong Ma couldn't depart from his group as he knew that he wouldn't survive alone in this battle. Yi Tianyun also knew that Sikong Ma wouldn't survive on his own either, so it was none of his concern to help Sikong Ma at all. Chapter 998 Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong followed the token's lead to head toward the next destination. They could go anywhere they wanted, but eventually they had to head into the token's destination to get to the next stage of the War of Ascension. War God Thunderdrum was an exception as anyone could just skip it if they wanted to. If they already deemed that they had enough tokens to continue, they didn't have to go to War God Thunderdrums. Diao, is this the next screening point? Xiao Morong said as she saw 2 towering mountains that stood side by side. She saw a high hillside that led to the upper side of the mountain, but she didn't know which path she should take. There were a lot of cultivators on the way, and they seemed to be struggling to climb the mountain. Some cultivators even fell down the mountain as if being dragged by some invisible power. The fallen eventually hit the ground and fainted immediately. Kill them. A cultivator from the side of the mountain immediately rushed towards the fallen cultivators and stabbed them to death. The fallen cultivators couldn't do anything to save themselves as the impact from the fall had already left them incapable of moving. Their tokens fell out and it was easy to collect. Clearly, the other cultivators were also on guards as they didn't want the same thing to happen to them too. Yi Tianyun started to look around and found many cultivators hiding in the surrounding forest. Clearly, they didn't want to fight head-on as these competitors weren't weak, and they didn't want to get injured unnecessarily. So, it was best to wait for the fallen cultivators instead. Once they saw someone fall to the ground, they would immediately kill them and rob their tokens. This place was the closest path forward from the War God Thunderdrum, and thus, many cultivators with many tokens would eventually come here. This was also the reason why this place has become a danger zone, as it was an area where many cultivators fought each other. This place had become a battlefield with a battle style of its own. The cultivators here ought to be careful of any incoming sneak attack that might come their way. The cultivators all over the area immediately stared at Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong when they entered the area. Clearly, as Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong didn't come with a big group, they thought that they finally found easy prey. Now, they definitely would send an assassin to kill Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong cleanly. These people surely thought that we were an easy target, right? Xiao Morong said disgustedly. Well, it is common knowledge in the battle to target the fewer among people. Still, the survivor is the winner. Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. He didn't like a sneak attack at all, but it was a common strategy in a battle of this scale. A sneak attack didn't break the rule at all, as those who were not cautious enough in the middle of a war would be at alt. Yi Tianyun then walked forward and signaled for Xiao Morong to keep up with him. The two of them immediately walked up the mountain, and that was when Yi Tianyun saw that the hiding cultivators on the side were starting to move as well. That pair, the woman probably his Dao companion. I am sure they have a lot of tokens with them. I am sure our men could handle the 2 of them, a cultivator said on the side. Clearly, leave the woman to me, another cultivator said excitedly. They began to discuss how they would get rid of Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong. But as they turned their attention back to Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong, they were startled as they only saw Xiao Murong standing at the foot of the mountain while they couldn't see Yi Tianyun anywhere. "If you want to kill me, then do it now." Yi Tianyun's voice came from behind the cultivator's line, startling them off. They immediately draw their weapons, ready to attack anyone that came close. But suddenly, a phantom shadow attacked them out of nowhere. The previous cultivator that targeted Xiao Murong was kicked and slammed to the ground hard, killing him instantly. There was no way any of these people could withstand Yi Tianyun's kick. Yi Tianyun originally wanted to ignore these cultivators, but as he heard what they had in mind, there was no reason to let them go. "How did you get over there?" Xiao Murong was shocked as she only realized that Yi Tianyun was gone a while ago, but she was even surprised to see that Yi Tianyun had killed several cultivators that looked at them the wrong way. "Fly over the forest, of course," Yi Tianyun said as he juggled some tokens. Xiao Murong just shook her head as she knew that she couldn't understand Yi Tianyun completely. The other cultivators that saw the scene from the side were slightly relieved that they weren't attacked by Yi Tianyun. Obviously, they saw how powerful Yi Tianyun was, and they immediately realized that there was no way they could win against Yi Tianyun with their current power. Yi Tianyun ignored the rest of the cultivators that hid in the forest as he knew they wouldn't trouble him later on. He then moved forward, climbing the mountain to reach the next destination, but suddenly a strong wind tried to push him back down. "Is this Divine Wind Valley? Is this the next test that they prepared for us?" Yi Tianyun said as he looked around him. Clearly, there was no wind earlier, and now there was a strong wind that pushed people down. No wonder many peoples couldn't withstand the wind at the end and fell to their demise. "This is the only way to go," Yi Tianyun said while sighing annoyedly. This Divine Wind Valley clearly didn't give any reward, but if he didn't take this path, he would have to go around, and it would take too much time. The assessment was time limited. Although the given time wasn't necessarily short, it was still limited to some extent. The cultivators that failed to reach the destination in the given time would fail instantly. "This wind is cool. I like it. I will beat you on this one. From all attributes out there, wind is the least of my worries," Xiao Murong said with a smile on her face. "If that's the case, I would like to see you at the top before me," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Chapter 999. Chapter 999. Xiao Murong was confident that her divine wood body should be able to withstand the blow from the wind. With each step she took, an energy came from the sole of her feet, keeping her feet glued to the ground. She didn't say anything else and began climbing the mountain steps by steps. She was quite fast and confident. "What are you doing? Hurry up!" Xiao Murong shouted with a smile on her face as she looked back at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just smiled and took a step faster to catch up to Xiao Murong, and every single step he took was equally confident. As they progressed higher into the mountains, the wind blew stronger as well. The wind blew from every angle and was so strong that it practically blew away anyone that tried to reach the top. It was to the point that it was difficult to look up to the top of the mountain. Yi Tianyun's current position was estimated at 10,000 meters from the summit. It wasn't too far, but it definitely would take some time to reach the top. Especially, he'd have to climb back up again if he slipped and fell. Yi Tianyun had thought about flying, but as the wind grew stronger, he knew that it would just be harder for him to climb the mountain by flying. Triple AHH, another scream was heard from the side. Definitely another fallen cultivator. There was no way to stabilize himself in the air as the wind was too strong. At the same time, the cultivators from the forest have been waiting and ready to strike any time. Fortunately for this cultivator, he managed to stabilize himself in the air before he reached the ground. He landed firmly on the ground and, at the same time, pulled out a long sword and started to look around cautiously. Clearly, he knew what the lurking cultivators thought, and he didn't want to fall victim to any one of them. The cultivators in the forest themselves were restless, but they didn't rush to attack the cultivator as they knew that an enemy that still had their fighting will couldn't be underestimated. So, they thought it was better to wait for another unfortunate one instead of attacking this person head-on. The cultivators finally sighed in relief as he noticed that no one was rushing him, so after a short rest he continued to climb the mountain. The Divine Wind Valley itself was already dangerous enough, but it was becoming more dangerous as the vulture was waiting inside the forest. Yi Tianyun just shook his head and kept climbing as he couldn't care less about those people. Through his observations, Yi Tianyun found out that the mountain itself was divided into 9 levels. Each kilometer was counted as 1 level, and the 2 participants that Yi Tianyun saw slipped and fell earlier were from the 7th levels. Now Yi Tianyun was at the 6th level, and Xiao Murong was almost at the 7th level. They didn't have any problems so far, and Xiao Murong was even more impressive as she kept her steps steady the entire time. She really was like a steady tree that had its root deep inside the ground. "Come on, why are you so slow?" Xiao Murong waved at Yi Tianyun. "Relax, I will catch up," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. They quickly climbed further, eventually reaching the 7th level, where many cultivators were blown away. The hardest part began here, so many cultivators rested up at the end of the 6th level. They wanted to make sure that their power was enough to climb up the 7th level and the rest of the way, as they knew that there was no place to rest up there. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong's appearance at the end of 6th level brought smirks to some cultivators' faces, as they saw that Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong didn't stop at the end of 6th level, and they thought they knew what happened to overconfident people like them. Why don't we observe those two falls? We can make a bet to see which one falls first, too, if everyone agrees. A cultivator that rested on the end of 6th level said with a smirk on his face. Sure, I am down. Every newbie always does this. They are overly confident of their skills. Another cultivator said while snickering. In fact, all the other cultivators shook their heads as they also thought that Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong were overly confident. At the same time, Sima Kong and his groups finally reached the foot of the mountain and saw Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong climbing the mountains quickly. Divine Wind Valley is a tricky place. I suggest that you watch your step, especially after you got close to the 7th kilometer. That is the hardest part, after all, Si Kong Ma explained to his group. When he saw that Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong didn't have any intention to stop, Si Kong Ma immediately turned toward Yuan Tianyou. They don't have any intention to stop. There is a high chance that she will fall, and that is your time to shine. There will be many people waiting for her at the bottom, and that is your time to save her from harm. She would definitely adore you afterward, Si Kong Ma said confidently. He then patted Yuan Tianyu's shoulder to encourage him. Yuan Tianyu looked around, and he immediately got excited. This place was indeed a huge opportunity for him to seize Xiao Murong's heart. A girl always fell for a man that saved her life. If he saved Xiao Murong, their relationship would undoubtedly get better. This is perfect, Yuan Tianyou said as he observed Xiao Murong from below. Meanwhile, Xiao Murong quickly climbed to the 7th level, and Yi Tianyun followed close behind. Once Yi Tianyun reached the 7th level himself, the wind speed quickly increased several times over the previous levels. Look out, Xiao Murong shouted as a hurricane smashed the side of the mountain. The wind is getting even stronger, Yi Tianyun shouted. He didn't have much problem with the wind, but he was a little bit worried about Xiao Murong. The wind here was pretty strong, so don't get blown away, Xiao Murong said as she was a little bit worried about Yi Tianyun. Don't worry about me, just don't get blown away yourself. Yi Tianyun smiled confidently. He had heaven-shaking divine secret art with him, and it was impossible for him to be blown away by some wind. Chapter 1000. See, it is impossible for me to get blown away here, Xiao Murong shouted. With my wood attribute body, these divine wind wouldn't do anything to me, Xiao Murong shouted confidently. She continued to climb forward, trying to prove to Yi Tianyun that the wind didn't affect her. Yi Tianyun smiled as he saw a little girl seeking a man's approval. They continued to climb the mountain steadily. The cultivators that were still climbing and below were surprised as they saw how steady Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong climbed. They didn't expect it considering Xiao Murong and Yi Tianyun didn't even stop for a rest. It seems the 7th stage doesn't even faze them, Si Kong Ma said surprisedly. The 7th level was hard, but it wasn't impossible to climb it. Otherwise, no one would be able to pass this mountain. Now, the problem was, climbing this mountain should take some time. Senior brother Sima, why are they climbing the mountain so easily? Yuan Tianyou asked curiously. Don't worry, they haven't passed the hardest part yet. They are indeed strong, but there is no way they could climb the mountain in one go, Si Kong Ma said solemnly. Sure enough, they immediately saw Xiao Murong start to wobble a little bit, no longer as steady as she said she was. I hope it will work like a charm when we rescue her later. I will definitely thank you properly later, Yuan Tianyou said confidently. Yi Tianyun also saw that Xiao Murong was getting unstable. Although she kept saying that she was fine, she was clearly not fine. She was fine before, but now she wasn't. Yi Tianyun knew that the toxin in her body still prevented her from moving her body as she wanted to. Yi Tianyun wanted her to take a break, but she insisted on continuing forward. Yi Tianyun couldn't force her to stop as she wanted to continue on her own accord. After she had almost passed the 7th level, she slowed down, and sweat started to drip from her forehead. However, she didn't fall immediately. She just found it hard to resist the wind as she kept going. She could feel the wind trying hard to uproot her from the mountain, blowing her up to the ground. Yi Tianyun could feel the wind, and his heaven-shaking divine secret art could barely stabilize him. He would surely be blown away from the mountains if he didn't have enough power. Meanwhile, when Xiao Murong finally reached the 8th level, a hurricane suddenly hit her, blowing her away from the mountain. No! Xiao Murong screamed, but it was too late. Her feet were no longer on the ground, and there was no way she could stabilize herself in order to reach out and hung onto the mountain from here. Yuan Tianyou on the bottom was ready to catch Xiao Murong. The cultivators that hid inside the forest shook their heads. Although they have been waiting for the girl to fall, they couldn't attack the girl if she had someone protecting her. On the other hand, the cultivators that were still resting at the end of 6th level were laughing. They already knew the girl would fall, which excited them as the bet finally paid off. But a long whip suddenly caught Xiao Murong from falling, and she was hanging in the air. You idiot, you are asking for death. There is no way you could carry her with you. The wind would blow you two away completely. A cultivator on the 6th level shouted while laughing profusely. He's trying to be a hero, another cultivator said while snickering around with other cultivators. Well, that doesn't matter. I won the bet, right? She already fell. Another cultivator said excitedly. You wish? She hadn't touched the ground yet. Another cultivator said while laughing hard. They all started to laugh as they thought that Yi Tianyun was really stupid. He is really reckless. He really thought that he was invincible or something. If he helps others like that, he'll have to withstand 4 times the usual pressure from the wind, Si Kong Ma said while shaking his head. Yi Tianyun finally reached the 8th level while still dragging Xiao Morong with him. This is nothing, Yi Tianyun said as he slammed his feet down and activated his dragon god bloodline. His feet changed shape, and like a dragon claw, they gripped the ground firmly. There was no way the wind would blow him away right now. Stay firm. Stabilize the aura inside your body. Don't worry about anything else. I am here to hold you and get you up there, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Xiao Morong was surprised to hear Yi Tianyun's words as she was used to being so proud of her own power. But now she knew that her power meant nothing before Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's steps were steady. There was no sign of him getting blown away by the wind at all. Yi Tianyun even dragged Xiao Morong along with him. Even if the wind got stronger, it didn't seem to deter Yi Tianyun whatsoever. What's his deal? How can he be so powerful? The cultivators were all shocked to see Yi Tianyun kept moving forwards without any sign of stopping. They all thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun could withstand the wind while dragging another person with him. Sikong Ma truly couldn't believe what he saw. Yi Tianyun really defied all his knowledge about this place. Yi Tianyun stopped for a while and pulled Xiao Morong up. He then started to meditate to recover himself, while Xiao Morong also did the same thing as she knew that the poison was still in her system. After Yi Tianyun felt that Xiao Morong was stable enough, Yi Tianyun loosened the rope, alleviating some pressure on himself. The wind is too powerful. I almost couldn't stand it myself, Yi Tianyun said while sighing in relief. He then continued meditating as he waited for Xiao Morong's recovery. Although he knew that Xiao Morong would be alright even if she fell down, climbing back up again would be a hassle. She had enough power to climb this mountain, but with the poison in her system, she had to climb slowly. That was why she had to recover her power now. The two of them meditated together, and the people below finally stopped making a fuss. They were shocked beyond belief earlier as they thought Yi Tianyun would climb the mountain all the way while dragging Xiao Morong. Chapter 1001. Chapter 10,001. Yi Tianyun didn't need to rest, but he was waiting for Xiao Morong to rest for a while. After a while, Yi Tianyun noticed that Xiao Morong's complexion was slowly getting better. If it weren't for what Yi Tianyun did earlier, Xiao Morong would have already been blown off of the mountain, and she would definitely be vulnerable by then. Brother Tianyun, thanks for waiting for me, Xiao Morong slowly said as she opened her eyes after she was done meditating. Well, if you call me brother, then it is my duty to help you when you're in need, Yi Tianyun said casually. You too should know your own limit. Just slow down. Nobody here would mess with us anyway, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. After all, they just had to reach the destination before the time limit. It didn't matter whether they arrived early or barely in the nick of time, as they would qualify as long as they weren't late. I know that, but, Xiao Morong said as she was embarrassed by her recklessness. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised as Xiao Morong seemed rather meek. It was unusual as she has always had an explosive personality. Still, Yi Tianyun knew that Xiao Morong's favorability towards him rose quite high after he saved her from falling. It wasn't at maximum, but it was considered high enough. How's your body? Did you still feel something off? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. No, I think I'm all right now, Xiao Morong said as she stretched her body, ready to go. She was confident that she would be able to reach the top now, but she knew that she had to be careful as she didn't want such an embarrassing moment to happen again. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong continued climbing up the mountain, but Yuan Tianyu was still frozen in place at the foot of the mountain as his hope of saving Xiao Morong had gone through the drain. Damn it, that guy foiled my plan again, Yuan Tianyu said as he was furious at Yi Tianyun. He had already prepared and wasted his time waiting for Xiao Morong to fall, but Yi Tianyun took her away from Yuan Tianyu again. His strength is really unbelievable, Sikong Ma said as he shook his head. He considered Yi Tianyun as a dangerous man and would definitely avoid fighting against Yi Tianyun at all costs. Sikong Ma just shook his head and led the rest of his group to climb the mountain. Meanwhile, Xiao Morong and Yi Tianyun finally reached the top. With her vitality back to normal, it wasn't hard for her to climb the rest of the mountain. If she wasn't poisoned in the first place, she definitely could climb the mountain without any rest. For Yi Tianyun himself, this Divine Wind Valley wasn't difficult at all. It was just like a windy walk in the park for him. This mountain only tested the participants' lower body stability, which was also one of the strong points of a cultivation technique. Flying was surely off the table here, as there was no way anyone could stabilize themselves in the air with all the wind. We reached the top successfully. If my star power wasn't restored back there, it might turn ugly. Again, thank you very much for saving me back then, Brother Yi, Xiao Morong said gratefully. But Yi Tianyun could see that she felt disappointed in herself. Well, it doesn't matter now. But take a look over there. It seems they would see us up close and personal next, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed to a huge fighting arena not too far from them. It was a circular arena that circled around a large ring where the cultivator should fight. There was a passage that led to the arena itself from their position, and there were a lot of guards standing by around the side of the arena. Then Yi Tianyun saw the name of this place. It was written, the God Fighting Field. This was also the finish line for the first part of God Domain's War of Ascension. Well, it seems we reached the finish line, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Let's go in, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the God Fighting Field. Xiao Morong nodded and followed Yi Tianyun from behind. Her eyes were full of excitement as she was finally able to observe other geniuses from the other God Domains. After all, Those cultivators should be pretty strong as they were capable of completing the first part of War of Ascension. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong walked into the god-fighting field and stepped into a magnificent long corridor before finding themselves in a vast field. Yi Tianyun looked up and saw many experts sitting in rows of seats and discussing things on their own. Yi Tianyun noticed that almost all of them were at the Heaven Monarch stage, while some were at the Earth Monarch stage. Those people were the elders of the god domains who came to observe their respective cultivators. Yi Tianyun looked at the highest point of the observatory seat, where it would be the best observation level, but it was mostly empty. Yi Tianyun knew why these seats were empty, and it was because that was where the 2ND grade god domains representatives would sit and observe the War of Ascension. As for who would come from the 2ND grade god domain, there was no information about them. They might be the elders, or the territory lord themselves might come to scout talent themselves. It's Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong. They passed the first stage. Nian Xiu said as she finally saw Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong from her seat. She was very excited as Yi Tianyun was at the top of the leaderboard. It seems so. They did really well, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a proud look on his face. He was worried that Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong would encounter trouble on the way here, but it seems he was worried for nothing. As the leaderboard was shown to everyone in the arena, Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong obviously saw it too. Brother Tianyun, your name is in the 1st place. Earth Monarch Tianqing is in the 2ND place. Clearly he isn't as powerful as you, Xiao Murong said excitedly. I wouldn't say that, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He wasn't proud at all of his achievement as he didn't care that much about it. His only goal was to prove that the human race wasn't the weakest race out there. He wanted to prove that the human race was a race that was full of untapped potential. Ronger passed magnificently. A middle-aged man said as he was delighted when he saw Xiao Murong pass the first stage. He was the father of Xiao Murong, Hua Murong. Little Missy sure would get a good grade, and she never failed to live up to expectations. The elder that sat beside Hua Murong said while nodding his head. But still, I am very surprised that our little Rong would get very close to a human boy, Hua Murong said as he felt surprised that Xiao Murong looked very intimate with Yi Tianyun. He never expected Xiao Murong to get close to a human race cultivator at all. Chapter 102, Chapter 1002. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Murong's arrival attracted a lot of attention, especially from those that arrived earlier. Ronger Jr.'s sister, who is the man beside you. A handsome young man came over and stood in front of Xiao Murong and Yi Tianyun. He was dressed in a white coat and carried a long sword on his back. This man is Ling Yunfeng, the man that chased after Xiao Murong like a dog in heat. He was known generally as Young Master Ling, and Yu Qingling adored this man, but unfortunately for him, Xiao Murong wasn't interested at all. Don't call me Ronger, we aren't that close, Xiao Murong said coldly. Ronger Jr.'s sister, you were joking, right? We are from the same master sect, Ling Yunfeng said with an awkward smile. I have been looking for you the entire time, but after knowing that you have gone with other people, no wonder I couldn't find you earlier, Ling Yunfeng said with a frown on his face. Friend, what should I call you? Ling Yunfeng said with a smile on his face as he reached out for a handshake. He didn't antagonize Yi Tianyun right away, but acted civilized instead. Yi Tianyun just looked at him from top to bottom and immediately knew that this man's cultivation wasn't low for the god domain's standard. He was at the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage, which was rare among the participants. Earth Monarch Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just introduced himself in accordance with his registration name. Earth Monarch Tianyun? Ling Yunfeng definitely knew that name as he had been staring at it for a while since he got there. I have been wondering what kind of person Earth Monarch Tianyun is for a while, but I never expected you to be so young. It is amazing. I believe Ronger Jr.'s sister could get here thanks to Earth Monarch Tianyun's help, Ling Yunfeng said excitedly. No, that wasn't the case at all. She arrived at this place with her own strength, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. In any case, I am really excited that I got to finally meet you, but I don't want to fight Earth Monarch Tianyun. I want her to be my Dao companion, and I hope that Earth Monarch Tianyun can understand my circumstances. Ling Yunfeng said straightforwardly while still respecting Yi Tianyun's boundaries, but Yi Tianyun knew that it wasn't sincere at all. Senior brother Ling, I won't marry you, Xiao Murong stated firmly. You aren't my type, and stop being stubborn. Ling family trained you to be a genius cultivator, and I found it too rigid for my taste. It wasn't a respectful action at all, Xiao Murong stated firmly. Why do you say that, Ronger Jr.'s sister? Did you say that just to spite me for being stronger than you? I am as competent as a man you can get. I am about to hit the 8th layer Earth Monarch soon, and would it be up to your taste then? Ling Yunfeng asked hopefully. You are unreasonable. I don't like you, so no matter what you do, it wouldn't impress me, Xiao Murong said annoyedly. You don't like me? I am sure that once you become my Dao companion, you will slowly start to like me, Ling Yunfeng said confidently. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but pity this guy, as this Ling Yunfeng guy was too slow. There was definitely something wrong with his mind. He clearly didn't know when to give up. Just stop it. I am with Brother Tianyun, and I would never be with you, Xiao Murong said as she grabbed Yi Tianyun's arms. Brother Tianyun, you have to help me. I don't want to become that guy's Dao companion, Xiao Murong begged Yi Tianyun to help her. I hope Earth Monarch Tianyun stays out of our problems. If you leave Ronger Jr.'s sister to me, I am sure my father will reward you handsomely later, Ling Yunfeng said confidently. Yi Tianyun looked at Ling Yunfeng with a frown on his face. He didn't know what to say to all this. Ling Yunfeng's reaction was void of emotions, and he talked to Yi Tianyun in a formal manner, like a traitor or some politician. What if I don't want to? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. If that is your answer, then I hope that you will work harder to defeat those that are stronger than you later. But don't be surprised later as the time will come, Ling Yunfeng said casually. He still didn't show any emotions at all. Yi Tianyun really didn't know what to say to all this, as it was the first time he had ever encountered this type of person. If Ling Yunfeng had just straightforwardly attacked him, then this whole problem wouldn't be as complicated. Ling Yunfeng maintained his gentleman aura and remained polite toward Yi Tianyun the entire time. This is why I don't like this guy. It's like his head can't comprehend what is happening around him. Probably his family has instilled too many things in his head, making him unable to think for himself, Xiao Murong said helplessly. Yi Tianyun started to wonder. He doesn't seem to truly like me himself. It is more like a political marriage between families. I believe that his family wants to unite my family with his, Xiao Murong said helplessly. Is it possible for a man like that to exist? Yi Tianyun said as he was speechless of Ling Yunfeng's trait. At the same time, another man came over and immediately sized Yi Tianyun from top to bottom. Are you Earth Monarch Tianyun? The man asked. Who would want to know? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. You are cheating, aren't you? There is no way a man like you could reach the 9th grade on War God Thunderdrum. This man is Earth Monarch Yun Lei, and he looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. He was the former 2N place cultivator on the leaderboard, but now he has been pushed down to 3RD place after Yi Tianyun's arrival. Are you challenging me? Yi Tianyun said coldly. But I am thankful that you are at the very least a normal person, Yi Tianyun added. Ling Yunfeng just looked at Earth Monarch Yun Lei and Yi Tianyun carefully. He didn't quite understand what Yi Tianyun was saying, so he just stood there without doing anything. So, tell me, O great detective, how do you think I cheat, and where is the proof? Yi Tianyun said casually. Chapter 103. Chapter 103. Yi Tianyun's words stunned Earth Monarch Yun Lei. It was impossible to cheat on War God Thunderdrum, as the drum itself would identify any illegal conduct and deal with them immediately. You have to be cheating. It is impossible otherwise, Earth Monarch Yun Lei shouted stubbornly. He couldn't accept the fact that a human race cultivator could surpass him in terms of cultivation at all. But it wasn't only Earth Monarch Yun Lei alone who thought that way, as other participants too felt that way. Now, if I really cheated, then are you suspecting the great array that the Major God Domain has set up for us? If that is true, then are you insinuating that the Major God Domain is weaker than me? Yi Tianyun teased Earth Monarch Yun Lei. I am so powerful that I even broke the rules that the Major God Domain has set up for their War of Ascension. How does that sound? Are you really sure that you aren't just weaker than me? Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Yi Tianyun's words left Yun Lei speechless. If he kept insisting that Yi Tianyun was cheating, then he would have to admit that the powerful God Domains were falling short in terms of equipment. But then again, he didn't want to admit that he was weaker than Yi Tianyun. Yun Lei's face turned pale as he didn't know what to say at this point. The rest of the participants who shared the same opinion as Yun Lei now remained silent as well, as they didn't know what to say either. If they cornered Yi Tianyun for cheating, they would only disrespect the powerful God Domains that already set the rules. That brat really knows how to talk, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a big smile on his face. He heard what Yi Tianyun was saying and appreciated Yi Tianyun for not falling into Yun Lei's pitiful trick. Yes, Yi Tianyun is a very clever cultivator, Nian Chanyu said with a big smile on her face. She knew that Yi Tianyun would also come on top of this 2N stage of War of Ascension, and no one here would be able to do anything. These experts on observation seat was just there to observe. Even if their disciples were about to die in front of them, they could only watch. If they acted out of their emotions and saved their disciple, their God Domain's right to participate on another War of Ascension would be rescinded forever. If such a punishment wasn't imposed, everyone would try to intervene with the match later. Moreover, the 2N stage wasn't cruel either. As long as one of them surrendered, the other weren't allowed to attack any further. I don't care anymore, but let's just hope that you won't ever encounter me in the arena, Earth Monarch Yun Lei said coldly. He then walked away, waiting for the 2N stage to start. Earth Monarch Yun Lei, I am sorry that he was a bit rude to you, Ling Yunfeng said casually. Are you an idiot? Stay away from me. I am already bored with all of you. Earth Monarch Yun Lei said coldly. Yi Tianyun just shrugged his shoulders helplessly and looked away. The rest of the participants who looked at Yi Tianyun and Yun Lei also looked away. There was nothing they could do, and there was no point in antagonizing Yi Tianyun further. A woman in a stunning red dress and several flames that were floating around her looked at Yi Tianyun with empty eyes. The cultivators around her were trying to keep their distance from the woman, as they knew that if they got too close, the flame would burn them severely. Yi Tianyun also noticed the woman has been staring at him, and he couldn't help but check the woman with his appraisal eye. Earth Monarch Tianqing, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the information he got about the woman. He didn't expect the former one-stay rank was a woman. He thought that Earth Monarch Tianqing would be some macho dude with bulging muscle. Yes, she is Earth Monarch Tianqing, the terrifying woman you easily surpassed, Xiao Murong said with jealousy in her eyes. She manipulates a sacred fire that was capable of burning a world to a cinder. Her cultivation level is at the 8th layer Earth Monarch stage. Rumor has it that she almost hit the 9th layer Earth Monarch stage, Xiao Murong said helplessly. Sacred fire? Yi Tianyun said while stroking his chin. He has to work more on his own thoughts. Although Earth Monarch Tianqing sounded masculine, he couldn't just sum things up based on his assumption. After all, it was only a title, not her real name. Now, in Yi Tianyun's knowledge, the flame in God's domain was divided into two categories, demon fire and sacred fire. There were only 5 known sacred fires, and the power of the sacred fire was said to counter the demon fire. It was a powerful fire, but it was extremely rare and difficult to master. She is a bit weird, Yi Tianyun said as he observed Earth Monarch Tianqing for a while. Even with his appraisal eye, Yi Tianyun couldn't see the full information of Earth Monarch Tianqing. He believed that Earth Monarch Tianqing possessed some kind of unique energy that blocked his vision. Yi Tianyun knew that the rest of the participants wouldn't be able to win against her no matter what they did. Still, many contestants hadn't arrived yet, so he would assess the strongest again when everyone finally gathered. Yi Tianyun then found a place to meditate and recover, and Xiao Murong followed him closely. They were now waiting for the 2ND stage to start. Time passed quickly, and finally, the time for the 2N stage to start drew close. The 1 stage had a time limit of 1 month. If the participant was late, then they would be instantly disqualified and had to leave the War of Ascension. A month has passed, and those who are still outside of this place would be disqualified, a deacon announced on the side. His voice echoed through all corners of God's battle plane, and those that haven't reached the goal for the 1-stage stage would definitely hear it. Yi Tianyun opened his eyes and saw many more contestants than before he meditated. Among these new people, he also saw Yu Qingling. Is it time to start the next test? Yi Tianyun wondered as he looked around. Chapter 1004. Chapter 1004, Yi Tianyun looked at everyone that passed the 1-stage stage and noticed that not even 1-0 cultivators passed, which meant that a hefty number of participants was eliminated from the 1-stage stage alone. Most of the eliminated cultivators have been eliminated in the first killing spree. Compared to the mortal domain, the god domain was surely a harsher place for a cultivator. The god domain was built for survival of the fittest, and even a strong cultivator in Earth Monarch stage wouldn't be able to survive if several Earth Monarch cultivators ganged up on them. Now, cultivation level was just a superficial estimation number. A cultivator might be stronger than what their cultivation level imposed. Yi Tianyun was one of the examples. This test is a bit cruel, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. He has to crush a lot of other cultivators before he could be scouted by the 2ND grade god domain. Yes, it is a bit cruel. Xiao Murong nodded. The weaker cultivators, they would undoubtedly become a stepping stone for the stronger cultivators. The waves finally come. Now it is time for you to rely on your own strength, Ling Yunfeng said as he stood up and started to walk towards Xiao Murong. What are you doing? Go away! Xiao Murong saw that Ling Yunfeng was walking toward her. At the same time, a familiar person grabbed Ling Yunfeng's arm. Young Master Ling, why don't you come with me? It's not good to stay here, Yu Qingling said with her delicate voice. Ling Yunfeng just frowned and shook off Yu Qingling's hands. Miss Yu, men and women shouldn't touch each other without consent. Please don't do it ever again, Ling Yunfeng said coldly. Obviously, Yu Qingling was very beautiful, but Ling Yunfeng wasn't affected by her charm. Young Master Ling, look at them. They are clearly together, and I saw that he even kissed her before, Yu Qingling said as she tried to make Ling Yunfeng upset by stating some lie. You are disgusting, Xiao Murong said with a disgusted look on her face. But once again, Yu Qingling had to be disappointed as Ling Yunfeng didn't look upset at all. His calm expression never left his face. I will take Ronger Junior sister from Earth Monarch Tianyun's hand, Ling Yunfeng said with a serious expression. Yi Tianyun almost threw up as he couldn't stomach how awkward the situation was. This Yu Qingling woman was too desperate to get Ling Yunfeng's attention. Yu Qingling was speechless as it was clear that Ling Yunfeng had already set his eyes on Xiao Murong and didn't seem to care about anyone else. Brother Ling, do you really like Miss Mu? Yi Tianyun asked solemnly. Is it true that your family set you up for this, or do you really like Miss Mu from the bottom of your heart? Yi Tianyun added. Ling Yunfeng frowned as he thought about it himself. Honestly, my family did want me to marry Ronger. They say that the marriage will help my cultivation, Ling Yunfeng said honestly. So, you don't really like Miss Mu at all, do you? Yi Tianyun shook his head. That is not true. Ronger Junior's sister is a kind woman, and there is nothing wrong with wanting a strong and kind woman as your Dao companion, Ling Yunfeng said truthfully. Brother Ling, tell me the truth. Are you going to follow the instruction of your family to keep going after Miss Mu, regardless of how you feel? Yi Tianyun asked. That is right. I will pursue Ronger no matter what, Ling Yunfeng said solemnly. Xiao Murong was shocked as she heard Ling Yunfeng's answer. This guy was clearly mad. He just thought that Xiao Murong was only a cultivation tool. Brother Ling, listen to me. Even if you are married to Miss Mu, it won't help you much with your cultivation. Her physical attributes don't fit you well. You should find some powerful ice attribute woman. It would help you tremendously, Yi Tianyun suggested. But my family said Ling Yunfeng was definitely confused right now. You don't have to worry about your family. Don't you want to break through your cultivation phase? Yi Tianyun said suggestively. That is right. I should care about my own cultivation, Ling Yunfeng said confidently. Obviously, he didn't care about what the woman thought, as he only cared about himself. Brother Ling, let me give you some advice. Yi Tianyun pulled Ling Yunfeng away from Xiao Murong and Yun Qingling. He whispered something to Ling Yunfeng's ear, and after some time, Ling Yunfeng's expression changed like he had found some revelation. I will listen to Brother Yi this time. It is indeed troublesome if I have to marry Ronger Jr.'s sister. She won't listen to whatever I say, Ling Yunfeng said confidently. He then turned his attention to Xiao Murong once again. Ronger Jr.'s sister, I will not make you my Dao companion. I didn't have much interest in you. I am sorry, Ling Yunfeng said indifferently. Xiao Murong just stared at Ling Yunfeng as she didn't know what was going on, but it was relieving at the very least. Ling Yunfeng then turned around and headed towards his Ling family's camp. Yu Qingling, on the side, was also dumbfounded by the whole interaction as she thought that Ling Yunfeng wouldn't stop chasing after Xiao Murong, but he suddenly stopped just like that. What is wrong with him? If he doesn't like me, then he wouldn't like any other woman, Yu Qingling said as he glanced toward Xiao Murong for a second before she left. Now, everything has been solved. Ling Yunfeng wouldn't bother you again, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that he would be able to solve the problem so quickly like this. Who knew that Ling Yunfeng was just a cultivation freak? What did you say to him? He leaves me as soon as you are done talking to him, Xiao Murong said curiously. She had tried so many things before, but Ling Yunfeng hardly ever left her alone. It's simple. I told him that his family wanted him to marry you not because it would advance his cultivation, rather it was more of a political marriage. So I said that at the end of this stage, I will help him find a place for him to cultivate to the 9th-layer Earth Monarch stage, Yi Tianyun explained. What? How did it work like that? Xiao Murong asked curiously. Well, it was the best way to deal with someone that was obsessed with cultivation. It is best to give them what they want than trying to deny them outright. Yi Tianyun shrugged. I can't believe this. You are a genius, Xiao Murong said excitedly. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he didn't say that it wasn't actually that simple. Chapter 105. Chapter 105, the participants were waiting for the 2&D stage to commence inside the God-fighting arena. Until this time, they already took a variety of medicinal pills to boost their strength for the incoming fight. After a while, the long-awaited voice was heard. The first to appear was the 5 top experts that immediately took their seat on the forefront row, where the best seat in the arena was located. They released a majestic aura that spread out all over the arena. All the audience was immediately silenced as they were awed by the majesty. These 5 experts were the agents of God Domain's War of Ascension. They were the elder of their God Domain, not the Territory Lord, as Territory Lord didn't need to be present here in person. God Domain's War of Ascension wasn't a major event for them, and it was normal to send their elder instead. Even an elder coming in itself was already amazing enough because these 5 were already at the God Monarch stage. They just sat there, sending off pressure at everyone had already served their own purpose. Is this the God Monarch's power? Yi Tianyun raised his head and looked at the 5 elders with his appraisal eyes. He couldn't see their combat power, but it was to be expected as their cultivation was too high for his appraisal eye. Level up, appraisal eye, Yi Tianyun said to himself without hesitation. Ding. Successfully used 50 million CPs to level up appraisal eye to level 5. Next level requires 5 billion CPs. Yi Tianyun looked over towards the 5 elders, and now he was finally able to see their information. Heavenly Punishment Elder, 5 the Layer God Monarch stage. Use Heavenly Thunder's power, capable of releasing a terrifying Heavenly Thunder to strike the enemy. Possess Thunder God Body, could turn invulnerable at command. Weakness, no obvious weakness. Combat power, 97 million star points. Donglong Elder, 6th the Layer God Monarch stage. Use Dragon Blood power, capable of turning into a huge dragon that smashed everything with its energy bomb and able to withstand all attacks. Weakness, Ultimate Metal Attribute Attack. Combat power, 11.3 million star points. Ji-Fan Elder, 5 the Layer God Monarch stage. Use Power of Destruction, Weakness, Extreme Vitality Energy. Combat power, 10 to 3 million star points. Lu Yu Elder, 5 the Layer God Monarch stage. Use Power of Boundless Earth. Weakness, Powerful Wood Attribute Attack. Combat power, 9 to 5 million star points. Elder Gu Huang, 6 the Layer God Monarch stage. Use the Power of Spirit of the Earth. Weakness, Powerful Fire Attack. Combat power, 12 to 5 million star points. The information of the 5 elders was visible in front of Yi Tianyun, and that included every equipment that they wore. But it didn't matter for Yi Tianyun right now, as he only wanted to see their combat power. Yi Tianyun still believed that these 5 elders' combat power was within the scope of reasonable, as it was the standard combat power of a God Monarch stage. Still, it was beyond his reach for now. With the data that Yi Tianyun saw, no wonder the God Monarch could crush any 1-state grade God domain that they didn't like. Now, their territory lord must be more powerful than them, and the thought of it only filled Yi Tianyun with excitement. As the 5 elders sat in their seat, All the other experts that sat down earlier immediately got up and greeted the five elders. Long live the five elders! Every expert on the platform shouted excitedly. The sound was deafening as hundreds of experts shouted at the top of their lungs. The five elders just nodded their heads in satisfaction. Then, with that done, all the other experts earlier sat back down again. It is time for us to observe the younglings once again. The current situation is somewhat unexpected, as one of them reached the 9th grade on the War God Thunderdrums. This hasn't occurred for a long time. Elder Gu Huang that sat in the middle said as he looked around the contestant. He was definitely the strongest among the five elders, which meant he also came from the strongest god domain among the five elders. As usual, Yi Tianyun carefully observed the elders' lips when they spoke, so he had a gist of what they were talking about. Yi Tianyun himself wondered if getting the 9th grade was a mistake on his part. Still, Yi Tianyun noticed that the five elders didn't seem excited or interested. It was like the 9th grade achievement was meant to happen, and it wasn't something extraordinary at all. Let's prepare for the second test. But we have to give them their corresponding rewards first. Elder Gu Huang said as he glanced at the participants and waved his hands. Suddenly, a huge temple appeared and quickly descended to an open ground. The temple landed, followed by an earthquake, and as the dust settled, everyone could see that it was a grand temple. Those that achieved our standard will get a corresponding reward. You can take your tokens inside and redeem them, but you can't exchange the tokens you got from War God Thunderdrums. It was meant for something else. Elder Gu Huang's voice was echoing through the entire area. Yi Tianyun frowned a little as that meant he only had a few hundred tokens to exchange. Although his name was at the 1-state rank on the scoreboard, Yi Tianyun got most of the tokens on War God Thunderdrums. As soon as Elder Gu Huang stopped speaking, a group of people immediately entered the temple. Yi Tianyun also followed inside, taking a glimpse of the treasures that the temple had to offer. He could see that the best treasure was the high-grade rebirth level treasure. These treasures needed a few thousand tokens to redeem. Among the participants, there were actually fewer than a dozen of people who met the requirements to redeem them. After all, not that many people can get their hands on hundreds of tokens. Furthermore, the participants that came with a group had to share their tokens, leaving them with lesser tokens. Chapter 106, Chapter 1006. There are high-grade rebirth level treasures everywhere here. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he saw the content of the temple. 2ND grade god domain was surely much wealthier than the 1-state grade god domain. This much treasure wouldn't be found on the 1-state grade god domain. Yi Tianyun estimated that he had enough tokens to redeem one of these high-grade rebirth level treasures, but he wasn't sure if that applied to the rest of them. A high-grade rebirth level treasure required 1,000 tokens, which meant they had to get at least 7 the grade on War God Thunderdrums. Of course, the higher-rated items require 3,000 tokens, and the cultivator that wanted to get it must get at least 8 the grade War God Thunderdrums. Certainly, it wasn't easy to achieve. However, since the tokens from the War God Thunderdrum weren't usable on this occasion, the participant that got more than 200 tokens would be able to redeem one high-grade rebirth level treasure once. The number of participants that would be able to get a high-grade rebirth level treasure would rise immediately, but it would be no more than 100 participants. Of course, Yi Tianyun immediately exchanged his tokens for high-grade rebirth level treasure without any hesitation. He had enough tokens, and in his perspective, there was no point in getting anything below high-grade rebirth level treasure. Yi Tianyun walked towards a treasure that he wanted, and it was a Sanskrit pen. Yi Tianyun knew that he ought to improve his God Rune Master if he wanted to compete against other God Rune Masters in God Domain. In addition, Yi Tianyun also wanted to improve the Divine Rune he created for the 3 realms, so it would be more secure for the people of the 3 realms. The Divine Rune that he had before didn't have any effect on the equipment that he got recently, and it was a little bit disappointing. He knew that if he learned a better Divine Rune that used the Divine Imprint, he could engrave them on his equipment, enhancing their performance further. Just imagine what would happen if he engraved a performance-enhancing Divine Imprint on Desolate Ancient Set. But when Yi Tianyun wanted to grab the Sanskrit pen for himself, a voice stopped him from behind. "Leave the Sanskrit pen alone," a voice said hurriedly. Yi Tianyun turned around and saw a pair of weird cultivators walking toward him hurriedly. They each had a snake that followed them around, and they also emitted an eerie evil spirit aura from their whole body. Yi Tianyun wasn't bothered by them at all as he exchanged his tokens with Sanskrit pen, ignoring the 2 weird cultivators completely. Although the Sanskrit pen used almost all the tokens he got outside of the War God Thunderdrums event, it didn't matter for Yi Tianyun as he needed this Sanskrit pen. "Hey, did you not hear what I said earlier? Get that thing out right now." "It is mine." Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted coldly. "How is it yours when I exchange it first?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. "How dare you?" Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted like he was about to hit Yi Tianyun, but he knew better. The temple had a rule that forbade fighting after all. "What are you going to do about it? Now, please get out of my way." "You are hindering me from choosing other treasures," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Naturally, Yi Tianyun wouldn't choose only one treasure. The purpose of the tokens was to redeem the treasure here, and he wouldn't wait around for there to be another opportunity. Even if he wouldn't use it for himself, he could still gift them to someone he trusted later. You arrogant trash human. Don't think for a second that you are better than any of us just because you get the one stay place achievement. Let me warn you, if we use our full power, we would be able to reach the 9th grade back there. Earth Monarch Yaotong was full of disdain. Their loud voice attracted the attention of the cultivators around them, but they all agreed with Earth Monarch Yaotong as they still looked down upon human race. Clearly, these cultivators had never seen Yi Tianyun in action firsthand, and they thought that Yi Tianyun reaching 9th grade back in the War God Thunderdrum was a fluke. Of course, they had already heard of Yi Tianyun's achievement, but they thought that it was absurd. Clearly, Yi Tianyun's story has been altered in some way so that he seemed stronger. That's none of my business. If you could get the 9th grade, congratulations. But I didn't care about it, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Now, I will say it once again. Get the hell out of my way. You are in the way, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Earth Monarch Yaotong glared at Yi Tianyun, and the guards in the temple gate were instantly alarmed as they sensed some killing intent from inside the temple. Just you wait later. You will know that you are a frog in a well. You think that you are great just because you got 9th grade on War God Thunderdrums. You are still trash in front of our superior race. This second stage is fighting competition, and I will surely crush you there, Earth Monarch Yaotong said coldly. Great, now stay well until then, Yi Tianyun said sarcastically before walking past Earth Monarch Yaotong and looking for other treasures. Earth Monarch Yaotong just gritted his teeth in anger as he really wanted to kill Yi Tianyun right now, but he had to wait for the 2 stage to start. The other cultivators just shook their heads as they thought Yi Tianyun clearly had a death wish. He was too arrogant for his own good. Not only was he already in bad blood against Earth Monarch Lei Yun, now he also provoked Earth Monarch Yaotong. Little brother Yi, are you going to be fine? Earth Monarch Yaotong is in the top 8, and I heard that he is quite strong, Ling Yunfeng asked curiously. It's fine. Even if I give him the treasure, it won't change anything, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I thought so too, Ling Yunfeng said casually. So why would I give him the treasure I got with my own tokens then? Isn't it stupid to give him what he wants? Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulder. Ling Yunfeng looked at Yi Tianyun with a newfound respect. You are very brave, little brother Yi, Ling Yunfeng said respectfully. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Yi Tianyun was indeed very brave, and it made Ling Yunfeng admire him even more. He stood tall before those who tried to pressure him. It was enough to scare someone that didn't have an iron will. Stop picking a fight with others every chance you get, Xiao Murong scolds Yi Tianyun for his attitude. Brother Yi, you definitely would win the competition, but please don't make enemies everywhere you go, Xiao Murong scolded Yi Tianyun. She always acted like this, and now that her life was saved by Yi Tianyun 2 times, she got to return the favor. Although she was born from a high-status family, she didn't care about delicacy at all. She even acted merciless sometimes, as she wouldn't let those that already humiliated her remain alive. That was what happened to the guy that poisoned her earlier. She wouldn't give up even if it cost her life. Wronger really isn't suitable for becoming my Dao companion, Ling Yunfeng said as he was shocked that Xiao Murong just scolded Yi Tianyun like that despite her being a weaker one. Ling Yunfeng was very modest in this regard, as other people would despise Xiao Murong for what she had done in the past. In this instance, Yi Tianyun appreciated Ling Yunfeng's trait. He was definitely better than many people, and for that he would surely go far. Yi Tianyun immediately chose another treasure, and it was an alchemy furnace of high-grade rebirth level item. He also chose some divine imprint engraving methods for him to try later. As Yi Tianyun got some treasure in the War God Thunderdrum section of the temple, he already used up 7,000 tokens in a short amount of time. It wasn't easy to get that many tokens, but surely spending it was too easy. After Yi Tianyun finished spending his tokens, he walked out of the temple immediately. He looked around and noticed some cultivators didn't seem to do that well, as some of them could only spend their tokens on some medicinal pills. It was clear that not everyone had as many tokens as him. The amount of Yi Tianyun tokens brought jealousy to everyone, as they wanted to have that many tokens themselves to redeem the treasures here. Meanwhile, Earth Monarch Yaotong was still letting his killing intent loose as he stared daggers towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just ignored the Earth Monarch Yaotong as he didn't care what the other guy was doing. Then, Yi Tianyun walked towards the place he meditated earlier, and now, there were not that many cultivators there. Some of them were Sikong Ma, Yuan Tianyo, and a couple of Heavenly Edict core disciples that joined Sikong Ma's group. So many cultivators have been eliminated, and it wasn't just from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, as other god domains also suffered heavy casualties. Yi Tianyun looked around and saw several powerful Earth monarchs around, Tianqing, Yunlei, and Yao Tong to name a few of them. The camp of the 3 Earth monarchs was an extremely powerful 1-state grade god domain, but something bugged Yi Tianyun as he could feel them from earlier. I felt the aura of evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun said as he felt the aura from the black-robed cultivators not too far away, but he wasn't sure as various auras swirled around in the air. When he wanted to check them for sure, he took out the evil spirit race blood essence from his storage ring, but it wasn't reacting at all. Could it be something else that has a similar aura to them? Yi Tianyun wondered as he tried to use the appraisal eye on the people he suspected as the evil spirit race. Earth Monarch Teg, 7 the layer, Earth Monarch with evil spirit race bloodline. The information was very limited, but it was all Yi Tianyun needed. He didn't have to look for other information as he just wanted to know if this person was an evil spirit race cultivator or not. But Yi Tianyun just shook his head as he realized that the person only had their bloodline. Yi Tianyun didn't expect the evil spirit race to come to such an event, but it might be possible. Fortunately, he didn't see anyone else with evil spirit race bloodline on Earth Monarch Teg's camp. According to the ranking, Earth Monarch Teg wasn't that good either, as he only got around rank 80. This rank wasn't bad, but it was certainly not something to brag about. But still, Yi Tianyun couldn't shake off his suspicion, as Earth Monarch Teg wouldn't have any problem to reach at least rank 30 with his cultivation level. It was either his ability and power weren't that good, or he deliberately held back his power. Yi Tianyun believed that Earth Monarch Teg was concealing his power, and that was why Yi Tianyun was determined to keep his eye on him. Concealing one's power to infiltrate the enemy was very evil spirit race-like, so he wouldn't be surprised if that was really the case here. Ms. Mu, do you know anything about evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun asked. Evil spirit race? Isn't it a very evil race? Xiao Murong immediately showed disgust. Did they participate in the War of Ascension? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. They wouldn't dare to come here. If they were to be found, they would be killed. Is there any evil spirit race among the participant? Xiao Murong asked as she looked around, trying to find the evil spirit race cultivator. That man in the black robe is from evil spirit race, but his bloodline is so faint that I am afraid no one would believe me, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Yi Tianyun had the information, but he didn't think anyone else would have a method to check on their own. You are right, I can't feel it at all, Xiao Murong said with a frown on her face. Just be cautious of him for now. I don't know what their plan was, but as long as there is an evil spirit race cultivator around here, things may go awry later, Yi Tianyun reminded Xiao Murong. He had so many experiences with evil spirit race, and thus he didn't want to make any mistakes around them. Of course, Xiao Murong nodded her head as she didn't doubt Yi Tianyun at all. She assumed the black-robed man was from evil spirit race immediately. She also knew that they couldn't just accuse someone randomly without any evidence, as they could get punished for doing that. Yi Tianyun kept staring at Earth Monarch Teg, and at some point, Earth Monarch Teg noticed Yi Tianyun has been staring at him, so he looked at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun saw the dark eyes beneath the hood. He couldn't see everything, but it was like looking at a bottomless pit that would pull everyone into a whirlpool abyss. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. There were a lot of good treasures here in this temple, and it was better compared to most of the god domain's treasures. It seems that you are satisfied, Elder Gu Huang said with a smile on his face. Some of you have the opportunity to become a disciple of our 5 great god domain, and this test would certainly bring you those benefits. Elder Gu Huang explained. He was gentle to everyone as he saw some excellent geniuses among them. There are a few participants that were born and raised in God domain, which meant that they had a significant advantage over their other peers. But now, everyone listened to Elder Gu Huang's words attentively. So, the second stage of divine tribulation starts. Elder Gu Huang said slowly. The participants shuddered for a moment as they were reminded of the heavenly tribulation that they experienced in the past. It certainly wasn't easy to pass. You don't have to be nervous, as we are just conducting a series of similar tests to it. Elder Gu hurriedly Huang said as he saw the participants grow nervous. This is an advanced test to see what you would do in the future, and it would be useful for you, Elder Gu Huang said confidently. Now, the difficulty would be increased according to your grade on the War God Thunderdrum, but this time we set a standard for everyone. You will pass the test if you can pass the 5 the level of Divine Tribulation. Now, the higher you go, the better reward you'd get. Elder Gu Huang explained further. The rule was simple, so the participants knew what to do this round. In fact, they would be able to assess the power of their competitors at the same time. They didn't think about the rewards right now, as they knew that the reward would be second in nature when they had already tried their best. After listening to Elder Gu Huang's explanation, everyone looked for a spot for themselves. The god-fighting field was very spacious and could easily accommodate 100,000 people in the arena. Of course, it had observer seats on the upper level. Nevertheless, the cultivator didn't mind staying far away from the arena as they could see it just fine. The 2ND stage's task is different from before, Nianxiu said worriedly in the upper level. The difficulty sounds okay. Yi Tianyun should be able to pass the level just fine, Nianxiu tried to assure herself. Nevertheless, she knew that there was no such thing as certain in War of Ascension. The sky began to change color, a signal to everyone that the 2ND stage was about to begin. A thick tribulation cloud appeared from the sky, and it was black. A dense heavenly thunder rolled on the clouds, causing a hammering sound so loud that it was deafening. The participants just stared at the clouds vigilantly, as they expected the thunder would hit very soon. The 1-stay level, Elder Gu Huang shouted expectantly. An intense heavenly thunder immediately hit every single participant simultaneously. It wasn't about who was going first or second, as everyone was hit at the same time. Nearly 1,000 thunderbolts struck the ground, blinding the surrounding area from the intense heat and flash. Yi Tianyun easily held his ground and even absorbed the thunder as XP. This is good. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He was in meditating position as he didn't do anything special to withstand the thunder. He just simply let his body absorb the thunder that was comprised of star power and absorbed it. The EXP he got from the thunder was decent too. It is comparable to the XP he got inside the Divine Temple of Life. Still, this was the 1-stay level Divine Thunder. He expected the EXP he got later would be much higher than this. The Divine Thunder didn't stop striking down to the ground. The participants used every means to withstand the thunder. Some used a weapon, but some, like Yi Tianyun, only relied on their own body. Yi Tianyun raised his head to look around and saw that Earth Monarch Tianqing also sat down with her flame repelling the thunder that struck down at her. It couldn't even touch her skin. Earth Monarch Yaotong was also doing the same thing. He enveloped himself with energy and withstand heavenly thunder that came at him that way. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun really let the thunder hit him as he absorbed the energy from the thunder as EXP. It was different than any participants out there as the thunder didn't come into contact with their skin. But there was an exception to that. Earth Monarch Yunlei also let the thunder hit him directly as he also absorbed the thunder for his cultivation. He showed some interest in Yi Tianyun as he never saw anyone interact with the divine thunder this way. Is that brat also a thunder attribute cultivator? Earth Monarch Yunlei wondered by himself. Soon, the 1-stay level was over and rain of energy fell from the clouds. It was a rich star energy that rejuvenated the cultivators after withstanding the divine thunder earlier. It was like the natural heavenly tribulation that healed their body after they passed their test. But still, this artificial divine tribulation that the 2N stage provided lacked a force of pressure. Fortunately, it worked well for the participants as it wasn't life-threatening. I am surprised that they could really simulate the heavenly tribulation like this. Yi Tianyun said as he started to wonder what kind of divine imprint it was. He wanted to learn it himself if possible as he could build a better environment for his disciple to cultivate. Soon, the 2ND level of the divine tribulation began to build up as the pressure in the air intensified. The clouds remained the same, but the thunderstrike suddenly became bigger and stronger. The giant thunderstrike struck Yi Tianyun's body, and Yi Tianyun absorbed the thunder once again. Still, he wasn't able to completely absorb the thunder. Nevertheless, the little thunder that he couldn't absorb just bounced off his skin, unable to penetrate his skin. All right, Yi Tianyun said while smiling, as it wasn't something out of his expectation. Chapter 109, the heavenly thunder kept getting stronger, and Yi Tianyun withstood them all without any problem with his powerful physique. The 2N level will be over soon, and Yi Tianyun now noticed that each level only lasted for about 1 hour. After each level was concluded, those who remained standing would get rewarded. Also, their injury would be healed, and their energy would be replenished. Through the 2NE level, almost none of the participants failed as they proved their worth for passing the 1 stage of War of Ascension. The condition of passing the 2ND stage of War of Ascension was withstanding the Divine Tribulation until the 5th level. If they were eliminated before that, they just proved to everyone that they were just a mediocre cultivator. The 3RD level is here, Elder Guhuang shouted as the clouds in the sky converged once again. The thunder soon struck, and the cultivators were trying hard to make sure that they could withstand the thunder just fine. Still, the 3RD level's thunder was bigger than the previous thunder. The thunder hit Yi Tianyun directly, but Yi Tianyun still withstood the thunder with only his bare skin. The thunderstrikes were blinding, and no one could really see what Yi Tianyun was doing among the smoke and dust around him. Nevertheless, the heavenly thunder didn't stop there. It struck at Yi Tianyun's spot repeatedly without ever dropping its power. Loud screams could be heard from all directions as several cultivators could no longer withstand the heavenly thunder. Those who failed to withstand the heavenly thunder did receive serious injuries, but they were immediately teleported to safety at the moment of failure. The 3RD level was soon over, and hundreds of people were already gone from the arena, meaning they were already eliminated from the War of Ascension. Nevertheless, it was very rare to see someone withstanding the heavenly thunder with only his bare skin like Yi Tianyun. Does that brat have heavenly thunder body? Earth Monarch Yunlei wondered as he focused his attention on Yi Tianyun all the time, but he couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun withstands the heavenly thunder only with his body alone until now. Earth Monarch Yunlei also withstood the heavenly thunder with his body as he had heavenly thunder body, but he thought that he was the only one who had it here. Nonetheless, Yi Tianyun was the center of attention. After all, Yi Tianyun got 1 state place on the leaderboard. Many experts also thought that Yi Tianyun had heavenly thunder body as he withstood all the heavenly thunder with his body like it was nothing. All cultivators felt pressured as the clouds began to converge once again, meaning that the next level would begin soon enough. They didn't know how strong the next heavenly thunder would be, which worried them as they didn't want to be eliminated from the War of Ascension. Furthermore, they knew if the heavenly thunder kept getting stronger, the clouds would eventually rain down tribulation fire at some point. No one wanted to deal with that as it would be more devastating than the heavenly thunder. The 4th level starts here. Elder Guhuang was excited. A blinding flash of lightning blinded everyone and thunder struck the cultivators in the arena. Many screams were overshadowed by the deafening sound of the thunder, and when the light disappeared, they all saw that their number had decreased once more. The sky rumbled once again, a signal for everyone that another thunder would strike soon. Their number had been depleted from thousands to less than 500, and it would continue to go down as the level increased. But they saw that Yi Tianyun could easily withstand the heavenly thunder, and Earth Monarch Yunlei also withstanding the heavenly thunder easily. This was the reason they assumed that Yi Tianyun also had heavenly thunder body. That brat must have heavenly thunder body, there is no doubt about it now. 9 Domain Territory Lord sighed, as he didn't expect such genius would appear on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory of all places. But no one knew that Yi Tianyun actually didn't have Heavenly Thunder Body. They just misunderstood Yi Tianyun, as they didn't expect someone without Heavenly Thunder Body to withstand the Heavenly Thunder only with their body. After the end of the 4th level, they were given a break as they recovered their injury and energy. Now, the number of participants had dwindled that it was easier to observe people in the arena. Some god domains even lost all of their participants and were forced to give up on their endeavors. For example, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory only had 3 remaining cultivators left, as Sima Kong and the rest of his group were eliminated on the 4th level. Yuan Tianyou was the only one among them that survived the Heavenly Thunder and could continue to the next level. Fire Jade Divine Territory still had Yu Qingling as their participants, but their expression wasn't the same as earlier. Now, they only had Yu Qingling left, as no other participants from their side could withstand the Heavenly Thunder. They clearly couldn't hide their embarrassment from being outclassed by Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. If Yu Qingling was eliminated, Fire Jade Divine Territory would be reduced to a mere spectator of War of Ascension. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord couldn't help but laugh, as he only wished to get within the top 100 on the leaderboard at first. He could never imagine that his cultivator would get one state place among all others. Now, as the other god domains had lost most of their cultivators, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory still had 3 cultivators. Yi Tianyun, of course, didn't care about such a thing. He just waited for the Heavenly Thunder to strike again, as he wanted to continue gaining XP. The 5th level now begins. Elder Gu Huang's voice echoed, and the sky once again began to rumble. But this time, there was a slight tint of red among the flashes inside the heavenly tribulation clouds themselves. This was a signal that the divine tribulation had merged with tribulation fire. As long as the participant passed this level, they would pass the 2ND stage of War of Ascension and could move to the next stage. Many participants started to look up and felt the burning flames on their skin. Several cultivators even tried to kneel down to avoid the high temperature, to no avail. Many elders and territory lords that watched the stage from above began to pray, as they hoped that their cultivators could withstand the next thunderstrike. They had long forgotten their desire for high ranking on the leaderboard, as they knew that it was enough if their cultivators could survive this level. Chapter 1010. Chapter 1010. The territory lord now only wished their cultivator could pass. The rank wasn't a priority any longer. They all knew that the test this time was harder than they thought it would be, and asking for rank on top of this hard difficulty was too greedy. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was still meditating, ignoring everything around him. Divine thunder and tribulation fire fused together and hit the ground, forming a huge beam of thunder, not missing any participant on the ground. The entire god-fighting field shook as the thunder seemed to shake its core. The scream of the participant was completely inaudible, as the thunderstrike was too loud, impairing everyone's hearing for a few seconds. The territory lords kept their eyes on their cultivators. They wanted to see whether their disciple was still there or not. As the smokes dissipated, the number of participants dwindled once more. Now, there were less than half of the previous number, as barely 200 cultivators were left in the arena now. Some seemed to barely hold on, as their body was already charred from the thunderstrike earlier. However, they quickly took their medicinal pills without any hesitation. While some were barely holding on, some others didn't seem to be bothered by the thunder at all. Earth Monarch Tianqing, that covered her body with sacred fire, didn't seem to be injured by the thunder. It seemed her fire burned the thunder before it could even hit her body. Earth Monarch Yunlei also seemed to be fine, but he no longer just endured the thunder with his bare skin this time, as a dense thunder shield was formed like an umbrella on top of his head. It wasn't that hard, Earth Monarch Yunlei said, as look over towards Yi Tianyun's position. But he couldn't hide his shock, as he saw Yi Tianyun didn't seem to use any defensive mechanism to block both the heavenly thunder and tribulation fire. Are you kidding me? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said, as he too was shocked to see Yi Tianyun didn't use anything. He thought that Yi Tianyun was using some kind of abilities to resist the thunder, but now that didn't seem to be the case. Everyone speculated that Yi Tianyun had Heavenly Thunder Body, but now they weren't sure anymore, as Heavenly Thunder Body was weak to the Tribulation Fire. Territory Lord, have you forgotten that he has 2 demon fires within him? Nian Siu said casually. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord immediately sat back in relief, as he now remembered that Yi Tianyun had 2 demon fires, which meant that the tribulation fire wouldn't do anything to him. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord just smiled, as he knew Yi Tianyun would pass this stage just fine. Heavenly thunder and tribulation fire bombarded the arena once again, but Yi Tianyun still endured them just fine. He was wearing evil demon god suit and desolate ancient set. He already had a high defensive power. He didn't need something like Heavenly Thunder Body to withstand this much Heavenly Thunder. Even if the Heavenly Thunder penetrated his skin, his body would absorb it just fine. He was in no rush to use any defensive technique to withstand the thunder that came his way. Other cultivators weren't so fortunate, as they couldn't allow the Heavenly Thunder to penetrate their skin, as it would cause severe damage to their internal system. After an hour, the 5th level was finally over. There were 150 cultivators left in the arena, which meant only 150 cultivators would continue to the next stage. Still, this number was amazing, as more than 100 cultivators passed this arduous test. We passed. The cultivators that managed to survive the 5th level cheered in satisfaction. But still, some cultivators didn't seem to be satisfied with the result. Earth Monarch Tianqing, in particular, didn't show any emotion at all regarding her result. What a bunch of idiots. What are you so happy about? Earth Monarch Yaotong coldly said as he looked over towards the cultivators that cheered for their success in passing the 2ND stage. These geniuses that rarely shared anything with anyone else naturally despised people who did everything in their power and barely passed like them. Yi Tianyun himself looked over at Xiaomorong's spot as he knew that Heavenly Thunder and Tribulation Fire wasn't something that she could naturally resist. But Yi Tianyun was surprised that Xiaomorong had also passed, despite facing her elemental weakness. Yuan Tianyou also held his ground, but it seemed he was injured by the last Heavenly Thunder. Ling Yunfeng and Yu Qingling both also passed the 2ND stage, and they both seemed to be supporting each other. Brother Tianyun, what's your secret? You just withstand all Heavenly Thunder with your body, Xiaomorong asked curiously. It's nothing, you just have to keep your eyes open. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face, but suddenly, a flash of thunder blinded everyone again. It was a sign that the next level would start. Although everyone had already reached the level where they had already passed the 2ND stage, the 2ND stage itself wasn't over just yet. Elder Gu Huang just smiled on top of the observation seat. He wanted to start the 6th level immediately, as he didn't want to give any rest to the participants. Everyone here had passed the 2N stage, but the 2N stage had up to the 9th level. The 6th level is about to begin. Prepare yourself, Elder Gu Huang reminded everyone. The cultivators that were rejoicing and cheering as they had already passed the 2N stage prepared themselves again as the Heavenly Thunder was about to strike once more. A golden flash of light appeared, and the thunder immediately struck the ground. There was no doubt in everyone's mind that the golden color came from metal-attributed energy. Sure enough, this Heavenly Thunder was mixed with metal energy, and now it was like a very sharp long spear mixed with tribulation fire, making it very hot too. Everyone was shocked by the powerful thunder, as it wasn't easy to resist this time. Yi Tianyun looked up into the sky with his appraisal eye and saw that the Heavenly Thunder, this time, had 180 W0 star power. Yi Tianyun shook his head, as this much wasn't even a big deal for him. But for most of the cultivators here, this much power was already a nightmare. If I am only a normal cultivator, I might choose to retire here. This stage is really too much to handle. Yi Tianyun shook his head. But as he said, this was beyond what a normal Earth Monarch cultivator could handle. Chapter 101, Chapter 1011, the thunder and lightning in the clouds condensed and hit the ground like a spear tumbling down the sky. The pressure on the crowd side was even more intense, as they sensed their cultivators would be eliminated as the thunder hit the ground. While Elder Gu Huang said that the test wouldn't result in death, if the cultivator themselves failed to recognize the power of the thunder, the damage might become fatal. A personal assessment had to be taken seriously, and the cultivators had to know when to give up. Now, Yi Tianyun was among the cultivator that could withstand the 6th level, although he might do it easier than most. Like a thunder god spear itself, the thunder exploded and tried to nail as many cultivators on the ground as possible. The ground itself began to tremble before the thunder even hit the ground. As the thunder hit the ground, the thunder created a huge crater. It was like a meteor had fallen where the thunder had struck. Everyone couldn't see the situation in the arena as the dazzling light blinded them. However, they could certainly feel some strong existence in the arena. The white light quickly disappeared, and the total of 150 cultivators quickly became 90. Of the 90 cultivators, more than 50 were severely injured as their body was covered in blood. Among the remaining 40, some were slightly injured, while several others weren't even harmed. The ones that were not really bothered by the thunder were Yi Tianyun and Earth Monarch Tianqing. Still, Yi Tianyun was clearly on the top here, as there was not even a scratch on his skin. Everyone was still surprised when they observed Yi Tianyun, as they noticed that Yi Tianyun still withstood the thunder with his bare skin. He has some skills all right, Earth Monarch Yaotong said sinisterly. He thought that the best Yi Tianyun could do was defend. He was confident that he would come on top if he fought Yi Tianyun. Meanwhile, the 5 elders nodded at each other as they acknowledged Yi Tianyun's ability. They weren't shocked by Yi Tianyun's skill, but clearly they were a little bit surprised. They were used to this kind of scene, so it no longer shocked them. This young human is interesting. I haven't seen any strong human for quite a while, Elder Gu Huang said as he looked at Yi Tianyun. He then shifted his attention towards Earth Monarch Tianqing. Meanwhile, this one can control sacred fire. It is amazing to see everything got incinerated before hitting her, Elder Gu Huang said excitedly. The human race is indeed a good cultivator, but compared to the owner of the sacred fire, he seems to fall short. He has a good defense, but if he would fight the sacred fire owner, I doubt he could do anything. The other elders said while nodding their heads. They clearly favored Earth Monarch Tianqing more than Yi Tianyun. An explosion occurred again while the 5 elders discussed their own opinion while the heavenly tribulation was still fiercely striking down to the arena. The white light that came with the thunder kept blinding everyone, and the explosion continued to occur, with the spectator unable to see what was happening in the arena. The cultivators were being culled one by one, and after a while only 50 people were left in the arena. The cultivators regularly took their medicinal pills and quickly recovered themselves to stay in the arena. The thunder is too horrifying. I almost can't take it, one of the cultivators said to the cultivator beside him. Yes, it's too intense. It feels like I would get killed any time. The cultivator on the side said with a frown on his face. They were worried that the 6th level was probably the furthest they could get. Now, at this moment, only 46 cultivators were left in the arena, which meant those that could withstand the 7th level would be the center of attention. From over 100,000 cultivators to 46 cultivators left, it was a harsh truth that the 2ND stage of War of Ascension wasn't some easy walk in the park. Elder Gu Huang didn't say anything about the reward of the 2ND stage, but everyone knew it would be something amazing. Still, the better the cultivator's performance, the higher their chance of being selected as a new disciple of the elders. There was more 2-grade god domains out there, but these 5 god domains were currently the only 2-grade god domains that accepted a cultivator from mortal domain to become their disciple. The only way for a cultivator to be accepted as a new disciple of the 2-grade god domain right now was to advance in the War of Ascension. There was no other way to get in right now. The 7th level is about to begin. There is no way to guarantee your life in the next level, and therefore proceed with caution as we wouldn't be responsible for anyone's death. Elder Gu Huang reminded everyone in the arena. The 7th level was different from other levels, and the power would definitely be more destructive than in the previous levels. I am out. Someone immediately surrendered without any hesitation. Clearly, he felt like he was about to die in the 6th level, and he didn't want to try out his luck on the next level. I am also out. Someone else also surrendered without any hesitation. No one laughed at them as everyone knew how hard it would be to withstand the thunder. After a while, there were only 26 cultivators left in the arena. How do you feel this time? Can you withstand the next level? Yi Tianyun asked Xiao Murong as she still chose to stay in the arena. I can still continue, Xiao Murong said confidently. That's good. If you can't withstand it any longer, just fall to the ground. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't persuade Xiao Murong to stop as he knew that he wouldn't be able to change Xiao Murong's mind. So, it was better to support her choice instead. Ling Yunfeng, on the other hand, had also persisted as he thought he could still withstand the 7th level. Chapter 10 The Li Ti, Chapter 10 TT. The 7th level is ready to start. Elder Gu Huang's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. The sky once again showed a yellowish color as the thunder sparked inside the cloud. This time, the heavenly tribulation also contained the earth power, so the pressure from the sky was so intense that it felt like bending people's bodies. They doubled the power with the power of the earth, Yi Tianyun said as he inspected the heavenly thunder with his appraisal eye and saw that it had around 40 million star power right now. This was remarkable as the previous one was only at the tens of thousands. With this much power, not even the ordinary Heaven Monarch cultivator could withstand this kind of power. What would happen with the Earth Monarch here? The huge god spear was ready to strike from the clouds, and once everyone realized what they would have to endure, their face turned pale. If they couldn't withstand this thunder, they would surely die. I am out, the cultivators shouted as they chose to give up immediately before the heavenly thunder struck. You can't give up right now. Unless you lose consciousness after the first attack, you will have to endure the heavenly thunder that comes your way. I already told you before that the thunder this time would be different, but you ignored my warning. Elder Gu Huang said coldly. The cultivator's face immediately became paler as he heard Elder Gu Huang's word. They now realized that they had to endure at least one blow from the heavenly thunder. Yi Tianyun just shook his head as he saw the situation around him. It was like entering a dangerous zone where people weren't sure that they would survive. Still, they have to be responsible for their choice. They chose to stay, so they have to grit their teeth and endure the heavenly thunder now. The territory lords that watched them from the observer seat couldn't help but shake their heads as they thought that they would lose a cultivator right here. The territory lords that had already praised their cultivators earlier couldn't help but look down as they were about to lose their proud cultivator. The heavenly thunder immediately struck the ground and hit the cultivator in the arena without any exception. 5 people were immediately killed from the first strike, a testament to how powerful the heavenly thunder of the 7th level really was. If they just surrendered at the end of the 6th level earlier, they could have continued to the 3RD stage after this, but no. They instead became a slave of their own pride and tested their might on the 7th level just to die trying. No one really sympathized with this kind of people as it was the price they had to pay themselves. Yi Tianyun took a glance at Xiao Murong, and he noticed that a green light was released from her body, and now she had turned into a giant tree. Even if her defense power was enhanced by her transformation, the thunder still posed a threat to her life. The first strike alone caused so many injuries to her body. Yi Tianyun smiled as he saw that Xiaomorong could still keep going. She was really amazing to keep trying like this, although the heavenly thunder posed a threat to her life. Earth Monarch Tianqing and Earth Monarch Teg also withstood the heavenly thunder that came down to the ground. Earth Monarch Teg was the one that owned the evil spirit race bloodline, and he used his weapons to counter the heavenly thunder, which was normal at this level. Although he hadn't shown his power until now, people began to have their doubts about him as it seemed he was hiding his real strength. Yi Tianyun also suspected that Earth Monarch Teg was hiding his power as he sensed the terrifying power inside Earth Monarch Teg's body. Still, Yi Tianyun knew this information thanks to his appraisal eye, and there was almost no way for others to detect Earth Monarch Teg's true power. Right now, if Yi Tianyun had to guess, Earth Monarch Teg was no doubt among the strongest cultivator in the arena. As for the other cultivators, they were nothing compared to Earth Monarch Teg. Even Earth Monarch Yao Tong and Earth Monarch Yunlei definitely fell short. Finally, the 7th level of Heavenly Thunder was concluded. Yi Tianyun still withstood the Heavenly Thunder with his bare skin, while the others used various means to resist the Heavenly Thunder's power. Now, only a dozen or so cultivators were left in the arena. It's finally over, the cultivator said as they sighed relievedly as they quickly recovered their injury by consuming several medicinal pills. At this point, the ground was already blackened from the constant strike of the Heavenly Thunder. Congratulations to those that withstand the 7th level. Now you have the option to stay or leave. Elder Gu Huang's voice was heard once again. This time, some people choose to leave immediately, and Xiaomorong is among these cultivators. Now a dozen cultivators were reduced again to 8. Brother Tianyun, I am leaving first. I think I have reached my limit, Xiaomorong said as her face was pale. Ling Yunfeng also chose to leave at this moment too. Now, among the 8 cultivators that chose to stay were Earth Monarch Tianqing, Yi Tianyun himself, Earth Monarch Yao Tong, Earth Monarch Yunlei, and Earth Monarch Teg. Yi Tianyun didn't know the other 3 cultivators, but they certainly proved themselves to be capable cultivators. Everyone was at the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage cultivator, aside from Earth Monarch Tianqing, who was at the 8th layer Earth Monarch stage. Now, the 8th level is here. The power of the Heavenly Thunder would be amazing. Your power is already within the realm of Heaven Monarch. However, it was only at the early level, Elder Gu Huang said with a smile on his face. Everyone immediately realized that Elder Gu Huang was barely getting started. Chapter 1013. Chapter 1013. The cultivators immediately turned paler as they heard Elder Gu Huang's word. If this was only the beginning, then what have they been doing all this time? Could they still join the 2N grade God domain in the end? My word isn't a law. I am just saying that in terms of our God domain standard, you are just getting started, Elder Gu Huang said with a smile on his face. Everyone's standard is a little bit different, so it doesn't necessarily mean you don't have a chance. Everyone has the same opportunity to join our faction. This is just the quickest way to do so, Elder Gu Huang explained. Elder Gu Huang didn't explain it with pride, as he wanted everyone to know that he meant well. Then again, Elder Gu Huang declared that after passing the 5th level, they could continue to the next stage, but now Elder Gu Huang said that if they passed the 7th stage, they were barely on the 2ND grade God domains level. Now, the 8th level is about to start, Elder Gu Huang said without saying anything else. The thick clouds of heavenly tribulation rumbled once again, signaling to the cultivators below that the thunder was about to strike. A touch of green now changed the hue of the thunder once again as the thunder was filled with vitality energy this time. But not like normal vitality energy. The vitality energy inside this thunder would strip the life energy within the cultivator's body. Now it is the wood energy, Yi Tianyun said as he observed the heavenly tribulation. He also guessed that the next level's heavenly tribulation would be tinted with water energy. Clearly, the theme for this stage, in addition to the heavenly tribulation, was the 5 elements. The energy from the 5 elements was gradually getting stronger inside the clouds, powering the heavenly thunderstrike immensely. Now, the combat power that the thunder contained had risen again as it was more than 1/8 million star power right now. It wasn't on a scale that an Earth Monarch should be able to handle anymore. Elder Gu Huang really didn't lie at all. It wasn't really a kind of power that would surprise the 5 elders, so it wasn't something extraordinary for them. They weren't being too strict from their own perspective here, as it was the standard that they had to comply with. Otherwise, they would be posing the risk of weakening their 2ND grade God domain later. Now, will that brat still be able to withstand the thunder with his bare skin? A lot of people began to speculate about what Yi Tianyun would do. As the power of the 5 elements was getting stronger, if it managed to hit his body, the thunder would definitely cause severe irreparable damage. If he still tries to withstand it with his skin, your Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would lose one more cultivator. 9 Domain Territory Lord said while laughing mockingly. You don't have to worry about that, 9 Domain Territory Lord. I believe he could judge it for himself whether he could withstand it with his bare skin or not. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said indifferently. Did you not hear what Gu Huang was saying earlier? He doesn't want them to be proud of what they have achieved this far. If he only withstands the thunder with his bare skin to draw people's attention, he might have done it. But this is not the time to play around. 9 Domain Territory Lord said while shaking his head. Well, I couldn't tell him what to do from here, so I'll leave it to his decision. At the very least, he reached the 8th level. In comparison, what happened to your cultivator? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said indifferently. Indeed, my cultivator couldn't withstand the heavenly thunder for too long, but it didn't mean that my cultivator was less skilled than yours. Still, once your cultivator that you are so proud of withstands the next thunder with his skin, he would be dead. 9 Domain Territory Lord said mockingly. Everyone saw that Yi Tianyun was still not doing anything in particular to defend himself. Yi Tianyun was still meditating without care. Meanwhile, Earth Monarch Tianqing increased the intensity of the fire that surrounded her body. It was an unfair comparison as Yi Tianyun didn't have such a powerful innate flame. The thunder kept rumbling inside the cloud while Yi Tianyun was still meditating, ignoring everything around him. The thunder finally struck, and the cultivators in the arena did whatever they could to withstand it. Meanwhile, even until the last moment, Yi Tianyun didn't seem to pull off anything noticeable to defend himself. The thunder struck, and the arena was covered with smoke. The observer above couldn't help but try to see closer as they couldn't see anything from the smoke. They especially wanted to see what happened to Yi Tianyun in this round. But they were immediately shocked as they saw that Yi Tianyun only received a slight bruise on his arms, but there was no other injury anywhere else. What? How did he withstand it so easily? The observer from above was shocked to see Yi Tianyun just fine. They all wondered how Yi Tianyun could withstand the thunder without receiving any damage. Yi Tianyun indeed felt minor damage, but it was only superficial. His defense was too high for the thunder to really injure him. Yi Tianyun has always been proud of his defensive power, and now he could prove that he indeed had the best defensive power among everyone else in the War of Ascension. This is not over yet. I believe that Brat would keel over at the next level. 9 Domain Territory Lord shouted while gritting his teeth. He couldn't accept Yi Tianyun passing the 8th level so easily like this. Yi Tianyun didn't know what happened up there, but he was satisfied by the amount of XP he got by absorbing the thunder. The last thunder was too strong for him to absorb fully, but he had already absorbed more than half of the energy inside that thunder. From the EXP he got in the 2ND stage alone, Yi Tianyun had almost breakthrough to the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. He needed a little bit more XP, but still, in this case, a little bit more was more than 1 billion of XP. Elder Gu Huang stared at Yi Tianyun, and the other 4 elders behind him also did the same thing. They thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't resist the thunder with his bare skin anymore, but they were wrong once again. The elders couldn't help but acknowledge Yi Tianyun's defensive capability. Chapter 114. Chapter 1014. Yi Tianyun withstood the thunder with his bare skin and shocked everyone as he exceeded their expectation again. I feel pretty good right now, Yi Tianyun said as he quickly absorbed the energy that lingered around him. Still, Yi Tianyun, fortunately, didn't bring anyone to his core planet. Otherwise, the people he brought would turn to ashes by now as the heavenly thunder that he absorbed also entered his core planet. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun repaired all damaged areas on his core planet, and that was all. People were still shocked by Yi Tianyun's display of power, and they couldn't help but envy him for what he could do. They saw Yi Tianyun just sat there meditating, but he could withstand every heavenly thunder so far. Could he withstand the last heavenly thunder with his bare skin? Someone wondered. There is no way, right? The last stage must be more powerful than any other heavenly thunder we have seen so far. It is impossible for him to withstand it with only his skin, another cultivator said with worried eyes. But no one doubted Earth Monarch Tianqing's sacred flame ability to burn the last heavenly thunder at all. While Earth Monarch Tianqing also sat in the arena, meditating, she had sacred fire to defend against the heavenly thunder. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun didn't use anything at all. Earth Monarch Tianqing finally paid attention to Yi Tianyun. Interesting. I thought I would be alone on the final level of this stage. Earth Monarch Tianqing said with a smile on her face. Earth Monarch Teg also looked at Yi Tianyun with dark eyes. No one knew for sure what he was thinking about. Earth Monarch Yaotong was also shocked by Yi Tianyun's situation as he knew how powerful the 8th level was, but clearly it wasn't something that Yi Tianyun had to worry about. No wonder he didn't even think twice to antagonize me. His skill is the real deal, Earth Monarch Yaotong said while he released so much killing intent. Meanwhile, Earth Monarch Yunlei just stared silently at Yi Tianyun. Only 5 of them remained as the other 3 cultivators were eliminated in the 8th level. Now, the 5 of them were the top 5 of the entire War of Ascension, but their rank would be determined after the end of the 2N stage. This is great, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord shouted excitedly while the rest of the observant didn't say anything. This is the best result that our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory ever got, Niancu said excitedly. Their result was always at the bottom of the War of Ascension ranking, but now it was the other way around as a super genius named Yi Tianyun joined their rank. Now, it is time for the 9th level, Elder Gu Huang announced. This is the last stage, and if you can withstand it, you will earn the greatest honor that we can give you. Even if you don't participate in the 3RD stage of War of Ascension, you can always join our 5 Great God Domains. Elder Gu Huang said excitedly. The group of people that were already eliminated earlier suddenly felt upset as they didn't expect that the end reward of the 2N stage would be the instant pass to be one of the 5 great god domain's disciples. They thought that the reward this time was definitely unfair. Was the 9 the level of the Heavenly Thunder so powerful that those who passed it didn't have to partake in the 3RD stage of War of Ascension? The difficulty of the 9 level is the highest as it was unprecedented and many times stronger than the 8 level. I solemnly remind you that if you give up now, we won't force you to stay. You can always get what you want from the 3RD stage later. Elder Gu Huang reminded the participants solemnly once more. That was obvious. Please just give up. It is better than dying. The eliminated cultivators earlier said mockingly. Is there anyone that would like to give up now? Elder Gu Huang asked. The 5 cultivators in the arena remained silent as they didn't have any intention of giving up. Very well. The 9 level starts now, Elder Gu Huang said as the clouds began to rumble once more, and this time a tint of blue hue filled the clouds. Clearly, it was from water energy. As the water energy was imbued into the Divine Tribulation, it started to merge with the other energies that already existed inside the Divine Tribulation. The clouds began to get thinner as time went by, and everyone was surprised to see it, as the Heavenly Tribulation wasn't supposed to look that way. The Heavenly Tribulation itself started to get solidified in the air, and once it was solidified enough, a huge array of 5 elements formed in the air. The 5 elemental energies inside the Heavenly Tribulation began to interlock and condense together, creating a huge overcast on the ground. A huge phantom shadow appeared, and it was Elder Gu Huang's phantom shadow. Everyone was shocked once more as they didn't expect the Heavenly Tribulation to be part of Elder Gu Huang's personal power. Elder Gu Huang's phantom shadow fused together with the Heavenly Tribulation clouds, and a sound of thunder was heard booming inside the clouds. It reverberated through the entire arena, and everyone believed that the entire plane of War of Ascension could definitely hear that thunder. At this moment, Elder Gu Huang was like the thunder god itself. The last level is definitely scary, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the sky with his appraisal eye. The Heavenly Tribulation power level soared through the roof as it contained more than 2 million star energy. This was already a power of several 4th layer Earth Monarch cultivators. No wonder the 5 great god domain would instantly accept those that withstood this kind of power. The cultivators that passed this stage couldn't be measured with pure logic. Chapter 1015, Chapter 1015. The last level's power was immediately presented in front of everyone, and even the territory lords who were observing the arena from above were shocked. Everyone definitely thought that the 2ND stage was too difficult as of now, as there was no way anyone at Earth Monarch stage could survive without a scratch against that kind of power. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes as he saw the 9th level Divine Tribulation through his appraisal eye. Its power kept rising, and it didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Earth Monarch Yao Tong, on the side, was completely pale as he doubted he would survive the thunder this time. His cultivation level was quite high, but it didn't mean he was invincible. Clearly, he regretted not opting out earlier. They were just tempted by the reward of the 2ND stage, as they could just skip all the other stages after that. It seems that some of you are frightened by the intensity of the Divine Tribulation, but don't worry, we will teleport you out if you are stunned by the thunder. Elder Gu Huang said with a smile on his face. It seems they weren't cruel enough to kill off the 5 most talented cultivators on this War of Ascension. Earth Monarch Tianqing also stood up. Clearly, she knew that she had to take this seriously, as the thunder would be a powerful one. Everyone started to look at Yi Tianyun as they wanted to see what he would do. Yi Tianyun himself also stood up as he realized that even though he had a strong physique, he wouldn't be able to completely block the thunder without sustaining a good amount of damage. However, that was only the case if he didn't use his crazy damage mode. Still, Yi Tianyun didn't want to sustain unnecessary damage. Everyone sighed in relief when they saw Yi Tianyun making his move. Clearly, if Yi Tianyun still sat there meditating, everyone would lose their mind. Why don't you keep withstanding the thunder with your bare skin again? Is it too much for you now? Earth Monarch Yao Tong said tauntingly. He wanted to annoy and irritate Yi Tianyun. If Yi Tianyun took the bait, Earth Monarch Yao Tong was convinced that Yi Tianyun would be injured or, better yet, die from the Divine Tribulation. When did I ever say I will withstand the thunder with my bare skin? Besides, I withstand the 8th level of Heavenly Thunder with my bare skin. But what about you? Yi Tianyun challenged Earth Monarch Yao Tong instead. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was dead silent as he couldn't say anything back to Yi Tianyun. He could only wish Yi Tianyun was killed by this thunder. Elder Gu Huang's phantom shadow held a divine thunder and began to move. It slammed the divine thunder right in the center of the arena instead of directly striking each of the cultivators individually. It was like Elder Gu Huang knew that none of them would be able to endure the thunder directly. After the divine thunder exploded in the center of the arena, the dense elemental energy separated, creating a ring that swayed back and forth from the middle of the strike zone. It's coming, everyone shouted as they felt the danger coming towards them quickly. They quickly took out their weapon to repel the incoming danger. Earth Monarch Yao Tong put all his power to the maximum to defend against the thunder, and it transformed him into a giant phyton with thick scales that released a cold aura. His aura met the heavenly thunder, and an explosion immediately occurred. A column of black light appeared at Earth Monarch Yao Tong's spot, and once the light subsided, everyone could see that Earth Monarch Yao Tong failed to withstand the thunder and lost consciousness. Therefore, he was teleported out of the arena right away. The emergency team that Elder Gu Huang had prepared beforehand came to Earth Monarch Yao Tong's rescue right away. It was clear to everyone that Earth Monarch Yao Tong lost badly to the thunder. Another figure was also doing their best. Earth Monarch Yun Lei, that has the heavenly thunder body, was already barely hanging, but the divine tribulation of the 9th level clearly proved to be too much for him, as he could no longer block it, and the heavenly thunder hit his body directly. Although his situation is far better than Earth Monarch Yao Tong, he still failed to withstand the 9th level heavenly thunder. Just like that, 2 Earth Monarchs were defeated instantly. Burn it down! Earth Monarch Tianqing raised the intensity of her flames and created 2 additional rings of flame that surrounded her. The flame now covered her entire body, leaving no gap for the thunder to break through. The flame itself created an illusion, as if she was being surrounded by glowing red petals. The 5 elemental thunder constantly hit the petals, and once it was hit, the petal began to wither instantly. The thunder created so many holes in the petals that the petals grew useless to defend against the thunder. Earth Monarch Tianqing clapped her hands many times as she quickly repaired her petals without any rest. Earth Monarch Teg releases a black light all over his body that worked like a black hole that devoured all the thunder energy into his own body. His martial arts were so bizarre that everyone began to pay attention to him. The 5 elders knew that Earth Monarch Teg's martial arts belonged to the evil arts, but it wasn't unusual to see someone practicing evil arts in this huge world. As long as he got skills, the 5 elders didn't mind inviting him in as a disciple. Earth Monarch Teg and Earth Monarch Tianqing showed their own superb ability, unlike Earth Monarch Yao Tong and Earth Monarch Yun Lei that were already eliminated. Yi Tianyun himself wasn't playing around either. He wouldn't fall behind these 2 cultivators, and it was already a given. Activate Evil Demon God Suit. Yi Tianyun turned into a huge evil demon god, and intense lightning slammed the heavenly thunder down. Everyone was shocked beyond measure, as they clearly never anticipated something like this. The heavenly thunder was burned before it could get close to Yi Tianyun in his evil demon god transformation. Yi Tianyun looked at his body and didn't feel any pain, which meant he withstood the heavenly thunder without any problems. Chapter 1016. Chapter 1016, Earth Monarch. Tianqing demonstrated her power, and obviously Yi Tianyun would also do the same thing. The evil demon god suit's power was activated, and along with Desolate Ancient Set and Dragon God Bloodline, Yi Tianyun's power was off the chart. Yi Tianyun's star power now easily reached 2 million points. His power rose after he broke through his cultivation base earlier. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Yi Tianyun to withstand the heavenly thunder right now. Over the time, the thunder became more intense, constantly puncturing the black flame that Yi Tianyun released around his body. Although the thunder that punctured his defense was not that strong, it still damaged him, and for Yi Tianyun, it was quite annoying. It seems I have to do something, Yi Tianyun said as his eyes flashed and sent the Sky Dawn Divine Spear to the sky. It quickly turned into a lightning rod and attracted all the thunder near Yi Tianyun. He now could withstand the thunder better than before, as it didn't come from all direction like earlier. Everyone was still surprised by what Yi Tianyun could do, but Earth Monarch Teg also gave everyone a surprise, as no one really thought much of him from the beginning. These 3 are really something else. They would better off becoming our disciple, one of the territory lords said hopefully. Well, they are a foreign aid that was invited to join the War of Ascension. There is no way their god domain nurture those powerhouses themselves. Another one chimed in. Is that really true? I remember that Yi Tianyun cultivator wasn't foreign aid for his heavenly edict divine territory. Another one of the territory lords said the information he heard earlier. Nianxiu ignored it all as her eyes were glued to the arena. She was anxious about Yi Tianyun's well-being as she hoped he was all right. But she also looked forward to the time when Yi Tianyun passed the 2ND stage and joined the 2ND Grade God domain. This kind of reward was unprecedented in War of Ascension. Be sure to hold on, Tianyun. Nianxiu had a hopeful look on her face as she kept observing Yi Tianyun. If Yi Tianyun joined the 2N Grade God domain, their heavenly edict divine territory would accomplish so much. At the very least, their status would be elevated and no one would take them lightly again. Elder Gu Huang was very surprised with the performance of the participants inside the arena right now. These newcomers are very strong. It seems this isn't even the limit of their ability. Elder Gu Huang commented amazedly. Yes, you are right, especially that human boy. His power looks really strange, but strangely, he catch up with the others despite not being born and raised in God domain, Elder Heavenly Punishment said with a surprised look on his face. It was natural if they questioned such a thing, as a cultivator born in mortal domain usually received less spiritual energy to cultivate. But nevertheless, the 5 elder didn't even know what Yi Tianyun's cultivation was. But still, it wasn't the end of the 9th level yet. Elder Guhuang looked at the arena with a smile on his face. At the same time, the power of the thunder suddenly increased, and it was strengthened even further. The thunder was like a galloping horse that rushed towards the participant and left a black mark on the ground. It's not over yet? Yi Tianyun was surprised to be pressured by the thunder again. This is the best. Surely the ninth level won't be so easy, Yi Tianyun said while laughing out loud. He manipulated the Sky Dawn Divine Spear to block and attract the thunder with his hand, but still, the pressure of the thunder kept intensifying. Every lightning bolt came stronger than the previous one, and Sky Dawn Divine Spear started to bend under the constant pressure. Earth Monarch Tianqing still could handle her own. The three petals that shrouded her body allowed her to withstand the incoming thunder. In contrast to her, Earth Monarch Teg was in a bind. His powers seemed to go awry as the thunder intensified. If he didn't do something about it, he might fall in the next attack. Can you still hold on under such pressure? Nianxiu wondered to herself as she saw the thunder intensify. She thought that Yi Tianyun would surely pass the 2N stage, but now she couldn't say for sure anymore. Earth Monarch Teg still wanted to keep his low profile and started to dodge the thunder as he didn't want to reveal his power any more than he already had. Just admit defeat already and walk out, Yi Tianyun said as he braced himself against the thunder. Yi Tianyun knew that Earth Monarch Teg was still hiding power, but it didn't seem he would use it anytime soon. Yi Tianyun then ignored Earth Monarch Teg as he focused on the thunder. Although the thunder kept on intensifying, it didn't matter for him as long as the thunder didn't suddenly increase in power. Meanwhile, Nianxiu prayed that Yi Tianyun could get through this stage. She also worried about Yi Tianyun's well-being as the thunder seemed to be too much to handle for an Earth Monarch cultivator. But as the time went by, the thunder's power weakened, and finally, it was over. When the clouds finally dispersed, Yi Tianyun and Earth Monarch Tianqing were the only ones left on the arena. They were the champions of the 2N stage. Chapter 1117, Chapter 1017. The final level is over. Elder Guhuang finally announced as the clouds dispersed. All of the contestants were stunned by the intensity of that round. Even the energy of the final thunderstrike was still lingering on the arena, like it would burn off everything in the arena to ashes. No one dared to mock Yi Tianyun now as they knew how powerful Yi Tianyun really was. Damn it, Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted out loud as he still saw Yi Tianyun standing up on the field after he woke up. He didn't expect to lose to a human race like this. The same was true for Earth Monarch Yunlei, who also felt ashamed and frustrated. After all, Yi Tianyun was now free to choose any 2N grade god domain to join. Earth Monarch Tianqing was still very calm as her petals of fire slowly disappeared. Her beautiful appearance and elegant demeanor remained as no injury could be seen on her beautiful skin. Compared with Yi Tianyun, it was really a world of difference. Yi Tianyun took the chance to recover from his injury. His body was black from the thunder strike, but it was only damage to his skin. He wasn't hurt internally, but his condition was way worse than Earth Monarch Tianqing. Regardless of that, he already passed the 2N stage perfectly. He really passed. Nianxiu grabbed the arms of Heavenly Edict Territory Lord excitedly. He passed, Territory Lord, he really passed, Nianxiu shouted excitedly. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord himself was also excited as, finally, someone from his god domain was able to join the 2N grade god domain. 9 Domain Territory Lord was losing his mind. How could such a good opportunity escape their clutch and fall to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory instead? Now, his cultivators had to participate in the 3RD stage to be selected to join the 2ND grade god domain, but even so, it wasn't even certain that his cultivator could pass the 3RD stage, while Yi Tianyun's qualification to join the 2ND god domain has been decided and it wouldn't change. Congratulations to both of you for passing the 9th level of Divine Tribulation. You've proven yourself capable and your potential is extraordinary. Now, you can choose one of us. Which god domain would you want to join? Elder Guhuang said as he looked at the other 4 elders behind him, each representing a different 2N grade god domain. The 5 elders nodded as they truly wanted Yi Tianyun and Tianqing in their god domain, as both of them were comparable if not even stronger than the cultivator on their side. Join our god domain and we promise to give you better treatment and a better cultivation place. Obviously, our god domain is better as we have a lot more resources than the others. The 5 elders began to appeal to Yi Tianyun and Tianqing as they wanted both of them to choose their god domain. But nevertheless, it was obvious that Elder Guhuang's god domain was the strongest god domain among the 5 elders. If they wanted to choose the strongest god domain, then it would definitely be Elder Guhuang's god domain. All the other cultivators are envious of Yi Tianyun and Tianqing for receiving such treatment from the 5 elders, but there was nothing they could do as they were too weak to pass the test. Everyone had the same opportunity, but they weren't good enough. Yi Tianyun and Tianqing won fair and square, and they were the only 2 cultivators that passed the 2ND stage among hundreds of thousands of other cultivators. This was the harsh truth of the War of Ascension. Even though they had the 3RD stage to fall into, the 2ND stage had already eliminated most of them. Yi Tianyun glanced at 5 great god domain as he hadn't considered any one of them himself. but he knew that Elder Guhuang is undoubtedly the strongest among the 5 great elders. But Yi Tianyun wasn't sure whether Elder Guhuang's god domain was good for him, as good resources alone wouldn't do. He also needed a good environment. Now, for Yi Tianyun in particular, a friendly environment is the key to further increasing his cultivation. He needed a god domain that didn't discriminate against his race. Junior didn't have the answer for that yet, great elders. I promise to give my answer after I finish the test on the 3RD stage, Earth Monarch Tianqing said immediately. Everyone was startled as they didn't understand Tianqing's decision. Elder Guhuang already said that the cultivator that passed the 9th level of the 2N stage didn't have to participate in the 3RD stage. Earth Monarch Tianqing, I already said that you don't have to join the 3RD stage. Elder Guhuang repeated his word. Junior knows, but Junior wants to take the 3RD stage to prove her strength. Earth Monarch Tianqing said with a smile on her face. The look on the other cultivators' faces told everyone what they were thinking. Obviously, they knew that Tianqing was too strong for them to handle, and there was no way they would win against her. They didn't understand why Tianqing would do something like this. Did she want to beat someone that badly? But it was her decision, and thus no one could refute it. Elder Guhuang was startled by Tianqing's decision, as he didn't want to break the balance too much. Elder Guhuang knew that with her ability, Earth Monarch Tianqing would crush anyone she went up against. Well, that's alright. It's already within the plan anyway. Elder Heavenly Punishment gave his permission. Alright then. Elder Guhuang nodded as a signal that Earth Monarch Tianqing was free to join the 3RD stage. What about you? Do you have God Domain that you want to join? Elder Guhuang asked Yi Tianyun. While Earth Monarch Tianqing chose to participate in the 3RD stage, Yi Tianyun didn't have to do the same, as they didn't share the same option. When Yi Tianyun was about to give his answer, Earth Monarch Yaotong suddenly interjected. Don't choose just yet. Even if you could withstand the 9th level, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are powerful. Fight me, and I will prove to everyone that you are just a weak human cultivator. Earth Monarch Yaotong challenged Yi Tianyun. That's right. You are no more than a weak human cultivator. Earth Monarch Yunlei also shouted at the side, as he didn't want to watch Yi Tianyun join the 2-end grade god domain. Earth Monarch Tianyun, I think you will stay for a fight, are you not? Earth Monarch Tianqing smiled at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun looked around for a second, and he saw that the direction of where Earth Monarch Tianqing was going was the same area where Earth Monarch Teg was waiting. Chapter 1018. Chapter 1018. Yi Tianyun was a little surprised as he saw Earth Monarch Tianqing also observed Earth Monarch Teg. He wasn't so sure whether Earth Monarch Tianqing observed Earth Monarch Teg because she noticed Yi Tianyun observed Earth Monarch Teg from afar, or if she just took a precaution. Alright, I will participate in the 3RD stage, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun now planned to stop Earth Monarch Teg from achieving his goal. Although Yi Tianyun didn't really know what Earth Monarch Teg really was, he didn't want anyone with a trace of the evil spirit race to join the 5 great god domain. Nian Siyu on the observer stand was surprised as she saw Yi Tianyun miss a great opportunity to skip the 3RD stage like this. She was curious why Yi Tianyun even did something unnecessary like this. Alright, but no matter what happened later, you still have the choice to join any god domain you want. We will not take back our promise regarding the rewards that we gave you here. Elder Guhuang said while nodding approvingly. Nian Siyu immediately heaved in relief as she heard Elder Guhuang's words. So, whether Yi Tianyun lost or won at the 3RD stage, it wouldn't change the fact that Yi Tianyun could already join the 2N grade god domain. But Nianxiu knew that there was a chance that Yi Tianyun would die in the 3RD stage, and naturally, it was impossible to join the 2N grade god domain if he died. Ding. Successfully accept a new side quest. Take the 1 state place of god domain's War of Ascension. Reward, 1 trillion XP, 10 million CPs, 10 million mastery points, 1 god domain lottery ticket. Yi Tianyun smiled as he saw the side quest. It has been a long time since he got a side quest, as he had only main quest for so long now. Yi Tianyun was happy that he would get an extra reward for just achieving something that he would do. It seems that you are concerned about my situation. Yi Tianyun used a sound transmission to talk directly with Earth Monarch Tianqing. Yes, I saw that you are very concerned about Earth Monarch Teg for some reason. I'm also concerned as I have a bad feeling about him. He just makes me uncomfortable for some unknown reason, Earth Monarch Tianqing replied. But still, I want to fight you as I am interested to see how strong you really are, Earth Monarch Tianqing added. Is it possible that you are staying for the 3RD stage just to fight me? Yi Tianyun asked helplessly. Don't flatter yourself. I am just a little curious, that's all. I have my own reason, and sometimes, knowing too much isn't a good thing for a human race like you. Earth Monarch Tianqing said harshly. Yi Tianyun frowned a little bit due to Tianqing's harsh words, but it didn't really matter for Yi Tianyun as he was focused on maintaining his 1 state place position. But as he thought about it some more, he realized that Earth Monarch Tianqing must have aimed for the same spot, the 1st place. Yi Tianyun roughly guessed the situation, and whoever ordered Earth Monarch Tianqing to join the War of Ascension might want her to achieve 1 state place too. It was very likely that they wanted to glorify their god domain even more. Yi Tianyun then looked up at the Spirit Heart God territory where Earth Monarch Tianqing was from, but he saw that none of the elders there showed any expression on Earth Monarch Tianqing's decision. What's up with this god domain? Yi Tianyun frowned as he couldn't figure out what they want. It seemed that they were excited that Earth Monarch Tianqing successfully joined the 2N grade god domain, but they didn't seem as excited as Nian Siyu. As for Nian Siyu, she was so excited about the success, but she wasn't too happy about Yi Tianyun's decision to join the 3RD stage. It was the same for Xiao Murong. Although Nian Siyu was happy about Xiao Murong's achievement, she wasn't that excited as she knew that Xiao Murong would keep most of the reward for herself. After all, Xiao Murong was a foreign aide for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. She wasn't a legitimate disciple. Foreign aid was a cultivator that was paid to do something for a faction, but the foreign aid wasn't a cultivator that the faction nurtured themselves, so they couldn't demand many things from the foreign aid. Still, Yi Tianyun didn't think about anything else right now. He had already confirmed that Earth Monarch Tianqing had nothing to do with Earth Monarch Teg. This fact alone was enough, as it meant he didn't have to be wary of Earth Monarch Tianqing. Now, I will announce the rest of the rewards for the 2N stage. The cultivators that got through the 7th level are eligible to choose a middle grade rebirth level treasure. The cultivators that got through 8th level are eligible to choose a high grade rebirth level treasure. Now, the two that got through the 9th level earlier, in addition to joining the god domain that they want, are also eligible to enter heaven-stealing divine land for a month. Elder Gu Huang said with a smile on his face. Everyone was surprised by Elder Gu Huang's announcement. Although the rebirth level treasure was great, it held no meaning in front of the chance to go into heaven-stealing divine land for a month. Where is heaven-stealing divine land exactly? The cultivator that didn't understand why everyone was so shocked asked. You don't know about heaven-stealing divine land? As its name implies, it's a land that has its energy by stealing from gods. It is a very amazing cultivation place. The 5 great god domain shares that place as a cultivation place, but they can only send a small number of disciples to cultivate there. One cultivator explained. Is there really a place like that? The cultivator earlier said, unconvinced by the explanation. Heaven-stealing divine land. It sounds a bit strange. Yi Tianyun shook his head, as it seems this cultivation place was even more treasured than a high-grade rebirth level treasure. He had to fight his way to high-grade rebirth level treasure before, but now it wasn't even the highest reward. The Temple of Reward from earlier appeared once again, and the cultivator that passed the 7th level of the 2N stage immediately flocked in to claim their rewards. Yi Tianyun also joined in and entered the temple. He saw Earth Monarch Yao Tong standing at the doorway, obviously waiting for him to walk by. You are a bit strong, but don't ever think that because you withstand the 9th level you can win in a fight against us, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said while sneering at Yi Tianyun. It seems that you know the content of the 3RD stage. Good for you, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I know that the content of the 3RD stage will never change. It will always be a fighting competition, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said while looking down at Yi Tianyun. There would be a lot of change on the battlefield later, and it would reflect your true strength, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said mockingly. A fighting competition? Yi Tianyun smiled. If it were true, then everything would become so simple. Chapter 1019. Chapter 1019. Yi Tianyun thought about Earth Monarch Yao Tong's words and sincerely believed that it was funny. The one thing that he looked forward to was, in fact, a fighting competition, as he wouldn't lose to anyone. Even if he was relatively young compared to the other cultivators here and he is a human race that came from the 3 realms, Yi Tianyun was confident about his combat ability. Yes, it is a fighting competition. In this stage, I will expose you to the entire elders that you are nothing but a weak cultivator, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said with powerful killing intent. Well, I hope you succeed in your endeavor. Yi Tianyun smiled as he walked in, ignoring Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Earth Monarch Yao Tong just looked at Yi Tianyun as he walked in. A serpentine look was seen on Earth Monarch Yao Tong's face as he spat out a humanoid snake. His bloodline was snake-related, and naturally, Earth Monarch Yao Tong was good with poison. The 3RD stage participants could do a lot of things to prepare, and that included the use of poison. Earth Monarch Yao Tong believed that Yi Tianyun was better at the 2N stage as he had good defensive ability, but as for a duel, Earth Monarch Yao Tong believed that he was better than anyone here. After all, he could easily kill a powerful cultivator with his toxin. Brother Tianyun, you are too powerful. You withstand the 9th level like it was nothing. Xiao Murong walks towards Yi Tianyun excitedly. I am just lucky, Yi Tianyun smiled. Lucky my ass. So, why can't I be that lucky? Xiao Murong said as she slapped Yi Tianyun's shoulder playfully. You successfully made many people jealous of you, Xiao Murong said excitedly. Xiao Murong was interrupted as Lin Yunfeng came and congratulated Yi Tianyun for achieving such an amazing feat. After talking with Lin Yunfeng and Xiao Murong for a while, Yi Tianyun walked toward the talisman section. He didn't choose a weapon as he didn't think he needs a weapon right now. After everyone chose their rewards, the temple slowly faded away. At the same time, the atmosphere began to change. People started to keep their attention on Yi Tianyun as they thought that defeating Yi Tianyun would give them a leeway to join the 5 great god domain later. They thought that beating Yi Tianyun would be easy, but none of them dared to approach Earth Monarch Tianqing as they thought that Earth Monarch Tianqing was untouchable. While Yi Tianyun was injured on the 9th level, Earth Monarch Tianqing wasn't hurt at all. Yi Tianyun himself felt the eyes of everyone on him, but he simply didn't care about them. Elder Guhuang on the side also noticed the participants seemed to be plotting something, but as long as they didn't do something illegal, he would let it slide. After we 5 elders finished our discussion, the 3rd stage is a fighting competition. This stage is always here on War of Ascension, but something is different this time. The 2 participants that have survived the 9th level earlier choose to compete. If any of you wins against them, naturally you can choose any god domains you want to join and also have the same reward of 1 month inside heaven-stealing divine land, Elder Guhuang announced. The remaining 100 participants were left speechless by Elder Guhuang's announcement, and they couldn't help but stare at Yi Tianyun and Tianqing. But most of them stared at Yi Tianyun as they thought that they had a better chance of defeating Yi Tianyun. This is great. I can prove my worth by defeating him, Earth Monarch Yaotong said coldly. But he wasn't the only one that thought of this. Even Yuan Tianyu also thought the same thing. It seems everyone wants to beat you now, Xiao Marong teased Yi Tianyun. If we end up fighting, I would like Brother Tianyun to go easy on me. That way I can easily join the 5 great god domain, Xiao Marong said with a smile on her face. If we met each other on the ring, I will definitely let you win. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. You said it, Brother Yi. Remember to surrender immediately if we met each other, Xiao Marong said excitedly. All right, it's settled. Yi Tianyun smiled. He knew that the 5 elders wouldn't let things go his way, and thus, he knew that the possibility of him fighting against Xiao Marong was very low. Then, let's start with the matchup. Elder Guhuang said as he waved his hand, and a token falls from the sky to the participant's hand. This token had a number engraved on it. Your opponent will have the same number as you do, Elder Guhuang explained. Yi Tianyun looked at the token in his hand and saw number 59 was there. He looked up and saw that his opponent was Yu Qingling. He didn't expect that his first opponent would be Yu Qingling, the representative of Fire Jade God territory. Yu Qingling also noticed that Yi Tianyun was her opponent and felt that her chance finally came. Young Master Tianyun, if you surrender this time, I will become your slave for millennia. I will do everything you want me to do as your slave, Yu Qingling said to Yi Tianyun. You will serve me for 1,000 years? Yi Tianyun confirmed with a smile on his face. Yes, if young Master Tianyun isn't satisfied with it, you can add more time if you want. Yu Qingling said as she wanted to seduce Yi Tianyun to let her win. She used all of her appeals to try to seduce Yi Tianyun. No, you misunderstood me. A millennia is too long. I feel like I won't even able to endure 1 day with you serving me, Yi Tianyun said coldly. If you like to serve so much, just become someone else's slave and stop looking at me with that disgusting look of yours. Yi Tianyun released some of his killing intent. How dare you, Yu Qingling said furiously. She was willing to become a slave for 1,000 years, but let alone accepting it, Yi Tianyun even got disgusted by the thought. You will never get any woman by your side, and if there is even one later, she would abandon you, Yu Qingling said while gritting her teeth in anger. Chapter 1020. Chapter 1020. After they all knew who their opponent was, they immediately headed toward the fighting arena to start the 3RD stage. I got Earth Monarch Tianqing, one of the cultivators said as his legs trembled. He really didn't expect that he would be matched up against Earth Monarch Tianqing. Obviously, he knew that he had no chance of winning. Others just looked at the cultivator with sympathy. Almost all of them didn't want to encounter Earth Monarch Tianqing themselves, and most of them didn't want to encounter Earth Monarch Tianyun too. The cultivators knew that reaching and withstanding the final level of the Heavenly Tribulation stage earlier wasn't just a fluke. It was skills that they didn't have at the moment. At the same time, the fighting arena was divided into more than 70 small venues for the cultivators to fight on. As the fighting arena was already spacious to begin with, this wasn't even a problem to do. If you want to surrender, you just have to leave the arena. You also lose if your opponent somehow drives you out of the arena. Elder Guhuang explained some rules. Now, in terms of the duel itself, there would be no restrictions. As long as you can win against your opponent, then nothing else matters. Elder Guhuang said with a smile on his face. This was what the cultivators wanted to hear about the most, as they really wanted to go all out. Now, the reward for this stage. If you can get to the top 10, you can join our 5 great god domain. But we will pick you ourselves. You will not have the right to pick which god domain you would join. As for the rank 11th to 20th, if we consider you have potential, you will have the chance to get picked by us. Elder Guhuang said solemnly. Now, there would be other rewards that you will get later, but it all depends on your final performance. But for now, let the fighting competition officially start, Elder Guhuang announced. The fighting competition officially began, and each god domain paid extra attention to their own cultivators. While some of the god domain that had already lost all of their cultivators could only watch the event in silent. I feel sorry for you. Your Fire Jade God Domain's representative is up against our cultivator. It's too bad that she would be eliminated in the first round. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord couldn't help but taunt Fire Jade Territory Lord a little. They had been ridiculed for so long, and thus it was refreshing to swap side like this. The fighting competition has just started and it's not set in stone yet. You better not get ahead of yourself too soon, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord. Fire Jade Territory Lord said coldly. He obviously wouldn't just admit defeat. It isn't set in stone, yes, but your cultivator is already doomed, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said as he laughed heartily. In the fighting competition, Yi Tianyun was facing Yu Qingling, a woman that earned Yi Tianyun's disgust with her charm technique earlier. Charming time and space, Yu Qingling said as her eyes suddenly burst into a multicolored light. She also burned her blood essence and used all blessing available to her. In addition to that, she also took out a few medicinal pills and stuffed it into her mouth. It wasn't a violent medicinal pill, but fascinating divine pills. It was a medicinal pill that enhanced her enchanting skills greatly. Obviously, she wanted to charm Yi Tianyun from the start of the fight. In an instant, the space around the fighting arena they were in was covered with colorful lights. I am using everything to charm you to my will, Yu Qingling said as she screamed and created an illusion to enchant Yi Tianyun. Countless beautiful women appeared out of nowhere and started to embrace Yi Tianyun while on the side, a bunch of treasures piled up. This was Yu Qingling's charm space, and she could create anything to charm her opponent to her will. You will die inside your most wonderful dream, Yu Qingling said as she saw Yi Tianyun just stand on his spot without doing anything, which led her to believe that Yi Tianyun had fallen into her charm. Damn, Yi Tianyun's cultivation is too fast. Will his foundation be stable enough to resist it? Nianxiu said worriedly. She was worried that Yi Tianyun would develop cultivation deviation, and thus, it was easy to fall into other cultivators' charm. They could see that Yu Qingling was using all of her abilities to enchant Yi Tianyun, and they knew that not even a Heaven Monarch cultivator would be able to resist Yu Qingling's charm for long. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord was worried too, as he didn't know how Yi Tianyun would be able to resist the charm. Elder Gu Huang had said that anyone who managed to defeat either Yi Tianyun or Earth Monarch Tianqing would be eligible to join the 5 Great God Domain without any condition. Now, Yu Qingling seemed to have a good opportunity to do exactly that. That brat definitely used some trick to withstand the heavenly tribulation earlier. He won't be able to escape Yu Qingling's charm. That brat would die here. Fire Jade Territory Lord laughed as he thought that Yi Tianyun would lose here and they would reap the reward themselves. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord just bit his lips worriedly as he couldn't do anything. Let me see what your inner world looks like, Yu Qingling said as she walks towards Yi Tianyun casually. Her eyes still released a colorful lights as she worried that she wouldn't be able to control Yi Tianyun otherwise. She still remained cautious as she didn't want to lose this match. She would kill Yi Tianyun after she satisfied some of her curiosity. But still, she thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to escape her clutches this time. Chapter 1021. Chapter 1021. With every step Yu Qingling took towards Yi Tianyun, Nianxiu became more frustrated. Please get hold of yourself. Nianxiu prayed for Yi Tianyun. If Yi Tianyun was defeated here, then everything Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was hoping for would end immediately. Yi Tianyun was already qualified to join the 5 Great God Domain. It wouldn't change if he lost, but it would be a different story if he was killed. There's no point in praying, he wouldn't wake up, Fire Jade Territory Lord said sarcastically. Nianxiu felt desperate as there was nothing she could do. She could wake Yi Tianyun up by shouting with her star energy, but the energy shield on the arena left no room for external interference. Besides, Yi Tianyun would be disqualified on the spot if Nianxiu interfered with his match. After all, it wouldn't fair if external interference was allowed. Yu Qingling was finally close enough with Yi Tianyun, and she was holding a sharp dagger in her hand. Well, why can't I see your memory? Yu Qingling was confused, as she was supposed to be able to see the memory of those she enchanted. Just forget it. It doesn't matter now. I can just win, Yu Qingling said excitedly. As long as she killed Yi Tianyun, everything Yi Tianyun had achieved would be hers. She raised her dagger and immediately thrust it toward Yi Tianyun's head. No, stop, Nianxiu screamed, but her scream couldn't stop Yu Qingling's attack. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord closed his eyes as he didn't want to look his last hope for this war of ascension disappearing. But before her dagger pierced Yi Tianyun's skin, her hand was stopped firmly. You are quite courageous. Have you forgotten that I warned you before? Yi Tianyun said coldly. You aren't under my charm, Yu Qingling said as she was shocked that Yi Tianyun suddenly moved. You did some garbage charm technique and you hoped that it would affect me? I am standing here waiting for you to come close, and even then, you are still taking too long of a time to get here, Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Now you want to peek at my memories too and kill me? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun quickly plucked out Yu Qingling's eyes. Her charming skills were instantly nullified as soon as Yi Tianyun plucked out her eyes. She screamed and flew backwards while blood gushed out of her hollowed eyes. She couldn't do anything right now as her power were all concentrated into her eyes. You dig out my eyes, Yu Qingling screamed and tried to run towards Yi Tianyun to grab her eyes back. I already said earlier that I would pluck your eyes out if you tried to charm me again. Now that you have tried to charm me again, I simply took your eyes out like I said I would, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He definitely didn't care about how beautiful Yu Qingling was as a woman. I will kill you, Yu Qingling screamed, and she immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun frantically. Even without her eyes, she could sense the spiritual energy that came off of Yi Tianyun's body. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun just kicked Yu Qingling down, but that was not the only thing Yi Tianyun had done. He channeled some of his star power and abolished Yu Qingling's cultivation base. You destroyed my cultivation base. Yu Qingling trembled on the ground as she found that she couldn't muster even an ounce of her power. Her body was now completely taken over by fear. Is it a problem? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. This was a battlefield, and Yi Tianyun didn't have any obligation to show any mercy to Yu Qingling. Please return my eyes. I made a mistake, and I will give up on everything else. I will admit my defeat. Yu Qingling asked for mercy. You don't have to do that. You are out anyway, Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hand, and a strong energy immediately blew Yu Qingling out of the arena, basically claiming victory for himself. Logically speaking, with her cultivation, it was possible to cure her eyes and grow them back using some medicinal pills, but she wouldn't get back her Eye of Charm technique, and that was why she asked Yi Tianyun to return them to her. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun didn't care about her. Burn, Yi Tianyun said as he conjured a flame that burned Yu Qingling's eyes on his hand. Now that they were burned to ashes, there was no way to recover those eyes again. The shield around the arena quickly disappeared as Yi Tianyun has won the match. Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed that most battles were over, and his battle was one of the slowest battle around. Still, Yi Tianyun's action was very ruthless, and it shocked many people that watched his battle. However, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was ecstatic right now as they have won the first match. That brat, he intentionally stands there without doing anything, Nian Siyu said excitedly. Meanwhile, Fire Jade Territory Lords was silent on the side. He thought that Yu Qingling would defeat Yi Tianyun, but it was just a naive thought. Her charms had no effects on Yi Tianyun at all, and on top of that, Yu Qingling's cultivation has been abolished. He plucked out Yu Qingling's eyes. Yu family wouldn't let him get away unscathed after this, Fire Jade Territory Lord said coldly. Yu family? Well, I don't know about that. Would they want to fight against a genius of 2 N-grade god domain? Nian Siyu sneered. As soon as the words sank in, Fire Jade Territory Lord's face turned pale. He knew that Yu family probably would let things go as they wouldn't want to provoke a 2 N-grade god domain. It was simply a gap between faction, and there was no way a small faction would be able to go against a big faction. Chapter 1022, Chapter 1022, Fire Jade Territory Lord shut his mouth immediately as he didn't know what to say. Even though Yu Qingling was only a foreign aide, she represented Fire Jade God Territory's reputation nonetheless. Thus, her defeat dragged Fire Jade God Territory's name to the mud with her, but there was nothing could be done now. Her eyes have been plucked out and her cultivation base was completely destroyed, leaving her completely disabled for the future. But Fire Jade Territory Lord himself couldn't avenge her as he didn't want to deal with the wrath of the 2 N-grade god domain that Yi Tianyun might choose later. Yi Tianyun looked at the spectators in the upper seat and noticed that all of them were expressionless. While Yi Tianyun's action was really cruel and merciless, people wouldn't blame him for it. Nevertheless, people still thought killing Yu Qingling immediately was a much better outcome, but still, it wasn't Yi Tianyun's intention to kill her. Nevertheless, there were still many cultivators that had a good chance to gain the high rank. Zhao Morong and Ling Yunfeng had both advanced to the next round, and both of them were a strong contender. Now, after the first round of the fighting competition, half of the participants had been eliminated. The first round is over, and we will give you 3 days to rest before starting the second round, Elder Gu Huang announced. He waved his hand, and a brand new token appeared on the hands of the cultivator that had already passed the one-stay round. Yi Tianyun looked at the new token in his hand and saw the number 18. He looked around, and a familiar snake had the same number as him. The cultivator in question itself also grinned from ear to ear, as if the cultivator had already foreseen his own victory, even if he had already seen what Yi Tianyun was capable of. I didn't expect to face you so soon, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was Yi Tianyun's next opponent. Of course, the man was excited that he would face against Yi Tianyun as he finally had the opportunity to deal with Yi Tianyun himself. Your life will end after 3 days, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said coldly. Well, your eyes did seem annoying to me, Yi Tianyun said casually. You want to pluck out my eyes out too? Are you sure you have the ability to prove your words? Earth Monarch Yao Tong released his killing intent. The duel hasn't even started yet, but both of them had already bared their fangs. It was clear that the elders wanted this to happen, and thus they already matched Yi Tianyun up against Earth Monarch Yao Tong in the 2-day round. Still, it made sense. Nobody wanted to watch a boring fight where the winner were already foreseen from miles away, so the 5 elders arranged for Yi Tianyun to fight a capable cultivator, and Earth Monarch Yao Tong seemed to be a great choice. Unfortunately, the 5 elders still thought that Earth Monarch Tianqing was much stronger than Yi Tianyun, and they weren't sure Earth Monarch Yao Tong would be able to win against her, so the 5 elders thought that pairing Earth Monarch Yao Tong with Yi Tianyun might be better. The 5 elders thought that Yi Tianyun was barely hanging despite passing the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation earlier. Therefore, they didn't put too much faith in Yi Tianyun. No one knew that Yi Tianyun had a lot of abilities in his arsenal. Yi Tianyun was just too lazy to show his power, as he wouldn't feel the rush of adrenaline if he ended every fight with a single punch. Ugh, I don't want to deal with that cultivator the most, Xiao Murong said while pouting beside Yi Tianyun. Who? That cultivator? Yi Tianyun said as he pointed towards Earth Monarch Sen Shui, whose gender wasn't really prominent. Yeah, it is that cultivator. I hate to fight someone like them, but at least there is no conflict of attribute, Xiao Murong said with a frown on her face. Why should you care about something like that? They don't seem to be powerful either. Yi Tianyun said as he observed Earth Monarch Sen Shui with his appraisal eye. I am not too sure Earth Monarch Sen Shui has skills and their reputation isn't bad either, Xiao Murong said cautiously. Obviously, cultivators that had gotten this far and passed through so many ordeals during the War of Ascension wouldn't be weak. 2.4 days went by quickly, and finally all the cultivators entered their respective arena to face their own opponents. Naturally, Yi Tianyun was facing against Earth Monarch Yao Tong, the snake cultivator that released a cold aura. Don't disappoint me too much, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said sarcastically as he pulled out a long whip to use as his weapon. The long whip itself was like a snake that wriggled and coiled around his leg like a sentient snake. That's my line. Give me some challenge, yeah? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Arrogant bastard, Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted as he slammed his whip to the ground, creating a massive gully on the ground. Now, let us see what trick you keep using to win the stage, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said with a smirk on his face. Yi Tianyun suddenly turned around and kicked something behind him. A figure suddenly flew out of nowhere. The figure suffered a heavy damage on its arm as it blocked Yi Tianyun's kick. You have made your first move, Yi Tianyun said indifferently at the figure in front of him. The figure itself was Earth Monarch Yao Tong, and the Earth Monarch Yao Tong that Yi Tianyun left behind earlier gradually disappeared. The illusion that Earth Monarch Yao Tong made was very good, as it successfully tricked everyone that watched the match. Nevertheless, people were surprised that Yi Tianyun could see through the illusion and even counterattacked Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Chapter 1223, Chapter 1023. You saw through my illusion? Earth Monarch Yao Tong was surprised. He wanted to confuse Yi Tianyun with his illusion, but it didn't have any effect on Yi Tianyun. His illusion was different from Yu Qingling's charm, and thus he didn't have to do much to affect Yi Tianyun. Plus, his illusion seemed quite real too. Although the illusion couldn't attack the enemy, it had already served its purpose if it successfully confused his enemy. I can't feel any aura coming out of the illusion, so I immediately know that it was a fake. Did you really think that such a poorly made illusion could confuse me? I don't know if you are just too naive or a complete idiot. Yi Tianyun shook his head. He didn't even have to activate his appraisal eye to figure out it was an illusion. You were just a bit skilled. Don't act cocky, you brat. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was definitely enraged by Yi Tianyun's remark. Right, I will show you a real illusion. Yi Tianyun smirked as 3 other Yi Tianyun appeared all around Earth Monarch Yao Tong. 3 illusions? Even if you have 3 illusions, it wouldn't matter if I already know where the real you is. They wouldn't be able to attack anyway. Earth Monarch Yao Tong kept talking even when Yi Tianyun's illusions rushed toward him. He thought that Yi Tianyun's illusion wouldn't be able to attack, just like his own illusion. Once Yi Tianyun's illusion got close to Earth Monarch Yao Tong, they slapped his face repeatedly, smashing Earth Monarch Yao Tong to the ground. Earth Monarch Yao Tong rolled on the ground and vomited blood. Damn it, what is going on here? Earth Monarch Yao Tong looked horrified. He really didn't expect Yi Tianyun's illusion would be able to attack like this. But Earth Monarch Yao Tong wasn't the only one. In fact, the 5 elders were also shocked as they had never seen an illusion that could attack themselves. It seems we are direly mistaken. He has a good chance of winning it all. Yes, with that illusion technique alone, he would achieve the greatness that no others could master. Did he receive an inheritance from a great master before? The 5 elders nodded in agreement as they suddenly thought highly of Yi Tianyun as he showed a fraction of his power. Nian Xiu was so excited as she already knew that Yi Tianyun was really strong. She now realized that they had a shot at winning the entire War of Ascension with Yi Tianyun's power. What are you doing? Show us your full power. Dragon Serpent Territory Lord, the Territory Lord of where Earth Monarch Yao Tong came from, shouted. Earth Monarch Yao Tong got back up again and looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. That's it. I will show you my true power, he said solemnly. Snake scales began to appear on his body and soon covered his entire body. He looked like a giant python right now, and the surrounding area around him started to be laced with poisons. The poison began to corrode the ground, and it was like everything around him was dyed dark green. The poison continued to spread, and soon the entire arena would be covered up by it, and Yi Tianyun wouldn't have anywhere to escape. Die, bastard! Earth Monarch Yao Tong rushed toward Yi Tianyun without any hesitation. His speed was faster than earlier as he transformed into a half-snake. The sound of a snake filled Yi Tianyun's ear as Earth Monarch Yao Tong quickly got in front of Yi Tianyun without any problems. Earth Monarch Yao Tong immediately coiled Yi Tianyun with his tail, ready to bite him, but Yi Tianyun managed to break free and tried to kick Earth Monarch Yao Tong in the stomach, but he failed as Earth Monarch Yao Tong's body was too slippery. Earth Monarch Yao Tong immediately coiled around Yi Tianyun once again, and this time he also used the whip on his hand to make it harder for Yi Tianyun to move. Get off of me, Yi Tianyun said coldly as his body suddenly turned into huge evil demon god. The black flames immediately enveloped his body and started to burn Earth Monarch Yaotong's tail and whip. The black flame was definitely strong enough to burn the poison around Yi Tianyun, even though it wasn't a normal poison. Earth Monarch Yaotong was forced to let Yi Tianyun go as he was burned in various areas on his tail. His body was emitting black smoke from being burned, but he immediately applied green liquids where he was burned to act as a flame retardant. Demon fire. Earth Monarch Yaotong said sinisterly, "It's good, but you are too late. My body has already produced so much toxin," Earth Monarch Yaotong said victoriously. Yi Tianyun looked down and saw the green poison had started to spread into his legs, which meant that the poison had started to affect him. Earth Monarch Yaotong's poison was extremely effective. Even Heaven Monarch Cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it for too long. That poison is actually terrifying. Nian Xiu clenched her fist as most cultivators didn't want to deal with poison. Dragon Serpent Territory Lord smiled victoriously as he saw Earth Monarch Yaotong finally used his true power, and he knew that no one could resist it. Your poison is good, but it won't work against me. Yi Tianyun spewed his dual demon fire and immediately burned all the poisons around him without leaving anything behind. Chapter 1024, Chapter 1024. The poison was quickly burned by Yi Tianyun's black flame. Although the poison's effect would still linger on his body, it certainly wouldn't cause any fatal effect. What? How could you get rid of my poison? Earth Monarch Yaotong said in disbelief. He saw Yi Tianyun's demon fire that burned his poison, turning them into smoke that dissipated in the wind. What's with that absurdly strong flame? Dragon Serpent Territory Lord stood up in shock as he couldn't believe what he just saw. He thought that Yi Tianyun would be killed as Earth Monarch Yaotong's poison seeped into his body, but that didn't seem to be the case. Now, Dragon Serpent Territory Lord realized that he had truly underestimated Yi Tianyun's ability. He has two kinds of flames, and both of them would make it harder for him to get poisoned, Nian Xiu said with a smirk on her face. She had already grasped Yi Tianyun's abilities to a certain extent and knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be easily defeated with normal means. After the poison issue was solved, Yi Tianyun walked calmly toward Earth Monarch Yaotong, and with each step he took, a flaming imprint was left behind on the ground. You've tried various things just now, but perhaps it is my turn to attack now, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. You should have been satisfied with how much you did just now, Yi Tianyun said as he continued to walk calmly toward Earth Monarch Yaotong. Earth Monarch Yaotong just stared at Yi Tianyun coldly. The snake around him started to twist and created an afterimage that turned into a huge phantom shadow covering the entire arena. Earth Monarch Yaotong then rushed towards the phantom shadow, merging with it before spurting some deadly venom toward Yi Tianyun. Earth Monarch Yaotong was sure that he would bring Yi Tianyun down with his move, but suddenly, a dark figure rushed out of the poison. That's quite rude for a mere snake. Yi Tianyun's voice was like a blaring thunder in the middle of the day for Earth Monarch Yaotong. Yi Tianyun then waved his hands forward, and a huge palm appeared in the air, attacking Earth Monarch Yaotong's phantom shadow. The huge palm was made from Yi Tianyun's flame, which immediately burned Earth Monarch Yaotong's body and phantom shadow. Earth Monarch Yaotong began to scream as he couldn't stand the pain of being burned alive by Yi Tianyun's flames. But before Earth Monarch Yaotong could escape, Yi Tianyun caught him with the giant palm, gripping Earth Monarch Yaotong from escaping. "Did I tell you to run?" Yi Tianyun said as he held Earth Monarch Yaotong tightly. Yi Tianyun's power completely overwhelmed Earth Monarch Yaotong, and the flame began to burn even the snake scales on his body. Yi Tianyun's cultivation level might be lower than Earth Monarch Yaotong, but Yi Tianyun's combat power far surpassed him. Therefore, his advantage over cultivation level was not really an advantage that would bring him victory. Damn it all! Dragon Serpent Territory Lord shouted coldly with gritted teeth as he saw Earth Monarch Yaotong being overwhelmed by Yi Tianyun without being able to resist at all. He knew that everything was already over, as he knew that they had underestimated Yi Tianyun's power far too much. Earth Monarch Yaotong was strong, and he also had a slippery body that was common among serpentine-style cultivation, but it wasn't useful against Yi Tianyun at all. Yi Tianyun then activated his evil demon god transformation as he wanted to end the fight immediately. Yi Tianyun's body began to grow huge, and it made him stand out even more. Even the 5 great elders were shocked by the situation as Yi Tianyun's power far exceeded their expectations. "Dragon Snake, Evolution," Earth Monarch Yaotong shouted behind his scream of pain. The green energy within his body started to rush out, and his form began to change. His head started to evolve into a dragon head, and his body started to really resemble that of a snake. His combat power also skyrocketed, loosening Yi Tianyun's grip forcefully. "A bottom-feeder human race wants my head? It is impossible. I will kill you right here." Earth Monarch Yaotong shouted furiously. The snake scales around his body started to transform into dragon scales, doubling his defensive capabilities. His roar also turned into that of a dragon, completing his transformation into a giant dragon. Dragon Serpent bloodline? Interesting. But at the end of the day, a worm is just a worm. There is no way to turn into a dragon even though you have their form, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he shook his head. Yi Tianyun tightened his grip, and Earth Monarch Yao Tong's bones got crushed eventually while the flames burned him into coal. Yao Tong, Dragon Serpent Territory Lord, shouted helplessly. He knew that he couldn't stop what was happening in the arena, and he could only watch as Earth Monarch Yao Tong was burned and crushed to death. After a while, Yi Tianyun threw Earth Monarch Yao Tong's body to the side. Everyone could clearly see that Earth Monarch Yao Tong's body had completely burned into charcoal. Even if the rescue team immediately rushed to save Earth Monarch Yao Tong now, it wouldn't make any difference. Ding. Successfully killed Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Reward, 770 billion CPs, 600 SPs, Dragon Serpent Bloodline, Monster Pupil Technique, Dragon Serpent Whip, Dragon Serpent Ring. After killing Earth Monarch Yao Tong, a lot of things dropped as Yi Tianyun's reward. Yi Tianyun originally wanted to let Earth Monarch Yao Tong live, but he kept threatening him to no end, so Yi Tianyun was forced to end him mercilessly. That brat is really unpredictable. Some of us thought that we already see through his foundation, but our expectations were way off the table. Yes, our assumptions were all wrong. Did we have to cancel his next opponent? No, we have to continue. The 5 elders discussed about Yi Tianyun as they were still shocked by Yi Tianyun's overwhelming power. They knew that Yi Tianyun's potential was outstanding, but they didn't expect that it would reach this level. However, they were now aware of Yi Tianyun's strength, and thus raised their expectation of him. Chapter 1025. Chapter 1025, Yi Tianyun's battle lasted for a long time, but the battle in the other area wasn't concluded just yet. While the other contestants weren't playing around with their enemies, some of them couldn't take the win quickly. Some of them, such as Tianqing Earth Monarch and Yunlei Earth Monarch, quickly resolved their battle, leaving no room for the opponent to make a comeback. Xiaomorong's battle with Earth Monarch Sen Shui reached a stalemate. The two's battle was heated, and they didn't leave any opening whatsoever. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun noticed that Xiaomorong's situation was relatively stable. Even though she had a divine wood body, she could move freely in a freezing temperature. As long as you stabilize your cultivation, you will win the match in due time, Yi Tianyun said to Xiaomorong. Then, Yi Tianyun turned his attention toward Earth Monarch Ling Yunfeng and her opponent, Earth Monarch Yunlei. Earth Monarch Yunlei has overwhelmed Earth Monarch Ling Yunfeng with her violent heavenly thunder. Nevertheless, Earth Monarch Ling Yunfeng didn't seem to be surrendering anytime soon. Yi Tianyun frowned as if Ling Yunfeng might be disabled because of Yunlei's power if she insisted on being stubborn like this. Ling Yunfeng had no chance at all as her movement was completely restricted due to the heavenly thunder that Yunlei kept sending her way. Did you think I let you get chummy with the human race so that one day you can oppose me? Earth Monarch Yunlei said as he kept sending shockwaves toward Ling Yunfeng with his fist. Earth Monarch Yunlei's power was so potent that he didn't require any weapon to fight. Little brother Yi is a good person regardless of his race. None of you racists knows what it means to be a friend. Ling Yunfeng shouted desperately despite being cornered the entire time. He chose to stay on Yi Tianyun's side rather than the other side. Ling Yunfeng knew that it was better to side with a good guy than to sell himself to evil. Friends? If your Ling family heard what you said, would they be okay with you befriending a human race beggar? Earth Monarch Yunlei shouted as he kept sending shockwaves toward Ling Yunfeng. Earth Monarch Yunlei didn't send a shockwave strong enough to win the battle, but he sent shockwaves that definitely would injure Ling Yunfeng. Earth Monarch Yunlei did this on purpose, as he only wanted to toy with Ling Yunfeng. For him, winning against Ling Yunfeng was easy, and that was why he wouldn't finish the battle too soon. This has nothing to do with his race. He is a powerful cultivator, and that is enough reason to befriend him. Even you are pale in comparison to little brother Yi's power, Ling Yunfeng said confidently. What did you just say? I dare you to say it once more. Earth Monarch Yunlei annoyedly shouted as thunder flashed in his eyes. You are not a real martial artist if you can't even open your heart to possibility, Ling Yunfeng said solemnly. You even have your wife taken from you, and that is the result of opening your heart. Earth Monarch Yunlei sneered disgustedly. It is my problem, not yours. I am saddened that Wronger Jr.'s sister wasn't taken care of properly because of me, Ling Yunfeng said with a steady gaze. You can say that because you couldn't beat that human trash yourself. If you are willing to befriend a garbage, then I guess you are trash too. Now get out of my face, Earth Monarch Yunlei said coldly. He then roared, and a Thunder God Phantom Shadow appeared before punching Ling Yunfeng with a massive Thunder God hammer. Earth Monarch Yunlei gave his best in this attack, making sure that Ling Yunfeng wouldn't be able to get up again after this attack. Ling Yunfeng waved his long sword in front of him, quickly drawing a slew of swords that intertwined with each other and formed a thick light wall. However, his power paled in comparison to Yunlei, the Earth Monarch. Ling Yunfeng received the attack and flew off the arena while thunder enveloped his entire body. Yunfeng, the middle-aged man on the other side of the seat, abruptly stood up. But before he could move to help Ling Yunfeng, the elders beside him dragged him back. We can't go there. It's a violation of the rules, the patriarch exclaimed. Of course, he was the father of Ling Yunfeng and Ling Fei. It broke his heart to see his son being toyed like that, But before Ling Yunfeng fell to the ground, a figure leaped out and caught him. The inertia from the attack wasn't good for Ling Yunfeng's weak body, but nevertheless, the figure dissipated the energy as he caught Ling Yunfeng's body. But even if Ling Yunfeng was saved from the fall, his body was charred black and seriously injured. It would surely prove to be fatal if he wasn't treated immediately. I appreciate your help very much, little brother Yi. Ling Yunfeng's last struggle surprised everyone, but Yi Tianyun's appearance was a little bit more shocking. Yi Tianyun was naturally drawn to Ling Yunfeng's battle as he could clearly hear the conversation between Ling Yunfeng and Lei Yun. He was well aware of Ling Yunfeng's admiration towards him, and thus he also considered Ling Yunfeng a friend. There was no complicated explanation. Ling Yunfeng simply thought Yi Tianyun was worthy of being a friend. As a result, he would not change his tune even if he was confronted by Yunlei Earth Monarch's power. Yi Tianyun changed his equipment to longevity set silently, and he immediately started to heal Ling Yunfeng. Yi Tianyun healed Ling Yunfeng quickly, but Ling Yunfeng didn't recover as fast as Yi Tianyun wanted. Earth Monarch Yunlei just looked at Yi Tianyun coldly after delivering a devastating blow to Ling Yunfeng. He didn't care whether Ling Yunfeng would survive his attack or not. How is senior brother Ling's condition? Xiao Morong said as she finally finished her match and marched towards Yi Tianyun. I am doing my best to heal him. Okay, I am cheering you on, brother Yi, Xiao Morong said as she was aware of Yi Tianyun's talent. Although she had no romantic relationship with Ling Yunfeng, he used to look after her. Although Xiao Morong had no intention of marrying him or even becoming his Dao companion, they were friends regardless. Xiao Morong sincerely wanted to help Ling Yunfeng now as Ling Yunfeng had been injured. Why would you morons help someone that I attacked? Earth Monarch Yunlei said as he stepped out of the arena and walked towards Yi Tianyun coldly. Why would you bother, as you would be my next opponent anyway? I will surely put you out of your misery, trash. Let me warn you, I am not as feeble as Earth Monarch Yao Tong, Lei Yun said coldly. I will gladly be your opponent even if my next opponent isn't you. Yi Tianyun released some of his murderous intent out in the open. Chapter 1026, Chapter 1026. Did you just declare that you can do anything in God-fighting arena? Yunlei Earth Monarch said sarcastically. He wasn't sure that he would be able to achieve a glorious win against Yi Tianyun, but nevertheless, deciding one's opponent wasn't a thing that a participant could do. Yi Tianyun turned to face the five elders, ignoring Yunlei. Senior, I believe my next opponent is Yunlei Earth Monarch. I want that to happen. Yi Tianyun said, despite being seen by everyone. Yi Tianyun knew that what he said was presumptuous. If Yunlei's next opponent wasn't him, then there was nothing Yi Tianyun could do. No participant had ever made a request for their opponent before, but since Yi Tianyun knew that the five elders were interested in seeing him fight, there might be a chance that the five elders would approve of his request. Gu Huang, one of the five elders, naturally assessed the circumstance and understood Yi Tianyun's reason. They took a glance at Yi Tianyun and Yunlei, respectively, making some sort of value assessment on their head. I don't mind. Even though I have arranged for Earth Monarch Yunlei's next opponent to be Earth Monarch Tianqing, since you asked nicely, we will have to approve it. The initial arrangement was promptly altered by Elder Gu Huang. The crowd was taken aback as those words were said. They weren't expecting anything to change. However, if you thought about it properly, that was the power of one's strength. If someone as strong as Yi Tianyun weren't here, then the elders wouldn't change anything. Although God-fighting field is not necessarily mine, I may be able to influence the elders, Yi Tianyun said mockingly to Yunlei Earth Monarch. Ha ha ha, I truly appreciate that. I had little faith in Earth Monarch Tianqing. Now I can go all out against you. Just you wait. You will regret your decision to choose me as your opponent. Yunlei Earth Monarch laughed out loud. Don't worry, even if the sky was raining pig, you wouldn't be able to defeat me, Yi Tianyun said cynically. Let us see what happens later, Yunlei said annoyedly. He might as well be the pig that falls from the sky later, Xiao Murong mockingly said as she pointed her finger at Yunlei Earth Monarch. It appears that you're asking for it too, Murong. After I defeat this guy, I will make sure you regret it, Yunlei Earth Monarch said as he looked at Xiao Murong threateningly. You won't have that chance. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Let's just wait for the fight. Yunlei Earth Monarch said as he grew tired of the conversation and turned around. After Yunlei Earth Monarch left, Yi Tianyun immediately resumed healing Ling Yunfeng. The other deacons that were there to heal the participant also came to assist Yi Tianyun. Be careful, brother Tianyun. You have to destroy Yunlei Earth Monarch later. Murong Shao became enraged. Without a doubt, Yi Tianyun stared at Yunlei Earth Monarch, who was meditating in the distance. Yi Tianyun would make sure to show what real fear was to Yunlei Earth Monarch later. The fighting competition was quickly cut in two as half of the participants were eliminated. There were still 30 participants, and the winner would become the top 15 of the entire competition. Nevertheless, none of the participants aimed for the top 15. They clearly wanted to reach the top 10. The third fight started shortly after a few days of respite. Yi Tianyun chose Yunlei Earth Monarch as his opponent, and Elder Gu Huang consented. Yi Tianyun then checked Xiao Murong's opponent and realized that her opponent was a tricky one and she might fail. Still, Yi Tianyun let fate decide what happened, as he couldn't help her during the fight. Meanwhile, when Yi Tianyun glanced at Yunlei Earth Monarch, his gaze was serene as he didn't feel anything at all. Brat, I challenge you to a duel without weapons later. Do you comply with my challenge? Yunlei Earth Monarch suddenly said as he approached Yi Tianyun. From the looks on his face, it was clear that Yunlei Earth Monarch wanted to toy around with Yi Tianyun and didn't want their fight to end so quickly. No problem for me, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Great, Yunlei Earth Monarch said surprisedly. He was actually a little bit worried that Yi Tianyun would reject his challenge as Yunlei had the most confidence in his extraordinary physical power. The spectators shook their heads as they thought that Yi Tianyun was too naive. It was unreasonable to accept a challenge from the opponent. They thought that Yi Tianyun was too young to grasp the principle of the world. Now that it's officially begun, I'm going to attack. Yunlei didn't anticipate meeting a fool, but nevertheless, the duel was about to begin. Yunlei rushed towards Yi Tianyun, but as his fist was about to hit Yi Tianyun vanished. Yi Tianyun reappeared behind Yunlei and punched Yunlei right on his back, causing Yunlei to experience agonizing pain that he had never experienced before. Yunlei himself was thrown forward uncontrollably. Nevertheless, Yunlei gritted his teeth and tried to control his body in the air, trying to get his footing back. But as he slowly regained his control, Yi Tianyun flashed again and punched Yunlei to the ground. The punch definitely had quite some power as it created a huge hole in the ground where Yunlei fell. Yunlei felt dizzy as he couldn't think straight. Everything was moving too quickly and he didn't have any time to breathe. I summon thee, Yunlei shouted before a gust of wind filled the arena. A powerful thunderbolt struck Yunlei's body, and Yunlei became one with the thunder, giving him lightning-fast speed. Yunlei was struggling to stand back up, but he managed to do so. He immediately looked around and was finally able to see Yi Tianyun's figure not too far from him. Your speed is commendable, but now that I've used my power, you won't be able to match my speed, Yunlei condescendingly said as he thought that his heavenly thunder body wouldn't lose to anyone in terms of speed. What power could be quicker than his lightning speed? You are spouting too much bullshit. Give me a break. Yi Tianyun scoffed and flashed behind Yunlei once more. This time, Yi Tianyun kicked Yunlei on the back, blasting Yunlei to the sky. Although his attack wasn't lethal, it surely was painful. Yi Tianyun himself didn't want to end the match too soon, as he also wished to play with Yunlei for a bit longer. Chapter 1227, Chapter 227, Yunlei Earth Monarch was kicked into the sky by Yi Tianyun. He has already increased his speed, but he still can't catch up with Yi Tianyun's speed, making him furious. After Yunlei Earth Monarch was kicked into the sky, Yi Tianyun once again rushed to the back of Yunlei Earth Monarch at an amazing speed and kicked him hard. Boom. Yunlei Earth Monarch was kicked down, and when he was in the air, suddenly his body released a thick lightning bolt and scattered around. Thunderword Art, open for me. Yunlei Earth Monarch roared, and a mark began to appear on the surface of his body, and then with a crash sound, he dodged to the side like a bolt of lightning, and his speed was several times faster than before. This amazing speed, many people are amazing, under this amazing speed, easily dodging Yi Tianyun's attack is a bit awkward, but now the situation is not as passive as before. Yunlei's Thunderword Art is more skilled. Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord was very satisfied with Yunlei Earth Monarch's performance, and has always been very satisfied, of course. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be broken. Young Master Yunlei, with the most overbearing speed, it should not be a problem for him to win this match. The elder beside him began to flatter him. Under such a shocking speed, he would naturally be able to win the battle. That kid is a little strange. His speed is so fast that it is somewhat beyond my expectations. With Yunlei's situation, he should be able to win this match. Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord's eyes were cold. Then he turned to look at the Heavenly Thunder Region Lord, his eyes filled with displeasure. He did not expect that a god territory at the bottom would find such a genius. This made him feel very unhappy. As long as young Lord Yunlei can display our Divine Thunder Domain's lightning arts, we will definitely be able to win this match. Under the same level, basically, no one can surpass young Lord Yunlei's speed. The elder beside him continued to flatter him. That's true. If that Earth Monarch Tianyun is still at this speed, then we will definitely win this round. The Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord's eyes were full of fanaticism. His goal was very simple, which was to Yunlei Earth Monarch defeat Yi Tianyun so that he can join any god domain at will. Speed has always been the most respected. As long as the speed is amazing enough, he will be invincible. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tianyun kept rushing over and smashing Yunlei Earth Monarch. It was very simple and cruel, and there was no use of any weapons. Yunlei Earth Monarch easily blocked his concentrated attack without any pressure at all. This is the limit of your speed. It's too slow. Yunlei Earth Monarch laughed, but he still didn't seem to have any extra speed. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he used all his strength, even the phoenix bloodline in his body. With the power of the desolate ancient suit, he has reached the limit. Who knew that Yunlei Earth Monarch could still withstand it? This was enough to show how terrifying the speed of the Yunlei Earth Monarch was. According to the past, with his speed, he was definitely an instant kill. However, when facing Yunlei Earth Monarch, his speed could only be considered average. However, this result was not surprising. After all, speed was the opponent's strong suit. As long as he burst out a little, he could crush most people. Is that so? Then what about this? Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and he immediately gave an order in his heart. Level up Phoenix Bloodline. Ding, successfully deducted 5 million crazy points. Level up Phoenix Bloodline is 3rd grade. 3rd grade Phoenix Bloodline, speed increased by 20 times, flame power increased by 10 times. Wang, the power of the Phoenix was released from his body, and a phantom of the Phoenix appeared behind him, making his speed suddenly increase. With a shoo sound, Yi Tianyun disappeared in front of Yunlei, and in the next moment he appeared next to him and slapped him. With a paw sound, Yunlei was slapped to the ground, and with a dong sound, his head came into close contact with the ground, making his head dizzy, and he almost fainted. What? Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord stood up in shock. He saw Yi Tianyun's speed suddenly burst up, even faster than Yunlei Earth Monarch. Yunlei Earth Monarch used some real ability, but he still lost in speed. This speed can increase? Yunlei Earth Monarch got up from the ground. His whole person was stunned, and there was a heavy palm print on his face. He did not react. He thought that Yi Tianyun's speed was the limit, but who knew that he would surpass him in an instant and crush him with even greater speed? Yi Tianyun did not answer him, but answered him with his actions. His figure flashed and flashed in front of him again. He reached out his hand and slapped him, and with a paw sound, Yunlei Earth Monarch was sent flying again. After so many times, the most he could do was skin and flesh wounds, not deep to the bottom. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of humiliation. If he wanted to get rid of Yunlei Earth Monarch, he would have done it already. Why did he have to play like this? Furious words, open. Yunlei Earth Monarch twisted in the air and slammed his chest. The word furious immediately appeared on his body and his speed increased again. This time, his speed increased by more than 10 times. His whole body was covered with fine lightning, and his blood vessels were covered with lightning. His eyes were full of lightning, and he kept shooting out in all directions. It was as if he could turn into a divine lightning bolt. Can it continue to burst out speed? Yi Tianyun looked at his situation, and his combat power soared sharply, but this type was definitely similar to Burning Blood Essence and could not last long. If there were no side effects, Yunlei Earth Monarch would have already used it. I want you dead. Yunlei Earth Monarch was humiliated so many times. This time, he was completely angry. He thought that he could play with Yi Tianyun, but who knew that he was played by Yi Tianyun and was beaten to the point where he could not find the north, south, east, and west. Boom, crack. Thick thunderclouds condensed in the sky. The dense lightning continuously struck Yunlei Earth Monarch down, adding to his body. This was the Raging Thunder. It was an extremely powerful divine art that he could currently control. Crash! His figure twisted and turned into countless bolts of lightning that rolled over. He could not even see which bolt of lightning was his true body. This speed was too fast. It was so fast that many heavenly monarchs could not see it clearly. This is the innate talent of an invincible genius. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Yunlei Earth Monarch threw a punch. It looked like a punch, but in fact he had already punched out tens of thousands of times. Yi Tianyun quickly blocked, and the dense lightning continued to penetrate through his palm and into his body, burning his body surface. Gradually, his speed is almost unable to keep up, and the opponent's speed can continue to increase. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. As expected of a god's domain, there are many geniuses. All kinds of talents are amazing, and the effect is much better than us. Yi Tianyun's speed gradually couldn't keep up with Yunlei Earth Monarch's attack. His body began to burn. He has already displayed Phoenix Bloodline, but he still couldn't compare with the other. Originally, Phoenix Bloodline was not very strong in God's domain because the comprehensive level is good, so he used it, especially after upgrading, and the effect is even better. According to the Bloodline of 3 Realms, even if it is royal blood, it will be completely crushed here. Go to hell. Yunlei Earth Monarch have entered a state of madness, constantly punching down. The ferocious expression is really frightening. Looking at this state, the hearts of Nianxiu and others suddenly rose. It seems that Yi Tianyun is completely suppressed. If this continues, he will definitely lose. Don't compare speed with him, just directly attack him. Nianxiu wanted to rush down to help Yi Tianyun fight. Sometimes, even if his speed is not as fast as others, as long as his strength is absolutely amazing, he can still defeat the other party. Moreover, the range is locked here, so a wide-range attack, or a weapon, cannot crush the other party. However, Yi Tianyun did not show any signs of pulling out his weapon. He still resisted honestly. If this continues, he will definitely lose. His body is charred black, enough to prove that his situation is not ideal. Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord looked at the performance of Yunlei Earth Monarch and felt very satisfied. Although I need to rest for a while, all of this is worth it. As long as I defeat that kid, everything will be set in stone. Yes, he actually triggered young Master Yunlei's Rage Thunder state. He is invincible at the same level. Even Earth Monarch Tianqing might not be able to win against him. The elder next to him praised again. When they thought Yi Tianyun was going to lose, Yi Tianyun smiled. Comparing speed, I will play with you. Anyway, I just happened to want to upgrade Phoenix Bloodline. Speed is indeed a weakness. Phoenix Bloodline upgrade. Ding. Successfully deducted 50 million crazy point. Phoenix Bloodline to 4th grade. 4th grade Phoenix Bloodline, speed effect is 4 to 10 times, flame effect is 2 to 10 times. The next level requires 100 million crazy point. Squeak, the cry of a phoenix rose up from behind him. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and disappeared from the eyes of Yunlei Earth Monarch. His speed was so fast that even Yunlei Earth Monarch couldn't see a trace of him. Countless slaps came to this side, making Yunlei Earth Monarch twist his body. The terrible speed made him stunned again. He didn't know what was going on. He couldn't see anything. Get lost! Get lost! Yunlei Earth Monarch roared and wanted to fight back. The violent thunder spread around, but it was meaningless. Yi Tianyun's strong defense blocked the giant thunder. The counterattack was a slap, a kind of palm with flame. Under the effect of the 20-fold flame, the power of the demon fire increased greatly. When the slap was slammed, even if it did not carry much power, it still left a flame mark on Yunlei Earth Monarch. Yunlei Earth Monarch felt pain, but when he fought back, he missed. He used all his strength but still couldn't keep up with Yi Tianyun's speed. Even if he burned his blood essence, it was useless. In front of his eyes he could only see an afterimage, and he couldn't see where it was. This scene made many people stunned. They also couldn't see Yi Tianyun, but they knew that Yi Tianyun's speed was suddenly more amazing than Yunlei Earth Monarch, and he instantly increased his speed so that most of the Heaven Monarchs couldn't see him. A terrible speed, this is the real fastest. The key is that Yi Tianyun continues to play as if he doesn't need energy, constantly hitting Yunlei Earth Monarch, beating him like a ball, constantly twisting in the air. Just as he was pulled down, Yi Tianyun appeared below and then fiercely hit back and sent him flying. Hang Yunlei Earth Monarch beat the other party to the point where he has no strength to fight back. Speed can be faster? How can this be done? The Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord was shocked. He originally thought that Yunlei Earth Monarch was confident, but now he was completely crushed, comparable to invincible speed, defeating Yunlei Earth Monarch most proud speed. The most direct way to defeat a person is to use stronger strength to defeat the other party's specialty. What ability is the most aggressive? Then use stronger strength to defeat the other party's pride. It can definitely make the other party depressed for a long time, and even produce a heart demon that can't be shaken. When he was beaten, Yunlei Earth Monarch had the intention to retreat. He quickly took out his weapon and tried to sweep around, but it was meaningless. There was no way to attack Yi Tianyun. Didn't you say that you can't use weapons? It seems that you violated the rules. Of course, I didn't think that you could abide by the rules. Yi Tianyun slapped again, sending his weapon flying. He couldn't even use his weapon as it was sent flying. You want to leave? Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Tianyun's strength was getting stronger and stronger. The flame's imprint continued to enter his body, and the surface of his body was already charred black. I surrender, I surrender. Yunlei Earth Monarch began to beg for mercy. He did not want to die here. If he died, then everything would be gone. He was a super genius of the Heavenly Thunder God domain. His status was astonishing. Even if he lost, he would still be able to become a domain lord in the future. If he died, not to mention a domain lord, he would not even be able to become a guard. He did not want his life to end just like that. He could only put down his face and beg for mercy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Yi Tianyun smiled. His palm quickly hit his body several times. Each palm contained a terrible power, constantly pouring into the body of Yunlei Earth Monarch. Just as Yunlei Earth Monarch was on the verge of dying from the slap, he slammed his palm over. With a pang sound, Yunlei Earth Monarch was sent flying, directly passing through the protective barrier and falling outside. After falling to the ground, the deacon next to him quickly came over to treat him. He found that the Yunlei Earth Monarch still had one breath left. It was similar to the situation on Ling Yunfeng. They all had one last breath left. If not rescued in time, they would definitely die. Wait, after you get out, I will kill you. When Yunlei Earth Monarch was about to faint, he still did not forget to threaten him. Boom! Suddenly, Yunlei exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist that fluttered in the wind. He was dead. I give you one last chance. If you want to die, then don't blame me, Yi Tianyun said. Chapter 1029. Chapter 1029. Along with the explosion of the Yunlei Earth Monarch, a long tongue of flame rose into the sky. The flames buried in his body were completely released, turning into a flaming dragon that swept into the air. The deacon next to him reacted in time and was almost burnt. Of course, no matter how much he burned, he would not burn them to death. After all, they were all at the Heavenly Monarch level. Moreover, this flame power was not very strong. However, the death of the Yunlei Earth Monarch made the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord very angry. What are you doing? Yunlei Earth Monarch has already surrendered, but you still killed him. Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord was angry. Yunlei was his son. How can he not be angry? I didn't kill him, but he was too angry, causing the flames in his body to go out of control. If he is not so angry, there will be no problem, and he will be expelled slowly. Yi Tianyun spread his hands. Each of his palms contained flames, and they constantly entered the other party's body. As they continued to attack, more flames gathered in the body of Yunlei. This is like a time bomb, but how it will explode depends on the situation of Yunlei Earth Monarch. If Yunlei Earth Monarch is angry, then it will become the fuse and directly detonate this bomb. It is obvious that Yunlei Earth Monarch had begged for mercy before he fainted, but he still wanted to kill him. This is undoubtedly going to lead him to death. If he is not angry, then there will be no problem. But once he is angry, he will die for a long time. In the end, Yi Tianyun did it on purpose. He learned Yunlei Earth Monarch, left Ling Yun a breath and left a flame in his body. Yunlei is ruthless, so he is even more ruthless. Of course, there is still a chance of survival. That is, Yunlei is not angry. Obviously, he is still angry and even threatened to kill Yi Tianyun. It is difficult to not want to die, and Yi Tianyun is very happy to see this happen. Bullshit, if you didn't put the flame into his body, how could this happen? Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord flew down from his seat and directly entered the field. His own son had been killed. How could he not explode? Logically speaking, he could not enter the god-fighting field. Without a doubt, he had already violated the rules. The elders beside him could not even stop him. Territory Lord, calm down, calm down. The elder of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Domain hurriedly flew down and advised the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord not to be too impulsive. How can I calm down now? The Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord's eyes were red. He was about to release the power of the Heavenly Thunder within his body. This is against the rules. If this continues, we will be punished. The elder wiped away his cold sweat. He also experienced the great impact of the death of the Yunlei Earth Monarch, especially since this was the son of the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord, their young lord. Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord, you want to break the rules? Elder Gu Huang's dissatisfied voice came down from the sky, bringing with it a gust of cold air. This caused the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord's heart to turn cold, and he immediately woke up. Elder Gu Huang, I only wanted to say that he violated the rules. Yunlei was clearly out, so why did he still try to kill him? The Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord calmed down, but he was still extremely angry. I already said that he didn't kill. It's just that there is a bit of flame in his body. Just a little bit of anger, and he will release it. Could it be that he isn't as powerful as I am? In front of so many people, he attacked without leaving a trace? Yi Tianyun looked at him and sneered. Yi Tianyun is right. We are all watching from the side. He did not make a move, so it is not against the rules. I will give you one last chance. Please leave the field quickly. Otherwise, you will be punished with expulsion. Elder Gu Huang is extremely strict. Rules are rules, especially Yi Tianyun did not break the rules. Are the 5 elders blind to not see anything? Yes, the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord looked at Yi Tianyun with resentment and then flew back to his original position. Yi Tianyun is not afraid of provoking these territory lords. Instead, he is here with bare feet. He is not afraid of wearing shoes. What is there to worry about? Moreover, after he joined Second Grade God Realm, why would he be afraid of the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord? If he really sent people to assassinate him, then he would be very happy to take all of them. These are all XP. At the same time, he will ruthlessly visit the Heavenly Thunder God Domain and let them know who they provoked. After this episode, everyone looked at each other. They had to say that Yi Tianyun was really ruthless. They did not expect Yi Tianyun to dare to do this. Yi Tianyun ignored everyone's eyes and turned to look at Xiao Murong. He found that Xiao Murong had been beaten back again and again. It seems that she can only stop at the top 15. Yi Tianyun shook his head. This was already quite amazing for Xiao Murong. Even if she has the divine wood body, plus the cultivation of 7 the Great Earth Monarch, she can only be regarded as a middle level, not a very strong level. It is already very good to be able to enter the top 30. Tianqing Earth Monarch's battle had already ended, while Teg Earth Monarch was still fighting continuously. It seems that he is fighting against his opponent, feeling that he will lose at any time. This again, is he deliberately hiding his strength, and then he will counterattack? Yi Tianyun knows that Teg Earth Monarch is hiding his strength, and the appraisal eye has roughly revealed the situation of the Special Earth Monarch. It seems that the battle is difficult to determine. In fact, his combat strength is 2 levels stronger than the opponent. It was just that his control was very good. The aura he released was relatively stable, pretending to be real. If he did not have the eye of appraisal, he would have really been deceived. Although he knew that the other party was hiding his strength, he just did not know why the other party did this. No matter why he did this, he must have come with ill intentions. He must have a purpose. This was just like Tianqing Earth Monarch, which made this time's God Domain's War of Ascension was somewhat abnormal. Could it be that there is some unrest? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He felt that it was not simple and even had a bad feeling. He did not think too much about it. Maybe it was just his imagination. In fact, it was not that bad. Moreover, the 5 powerful elders were here. What else could happen? Soon, Xiao Murong was defeated and stopped in the top 15. Of course, the situation was better and he was not seriously injured. Alas, I lost. I thought I could enter the top 15. Next time, I will definitely enter the top 10. Xiao Murong rushed over and sat down next to Yi Tianyun. I guess there won't be a next time. You are likely to be chosen. Elder Lu Yu is very interested in you. Yi Tianyun looked at Elder Lu Yu, who also had a wood attribute body. Xiao Murong has a divine wood body, so it is not a problem for her to be chosen. Chapter 1030. Chapter 1030. Yi Tianyun's words made Murong Xiao instinctively look to the side. He discovered that Elder Lu Yu was also looking over here, his eyes showing a few traces of interest. It was obvious that she had a very good chance of being chosen. Even if she was eliminated, she still had a chance. After all, ranking in the top 30 was not a bad result, especially since she had great potential to be further developed and become even stronger. If I'm not chosen, you have to compensate me, Murong Xiao said with a light laugh, wrinkling her nose at Yi Tianyun. How do you want me to compensate you? Yi Tianyun replied with a smile. Murong Xiao's eyes twinkled as she smiled. I haven't thought about that yet. Let's talk about it when I'm not chosen. Yi Tianyun shook his head with a smile, saying nothing more. Soon Earth Monarch Tegu won the match, narrowly but convincingly, looking more authentic than reality. The surrounding people started discussing Earth Monarch Tegu, saying he almost lost, but in the end he secured the win and entered the top 15. This match is over. After a 3-day break, the next round will commence. Elder Gu Huang nodded after seeing everyone had finished their battles. 3 days later, everyone had recovered their spirits. Next, it's the battle to determine the top 10, Elder Gu Huang announced, and the remaining 16 participants' eyes were filled with fervor. If they could enter the top 10, it meant they could join the 5 great divine realms no matter what. Thus, this was the most crucial battle. After winning, they would enter the top 8. This meant they still had one more chance, even if they lost. Now, let's begin choosing opponents. Elder Gu Huang tossed 16 tokens into the air, which fell into their hands. Number 7. Yi Tianyun looked at the token in his hand and then looked up. It wasn't Earth Monarch Tianqing or Earth Monarch Tegu, but someone else. His opponent looked at him, eyes full of battle intent. As they walked to the dueling arena and faced each other, his opponent said with a smile, Earth Monarch Tianyun, it's my honor to face you in this match. Why is it an honor? Because you can mimic my moves? Yi Tianyun asked calmly. This was his first time facing this Earth Monarch with no prior conflict. However, he had observed this opponent before, Earth Monarch Mo Tong, who differed by only one character from Earth Monarch Yu Tong. But their abilities were worlds apart. Earth Monarch Mo Tong's ability was primarily mimicry. Anything he saw could be mimicked. He couldn't replicate all abilities completely, but he could mimic at least 80 to 90%, which was extraordinary. Let me correct you. It's not mimicry, but extracting the essence. Earth Monarch Mo Tong smiled slightly. He looked like a good person, but he would defeat his opponents in the most frustrating way. He would learn and sell what he learned on the spot, mimicking the opponent's proudest moves and then defeating them. As for whether he had original moves, he did. But he rarely used his original moves, as mimicking others was enough to beat them, giving him an additional trump card. Extracting the essence? Yi Tianyun shook his head. Mimicking others' moves, yet saying it so grandiosely, was truly shameless. Of course, this wasn't entirely shameless, as it was his talent, learning others' moves just by watching them, an exceptional ability. Although not very shameless, it was still irritating. For example, painstakingly learned martial arts or costly ones purchased for cultivation were easily mimicked by the opponent, and the frustration was imaginable. He would learn everything, especially top-secret martial arts. This was the terrifying aspect of Earth Monarch Mo Tong, a super genius. Indeed, the Divine Realms were full of countless geniuses, and Earth Monarch Mo Tong was one of them. He hadn't shown his full strength from now on, effortlessly entering the top 16. In that case, let's see if you can mimic all my abilities. Yi Tianyun smiled. See if you can mimic everything? Earth Monarch Tianyun, from your previous battles, it's clear you rely on 2 points, power and speed. There are no special moves. But there's one move I like, which is this one. Earth Monarch Mo Tong smiled, his body suddenly glowing black, and he transformed into a demonic god. He grew 2 to 3 times larger, surrounded by black flames, remarkably similar to Yi Tianyun's transformation. Interesting. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up, sizing up Earth Monarch Mo Tong. He could even mimic his transformation. He hadn't even fought him yet and had already learned it. Of course, his transformation was based on the effect of the equipment. This effect was a martial art type, so being learned wasn't a big deal, but the true power was in the equipment's effects, not just the transformation. This was something Earth Monarch Mo Tong couldn't mimic. I like this transformation move, and it enhances attack significantly. This kind of martial art is rare. Thanks to your appearance, I have another excellent martial art. Earth Monarch Mo Tong smiled, looking as authoritative and powerful as Yi Tianyun did before. Neon Siyu and the others watched with serious expressions. This Earth Monarch Mo Tong is disgusting, always stealing others' moves. Neon Siyu was angry as he quickly learned their painstakingly learned moves. Although he didn't learn all the essence, it was enough to disgust others. That's his talent, an innate talent. Earth Monarch Mo Tong has had these magic eyes since childhood, able to learn any martial art at a glance without much training. He is truly a super genius. Domain Lord Tianyu shook his head, marveling at the world's wonders. Earth Monarch Mo Tong was just one genius. There were even more extraordinary ones, like Earth Monarch Tianqing. I don't believe this mimic can replicate all of Yi Tianyun's abilities. Can he mimic speed and power? Nian Xiu fumed. He can, Domain Lord Tianyu sighed. His most terrifying aspect is that he can mimic martial arts and even abilities. Nian Xiu was stunned, her heart sinking. Was Earth Monarch Mo Tong that terrifying? Chapter 1031. Chapter 1031. Earth Monarch Mo Tong is so terrifying, but why isn't his ranking very high? Nian Siu was full of doubts. Previously, Earth Monarch Mo Tong was only ranked in the top 10, which was not bad but not outstanding. Could he be stronger than Earth Monarch Lei Yun and the others? Ranking doesn't determine everything. Earth Monarch Mo Tong is relatively low-key. Besides, his first-round results weren't bad. He didn't need to compete for anything. For him, the real pleasure lies in the battles. Domain Lord Tianyun said in a deep voice, "Rumor has it that his mind is somewhat twisted. He always likes to defeat his opponents in ways they find extremely humiliating just to derive pleasure from it. Therefore, in the earlier stages, he was just playing around with no real interest. The thoughts of geniuses are hard to understand. They enjoy only what they like and are uninterested in anything else." Nian Siu fell silent, watching them confront each other. She could only nod silently in agreement. After transforming into the demonic god, Earth Monarch Mo Tong walked step by step towards Yi Tianyun, smiling as he said, "Show me any moves you have. I have never seen a move that I couldn't learn. It's just too easy, no difficulty at all." His eyes were filled with contempt for the entire world. It seemed he was the strongest genius, and any moves or martial arts were no problem for him. He could easily learn whatever he wanted, and his path had been too smooth. "Then, try this move?" Yi Tianyun said little more. He stamped his foot on the ground with force, and with a boom, he charged towards Earth Monarch Mo Tong, swinging his fist in a very rough attack. Earth Monarch Mo Tong also charged towards him, swinging his fist in a counterattack. Boom. The two fists collided, and both were repelled. However, Earth Monarch Mo Tong was slightly weaker, and his strength did not match Yi Tianyun's. Not bad strength. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes. He thought Earth Monarch Mo Tong was simply mimicking moves, but he didn't expect his strength to be so strong, even mimicking his strength. Your strength is really impressive. My body can barely handle it, but isn't your pride mainly in your speed? Earth Monarch Mo Tong shook his hand, showing a sly smile. In the next moment, a phoenix shadow appeared behind him. With a whoosh, he disappeared from his original spot, charging towards Yi Tianyun extremely fast. This speed was almost the same as Yi Tianyun's previous display, even slightly surpassing it. This was because Earth Monarch Mo Tong, in addition to displaying the power of the Phoenix, combined other powerful martial arts, resulting in a stronger fusion effect. Ha ha ha, this strength and speed are truly amazing, especially when combined with the Kunpeng martial art I learned before. The two speeds can be merged. Earth Monarch Mo Tong was indeed a genius, able to merge the martial arts of other cultivators. Although he was merging them, he still used the opponent's martial arts to fight, which was undeniable. In an instant, Earth Monarch Mo Tong reached Yi Tianyun's side, swinging an attack with black flames, intending to burn him to death. Killing Yi Tianyun with his move would be a true irony. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He kicked back forcefully, unleashing the full power of the archaic Set and Dragon God bloodline, and combining it with the heaven-shaking body art. With a boom, Earth Monarch Mo Tong was sent flying. After tumbling several times in the air, a force was released from his body, forming a giant Kunpeng frozen in the sky, preventing him from being thrown further back. However, his body was deeply dented. With his eyes flickering, a giant tree shadow appeared behind him, and the surging vitality began to heal his wounds continuously. He wasn't randomly using moves. He used them according to his needs, mastering them all. He used them very smoothly, demonstrating true genius. Earth Monarch Mo Tong was indeed a genius, thoroughly comprehending the moves. This was the mark of a true genius. If he only mimicked without understanding, he would be an average genius. Only those who knew how to use them were true geniuses. "Have you learned my moves?" Yi Tianyun laughed. "Then let's see how many moves you can learn." The next moment, Yi Tianyun summoned the Tianchen Divine Spear and charged toward Earth Monarch Mo Tong. With a fierce swing of the spear, he smashed it down. Raging Heaven Strike. He performed the top-tier martial art of the Tianyun Divine Domain, boosting his power thrice. His power exploded with his stronger Dragon God bloodline and the domineering heaven-shaking body art. Boom! Earth Monarch Mo Tong also summoned a Divine Spear to block it, but the overwhelming power sent him flying. Earth Monarch Mo Tong couldn't contain this power and crashed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood from the impact. This power was still beyond his ability to replicate fully. Even if he could mimic it, he could only mimic part of the strength, not all of it. This was his body's limit. No matter how much he mimicked, he couldn't surpass his level by too much. Cough, cough, such strong power. This is an impressive divine skill, and I've learned a new move. Earth Monarch Mo Tong wiped his lips, laughed, and charged towards Yi Tianyun again, performing the Raging Heaven Strike identical to Yi Tianyun's, with no difference at all. Even the power could mimic about 70 to 80%, an extraordinary feat. Domain Lord Tianyun saw this and looked displeased. They didn't expect their signature martial arts to be easily learned by someone else. In their homeland, cultivating these martial arts required a huge price. Now, he just glanced at it and learned it. It was still infuriating, even if he only learned half of the effect. This kind of effortless gain would upset anyone, especially since they gained no benefit from it and could only watch their martial arts being stolen. Just one look, and he mastered it. This talent is truly remarkable, like a super version of the Eye of Insight. Yi Tianyun wasn't surprised. Without this ability, Earth Monarch Motong wouldn't be considered a genius. But to Yi Tianyun, Earth Monarch Motong wasn't a problem. No matter how much he stole, there was still one thing he couldn't match. That was the power. Even if he learned more, he couldn't master it all or unleash the full power, so it was meaningless. Chapter 1032. Chapter 1032, Get Down. Yi Tianyun's violent power struck fiercely with his spear, clashing against Earth Monarch Motong's raging heaven strike. With a boom, Earth Monarch Motong was smashed into the ground, his divine spear flying out of his hand, unable to hold it properly. Earth Monarch Motong was dazed from the impact, feeling like his hand was about to break. His hand that had tightly gripped the spear was trembling. The domineering force just now was too much for his body to withstand. Your physical quality is too poor. Even if you can learn others' moves, mimicking them is too strenuous for you. Your ability is strong, but your weaknesses are just as obvious. You focus too much on mimicking others' moves without building a solid foundation. What's the use of merely learning techniques? Yi Tianyun walked step by step toward Earth Monarch Motong, pinpointing his biggest flaw with a single sentence. This wasn't a major flaw. If his body could keep up, he could crush his opponent. However, compared to Yi Tianyun, the gap was still too wide. As Yi Tianyun slightly improved, Earth Monarch Motong couldn't keep up. Yi Tianyun mainly had no weaknesses. He had both speed and strength. If Yi Tianyun wasn't fast, Earth Monarch Motong could use some speed-enhancing moves to surround him and remain undefeated. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Tianyun. I can learn all your moves. As long as I master all your moves, I can overcome everything about you. Earth Monarch Motong roared, his eyes flashing with anger and more with humiliation. He had always played others like a fiddle, but now it was Yi Tianyun's turn to crush him, making him extremely humiliated. In the next moment, Earth Monarch Motong fiercely launched all his attacks. Several phantoms appeared in the void, not just ordinary phantoms, but also giant tree phantoms and powerful giant rock phantoms. He had mastered many powers stronger than Yi Tianyun's, such as the Kunpeng Phantom, which was faster than the Phoenix Phantom, making him faster than Yi Tianyun. The giant tree phantom could use flexibility to counter rigidity, entangling Yi Tianyun's attacks and rendering them ineffective. The giant rock phantom could greatly enhance its defense, withstanding stronger forces and further strengthening its power. This was a targeted enhancement. When he couldn't suppress his opponent, he would burst out with stronger power to attack, thus defeating his opponent with greater strength. It was a very simple and crude method. You use incredible speed, I counter with even faster speed. It's that simple. Futile struggle. Yi Tianyun shook his head, tightly gripping the Tianchen divine spear, his eyes flashing with fierce divine light. In the next moment, he transformed into a demonic god, a black light piercing through. Whether in speed or power, he far surpassed Earth Monarch Motong in his full explosion. This was his super strong foundation. With such a strong foundation, the power he could unleash was the strongest. Otherwise, having powerful martial arts would be useless if he couldn't unleash them. Boom. Earth Monarch Motong was struck down like a meteor falling from the sky. After crashing into the ground, he rebounded several times, vomiting blood continuously. The real power gap was immediately apparent. Your technique is good, but your foundation is too weak. Go back and train for a few more years. Yi Tianyun still appreciated such a genius. After all, possessing amazing talent made him start higher than others. However, having too strong a talent could easily lead to arrogance. Earth Monarch Motong was too smooth, caring about nothing and never focusing too much on a single martial art. Too scattered and not proficient enough, it was meaningless. Yi Tianyun had many martial arts, but he didn't use some of them much. He wanted high-quality martial arts, honing them to perfection, and that was enough. As for bloodlines, the more, the better. Ha ha ha, Earth Monarch Motong laughed wildly, standing up with a twisted face. You mortals, thinking you can teach us a lesson. It seems I have to show some real skills to stop you from thinking you can trample me underfoot. Earth Monarch Motong's eyes began to emit red light, containing the terrifying power of heaven and earth. The terrifying force layered into his body. He still used the previous moves, but this time he fused many top-tier reincarnation-level martial arts. Layers of phantoms appeared behind him, and it was unclear which martial arts belonged to the Motong family. Actually, it didn't matter. To him, as long as the martial arts were good, they should be used, all added to himself for enhancement. This purpose was very effective. With the magic eye's blessing, his combat power increased rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger. However, to Yi Tianyun, this was too chaotic. But the power was indeed amazing. If he had this ability, he would use it the same way. Constant reinforcement could indeed gain stronger power, the simplest and most brutal method, but he was stealing from others, meaning these martial arts had flaws. This talent didn't mean he fully comprehended everything, easily leading to internal chaos. Mortals, prepare to die. Earth Monarch Motong roared, rushing towards Yi Tianyun. Numerous phantoms emerged from his back, enveloping the dueling arena. The overwhelming phantoms looked terrifying. Yi Tianyun raised his gaze, watching Earth Monarch Motong rush at him without moving. So many phantoms. How many martial arts did this guy learn? It's terrifying. I see he learned many incredible clan-suppressing martial arts. It seems whoever faces him will have their moves stolen. Yeah, it's so hateful. How great it would be to have this ability. A group of spectators felt extremely envious. They previously felt disgusted and hated it. But now, they all wished to have such martial arts as this talent was too amazing. How could they not covet it? Extreme Point Piercer. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He was holding the Tianqian Divine Spear, lightly aiming at a point, turning into a cold light piercing through. A point of cold light flashed, becoming an ultimate point piercing through without any fancy moves. Earth Monarch Mo Tong saw a cold light piercing through. Although he could see it, in the moment he saw it, it seemed too late. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by his whole body being thrown back, rapidly falling from the sky. Boom! He crashed to the ground without any buffer. And now, where he landed was outside the arena. Chapter 1033. Chapter 1033. I lost. Earth Monarch Mo Tong's pupil shrank and gradually turned white, becoming unfocused. He felt a terrifying impact pouring into his body, rapidly spreading within him. By the time he realized it, he felt disconnected from his body. You have many techniques, but none are refined enough, and there are many flaws. I just need to aim for one flaw, and then no technique will have any meaning. Yi Tianyun walked down from the stage, his expression calm. The power he unleashed wasn't particularly terrifying. The key was that he saw Earth Monarch Mo Tong's flaws. After finding a flaw, he aimed at it and attacked fiercely. The seemingly dazzling array of techniques was actually nothing but a paper tiger. With one poke, it collapsed, easily defeating Earth Monarch Mo Tong with no pressure at all. So, what I have always been proud of has become a weakness. Tears began to flow from Earth Monarch Mo Tong's eyes. This was his first taste of failure, and he slowly got up, starting to recover his body. This isn't a weakness, you're just too proud. You think that because you can learn any technique, you've mastered them all, but you only learn about 80%. The remaining 20% is the fatal weakness. Finding the flaw in your attacks ensures your defeat. Yi Tianyun spent some time finding this flaw. It wasn't easy. If it were that easy, Earth Monarch Mo Tong would have been defeated long ago. Through prolonged battles, Yi Tianyun had become familiar with combat methods and was proficient in finding flaws. Only flaws can lead to the most fatal weakness. So that's how it is. Earth Monarch Mo Tong shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. No wonder, even if someone had told me this before, I wouldn't have believed it. Thank you, Earth Monarch Tianyun, I lost. He wasn't desperate or angry. Instead, he was very calm, recognizing his mistake. This made Yi Tianyun appreciate him even more, as it showed the true heart of a genius. No one is truly smooth sailing. The worst is falling and not being willing to get up, not recognizing one's problems and blaming others for their mistakes. Such people will never improve, but at least Earth Monarch Mo Tong was now clear-headed. No need to thank me, it was just a normal match, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. Earth Monarch Mo Tong shakily stood up and cupped his hands. I must thank you. Earth Monarch Tianyun has awakened me. I hope you achieve even better results in the upcoming matches. If you have time, you're welcome to visit my divine realm, and you will be treated as a distinguished guest. If I have time, I will visit, Yi Tianyun replied with a smile. I hope to spar with you again in the future. You are the strongest human I have ever met. I take back my previous arrogance and ignorance. I hope Earth Monarch Tianyun can forgive my previous disrespectful words. Earth Monarch Mo Tong apologized, which was quite rare. Undoubtedly, Yi Tianyun had awakened him, helping him immensely, and thus he let go of everything. You didn't say anything wrong. Your behavior wasn't wrong. With your talent, it's not a bad thing to utilize it more. If Earth Monarch Mo Tong's words had really angered him, he wouldn't be standing here alive. Earth Monarch Mo Tong simply saw everything as insignificant, thinking any martial art could be easily learned, hence disregarding others. As for other things, he didn't say much. Yi Tianyun wouldn't attack a sincerely apologetic opponent, especially since Earth Monarch Mo Tong's goodwill towards him had soared to 150, meaning the apology was sincere and not fake. Thank you, Earth Monarch Tianyun, for your understanding, Earth Monarch Mo Tong said gratefully, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I hope next time I can defeat you. Before that, I hope you don't lose to anyone. Don't worry, defeating me isn't that simple, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Defeating him would require someone with a much higher level than his own. Earth Monarch Mo Tong then went to heal his wounds, as he still had another match. When he looked towards the Tianyu Divine Realm, the people there were cheering, each one excited. Making it into the top 8 meant that he was likely to continue and make it into the top 4. Although being chosen was already a foregone conclusion, for them, this was a time to prove Yi Tianyun's strength. Who said that just because he achieved in earlier rounds, he had no advantage in duels? Now, he had easily entered the top 10, enough to stand out from the crowd. Even if Yi Tianyun didn't achieve the top 3 or the first place in the end, he had already proven his strength. Those who had originally looked down on Yi Tianyun as a human now kept their mouths shut. If he later lost to other contestants, it wouldn't be embarrassing. Among tens of thousands of geniuses, making it into the finals was no small feat. To question his strength, one had to achieve the top 10 themselves. The top 10? No one has ever made it to the top 10, right? Domain Lord Tianyun said excitedly, his hands trembling slightly. Yes, never before. Nian Xiyu was equally excited. Every time she thought Yi Tianyun would lose, he gave them the biggest surprise. This feeling was so thrilling that it almost gave them heart attacks. Have they all finished their matches? Yi Tianyun looked at Earth Monarch Tianqing and the others, who had all advanced easily. When he looked at Earth Monarch Tianqing, the latter also looked at him with a slight smile, seemingly indifferent to it all. If Earth Monarch Mo Tong was indifferent, then Earth Monarch Tianqing was beyond worldly matters, appearing unconcerned with everything. Congratulations on advancing. I wonder if the next opponent will be you, Earth Monarch Tianqing said with a faint smile. I don't think it will be that soon. They won't arrange it like that, Yi Tianyun replied calmly. I think so too, but I think you'll face him first. Earth Monarch Tianqing smiled and transmitted his voice. Don't lose. I wasn't expecting much initially, but now I have some expectations of you. Really? Then it's my honor, Yi Tianyun transmitted back. Yes, it is indeed your honor, Earth Monarch Tianqing replied. Yi Tianyun's face twitched. This woman was truly arrogant. A little praise, and she was immediately on cloud 9. However, Earth Monarch Tianqing indeed felt extremely dangerous to him, even more so than Earth Monarch Tegu. Will the next match be against Earth Monarch Tegu? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1034. Chapter 1034. The battle quickly concluded, with the number of participants rapidly dwindling, but this had nothing to do with Yi Tianyun. After all, he had already advanced. What he needed to focus on now was who his next opponent would be. The further he progressed, the more terrifying the opponents became. The 5 elders were constantly discussing who they should pit against whom next. As the judges here, they needed to assess who was stronger accurately. They tried to avoid pitting the strongest against each other too early to prevent early eliminations. For example, if the first match was Yi Tianyun against Earth Monarch Tianqing, one of them would surely lose. If Yi Tianyun lost, it would be unfair, as he would be eliminated early despite being capable of reaching the top 3. Thus, the elders based their decisions mainly on their judgments. Most of the time, they weren't wrong, but occasionally, they miscalculated. For instance, they initially thought Yi Tianyun's cultivation level was similar to Earth Monarch Mo Tong's, only to find out he was overwhelmingly powerful. As for Earth Monarch Tianqing, they always arranged for her to face the weakest opponents. This wasn't cheating. Earth Monarch Tianqing was simply too strong. Her Saint Fire ability alone made her stand out from the crowd. Therefore, they could only send the weakest to her as cannon fodder, or let her advance automatically when there weren't enough participants. If Yi Tianyun had displayed extremely violent abilities earlier, he would have received similar treatment. However, he had kept a low profile and hadn't shown too much power. As his power was revealed, the 5 elders realized their mistake, but it was too late. The competition was nearing its end. Nevertheless, they hadn't made too many wrong judgments. Those who advanced this far were true geniuses. Most of the top 10 from the first round's token leaderboard were no longer in the top 10. It was evident that dueling was the real test of strength. Now, the remaining contestants were the brightest stars, having fought their way through numerous battles. The domain lords with these contestants were beaming with pride and excitement. This was their most thrilling moment. The contestants, meanwhile, were quickly recovering, with no time to concern themselves with other matters. After all, they had more battles ahead against even tougher opponents. The last 8 contestants especially hoped to avoid Earth Monarch Tianqing, a terrifying woman. If she were a man, it would be fine, but she was a woman, making the men feel even more humiliated. Even in the later stages, Earth Monarch Tianqing's opponents were defeated in 1 or 2 moves, her power instilling fear. 3 days later, most contestants had recovered. In the Divine Battle Arena, their recovery speed was enhanced with healing pills, allowing them to recover faster. Unless the injuries were too severe, 3 days were usually enough. If someone hadn't recovered in 3 days, they would still be forced to compete. This was the rule, with no exceptions. They wouldn't wait for complete recovery before allowing them to compete. Now, we will announce your next opponents. Elder Gu Huang finally concluded the discussion after 3 days. Everyone saw the 5 elders huddled together, discussing their opponent assignments. This had never happened before, showing the level of caution they exercised. After all, the participants were outstanding geniuses, and a fair rule had to be established to convince everyone. Elder Gu Huang then cast out 8 beams of light, enveloping the contestants, and each one held a token with a number on it. Number 7. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes, looking up to see that his opponent was not Earth Monarch Tianqing or Earth Monarch Tegu, but Earth Monarch Yu Hua. Earth Monarch Yu Hua, Yi Tianyun looked at Earth Monarch Yu Hua, whose cultivation was at the 7th refinement level. Earth Monarch Yu Hua was known for being low-key and wasn't among the top ranks. For instance, he didn't make it to the top 10 in the first round, only making it to the top 20. In the second round, he lasted until the 7th stage before losing, which was a decent performance. Overall, he was a formidable opponent. However, no one expected such a middle-tier contestant to make it to the top 8. It felt like he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, surprising everyone. Earth Monarch Yuhua appeared rather ordinary in terms of looks and demeanor, but this didn't mean he was weak. He might have chosen mediocrity, which is unremarkable, but the most dangerous. His overall strength seems decent. It's interesting how he made it to the top 8. Yi Tianyun hadn't paid much attention to Earth Monarch Yuhua before, likely because Earth Monarch Yuhua's presence was easy to overlook, giving the impression of being inconspicuous. When he rose to the top, people realized he existed. As the two of them stepped onto the stage, they faced each other without making a move. Earth Monarch Tianyun, please advise me, Earth Monarch Yuhua said, cupping his hands. His tone was neutral and his voice unremarkable, seemingly very ordinary. However, treating him as an ordinary opponent could lead to defeat in the next second. Please advise me, Yi Tianyun responded politely. After speaking, Earth Monarch Yuhua immediately attacked, but it wasn't sudden. His actions were easily predictable. His speed was neither fast nor slow, as if indicating to his opponent that he was about to attack, giving them time to prepare. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes. Earth Monarch Yuhua's move seemed ordinary, but it was flawless. In the next moment, Earth Monarch Yuhua attacked with just his bare hands, no weapons. With a flick of his hand, his right hand turned into a blade, striking towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate, throwing a violent punch towards Earth Monarch Yuhua. No matter the technique, he'd break it with brute force. As his fist crashed down violently, Earth Monarch Yuhua's blade hand twisted lightly, like a swimming mermaid, blocking Yi Tianyun's fist. With a gentle push, Yi Tianyun felt his power being neutralized, as if hitting a soft cushion with no feedback. Shock! Earth Monarch Yuhua twisted his palm again, pushing forward gently. With a boom, an energy burst occurred in the air, a force compressing to the extreme, pressing forward fiercely. Yi Tianyun felt a jolt in his body, the terrifying force sending him flying. He quickly adjusted his posture in midair, landing back on the ground. This is yin-yang force. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed as he saw yin-yang energy swirling in Earth Monarch Yuhua's palms, forming a taiji symbol. After neutralizing Yi Tianyun's violent force, he stored it in his palms, rebounding it back with a counterforce. He hadn't expected Earth Monarch Yuhua to cultivate yin-yang force, an extremely rare power. Chapter 1035. Chapter 1035, Yi Tianyun's violent punch was neutralized by the terrifying yin-yang force, which rebounded back at him with even greater strength. The power was unbelievable. Yin-yang force, no wonder. Yi Tianyun shook his hand slightly. His power was not only completely reflected, but also came back at him with even greater force. The rebound power alone was enough to overwhelm most opponents. No wonder Earth Monarch Yuhua's record wasn't impressive. This power could only show its full potential in duels. Imagine an opponent attacking crazily and Earth Monarch Yuhua constantly rebounding their power back. How frustrating. Opponents are very likely to eventually be killed by their own rebounded power. It's truly suffocating. Yi Tianyun's punch wasn't his strongest, but it was still reflected at him, showing that Earth Monarch Yuhua was indeed very strong. Some abilities shine brightest in duels, while they may not score well in other competition formats. In the third round of duels, Earth Monarch Yuhua emerged victorious, making it to the top 8 in one go. Earth Monarch Yuhua didn't stop attacking. He immediately rushed forward again, clasping his palms together. A massive yin-yang formation appeared in the air, which he then slammed down forcefully. Two terrifying forces descended upon Yi Tianyun from the sky. With one move, he unleashed a deadly attack. Even without rebounding the opponent's power, his pure attack was extraordinarily powerful. The immense yin-yang rotating force descended like a sky, sealing off all escape routes. As long as one remained in the arena, there was no escape. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary Earth Monarch Yuhua, when truly fighting, would be like an unstoppable war god? Interesting, but that's all. Yi Tianyun instantly transformed into a demonic god. With a twist of his right hand, the Tiantian Divine Spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it toward the descending yin-yang rotation. Boom! His spear shattered the yin-yang rotation, the yin-yang force spreading out like a blooming flower, slamming into the surrounding protective shield, slightly deforming it. As the yin-yang force exploded, Earth Monarch Yuhua had already reached Yi Tianyun, striking fiercely at his chest. Black and white forces swirled in his palm, forming a vortex, aiming to send Yi Tianyun flying. Yi Tianyun reacted quickly, twisting the Tiantian Divine Spear in his hand and thrusting it towards Earth Monarch Yuhua. He showed no mercy. If this spear hit, it would surely pierce through Earth Monarch Yuhua. Yin-yang shift, Earth Monarch Yuhua shouted, moving towards the thrusting Tiantian Divine Spear without any fear of injury. With a swish, his hand slid along the spear shaft, the flames attached to it burning along. Calmly, he twisted his palm, trying to throw the flames off, and lightly pushed forward, using a technique akin to leveraging force with little effort. He deflected Yi Tianyun's thrusting spear to the side, just as he had deflected the previous punch. This supreme technique wasn't just for bare-handed combat, it also applied to weapon attacks. The key was that the flames from the spear were thrown off just like the rebounded power under the influence of the yin-yang force. This was unprecedented. People had seen flames extinguished, but never seen them easily thrown off like water on one's body. Yi Tianyun felt his spear's power being instantly drained. his eyes narrowing as his eye of insight clearly saw all the energy being absorbed into Earth Monarch Yuhua's palm. Upon closer inspection, Earth Monarch Yuhua's palm wasn't bare-handed. He wore gloves as thin as cicada wings, making them almost invisible. These gloves were top-tier reincarnation-level weapons, perfectly complementing his yin-yang divine art, maximizing its power. Even the most domineering attacks were neutralized, all absorbed into his palms, ready to be rebounded. The next moment, Yi Tianyun felt his spear's power being absorbed. With Earth Monarch Yuhua's push, his attack was deflected to the side. Not only did he fail to injure Earth Monarch Yuhua, but he didn't even touch his clothes. Yin-yang shock. Earth Monarch Yuhua pushed forward again, aiming another palm strike at Yi Tianyun's chest, moving as if by teleportation, trying to launch a rapid close-range attack. Yi Tianyun quickly countered with his left hand, meeting Earth Monarch Yuhua's palm. Boom. It wasn't Earth Monarch Yuhua who was sent flying, but Yi Tianyun. Earth Monarch Yuhua's palm strike seemed to contain the force of Yi Tianyun's fierce spear thrust, exploding upon contact. Yi Tianyun was sent flying again, sliding back several dozen meters before he could stop. Interesting, no wonder you made it to the top 8. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Even ordinary heaven monarchs couldn't withstand his spear thrust. Now, Earth Monarch Yuhua not only withstood it, but also rebounded all the power back. It was truly a unique skill. Earth Monarch Yuhua's performance made everyone's eyes light up. They hadn't expected the violent Yi Tianyun to be thwarted. Earth Monarch Yuhua rebounded his 2 consecutive domineering attacks, but they had no effect. Is Earth Monarch Yuhua that strong? He didn't seem that strong before, probably because his previous opponents weren't qualified to make him show his true power. Now that Earth Monarch Tianyun is done for, what's the use of brute strength? It's useless. Besides brute strength, what else can he do? Yeah, it's true. They say his strongest points are brute strength and speed, but against Earth Monarch Yuhua, both are useless as they get neutralized. It's laughable. Indeed, we thought he'd make it to the top 3, but now it seems he won't even make it to the top 4. But it doesn't matter, and he's already guaranteed a place in the 5 great divine realms. So what? At least it humbled him a bit, showing him there's always someone stronger. They mocked him, feeling delighted to see Yi Tianyun at a disadvantage. Even though Yi Tianyun's performance was better than theirs, seeing someone suppressing him was satisfying. At least someone could hold Yi Tianyun back, preventing him from winning all the way. Is this really where it ends for him in the top 8? Nian Xiu felt a pang of regret. She had hoped Yi Tianyun would make it to the top 3 or even take first place. Learn to be content. Even being in the top 8 is our best result, isn't it? The Tianyu domain lord smiled slightly. Even if Yi Tianyun lost, they were already very satisfied. Yi Tianyun had brought them so much honor, and it was more than enough. Chapter 1036. Chapter 1036. Many people doubted that Yi Tianyun could make it to the top 4, believing he would be stopped in the top 8. In the audience, Murong Xiao, who had been defeated earlier, watched with clenched fists, encouraging him, "Brother Tianyun, you can do it. Keep going." She didn't believe that Yi Tianyun's abilities would stop there. She was confident he could still win this match. Earth Monarch Yuhua, interesting, Earth Monarch Motong, watched Yi Tianyun without a trace of disappointment in his eyes. I believe you won't lose to him. Having experienced Yi Tianyun's power, Earth Monarch Motong believed Yi Tianyun could still win. He sensed that the power Yi Tianyun used against him was not his full strength, but just a part of it. If that was the case, winning this match shouldn't be a problem. Some hoped Yi Tianyun would win, others were content, and some believed Yi Tianyun would definitely lose. Everyone had different opinions, but the majority thought Yi Tianyun would lose. Seeing Earth Monarch Yuhua's display of such strength, they immediately believed he would win this match. This yin-yang divine art is truly worthy of being a low-grade heavenly Dao martial art. Yi Tianyun smiled slightly, already having a general understanding of Earth Monarch Yuhua's formidable divine art. Earth Monarch Yuhua's strength came not only from his incredible talent, but also from his possession of a low-grade Heavenly Dao martial art. Heavenly Dao martial arts were a whole realm stronger than reincarnation-level martial arts, incomparable in power. With the support of this formidable Heavenly Dao martial art, his power greatly increased. Combined with the yin-yang force and already extraordinary power, the combination allowed him to neutralize Yi Tianyun's attacks easily. The power Yi Tianyun displayed wasn't weak. If it could be easily neutralized, it meant the opponent's martial art was indeed stronger. In the dueling arena, fairness didn't exist. What mattered was one's foundation. Those with rich resources naturally had an advantage. For example, if one wielded an ordinary iron weapon and the other had a divine weapon, it was clear who would win. Duels could be seen as both fair and unfair. One thing was certain, those who won in the end had incredible foundations. They either had supreme talent or exceptional martial arts and treasures. If someone lacked impressive martial arts, they had to rely on talent and vice versa. If one possessed both, they were practically invincible. Earth Monarch Tianqing and Earth Monarch Yuhua were one such person. I'm sorry, Earth Monarch Tianyun, but I'll be winning this match. Earth Monarch Yuhua didn't give Yi Tianyun much time to rest. He quickly formed seals with his hands, casting a massive yin-yang divine formation with an invincible posture. Yin and Yang rotated in the air, launching a comprehensive attack to force Yi Tianyun into a corner. Earth Monarch Yuhua knew Yi Tianyun's power wasn't weak, and it was difficult to inflict much damage. The best strategy was to rebound Yi Tianyun's attacks, forcing him out of the arena for a win. After clashing twice with Yi Tianyun, he hadn't gained much advantage. Yi Tianyun's formidable physique was truly astonishing. Is that so? I don't think so. Yi Tianyun's eyes burst with divine light. He swung his spear again, piercing through the air, his dragon god bloodline erupting within him. To deal with these geniuses, he had to use his true power. Boom! The violent power pierced through the yin-yang divine formation again. Even though it was strengthened several times, it still couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's domineering spear. This time, Earth Monarch Yuhua's figure approached, his transparent gloves glowing black and white. Countless yin-yang divine formations appeared in his palms, rotating like black vortices, trying to draw Yi Tianyun in. Yin-yang kill. The crazily rotating yin-yang divine formation aimed to shred Yi Tianyun like a terrifying meat grinder, cutting him into countless pieces. Unexpectedly, the yin-yang divine formation could not only rebound power but also transform into a lethal move, drawing the opponent in to be shredded. The key was that it contained heavenly Tao power, drawing in surrounding energies. This was the power of the heavenly Tao, a force of law. Heavenly tribulation was the power of the heavenly Tao. How many could withstand it? Heavenly Tao martial arts could harness this power, drawing upon it to empower oneself. Reincarnation-level martial arts could harness reincarnation power, but it was minimal compared to the overwhelming Heavenly Tao power. Heavenly Tao martial arts, who can withstand this formidable Heavenly Tao power? Many defeated contestants couldn't help but stand, watching from the sidelines. Seeing Earth Monarch Yuhua's explosive power, they felt as if they were facing a heavenly tribulation again. Earth Monarch Tianyun is doomed. They all thought the same. Yi Tianyun was doomed. They had thought he had a chance, but now, seeing the Heavenly Tao before them, how could he withstand it? Heavenly Tao or not, I'll break it. Yi Tianyun's eyes shone brightly. He thrust his divine spear forward, aiming to pierce through even the Heavenly Tao. As the spear struck Earth Monarch Yuhua's hands, he felt the yin-yang force starting to devour even the Tiantian divine spear, all power disappearing in an instant. It's useless. No matter how strong your power is, it will be transferred. No exceptions. Earth Monarch Yuhua's eyes turned yin-yang colored, his hands pushed forward, firmly fixing Yi Tianyun's spear, even freezing the surrounding space. That's because the powers you've encountered are too weak. Yi Tianyun's eyes widened, and the planets within him started spinning wildly, unleashing the most violent star power, merging with him. He became one with the planet, unleashing an overwhelming force. Billions of kilograms of force erupted, shattering the yin-yang divine formation into a black and white powder, sending Earth Monarch Yuhua flying with a single spear strike. Poof! Earth Monarch Yuhua spat blood, his body propelled backward uncontrollably, crashing into the wall with a boom. The sturdy wall shook, causing him to spit blood again. All sounds stopped. A single spear strike shattered the terrifying Heavenly Tao power. Chapter 1037. Chapter 1037. With just one spear thrust, Yi Tianyun easily shattered Earth Monarch Yuhua's yin-yang force. The sudden turn of events left many people stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. Almost everyone believed that Yi Tianyun would undoubtedly lose, especially against the overwhelming power of the Heavenly Tao. Even if it couldn't kill Yi Tianyun, it should at least be able to knock him out of the arena. But no one expected Yi Tianyun to pierce through the yin-yang formation, shattering it. The force that surged into the sky scraped across the faces of many spectators, causing them pain. It felt like a heavy slap on their faces, a literal face-smacking moment. Everyone had thought Yi Tianyun would lose, but now, seeing him victorious, they felt the sting of their misjudgment. The power still couldn't be fully unleashed. Only a part of it could be utilized. Yi Tianyun thought, feeling that his earlier spear thrust had only used a small portion of the planetary power, just a fraction of its full strength. Planetary power was immensely vast, and the force of 1 trillion kilograms was just a small part of it. A planet so massive would definitely have more than just 1 trillion kilograms of force. The combined gravitational force of the three realms was extraordinary. If used to crush someone, even a heaven monarch would be easily flattened. Imagine if the three realms collided with an enemy. The devastation would be unimaginable. Cultivators could shatter a planet with their power, but being crushed by a planet would turn them into a paste. However, Yi Tianyun had only used a small portion of this power, which was already enough to stand out from the crowd. Even against the Heavenly Tao's power, he still shattered it. This wasn't the first time he had shattered the power of the Heavenly Tao. He had done the same every time he faced a heavenly tribulation. Thud, Earth Monarch Yuhua was stuck to the wall, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up again. He had fainted and couldn't stand up naturally. Yi Tianyun didn't kill him. From the beginning, Earth Monarch Yuhua hadn't used lethal force against him and had behaved with respect. He hadn't been disrespectful in any way. Therefore, Yi Tianyun simply defeated him without taking his life. We won? We won? Nian Siyu and the others stared in disbelief at Yi Tianyun. It seemed like his attacks were ineffective, but suddenly his power had surged, completely suppressing Earth Monarch Yuhua. The five elders were equally shocked by this turn of events. Is that planetary power? Can he condense planetary power within him? They had seen much in their lifetimes, and Yi Tianyun wasn't the first to condense planetary power. This is defying the heavens. Generally, only exceptionally talented Earth monarchs can condense such power. Usually, it's the domain of heaven monarchs. Generally, Earth monarchs rarely succeeded in condensing planetary power, but it wasn't unheard of. Those who did were usually exceptionally talented. Yi Tianyun was clearly one of these exceptional talents, deeply impressing the five elders. However, they quickly regained their composure. They had seen much in their lifetimes and had even speculated that Earth monarch Tianqing possessed planetary power. But they hadn't expected Yi Tianyun also to possess this power, refreshing their views once again. Earth monarch Tianqing's battle had long since ended, with even the top 8 being no match for her. One sweep of her Saint Fire reduced everything to ashes. Planetary power? This was within my expectations. Earth monarch Tianqing's beautiful eyes flickered, finding nothing surprising. To her, it was unsurprising that Yi Tianyun's strength included planetary power. If he lacked even this level of power, he wouldn't deserve to continue competing here. As for the other contestants, they continued their intense battles, reaching a fever pitch. Under the attendant's care, Earth monarch Yuhua quickly regained consciousness, though he was still in a daze. Upon recalling the battle, he remembered the terror of facing Yi Tianyun's power. I lost. Earth monarch Yuhua smiled bitterly, shaking his head as he looked at Yi Tianyun meditating in the distance. He sighed, I still have much to learn. I thought I could control all power, but it seems there are forces beyond my grasp. As Yi Tianyun had said, Earth monarch Yuhua could only deflect power within his control. When Yi Tianyun unleashed a terrifying force, the technique of leveraging small force to deflect great force failed. If 1,000 pounds could be deflected, what about 10,000 or 100,000 pounds? This was a qualitative leap in power, overwhelming the opponent with sheer force and leaving them unable to resist. With the battle smoothly concluded, Yi Tianyun sat and recovered, although he didn't really need to rest. He was ready for the next match, but decided to sit and appear as if he were resting. Soon, the battles ended, and unsurprisingly, Earth Monarch Tegu also made it to the top 4. Now Earth Monarch Tianqing, Earth Monarch Tegu, and Yi Tianyun occupied 3 of the spots, along with another Dark Horse contestant who had fought their way into the top 4. I wonder who my next opponent will be. Yi Tianyun looked at Earth Monarch Tianqing and Earth Monarch Tegu, guessing that he wouldn't face Earth Monarch Tianqing immediately. It was likely he'd face Earth Monarch Tegu or the other Dark Horse. The 5 elders didn't take long to decide and quickly announced the matchups. After receiving his token, Yi Tianyun saw the number 2 on it. Number 2? Yi Tianyun looked up to see that his opponent was Earth Monarch Tegu. As expected, his opponent was Earth Monarch Tegu, a contestant who was very good at hiding his true strength. From the beginning, he had always barely won his matches, giving the impression of narrowly winning but never revealing his full power. Even though some believed he did it intentionally, he continued to do so. He always won by a narrow margin, never violently or bloodily, making everything seem normal. It was extremely strange. If anyone believed it wasn't intentional, they would be fooled. Earth Monarch Tegu was clearly doing it on purpose, creating an air of mystery. No one knew the extent of his true strength. Finally, I'm facing you, evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. When it came to the evil spirit race, he showed no mercy. The evil spirit race's despicable nature made him want to eradicate them entirely. Chapter 1038. Chapter 1038. Earth Monarch Tegu didn't pay attention to anything else. Upon learning his opponent, he didn't even bother to look, choosing instead to sit and meditate as if he were significantly exhausted. Outside of the duels, he seemed to focus solely on resting. However, one thing puzzled Yi Tianyun. Earth Monarch Tegu wasn't as violent as he had expected. The evil spirit race was known for their brutality, yet throughout his matches, Earth Monarch Tegu hadn't killed anyone. He always won by a narrow margin, making it difficult for his opponents to die unless they deliberately threw themselves at him. Yi Tianyun had a hypothesis that Earth Monarch Tegu was hiding his brutal nature. Revealing his evil spirit race lineage here would be tantamount to suicide. The 5 elders would deal with him personally, even without Yi Tianyun's intervention. The evil spirit race was notoriously infamous across many divine realms. Many of the divine realms present here despised them. If an evil spirit race member were discovered among the contestants, they would surely be killed. It seemed that a member of the evil spirit race had managed to slip through the cracks. Unfortunately, the 5 elders couldn't detect it unless Yi Tianyun forced Earth Monarch Tegu to reveal his power. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battles continued, with other contestants fighting for the remaining positions. However, the audience's attention was focused on Yi Tianyun and the other top contenders, as they were the real stars of the show. Most people only knew about the top 3 or even just the first-place finisher, while those in the lower ranks were largely ignored. This was the disparity. To gain more fame and better treatment, one had to strive for the top ranks. Otherwise, the result would be obscurity. When asked about the Ascension Battle of the Divine Realm, most could only name the top 3. The lower ranks were less known. At most, people knew the top 10. Beyond that, few cared, even though the 11th place finisher might be an outstanding genius. In the shadow of the top 3, they were largely overlooked. Yi Tianyun and Earth Monarch Tegu soon stood on the dueling ground facing each other. Earth Monarch Tegu bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Earth Monarch Tianyun. Please, enlighten me." Yi Tianyun looked at him and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. No matter how well he acted, Earth Monarch Tegu was still an evil spirit race member, and that was an unchangeable fact. Earth Monarch Tegu, I seem to sense a particularly sinister energy in your martial arts, similar to the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun probed. Earth Monarch Tegu's body stiffened, and a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but it quickly vanished, unnoticed by anyone. He didn't show any exaggerated expressions or give anything away, maintaining his perfect facade. Earth Monarch Tianyun, you shouldn't say such things lightly. The evil spirit race is universally condemned here. I admit my martial arts have a sinister aura, but they have nothing to do with the evil spirit race, Earth Monarch Tegu said with a smile, adjusting his emotions. After all, there are many martial arts out there. It's not just the evil spirit race that can practice sinister techniques. For example, Earth Monarch Tianyun, one of your martial arts, has a very strong sinister aura. He was referring to the demonic god transformation. It was indeed an extremely sinister power, yet no one had questioned Yi Tianyun about it. Sinister techniques didn't necessarily equate to evil, but the evil spirit race was definitely the embodiment of evil. A race that constantly relied on devouring other beings to strengthen itself was detestable. Though there was constant killing here, at least they didn't consume others' bodies. What was the difference between that and beasts? Such behavior made them an anomaly, not part of the same circle. Usually, people didn't engage in endless killing. If they were from the evil spirit race, everyone else would become their prey. It was natural for people to want to eradicate them. This was the same reason humans and beasts were always at odds. The evil spirit race was essentially classified as a type of beast, leading to continuous rejection. Is that so? Then I must have misunderstood you. My apologies, Yi Tianyun sneered inwardly. This guy was good at covering his tracks, making it seem like an innocent mistake. He could only probe with casual questions. Without strong evidence, there was no way to prove Earth Monarch Tegu's evil spirit race lineage. No problem. I hope Earth Monarch Tianyun refrains from making such statements. It could easily get someone killed. Earth Monarch Tegu smiled nonchalantly. Also, during our duel, I hope Earth Monarch Tianyun shows some mercy and doesn't strike too hard. I will, Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. If he really did show mercy, he'd be a fool. The battle was then announced to begin. Earth Monarch Tegu quickly produced a jet black whip, exuding an evil aura. It was a top-grade reincarnation-level weapon, a very good whip. Be careful. Earth Monarch Tegu even gave a courteous warning, appearing not to be a sinister person. However, appearances could be deceiving. Earth Monarch Tegu swiftly moved towards Yi Tianyun, swinging his whip to trap him. Instead of striking, he aimed to bind Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold as he tightly gripped the Tianchen Divine Spear. Without hesitation, he unleashed a violent thrust, far stronger than the one used against Earth Monarch Yuhua. The force shattered the space as it surged towards Earth Monarch Tegu. Yi Tianyun's style was a straightforward, brutal force. He never hid his most violent attacks. If he could solve it with one spear, he wouldn't beat around the bush. If one spear weren't enough, then two would do. Snap. Earth Monarch Tegu maintained his composed demeanor, quickly swinging his whip to intercept the Tianchen Divine Spear. Upon the spear's first touch, its domineering force shook the whip away, but even with that light contact, Yi Tianyun felt the energy within the spear being siphoned away. Unlike the previous battle with Earth Monarch Yuhua, where his power was neutralized, this time his energy was being drained. His eye of insight clearly saw the absorbed energy flowing into Earth Monarch Tegu and becoming his own. Undoubtedly, this was the work of the evil spirit race, which thrived on devouring others' energy. After siphoning the energy, Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes gleamed as he swung the whip again, siphoning more energy. With the diminished power, his speed decreased significantly, giving Earth Monarch Tegu ample time to dodge. Yi Tianyun realized Earth Monarch Tegu's winning strategy was a war of attrition, slowly draining his opponent's energy until they were exhausted. Chapter 1039. Chapter 1039. The whip cracked continuously as Earth Monarch Tegu swung it, retreating as he attacked. His method was flawless. He used the whip's advantage to maintain a distance, making it difficult for Yi Tianyun to land his most violent attacks. After several attacks, Yi Tianyun's ferocious power was mostly drained and absorbed by the whip. Unless he continued to muster more strength and launch a full-scale assault, he wouldn't even be able to touch Earth Monarch Tegu, let alone harm him. In this situation, Yi Tianyun had gained no advantage. Instead, his energy had been significantly siphoned off. If that whip landed on his body, it would draw out even more energy, possibly even his essence blood. Soul-devouring divine art, a low-grade heavenly Tao martial art, no wonder it's so powerful. Yi Tianyun quickly realized the nature of Earth Monarch Tegu's martial art. Such a deep foundation couldn't be weak, especially since it could be used with a weapon, making it extremely sinister. The whip was obviously custom-made. Ordinary weapons wouldn't have this effect. Yi Tianyun's attacks were neutralized, giving everyone a new perspective on Earth Monarch Tegu. This guy's attacks are weird. He just pierced Earth Monarch Yu Hua with one spear, but it doesn't work at all against this guy. Anyone who makes it to the top 4 isn't simple. I think Earth Monarch Tegu is a dark horse and might take second place. First place is undoubtedly Earth Monarch Tianqing. The second might be him. Does this mean Earth Monarch Tianyun's violence does not affect him? Seems that way. Earth Monarch Tianyun's attacks are stronger than before, yet they still have no effect. People began to discuss who had the best chance of winning. Earth Monarch Tegu didn't stop his attack, swinging his whip at Yi Tianyun. His attacks appeared gentle, even soft. Yi Tianyun quickly parried with the Tianqin Divine Spear. Snap! Upon contact, a surge of energy exploded on the spear, bouncing him to the side. What seemed like a gentle attack had the explosive power of a bomb on his spear. More importantly, it siphoned off his energy as if the whip was a conduit. Thousand Shadow Whip. Earth Monarch Tegu didn't relent, swinging the whip rapidly. In an instant, it split into thousands, attacking from all directions like a dense rain of swords. Each strike stripped away more of Yi Tianyun's energy. However, Yi Tianyun blocked with his spear, steadily advancing. But with each step forward, Earth Monarch Tegu retreated, maintaining the distance. Even Yi Tianyun's penetrating attacks were absorbed by the whip. How is his defense so strong? He's blocking all my attacks. Earth Monarch Tegu was frustrated that his relentless assault hadn't landed a significant hit. Finally, during the wild attacks, Earth Monarch Tegu managed to land a hit on Yi Tianyun. The whip glowed blood red, drawing a few drops of blood from Yi Tianyun into Earth Monarch Tegu's body. It's happening. Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes lit up, thinking he had finally found what he wanted. But upon absorbing the blood, he realized it was ordinary. What? Human blood? Not essence blood? Earth Monarch Tegu's face darkened. He expected to absorb powerful essence blood, possibly even unique blood, from Yi Tianyun. Instead, he got ordinary blood. This whip absorbs blood. And you say you're not from the evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun's voice echoed in his ears, startling him. Yi Tianyun had closed the distance without him noticing. When Earth Monarch Tegu tried to whip him again, a cold light flashed in the corner of his eye. Boom! The spear struck his back. Ugh! With a groan, Earth Monarch Tegu was sent flying, blood blossoming from his back and staining his clothes. He quickly regained his balance and landed, albeit shakily. Evil spirit race? The term immediately aroused suspicion among the audience, drawing their attention to Earth Monarch Tegu. Earth Monarch Tianyun, I respect you as my opponent, but you can't slander me just to win. Earth Monarch Tegu said sternly, my martial arts are a bit sinister, but that doesn't make me an evil spirit race member. I've already explained this. If being sinister makes one evil spirit race, then that's too arbitrary. I was thoroughly tested to compete here. Are you doubting the 5 Divine Realms' ability to detect such things? He refused to admit it, instead turning the accusation against Yi Tianyun, trying to discredit him. Right, Earth Monarch Tianyun must think he can't win, so he's resorting to slander. That's low. Winning like that is disgraceful. Exactly. If you can't win, don't tarnish your opponent's reputation. Many thought Yi Tianyun was being unfair. After all, Earth Monarch Tegu had been thoroughly tested during Bone Age checks and other evaluations, making it unlikely he was an evil spirit race member. Yi Tianyun's accusations seemed suspicious. Don't worry, I was just speculating. You seem quite nervous about it, Yi Tianyun replied with a calm smile. He had a good idea of Earth Monarch Tegu's intentions, to absorb the essence blood of many geniuses for his use. No wonder he attacked slowly, trying to siphon his opponent's essence blood bit by bit. While it looked sinister, it didn't necessarily confirm he was evil spirit race. Such abilities weren't exclusive to them, and the thorough tests might have missed this deeply hidden trait. Without such deep concealment, he wouldn't have dared to participate in the Ascension battle. Speculating? Earth Monarch Tianyun, you must be responsible for your words. Earth Monarch Tegu's voice turned cold. I respect you as my opponent, but slandering me is unacceptable. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly, a thief calling out thief. Let's see how I force you to reveal your true form, little one. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold as he formulated a plan. Chapter 1040. Chapter 1040. Earth Monarch. Tegu's rage seemed to stem more from his inability to absorb useful essence blood than from any offense. Previously, he had dragged out his battles to drain his opponents dry. Now, with nothing to gain from absorbing Yi Tianyun's essence, he sought to eliminate him. Earth Monarch Tegu's body erupted with dark energy, spreading around him and enveloping the entire arena. Visibility was severely reduced, making it difficult to see clearly. While it appeared to others that Earth Monarch Tegu was enraged by Yi Tianyun's accusations, the reality was that he didn't want to waste time and saw no benefit in continuing the facade. The 5 elders frowned. They hadn't expected Yi Tianyun to make such claims, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't detect any evil spirit race bloodline in Earth Monarch Tegu. Could Earth Monarch Tianyun really be slandering his opponent? Given his strength, it seems unlikely. Could Earth Monarch Tegu actually have an evil spirit race bloodline? But we've examined him thoroughly and found no such bloodline. It might be a false accusation. If it's slander, such a person shouldn't be kept around. It's truly disgusting. They look towards Elder Gu Huang, waiting for his judgment. The duel will continue. The opponent merely suspected the martial art was sinister and made a slight misjudgment. However, if there are further accusations without proof, the accuser will be expelled. They allowed any kind of strategy in the duels, no matter how insidious. But slandering an opponent, especially accusing them of being from the evil spirit race, was serious. Believing such an accusation without proof would be unjust. While some started to question Yi Tianyun's integrity, Earth Monarch Tegu launched a frenzied attack, appearing to be genuinely enraged by the accusation. Unbeknownst to them, Earth Monarch Tegu's cold eyes glinted with murderous intent in the darkness, eager to kill Yi Tianyun. Previously, he had pretended to be a gentleman, but now, using Yi Tianyun's accusation as an excuse, he could strike back without restraint. Disappearing into the mist, Earth Monarch Tegu moved like a sinister assassin, suddenly appearing behind Yi Tianyun. His whip lashed out silently, aiming to entangle Yi Tianyun. Die! Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes were filled with killing intent, his arm muscles bulging as he poured all his strength into the attack. The whip wrapped around Yi Tianyun, tightening instantly and ripping him apart into a cloud of mist. An illusion. Earth Monarch Tegu realized he had been deceived, but it was too late. The Tianqian divine spear pierced through his back. Who are you attacking? Yi Tianyun sneered, thrusting him to the ground. Earth Monarch Tegu roared, pulling himself off the spear, blood splattering. He flew forward, trying to escape. Once he felt safe, he floated in the air, gasping for breath. The mist quickly dissipated, revealing the scene to the spectators. In an instant, Earth Monarch Tegu had been defeated, his body pierced with a large hole, his face pale. In contrast, Yi Tianyun was unscathed, highlighting the vast difference in their power. The audience erupted in disbelief. They had thought Yi Tianyun was slandering Earth Monarch Tegu to win, but now it was clear he didn't need to resort to such tactics. He had almost killed Earth Monarch Tegu with his spear alone, making them reconsider their suspicions about Earth Monarch Tegu's lineage. Let's see how long you can maintain this. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold as he pursued Earth Monarch Tegu. He knew that continuing the fight would eventually force Earth Monarch Tegu to reveal his true form. Killing him wasn't difficult. Exposing his identity to alert the 5 divine realms was the goal. This would show the evil spirit race's infiltration and prompt everyone to be on guard. Yi Tianyun welcomed the idea of other divine realms joining the fight against the evil spirit race. He couldn't handle them alone. As Yi Tianyun charged, Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes turned red. He shouted, "Bloodline full release! Phoenix bloodline, Dragon God bloodline, Giant Rock bloodline, Giant Eagle bloodline, Viper bloodline." Various bloodlines erupted from within him, one by one. His body transformed, covered in dragon scales, viper scales, phoenix feathers, and more. His combat power skyrocketed as he unleashed his mixed bloodlines. Spectators were stunned by his transformation. How can he absorb so many bloodlines? Even absorbing 1 or 2 is difficult. That's a different constitution. Even the evil spirit race can't control so many bloodlines. Right. If he were evil spirit race, he couldn't have so many bloodlines. What kind of race is he? He looks like a human? They were in awe of Earth Monarch Tegu's talent. His abilities were comparable to Heavenly Dao level martial arts, making him appear nearly invincible. So, this is why you're participating in the Ascension Battle of the Divine Realm? Absorbing others' essence blood to enhance your power? Yi Tianyun laughed. The evil spirit race rarely controlled many bloodlines, but Earth Monarch Tegu wasn't purely evil spirit race. He was a hybrid. Chapter 1041, calling Earth Monarch Tegu a hybrid, wasn't meant as an insult. It simply described the mix of various bloodlines within him, making him not purely of the evil spirit race. By merging the strengths of multiple races, he significantly reduced his limitations, retaining the best bloodline traits for optimal power. Earth Monarch Tianyun, you slander me, and I'll make you pay. Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes filled with killing intent as he growled, "Thousand blood judgment." In the next moment, his whip was replaced by a long sword. The whip's explosive power was inferior to that of the sword, allowing him to unleash all his inner strength. The gathered bloodline power converged in his sword, a top-grade reincarnation weapon now resonating with a dazzling white light due to the immense star power infused into it. Clearly, Earth Monarch Tegu was going all out, aiming to kill Yi Tianyun with his full strength. The crowd's eyes lit up. This was the first time they had seen Earth Monarch Tegu unleash his full power, appearing unstoppable. Pay the price? Yi Tianyun showed no fear in the face of Earth Monarch Tegu's power surge. To him, it was like dealing with Earth Monarch Motong, accumulating other bloodlines and thinking it made one invincible. True invincibility only came from excelling in a particular area, and Earth Monarch Tegu's power, as impressive as it seemed, was merely average. Die. The colossal shadows of dragons, phoenixes, and eagles emerged behind Earth Monarch Tegu, descending upon Yi Tianyun. It felt as if the entire world was filled with this overwhelming power, leaving Yi Tianyun nowhere to escape. However, Yi Tianyun had no intention of escaping. Gripping the Tianqian divine spear, he transformed into a demon god, unleashing both his dragon god bloodline and phoenix bloodline. His primordial armor radiated brilliant yellow light, preparing for the upcoming battle. Sky Tyrant Art, dominating clouds. He unleashed the third move of the Sky Tyrant Art. The Sky Tyrant Art only had 3 moves, and he had yet to master the latter ones, so he could only use the first 3. Even so, the first 3 moves were already formidable. As he performed Dominating Clouds, the Tianqin Divine Spear projected a fierce shadow, the image of the Sky Tyrant Art's creator. That's the Sky Ancestor. The Lord of Heavenly Oracle and others were thrilled, recognizing the move. They knew it as the strongest martial art of the Heavenly Oracle Divine Realm, but no contestant had ever successfully performed it. The Sky Tyrant Art was notoriously difficult to master, and now, seeing Yi Tianyun use even the third move was extraordinary. The grand shadow of the Sky Ancestor alone suppressed all the shadows Earth Monarch Tegu had summoned. Just one was enough, there was no need for more. Buzz! The Tianqin Divine Spear in Yi Tianyun's hand trembled, freezing time and space around him, making everything slow down. This move multiplied his damage 5-fold. If he mastered the later moves, the effect would be even more terrifying. If it were a heavenly Dao-level martial art, the thought alone was daunting. Combined with the primordial armor's 5-fold increase and critical hit effect, his power reached a violent 15-fold. No need for any crazy damage modes, his power was already at a new level. He believed he could match any genius without using crazy modes. His foundation alone was enough to contend with any genius. Boom. The two forces collided, creating a massive energy explosion. Waves of energy rippled outward, echoing with loud sounds. The audience couldn't see what was happening inside the explosion, but the 5 elders could. The formations they set up allowed them to see clearly despite the visual obstruction. Moments later, the explosion dissipated, revealing Yi Tianyun with his spear piercing through Earth Monarch Tegu's chest, lifting him into the air. Yi Tianyun was unharmed. Earth Monarch Tegu's sword lay discarded, embedded in the ground. This is your strength? Yi Tianyun's gaze was icy as he held Earth Monarch Tegu aloft. Ugh! Earth Monarch Tegu coughed up blood, his eyes filled with rage and helplessness. He had expended enormous energy, and his resistance was far from what it had been. I know you have more violent power you haven't used. Why not show us? Yi Tianyun smirked. I surrender. This is all my strength. Earth Monarch Tegu's face twisted, his eyes full of hatred, but he chose not to reveal his true form. If he did, everything would be over. Surrendering was the safer option. Is that so? Let me stimulate you a bit. Yi Tianyun's spear surged with power, sending waves of energy into Earth Monarch Tegu's body, pushing him to his limits. Everyone has a defense mechanism that triggers under threat, but since Yi Tianyun hadn't pushed him to the brink of death, Earth Monarch Tegu hadn't fully unleashed his power. Feeling the pressure, Earth Monarch Tegu angrily tried to escape, but Yi Tianyun's grip was firm. Do you think you can escape? Yi Tianyun slammed Earth Monarch Tegu to the ground, sending surges of power into him. The audience didn't understand Yi Tianyun's intentions. Earth Monarch Tegu had already surrendered. Although the rules stated that a contestant had to leave the arena to be out, this seemed excessively cruel. However, as Yi Tianyun continued, Earth Monarch Tegu let out a low growl. 12 arms suddenly sprouted from his back, launching a fierce attack on Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun abandoned his spear, dodging the assault. The entire arena fell silent, stunned by what they saw. Chapter 1042. Chapter 1042. Yi Tianyun didn't need to force Earth Monarch Tegu out of the arena. He only needed to reveal his true form. Once he evaded, the outcome was clear. Earth Monarch Tegu sprouted 12 arms, his entire body turning pitch black as his wounds rapidly healed. These were unique traits of the evil spirit race. Even absorbing the blood of the evil spirit race wouldn't release such pure power. Despite Earth Monarch Tegu's mixed constitution, his essence remained that of the evil spirit race. To conceal this, he absorbed multiple bloodlines. However, in the face of danger, his true power would erupt. When Earth Monarch Tegu unleashed his full strength, the Tianqin Divine Spear, which had pierced his body, was expelled by his hardened form, transforming into an arrow aimed at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun extended his hand and caught it with a bang. The force caused a slight tremor but did not push him back. This is your true power. If you had fought me with this strength from the beginning, it would have been a tough battle, Yi Tianyun remarked, examining Earth Monarch Tegu. The combination of his formidable physique and terrifying power, enhanced by various bloodlines, made him a formidable opponent. Unfortunately, the evil spirit race could not remain here. No matter how powerful he was, could he be stronger than the 5 elders? A single divine lord could crush him to a pulp. Roar! Earth Monarch Tegu bellowed in rage, charging at Yi Tianyun with fury. I'll kill you. His true form exposed, Earth Monarch Tegu, infuriated, intended to drag Yi Tianyun down with him, even if it meant his death. However, a figure moved faster than him, appearing in front of him in an instant. With a light touch, the figure forced Earth Monarch Tegu to kneel. I didn't expect he really was an evil spirit race member, and he managed to infiltrate. Elder Gu Huang's eyes glinted coldly. With a little more force, he could crush Earth Monarch Tegu into a bloody pulp. However, Elder Gu Huang wouldn't kill Earth Monarch Tegu immediately, otherwise they couldn't extract any information from him. The audience was stunned, recalling Yi Tianyun's earlier words and feeling embarrassed. They had believed Yi Tianyun was slandering his opponent to advance easily. Now, it was clear they were wrong. Yi Tianyun hadn't spoken falsely. Earth Monarch Tegu was indeed from the evil spirit race. His true form being exposed was a slap in the face for the 5 Divine Realms enforcers who had failed to detect anything despite thorough examinations. Because of this, many trusted the authorities over Yi Tianyun's words. The truth now was a heavy slap, proving that so-called authority was not always reliable. Other elders flew over, looking at Earth Monarch Tegu in astonishment. They turned to Yi Tianyun, and Elder Tianfa asked, "How did you recognize him?" "It was a feeling. The evil spirit race invaded my homeland, so I have a strong sense for it. Besides, I'd rather kill by mistake than let one escape." Yi Tianyun's eyes were icy cold as he spoke. Naturally, he couldn't mistake such a thing. His probe eye could detect deeply buried traits, a benefit of its upgrade. The 5 elders were slightly moved. No wonder Yi Tianyun was so sure. Sometimes it was better to be safe than sorry. If it truly was a threat, it could lead to more casualties. Though it seemed cruel, they had done the same before. Countless souls had fallen at their hands for the greater good. "Speak, what was your purpose for being here?" Elder Gu Huang demanded coldly. All eyes were on them now, the unexpected turn of events shocking everyone. What started as a straightforward duel had taken a surprising turn, thankfully discovered by Yi Tianyun in time. Had Earth Monarch Tegu successfully joined the 5 Divine Realms, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun had uncovered the truth, preventing a potential disaster. "Do you think I'll tell you?" Earth Monarch Tegu sneered, eyes filled with contempt. Since he had been exposed, there was no point in denying it. "Elder Gu Huang, why bother questioning him? Just soul search him," another elder suggested sharply. The simplest and most direct method against such individuals was soul searching. They might not extract everything, but they would get enough. Torture was pointless. No matter how much they cut him, Earth Monarch Tegu wouldn't talk. His resolve was unbreakable. They dared to infiltrate because they were prepared to die. Thus, any form of coercion was meaningless. Elder Gu Huang nodded and turned to Yi Tianyun, his gaze sharp. "Can you sense if there are others with evil spirit race blood?" He suspected other evil spirit race members might have infiltrated and wanted Yi Tianyun to help identify them. They couldn't sense it, but maybe Yi Tianyun could. Yi Tianyun nodded and scanned the audience. Those he looked at retreated in fear, worried about being misidentified. Since they believed in killing by mistake rather than letting one escape, being misjudged would be disastrous. Yi Tianyun scanned carefully, capturing detailed data with his probe eye. After a moment, he pointed to someone. Him. At his signal, the audience member was dragged out and thrown into the arena, immediately restrained. You're slandering me." "I'm not from the evil spirit race," the spectator shouted in panic, denying the accusation. The audience exchanged uneasy glances. If Yi Tianyun were wrong, it would be a joke. Attack them to trigger their bloodline protection. Yi Tianyun directed the enforcers. Without hesitation, the enforcers attacked, piercing the spectator's body. As the spectator neared death, their bloodline protection activated, revealing 8 arms, a clear mark of the evil spirit race. The crowd was dumbfounded. Yi Tianyun had accurately identified them amidst the spectators. And him, Yi Tianyun continued to point out individuals, each time causing a stir. One by one, the identified spectators were pushed out. No one doubted Yi Tianyun's ability now. It was clear he had a unique talent. Chapter 1043. After Yi Tianyun identified each one, the captured individuals were tested, and all of them were revealed to have the bloodline of the evil spirit race without a single mistake. This incredible ability left everyone in awe. Had he really killed so many evil spirit race members that he developed such a skill? Or was he naturally more sensitive to bloodline abilities, enabling him to recognize them so accurately? They didn't know the specifics, but one thing terrified them. So many evil spirit race members had infiltrated, and they had no idea. Just thinking about sitting next to a man-eating monster was terrifying. Everything was hidden too well, and almost no one was aware. What kind of ability is this?" Earth Monarch Tegu shouted, his body trembling with rage. "What's the problem with recognizing you all?" Yi Tianyun responded calmly. "You'll die a horrible death, I guarantee it." Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes were red with anger. His comrades had been captured one by one, disrupting their carefully laid plans, leaving him furious. "Don't worry, even if I didn't recognize you, you'd still die horribly. Your evil spirit race has always invaded other planets, and I'm here to avenge them." Yi Tianyun showed no fear of threats. He knew that by doing this, he was making the evil spirit race extremely angry. As long as he was alive, their infiltrators would be rooted out one by one. Earth Monarch Tegu stared at him coldly, not saying a word. If his eyes could shoot fire, Yi Tianyun would have been burned already. "Don't worry, you've done a great service for our divine realm. No one can harm you here." Elder Gu Huang was also furious. These evil spirit race members were brazen, thinking they were invincible and could infiltrate anywhere. In his anger, Elder Gu Huang tightly grasped Earth Monarch Tegu's head and began a soul search. With Earth Monarch Tegu suppressed, he couldn't move at all during the forced soul search. His eyes rolled back, and he started bleeding from his orifices, typical of a soul search. Shortly after, his head exploded with a bang. Elder Gu Huang, what did you find? The other 4 elders asked. There's very little valuable information. Some of it is permanently sealed, making it impossible to probe deeply. Elder Gu Huang shook his head, his voice cold. These guys were clearly prepared. They've tampered with their memories, making it hard to search. In short, they didn't find anything useful. They continued soul-searching the other captured cultivators. They didn't hold back, and many heads exploded during the search. The spectators watched in horror. What was initially an exciting battle had turned into a witch hunt, and there were quite a few. They still didn't know the exact purpose of these infiltrators, but it was clear they intended to gradually infiltrate deeper, potentially even becoming elders, which would be terrifying. The evil spirit race's arrogance is infuriating. Nian Siyu and her group were outraged. Even among the stewards they brought, there were evil spirit race members. This was a slap in their faces. They despised the evil spirit race, yet they had managed to sneak in. They also had no way to identify them accurately. Unlike Yi Tianyun, who could sense them, they found it extremely difficult. It wasn't a matter of martial arts, but of sensitivity, which made it very challenging. What was a great battle was ruined by a rat, Earth Monarch Tianqing said with a light laugh. If Earth Monarch Tegu hadn't been an evil spirit race member, it would have been a spectacular fight. Earth Monarch Tegu's strongest power was unleashed when his evil spirit race bloodline was activated, but once exposed, it was all over. By the way, Earth Monarch Tianqing, can you identify them too? Yi Tianyun asked, looking at her. This statement drew many eyes to Earth Monarch Tianqing. Could she really identify them as well? I can tell, but not as accurately as you. Earth Monarch Tianqing didn't hide it. Everyone exchanged glances. It seemed they were far behind. Only a few people could sense it. You answered straightforwardly. I thought you wouldn't admit it, Yi Tianyun smiled. What's there to hide? It's not a secret. If your spiritual power is strong enough, you can sense it too. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked at the 5 elders and said, Elders, you should enhance your capabilities in this regard. It's not that your spiritual power is weak, but a bit more effort could reveal it. Earth Monarch Tianqing's words were a slap in the face for the elders. She implied that they were too lazy to investigate properly. The 5 elders' faces darkened. As high-ranking elders, being criticized like this was humiliating. We admit our oversight and will enhance our detection methods, Elder Gu Huang admitted directly. I investigated carefully and realized it takes time to detect them. The evil spirit race's concealment abilities have improved, making them harder to find. This was our negligence. He admitted his mistake, surprising the audience and earning their respect. At least he lowered his pride to acknowledge the error, not making excuses. Yi Tianyun observed Earth Monarch Tianqing, wondering if she was too bold. Her open criticism of the elders showed that she didn't care much about the 5 Divine Realms' authority. Is it possible that Earth Monarch Tianqing doesn't want to join the 5 Divine Realms? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes, feeling that her arrogance indicated she didn't regard the 5 Divine Realms highly. Chapter 1044. Chapter 1044. The words of Earth Monarch Tianqing startled everyone. They had seen arrogant people before, but had never seen anyone so arrogant. Fortunately, Elder Gu Huang did not care. Otherwise, she would have been scolded to death. The first place was nothing. The elders did not respect them, so why would they still recruit disciples? After this episode, most of the matters had been resolved. All the evil spirits race present had been found. In total, there were only 100 or so people. There were not many of them. This meant that only a few had cultivated such hidden elites. After everything was settled, Elder Gu Huang and the others returned to their seats with serious expressions. Their originally good mood was now not very good. Anyone would not be in a good mood after being disgusted by this matter of the evil spirits race. However, no matter what, the fight still had to continue. Yi Tianyun undoubtedly won this game. The gap before was obvious, and he easily entered second place. As for the first place, it was Earth Monarch Tianqing. He had already won the battle, so this was not a problem. The evil spirit race hid their identity and sneaked into our arena. This is indeed our negligence. Elder Gu Huang looked at the crowd and said, Through inspection, we know how to identify their existence, so this won't happen again. This way, we will inform everyone and hope that each territory lord will increase the intensity of the investigation. They were not ordinary people, and soon they knew how to find out, so the problem was not big, but this time they felt very embarrassed by such a strict investigation. Finally, there were still some people who had slipped through the net. After all, there were so many executors, and still, people sneaked in. Yi Tianyun saw those executors. They were all very strict, but unfortunately, they were in the first year of high school, and the other party must have used a special method to hide their identity. This time, he changed his way of investigating, and the next time the evil spirit race changed, he would alter the situation to deal with it. However, what happened next had nothing to do with Yi Tianyun. After Elder Gu Huang finished speaking, he looked at the many participants again and said, The competition continues. There is no change. After layers and layers of battles, we finally arrived at the most focused game, Earth Monarch Tianqing and Earth Monarch Tianyun, the 2 strongest existences. Who is the winner? I hope everyone looks forward to the peak battle 3 days later. They still had 3 days to prepare, which was also to prepare for other participants. After all, the rankings on the backside had to continue to compete, especially the top 10. Now that Teg Earth Monarch had been eliminated, there was no doubt that there was an extra place, so there was hope for the original 11th place. This change made the 11th place ecstatic. How could they not be happy to be able to enter the top 10? Under the stage, Yi Tianyun looked at Earth Monarch Tianqing. Finally, he was going to fight against this enchanting queen. Even now, Earth Monarch Tianqing was not interested in him. Her fighting spirit was not strong. It's finally my turn to fight you in the final battle. Yi Tianyun came to the front of Earth Monarch Tianqing, and they looked at each other. The final battle? Earth Monarch Tianqing looked indifferent, looked at him and smiled. There is no point in taking first place here. The world outside is more vast, but I think highly of you. You will be chosen. Haven't we already decided before? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. I am not talking about this. What is so great about the 5 great god territories? They are just ordinary existences. Earth Monarch Tianqing chuckled. However, you will soon know. Of course, I will be the first place in the competition. So confident? Yi Tianyun smiled at her. Not only confidence, but absolute confidence. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked at him, her tone filled with contempt. You know nothing about the outside world. The gap between you and me is too great. Some things cannot be filled with hard work. Here, you feel powerful, but in a certain world, your strength can only be ordinary. Earth Monarch Tianqing's words were harsh, as if she came from an even more astonishing place. The gap is too big? I don't think so. Yi Tianyun knew that the situation of Earth Monarch Tianqing was indeed very terrible. Even if he was at the 3rd or 4th level of the Heaven Monarch, he might not be able to do anything to her. If she had the power, why he didn't have it? Naive. Earth Monarch Tianqing smiled. 3 days later, you will know the result. I am not interested in the first place here, but I have to get the first place. If you are smart, I advise you to admit defeat. In my heart, I have never admitted defeat. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He felt that Earth Monarch Tianqing's words sounded a little contradictory. She said that she did not like the first place, but she was determined to win the first place. From this, he immediately knew the purpose of Earth Monarch Tianqing. Her goal was not to join the 5 great god territories, but to observe her situation, similar to a test. If the 5 great elders knew about this, they would probably explode from anger, but the battlefield they had meticulously planned out was a test point for others. Is that so? I will give you a good taste of this. After some time, you will be grateful to me. Earth Monarch Tianqing faintly smiled as if standing at a high vantage point overlooking this mortal. No, you should have a taste of this. Yi Tianyun retorted again. Earth Monarch Tianqing raised her eyelids and her beautiful eyes showed no emotion. There are too many self-righteous people, and you are not lacking. After my observation, your ability is still okay, but some things are not as simple as you think. I don't need you to teach me anything. I don't know your purpose, but first, I am sure. Yi Tianyun left after leaving this sentence. Ignorant, naive, Earth Monarch Tianqing shook her head and ignored Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun also found a place to sit and wait for the duel 3 days later. He knew Earth Monarch Tianqing had the capital to be proud of herself. She believed she would not lose to anyone unless the cultivation gap between her and the other party were huge. She was not afraid. Everyone began to discuss, thinking that Yi Tianyun was more powerful than Earth Monarch Tianqing, and some started making bets. However, most of the people who support Earth Monarch Tianqing, only a small part of them support Yi Tianyun. After all, Yi Tianyun's violence was impressive. At the peak of the battle, the representative of our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory can reach this level, and it is no longer a regret. The Heavenly Edict Territory Lord sighed deeply. With the best result in history, it was difficult to show fear. Chapter 1045, Chapter 1045, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under everyone's gaze, they stood in the most eye-catching arena. This arena was much more spacious than the others. They wanted to give them more space to fight so that they could fight flexibly. Everyone's eyes were focused on them when they stood in the arena. Although there were other battles, no one could be more eye-catching than them. This was a peak battle, the final battle. Under this battle, it could determine who was the strongest. Earth Monarch Tianyun shouldn't be like other opponents, easily defeated by Earth Monarch Tianqing, right? I don't think so. I think highly of Earth Monarch Tianqing. Oh no, I think highly of Earth Monarch Tianyun. Bullshit, you support Earth Monarch Tianqing from the beginning, right? A woman will ride on our head, and you still support her. She is too powerful. No matter what opponent she was before, it would be solved within 3 moves. I also bet on her win. I can only support Earth Monarch Tianqing in spirit. Everyone was discussing, thinking that Yi Tianyun was still bound to lose. Earth Monarch Tianqing had been overbearing from the beginning until now, and it was impossible to reverse their thoughts. Bear. Earth Monarch Tianqing waved her hand, and 5 sacred fire floated around, immediately causing the audience's temperature to rise rapidly as if in a fire furnace. Burning heaven sacred fire, Yi Tianyun looked at the sacred fire summoned by Earth Monarch Tianqing. The power was very terrifying. Compared to his 2 types of demonic flames, it was much stronger. Even if the grade of his flame was higher than the other parties, it was still a result of being crushed. Unless it was several levels stronger, it was still possible to surpass it. For example, Earth Monarch Tianqing's flame was a lower-grade rebirth level. His flame was a high-grade rebirth level. This way, he might be able to suppress it a little. It was just a little bit. The problem was that Earth Monarch Tianqing's sky-burning sacred fire was a high-grade rebirth level. It was already in existence that could crush him. If he wanted to suppress the Earth Monarch Tianqing's sacred fire, he would have to be at least a Heavenly Tao-level existence to surpass the other party's might. With his current proficiency, it would be good to raise the two types of demon fire promoted to Heavenly Tao level. Now, I'll let you know what the difference is. Earth Monarch Tianqing took the initiative to attack, and it should be said that all along she took the initiative to attack, wanting to use her strongest stance to suppress all opponents and show her strength. Because of this, other people would think she was too powerful, and no one could defeat her. Earth Monarch Tianqing's figure flashed thousands of meters away. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Yi Tianyun. 5 sacred fires turned into 5 red lotuses, enveloping Yi Tianyun. Each red lotus had a range. With 5 red lotuses, the Foundation had locked all the range, there was no escape, and Yi Tianyun could only resist. In this scene, many people's hearts tightened, especially Nian Xiyu, and others clenched their fists, thinking that Yi Tianyun would not be killed in one move, right? If he was killed in one move, this Earth Monarch, Tianqing, was too powerful. Yi Tianyun did not take out the Sky Dawn Divine Spear, but smiled at the flame that rushed over as if he saw a treasure. Bear. The devouring netherworld serenity fire began to emerge from his hand. It was an extremely cold demonic fire that could freeze everything. When this flame appeared, the surrounding high temperature rapidly decreased but was still relatively high. Whether it was the grade or the rarity, it was several levels lower than the burning heaven sacred fire. How can the light of a grain of rice compete for brilliance? Earth Monarch Tianqing looked at this devouring netherworld serenity fire and felt very disdainful. The others all shook their heads. No wonder Yi Tianyun did not take out his weapon. It turned out that he was counting on this flame to resist. However, the grade was different. How could he resist it? The demon fire was like an egg against a stone. Yi Tianyun ignored their shock and used this devouring netherworld serenity fire. He just touched the burning heaven's sacred fire wrapped around him, which was easily destroyed. However, there was still a little effect, which was to weaken the power a little. Following Yi Tianyun, he continued to use devouring netherworld serenity fire, spreading out in all directions, layer after layer, as if he didn't need the star power, constantly releasing it. However, they were easily destroyed by the burning heaven sacred fire. In their eyes, it was like a battle between trapped beasts constantly resisting, but they were all useless struggles with no meaning. Earth Monarch Tianqing was also the same. Looking at Yi Tianyun's situation, she did not continue to attack. According to normal circumstances, she could continue to storm and assault in the locked range. It was difficult to lose. Now that Yi Tianyun had been doing nothing, she lost the thought of continuing to fight. If you only have this much strength, it will be too disappointing. Earth Monarch Tianqing shook her head. Yi Tianyun ignored her thoughts. As he continued to attack, the burning heaven sacred fire quickly weakened. At least half of it was weaker than when she first released it. Of course, the power was still amazing, but he felt it was about time. Then he reached out and grabbed the flame. The surging power instantly locked the 5 red lotuses, slowing down the speed of the pressure. Then he grabbed one of them, caught it in his hand, circulated the burning heaven sacred fire, and absorbed it crazily. Don't think too highly of yourself. When burning heaven sacred fire saw Yi Tianyun grab a ball of fire, she thought that Yi Tianyun wanted to crush or break it. Who knew that after this ball of weakened energy was absorbed, it quickly became smaller and disappeared completely? He grabbed the 2 fire lotuses and began to devour them. However, his strength could not continue to stop this flame attack. With a boom sound, the remaining fire turned into a huge tongue of fire and swallowed him. It's over. Earth Monarch Tianqing shook her head and didn't expect everything to end like this. It was boring. After the fire disappeared, Yi Tianyun's body was a little black, but he shook lightly. The black on his body disappeared. He didn't hurt at all, as if nothing happened. This fire is really difficult to absorb. Yi Tianyun turned his head and smiled. Is there anything else? Continue attacking. Looks like your skin is quite thick. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked at him and said in a deep voice, if you still have this bit of strength, then it will disappoint me. As soon as her voice fell, she continued to shoot out 5 red lotuses, but this time it was stronger than before. The 5 red lotuses didn't seem to change, but the stronger flame power solidified inside. Yi Tianyun reached out his hand this time, and he absorbed the 5 fire. One by one, they disappeared into his hand, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished as if they had never appeared. What? After everyone saw it, they were shocked. What happened? Chapter 1046. Chapter 1046, the 5 sacred fire were instantly absorbed. It didn't hurt Yi Tianyun at all. Even his hair was not burned at all. Before, the fire burned it a little, but now it has no effect. It is shocking. Not to mention the audience, even Earth Monarch Tianqing was stunned. One should know that the attack she just released was much stronger than the previous one, but it didn't have any effect. It's really good. Is there anything else? Yi Tianyun smiled, like Earth Monarch Tianqing gently recruited, indicating her to continue to attack. What kind of evil martial art is this? Where is my fire? Earth Monarch Tianqing frowned. Her originally calm heart began to stir, and she was not as quiet as before. It's all absorbed into my body. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyun smiled. Forcibly absorb my fire and suppress it within your body? The gaze of Earth Monarch Tianqing turned cold as she snorted. Then I would like to see how long you can suppress it. After saying that, Earth Monarch Tianqing quickly waved. A red ribbon was pulled out from her waist and instantly enveloped the surrounding area, surrounding the surroundings into a thick silk ribbon wall. Huh. The ribbons around Yi Tianyun began to burn crazily at this time, blocking the surroundings. The power was even more terrifying than before, and even more amazing. Immediately after, she threw the fire on the top of her head, and it turned into countless flaming meteorites, falling and hitting Yi Tianyun. Yes, I will not refuse anymore. Yi Tianyun laughed, facing the huge fireball. He stretched out his hand, and his palm was like a huge whirlpool, absorbing the huge fireball into his body, not leaving a single drop. Obtained 10,000 mastery points. Obtained 13,000 mastery points. Obtained 18,000 mastery points. The mastery points continuously surged over and increased his body's Burning Heaven Sacred Fire. That's right, he successfully tamed the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire and used it for himself. Although this was not a refined fire, he could still tame and absorb it. This was his terrifying nature. If it was a normal cultivator, it was impossible. They would go crazy from being burned and would not be tamed alone. After absorbing it, he began to absorb the Earth Monarch Tianqing fire and turn it into his own. Before taming it, it was really difficult to absorb these Burning Heaven Sacred Fires. After taming it, it was much easier to absorb this Burning Heaven Sacred Fires. Unless Earth Monarch Tianqing released an even more terrible Burning Heaven Sacred Fire attack, he could easily resist and absorb as much as he wanted. There was no pressure at all. This frightening Burning Heaven Sacred Fire could be said to be just an ordinary flame to him. There was no pressure at all. Everyone widened their eyes. Such a terrible fire, but now it was like an obedient child. It was absorbed into Yi Tianyun's body individually. How could this be? Everyone suspected that Yi Tianyun was trying to be brave. He forcibly absorbed it into his body and then suppressed it. But now that he had absorbed so much, people suspected that there was no effect. There was no pressure at all. He could absorb as much as he wanted. Let me see how much more you can absorb. Earth Monarch Tianqing swung the red ribbon again, and the fire increased. It was like a furnace, and the high temperature was released around it. Even the audience outside could feel this terrible flame. Burning Heaven Red Lotus, the extremely strong killing move, was finally forced out. The fireball that was originally falling instantly condensed into a huge red lotus and rushed toward Yi Tianyun. Boom, boom, boom! The Burning Heaven Red Lotus, which had just approached Yi Tianyun, quickly bloomed, and countless pillars of fire burst out, covering the entire area, especially the fire that rose into the sky, constantly striking the barrier, burning the thick barrier red. This power is too strong. Is this the strongest attack that Earth Monarch Tianqing has used so far? Everyone was shocked to see this scene. From the beginning to now, they finally displayed a stronger move. This move alone made the hearts of the deacons tremble. Even the third or fourth layer of Heaven Monarch had to be treated cautiously. This move is indeed powerful. Yi Tianyun saw that this combat power had soared to more than 700,000 star power. Under the gradual blooming, the combat power was stacked layer by layer, and the fire dragons surged into the field. First, it rose from 700,000 star power, followed by millions of star power, and all of them went beyond the test of the divine tribulation before going up to 150 star power. 2 million star power will not be under much pressure if this continues. Many people trembled in their hearts. How did he cultivate it? This was only 8 refinements Earth Monarch, but it had already reached this power. What if he breaks through to the Heaven Monarch? Just thinking about it was terrifying, as expected of a super genius, but his foundation is a bit stronger. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. The other party is so strong that it only has 2 points, treasures and martial arts. Burning Heaven Sacred Fire was a high-grade rebirth-level flame and was enough to scare people to death. The ribbon in her hand could also strengthen the weapon of Burning Heaven Sacred Fire, a high-grade rebirth-level flame. However, the Burning Heaven Red Lotus move was a lower-grade Heavenly Tao level martial art layered together, and the power was not bad. In addition, her physique is Fire God Body. Similar to Wood God Body, it is a rare physique. As for her bloodline, it is in the top 10 Fire Clan. The Fire Clan was an expert in playing with fire, and they were much stronger than the Phoenix race. Level up, Burning Heaven Sacred Fire. Ding! Successfully deducted 800,000 mastery. Level up, Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to middle grade rebirth level. Level up again. Ding! Successfully deducted 50 million mastery. Upgrading the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to high-grade rebirth level flame. The next level requires 200 million level up Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to high-grade rebirth level flame. High-grade rebirth level flame, power up 50 times, pill refining speed, improve 10 times. After deducting all the experience points, he finally raised the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to high-grade rebirth level flame. After upgrading, he was on the same level as the Earth Monarch Tianqing. This was the Sacred Fire. He must have given priority to upgrading it. The benefits for him were self-evident. Not only was the damage extremely high, but it also increased the speed of pill refining. How could he not upgrade? Especially now, suppressing Earth Monarch Tianqing was undoubtedly the best way. After leveling up, when all the fire came over, he also used the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to protect his body, and at the same time, constantly swallowed the fire into his body and continued to turn it into proficiency. After a moment, the fire gradually disappeared, and what appeared in front of everyone was the intact Yi Tianyun. Nothing happened at all except that his body was a little burned, nothing else. What's going on? Earth Monarch Tianqing began to panic. The attack he was most proud of was ineffective. Chapter 1047. Chapter 1047. Thank you for your hospitality. Yi Tianyun was very satisfied with his absorption. He gained a lot of mastery. The key point was that he was not hurt at all. He was very satisfied with the current situation. Of course, the most satisfying thing was that he saw the shocked expression of Earth Monarch Tianqing. Finally, she, who had always felt indifferent, showed another expression. She had been calm before, and nothing could disturb her. Now, when she showed this shocked expression, she felt very funny. What kind of martial art is this? How can you absorb so much of my fire without any problem? Earth Monarch Tianqing quickly calmed down and looked up and down at Yi Tianyun, trying to find something from him. Well, didn't you say there was a gap? I don't feel any gap now. Yi Tianyun likes to slap his face, and he also slaps back heavily. Since Earth Monarch Tianqing was so arrogant, he would be even more arrogant and ruthlessly slap the other side back. Earth Monarch Tianqing's eyes turned cold. This was undoubtedly a rebuttal to her previous words. She gently waved her hand, and countless ribbons returned to her hand, turning into a sharp red sword. A firebrand appeared on it, like a red lotus. This kind of magical weapon opened Yi Tianyun's eyes. Not only could it become a ribbon, but it could surround the opponent, and it could also turn into a thin sword to launch a powerful attack. Especially when it is condensed into a long sword, the power is greatly increased. As if all the flames are condensed at one point, the power is doubled. Yi Tianyun felt that the power of this long sword had greatly increased several times more than before. Then let me show you what is called a gap. 2 red lotuses appeared in his eyes. The red clothes on his body suddenly turned into a floating flame. It was as if he had turned into a red lotus blooming in the air, especially the red lotus on his forehead. This was the proof of the fire tribe. It allowed her to release even more power. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. This Earth Monarch Tianqing was angered. The power she released was several times stronger than when she was calm. This was already a state of combat. Her combat power had continuously doubled. According to reason, it was already quite good to have 500,000 or 600,000 star power after the 8 refinements Earth Monarch explosion. Her power now is more than 1,700,000 star power. It was far more than 3 times that of the same level. This was not the limit. Sure enough, the gap is much stronger than I have seen. Yi Tianyun finally saw the real super genius. The explosion of all aspects can reach this level? It's incredible. Shoo. In an instant, Earth Monarch Tianqing disappeared into the air. In the original position, there was only an afterimage left. The terrifying speed made most of the Heaven Monarch unable to see it. They didn't know what was happening, but it flashed past their eyes. She has begun to be serious. She doesn't want to drag it on anymore. She wants to solve it in one go. Of course, from the beginning, she tried to solve it quickly. The power that bursts out can indeed kill many opponents. But she was not facing ordinary participants, but Yi Tianyun. In the next moment, a thin line of red light drew towards Yi Tianyun's back, almost unable to see this red line. Just like this, it appeared behind Yi Tianyun. When he was about to touch it, Yi Tianyun instantly took out the Sky Dawn Divine Spear, turned around, and stabbed it down. Dragon God Bloodline, Phoenix Bloodline, all these powers, including the power of the planet in his body, were all condensed in his spear. In an instant, under this spear, the surrounding space was pulled over, and the violent power kept hitting the space. Circle after circle of airwaves spread all around. Crazy Heaven's secret art, Tyrant Cloud. It was still an extremely powerful move. When it was time to explode, he would not show mercy. He knew that this was the strongest opponent he had ever met. Even when facing the attacks of the God of Slaughter, he was not so cautious. He knew he might lose if he was even a little careless. Boom. The figure of Earth Monarch Tianqing appeared in front of him. The fire on his body constantly drifted in all directions, enveloping the surrounding space. The ground was left with a deep red mark when she stood firm. The long sword in her hand collided with Yi Tianyun's spearhead, but it did not come into contact. But there was a force between the two, constantly compressing. The two forces did not give way to each other, continually squeezing each other, and were about to explode at any time. The space began to feel like it was going to collapse with the energy of the two people. The power that the two burst out was too strong, and when they collided, it made the space want to collapse. Boom. The compressed energy finally could not withstand the explosion. Both exploded one after another. The violent energy raged in the space, and the ground was lifted. After the explosion dissipated, they confronted each other from a distance. One would see that Earth Monarch Tianqing was forced back several hundred meters. Although she was not injured, it was obvious that she was slightly inferior. Under the collision of the violent force, she was still slightly inferior. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately gasped. This was already terrifying, right? They did not expect such a terrifying Earth Monarch. Tianqing could not compare to Yi Tianyun. No way, Earth Monarch Tianqing fights with Earth Monarch Tianyun, but she did not have the advantage? This Earth Monarch Tianyun is too powerful. His power is even stronger than Earth Monarch Tianqing. They were all shocked. They did not expect this to happen. They thought Yi Tianyun would be easily defeated, but who knew he would lose slightly? Yi Tianyun was extremely shocked in his heart. He did not use all his strength, but at least used most of his strength. After the explosion, he could only beat Earth Monarch Tianqing back. It seems that this Earth Monarch Tianqing was really powerful. Yi Tianyun was surprised. The other party was even more shocked. She also used most of her strength, and the key was that she lost. Her mouth trembled, and the sword quickly absorbed the blood flowing out. Otherwise, her injury would be exposed. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun had no pressure at all. His skin was very thick. He was not afraid of these attacks. His defense was much stronger than the attack power. Of course, he was not scared of the attack of Earth Monarch Tianqing. The body of Earth Monarch Tianqing was not so strong. The attack power was strong, but the body was not strong. Everything couldn't be perfect. There must be something wrong with it. This strength, this speed, he is strong to this extent. Earth Monarch Tianqing showed disbelief in her eyes. She thought she could solve it with one move, but who knew that all of them were blocked and she was injured? This kind of thing is simply unacceptable. Earth Monarch Tianqing, I don't know where the gap you are talking about is. I only see that our strength seems to be similar. Yi Tianyun smiled. He didn't care whether the other party was a woman or not, he would still slap the face. He likes to slap the faces of these geniuses, thinking that she is high above and the people below are ants. He would ruthlessly step on these geniuses, letting them know portals could also kill gods. Chapter 1048. Chapter 1048. Yi Tianyun's words made the proud heart of Earth Monarch Tianqing burst with anger. Originally, she thought she could easily kill Yi Tianyun, but now it seems good that Yi Tianyun does not defeat her. If this continues, she will lose first. After all, Yi Tianyun was not injured at all, and Earth Monarch Tianqing was slightly wounded. It seems you think you are powerful enough to be above me. I don't want to use this move. In this case, you have to bear this move of mine and see if you can resist it. Earth Monarch Tianqing flew up. The red lotus between her eyebrows began to bloom, and the power of fire began to be released from her body. Around her body, petals formed from flames began to appear, and petals emerged from the void behind her, wrapping around her body, creating a unique domain around her. Come out. The red lotus in the eyes of Earth Monarch Tianqing bloomed, followed by a power hidden in her body, suddenly burst out, and a huge shadow behind her. Yi Tianyun saw that the shadow was a beautiful woman, unlike Earth Monarch Tianqing, not a virtual spirit, but a soul. He didn't expect that the soul summoned by Earth Monarch Tianqing was a soul. It seems that she was using external force and soul force. He didn't know who this soul was, but after this soul came out, it was added to her body. The power was crazy and kept rising. Isn't this a foul? Yi Tianyun saw the soul that was added to Earth Monarch Tianqing. The Earth Monarch Tianqing constantly checked the detailed data and found that this soul was the Earth Monarch Tianqing. This means that Earth Monarch Tianqing summoned the soul force from her previous life, equivalent to awakening her soul. Every powerful cultivator was a reincarnation of a powerful figure. Some people could only awaken the memories of their earlier lives when they were strong. It was obvious that Earth Monarch Tianqing had slightly awakened her memories from her previous life and could possess the power of her last life. After releasing it, her power increased explosively. This energy was similar to the energy from her previous life. It was still stored in her body and could be used any time. However, due to her physique, she could not withstand so much power. She could only take out a portion of it. Just this alone is already quite terrifying. The data displayed by the investigating eye, the soul of the Earth Monarch Tianqing's previous life, was at least a God Monarch level existence. This means that her body has a terrifying God Monarch level power. If it were to smash over, wouldn't he be smashed into ashes? Fortunately, the limit of her physique could not be taken out completely. She could only take out a portion. Although she only took out a small portion, it was already terrifying enough. Her combat strength seemed to have been consumed with medicine as it continuously jumped up. From the initial 1,000 star power, it suddenly jumped to more than 4,000 star power. This was no longer a battle. It was already cheating, okay? Damn, I thought I was cheating enough, but who knew that I would cheat even more? Yi Tianyun took a deep breath. He felt that with the system, it was enough to cheat by upgrading his martial arts and bloodline a little. Now, it seemed that he was still too young. The other party was cheating more. She had the memory of her previous life. She should have awakened from a very young age, following the smooth sailing. It was more than him cheating. After all, she knew a lot of terrible martial arts, plus many things that she didn't need to cultivate. Just a little bit of cultivation would make her understand. In addition to maintaining the energy of her previous life, if she used it a bit more, her cultivation would jump up crazily. From her bone age, it could be seen that she was less than 40 years old, but she was already an 8 refinements Earth Monarch. If she said it, it would scare people to death. Although she was slightly older than Yi Tianyun, her body contained the energy of a god monarch. When she broke out, it was a deadly existence. Of course, that was the saying of mutual destruction. The body couldn't withstand too strong power, and if it completely burst out, it would die together. This was not worth it. She didn't need to burst out with full strength just to out other power of the Heaven Monarch level. It was already crushing everything. No wonder she looked down on everything. She possessed the memories of her past life. Her past life's energy and experience far surpassed others. How could she not have such an arrogant attitude? When the audience outside saw this, they were all stunned by this scene. What is this situation? Soul possession? This is the soul energy that awakened my past life. I have seen it once a long time ago. It is too powerful. It can mobilize the energy of my past life. I do not have this feeling. It is likely that when Earth Monarch Tianqing was strong, he deliberately reincarnated. No wonder she is so strong. So, she is the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Isn't this a violation of the rules? What violates the rules? How strong? That is her energy. What is against the rules? Yes, the elders have said there is no limit to any means. As long as you can win, there is no problem. One by one, they began to discuss. Some felt it was unfair, and some felt it was very fair. They looked at Yi Tianyun with pity. They originally thought they could win, but who knew they would meet a reincarnated mighty figure? It was a pity. If not for reincarnation, they believed that Yi Tianyun might win. The excited expression on Nian Siyu's face suddenly cooled down, and she collapsed on the chair. It's over. This Earth Monarch Tianqing is the reincarnation of an expert, and he has awakened his memory. Second place is also satisfying. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord patted her hand and said worriedly, I hope he doesn't try to be brave. If he can't resist it, it may all be in vain. If the participant dies, any result in the front will be void, and there is no point in it, so they want Yi Tianyun to give up the competition. The 5 elders looked at the Earth Monarch Tianqing and said nothing. It could even be said that this situation was not unexpected. Sure enough, he is the reincarnation of an expert, and he has awakened his memory early. I have guessed it before. Earth Monarch Tianyun can only swallow this resentment. After all, this is also his power. Yes, the world is so big. After losing this time, he will know more and walk more steadily. They all shook their heads, thinking it was not bad to let Yi Tianyun know more things. He must have a better future. Yi Tianyun, standing on the stage, doesn't think so. He looked at Earth Monarch Tianqing, feeling the terrifying power, and smiled. If you're cheating, then I also cheat. Let me see what it means to have mountains beyond mountains, and then I will also let you know what it means to have people beyond oneself, to have the power to stand above everything. Not only do you have it, but I also have it. Crazy damage mode was enough to stand out. Chapter 1049. Chapter 1049. Earth Monarch. Tianqing flew in the air. The power in her body had already been sorted out. The other powers of the Heaven Monarch level were now in everyone's sight. They were only at the 3rd or 4th level of the Heaven Monarch level. Even if they completely erupted, they would not be as strong as her. Now, her combat strength had already reached 42 million star power. It could be said that no participant could compare to her. No matter who it was, they would be overshadowed. Some people said that she used the power of reincarnation to cheat, but what was there to be fair about in the world? Moreover, this was indeed her power, and was not considered cheating. Awakening the memories of reincarnation was not that simple. Among so many participants, why was she the only one who could awaken the memories of reincarnation? This was enough to explain the problem. Among them, it was possible that most people's past life was not very powerful. In short, awakening memory was not simple, and some did not awaken any memory until death. It was already very amazing to awaken this memory. Compared to other opponents, it was a bit unfair. It was clear that only the Earth Monarch level came in, but now, after fusing with the energy of previous life, it directly became the Heaven Monarch level. Can it be considered cheating? Yi Tianyun originally did not want to use crazy damage mode. After being stimulated by this, he also wants a hard fight. This is not a cheating ability, according to Reincarnation Awakening. It is also his ability. How can he cheat? You forced me to this extent. It's already amazing, but everything is ending. I give you 2 choices, either die or admit defeat. If I release my power, I can't control it, and I may be unable to save your life. The eyes of Earth Monarch Tianqing are full of coldness, not because of Yi Tianyun, but because her power is quite strong. It is not easy to control. Admit defeat? Yi Tianyun shook his head and smiled. As I said, I don't have the word admit defeat in my heart. Since that's the case, you should pray that you can survive. Earth Monarch Tianqing waved her hand, and the thin sword turned into a huge red lotus that circled her palm. The fine petals were going to be so powerful this time. If you survive, please understand what it means to have mountains beyond mountains. The world outside is far bigger than you think. Is that so? Then I'll tell you what having someone stronger than you means. Yi Tianyun sneered and put away the Sky-Dawn Divine Spear. Everyone was very puzzled by his behavior. Why did he put away the weapon? It should have been better to change a better weapon, but after putting it away, he did not take out a stronger weapon. Crazy damage mode, activate. On the premise of 6 refinements Earth Monarch, the 64x damage multiplies. When he was at SS6 refinements Earth Monarch level, the most basic data was 150,000 star power. Under this premise, it directly exploded 64x, 2 million points star power. 3 million star power, 5 million star power, 8 million star power, 9 million star power, 1,800 star power, what was called Berserk. This was Berserk. He wouldn't fear anyone if he relied on a bit of strength. After exploding, even if he weren't a god, he could kill everyone. Combined with the power of 64x and the other times, he instantly possessed such a terrifying power. Even the Earth Monarch Tianqing, who erupted, was far inferior to him. Unless Earth Monarch Tianqing released all their power, there would be no pressure for the millions of levels. When this soul energy erupted, he knew that Earth Monarch Tianqing only released a small portion of her power and did not release all of her power. If she released all of her power, she could still crush him, but this way she would be seeking her death. Boom! A terrible power burst out from his body, directly hitting the shield, which was about to burst. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Could it be that Yi Tianyun also has soul energy? This power, Earth Monarch Tianqing suddenly felt that she was so small. The violent power made her feel a sense of timidity. This was the first time in her life that she had felt this way. Even in the face of stronger opponents, she had never felt this way. Now Yi Tianyun gave her this feeling, absolutely above her existence. Her current combat strength is only more than 4 million star power, compared to Yi Tianyun's more than 10 million. The difference is more than 2 times. Can it not be regarded as a crushing existence? Shoo! Yi Tianyun didn't know when, but he had already flashed before her and reached out to grab her. The red lotus originally in front of her was turned into countless sparks by this touch, more like a drop of water that was broken with a touch scattered around. The flame that was originally enough to burn everything was shattered. It was not that these flames were too weak, but Yi Tianyun's strength was too strong. The next moment he grabbed her neck and directly lifted her in the air without any mercy. The red lotus, flower petals, and everything else were just floating clouds, directly shattered by his violent power. Strength above everything, nothing more than this. Almost in an instant, the battle ended just like that. It can be said that the people didn't even have time to see it before it ended. As long as Yi Tianyun wanted to, he would be crushed to death if he used more strength. What's going on? A group of people looked up at the sky, thinking that Yi Tianyun was being abused, but now it was Earth Monarch Tianqing being abused and was defeated in an instant. This scene makes them unable to turn their heads, and all of them are stunned. Could it be that Yi Tianyun is also the reincarnation of a supreme expert and has terrifying power? These are unimportant. It is important that Yi Tianyun won, and it was so easy. Don't! Earth Monarch Tianqing screamed. Finally, she looked slightly like a woman. Under the scream, the power in the body instantly swelled up, and the combat power directly soared to more than 8 million star power. Under the fear, the power was not suppressed, directly bursting out a large part. The sudden change broke Yi Tianyun's hand holding her neck. Correspondingly, after Earth Monarch Tianqing flew out, her body began to bleed. Her body began to be unable to withstand this force. Blood kept dripping on the ground, dyeing the ground red. What kind of power is this? Earth Monarch Tianqing stared at him, gasping for breath. What's wrong with my strength? Yi Tianyun walked towards her step by step and said indifferently, I advise you to give up. If this continues, you will die. Your body can't withstand such a powerful force. Every step made Earth Monarch Tianqing feel much more pressure, as if she were stepping on his chest. This is the real absolute power. Chapter 1050. Chapter 1050. Yi Tianyun walked over step by step. Even if Earth Monarch Tianqing burst out more powerful strength, he was not afraid. After all, his current strength was still above the other side. The 64x increase in strength was not a joke. It was this terrible power that allowed him to fight with super geniuses. Of course, he can fight with these people who have soul energy from his previous life, otherwise he will be crushed. I will not admit defeat. I must get first place. Earth Monarch Tianqing was crazy. She began to shout. The red lotus between her eyebrows was blooming very hard. The soul energy in her body was constantly expanding. Her combat strength continued to jump up, and soon it reached 9 million star power and continued to jump up. However, as she went crazy, the result was that her body was constantly bleeding, spilling all over the ground. It was too horrible to look at. She was not like the peerless beauty from before. Now, she was very down and down. It was simply 2 different appearances. What a coincidence. I will get first place. In that case, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yi Tianyun did not have any words of pity. If he showed mercy here, he would only die. Earth Monarch Tianqing ignored his words. Burning Heaven's sacred fire was released crazily like fire dragons constantly attacking and surrounding Yi Tianyun. A red lotus appeared in her hand. She stepped on it and pressed it towards Yi Tianyun. The small red lotus contained a destructive power. Yi Tianyun didn't even try to dodge. He reached out and took the red lotus. He is crazy. That is the origin of the Burning Heaven red lotus. If you pinch it, you will be burned to death. Someone immediately recognized this red lotus, and they were all shocked by Yi Tianyun's action. The energy of this origin was much stronger than ordinary flames. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to it, so he grabbed the red lotus. The surging flame swept toward Yi Tianyun and poured into his body, wanting to burn him to ashes. Break! Yi Tianyun squeezed hard, and with a bang sound, the red lotus in his hand was crushed by him, followed by a punch. With a dong sound, Earth Monarch Tianqing was sent flying by a punch. The violent force directly blew up her soul energy, and in an instant she fell back to the mortal world from the immortal world. All the power disappeared. After she fell from the sky, she rolled several times and fell to the ground. Then she slowly got up. The power of the fire tribe allowed her to recover from her injuries quickly. However, she didn't have much strength left. Yi Tianyun scattered the breath she was holding. It was almost impossible for her to get back together. I lost. She looked at Yi Tianyun with empty eyes and murmured, I won't lose. I made a vow that I absolutely can't lose. You are very persistent about winning, and I am also very persistent about it. Yi Tianyun walked step by step, saying, I will reserve the last bit of dignity for you. Walk out yourself, or I will throw you out directly. Choose by myself. Earth Monarch Tianqing did not give up. She wanted to explode her power so that there would be fatal danger. She had already warned her opponent about it. If the opponent did not listen, she naturally had no choice. I won't lose, I won't lose. Earth Monarch Tianqing began to force out the power in her body, wanting to burst out all the power completely. This time, she tried to break out to obtain this victory completely. Just as she was about to continue to explode, Yi Tianyun rushed to her, grabbed her arm, and directly threw her out of the field. Earth Monarch Tianqing didn't even have time to react before Yi Tianyun threw her out. She flew in the air and wanted to turn around, but her body was not very flexible, and she couldn't easily turn around. Following her through the shield, she fell directly outside the field, meaning she lost this game. I don't know why you care so much about winning and losing, but this is the reality. Yi Tianyun walked over step by step. Yi Tianyun won, and Earth Monarch Tianqing lost. This result emerged from everyone's heart. No one expected the result. Now Earth Monarch Tianqing lost to Yi Tianyun. It was an incredible result. We won, we won. Nian Shiyu began to cheer. The people of the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory also shouted crazily. In the Battle of the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven, their Heavenly Edict Divine Territory won first place, with unprecedented results, the best in history. As for the other God Territory, their hearts were filled with complex emotions. They never expected that the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would obtain the first place. Moreover, it was a human. A human obtained the first place result. No one would believe it if it was said, right? Many people shook their heads. After so many battles in the God territory, this was the first time a human had obtained the first place. This was creating history. Not to mention that no one had ever come after. It was at least unprecedented. Very good. The 5 elders stood up one after another. This result was also beyond their expectations. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to win. However, no matter who won, it was a very good result. It was equivalent to adding 2 super geniuses to them. The competition is over. Our first place has appeared, and that is Earth Monarch Tianyun, Elder Gu Huang said. Finally, the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven ended perfectly. Although there was a little episode on the way, it was still completed successfully, and there were few accidents. For Yi Tianyun, many people have complicated feelings in their hearts. Of course, even if he is not a human, he is also unhappy. After all, he was a genius of another God Territory, not a genius of his own God Territory. However, some are still very happy. After all, he must get first place to join the 5 Great God Territory. Yi Tianyun walked to Earth Monarch Tianqing and said indifferently, Why are you so obsessed with first place? With your ability, it is not a problem for you to join the 3rd Great God Territory in the future. Earth Monarch Tianqing was the reincarnation of a super genius. In the future, there would be no pressure at all for him to join a 3rd Great God Territory. What do you know? If I don't get first place, I will lose even more. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked at him with eyes full of sorrow, as if she had lost a treasure. Just as he wanted to ask more questions, a black line suddenly appeared in the sky and was slowly pulled away. A terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Even the 5 great elders felt the pressure multiply when facing this power. Yi Tianyun looked up at the torn hole. It was obvious that space was torn apart. What's going on? Yi Tianyun was shocked. Something seemed to want to come out of this space.